Okay, wait. So, oh, you can talk now, but I need to test the overlay. But yeah, the AI is up. This is Das Du's start to glitch. What is this? Oh, this is the Dutch one, maybe. This is live. This is, yeah, the JP one's up. Oh, here. 比赛即将开始. Okay, it's like on a presentation. This is the JP. This is the main JP. This is the duel links, I think. This is the EU. Okay, wait a sec. So, yeah, I'm gonna see. How do I copy paste the? Is it this one? 是会打吗？今天有 MD 吧？There's MD today, right? The rounds, right? Like the. I think so, right? Share chat. No, that doesn't look right. Okay. No, today there is MD today, no? Okay, yeah. Data. I see, okay. Let me try using the pop-up here. Huh. Share chat. So maybe this one?
それではですね、続きましてマスターデュエルの部に出場する日本チームをご紹介させていただきます。はじめはこちらのチームです。
Oh, it's telling me to log in.
チームドリームズフューチャー。
What?
チームメンバーはタスク
That's not what I want.
フリーダム選手、ステラ選手。
Maybe it's this one.
チームメンバーはキノココ選手。
Oh, her. Okay. Say something. I'm trying to.
最後の日本チームはムギティ。チームメンバーはムギ選手、佐久間選手、そしてレイン選手。
Onion。
はい、ということで出場選手はこのようになっております。もう本当に日本からなって。
This one doesn't. Let me see test.
すごい。ちょっとどうしてもなんか応援したい気持ちなんかもあったりするんですが。
No, it doesn't show on the overlay.
遊戯を勉強してみようかなっていう時にもう本当にもう名前を見るような選手たちが、はい、もう今回は出られているということで、ここまでレギュレーションとか出場選手、紹介させていただきましたが、まあ今回のこのルールだったらこのデッキ見てみたいかなというか、こういうデッキ出てきそうとかってあります？何か？
でもやっぱり最近のライゼオルとかじゃない？やっ
ぱ Pop-up chat. This one.
マリスとか？なんかそうですね。
Maybe it's this one.
で、そう活躍しているカード、デッキたちをまあフルパワーで使うにあたって、なんか自分なんかはちょっと面白いかなって思うのは。
Oh, it's up. Wait, it's up. Wait, but that's not mine. Okay, it works now. Like my own chat works. How about yours then? No, the share chat where it also shows your chat because mine chat actually worked. I don't know why it wasn't working, but it worked. Okay, maybe that doesn't work. No, it doesn't work. Okay, so but this works. Okay, it works. I see the overlay. That's why it was working.
そういうデッキとかもやっぱ出てくる可能性はありますからね。
そうですよね。確かモルガナイトとかかな。なんか
もう特化したデッキとかね、やっぱり。
そうですね。ちょっと面白そうだなと思ったりとかするんです。
Right here. Yep.
海洋だとか。
Okay. I mean, it doesn't show your chat though. But yeah. Yeah, your chat is like it doesn't pop up. 和朋友连麦吗？明天不是现在就连麦吗？什么叫明天连麦？不是现在就是连麦吗？Okay, let me see. Oh, the English one's out.
まあ当然まあ非常に
Okay. Okay, let me see everything. Okay. 有5000个东西. There's like 10,000 live stream. Okay, let's look at the English one.
So I'm going to hand you guys over to your amazing casters who are going to take you through today's action.
Hello from our side as well. The event of the year, the World
今天
Championship.
是 DO 和 MD
is upon us, a
Rush
weekend,
to
the
RD
weekend of the
没有实卡
basically for every fan of Yu-Gi-Oh! And we're here
Yeah, there's no
for the
paper today, I think.
Ambassador category.
Yes, indeed we are. I'm very happy to be joined
Oh, wait a
by
sec.
both
你们
Sebastian
能听到
Hunter
他的声音
and
吗？
Leonard Koenig. My name is Ibris Dyer, and we're going to be your Master Duel commentators.
Yep, definitely. It has been a long year of Master Duel, grinding for our duels.
预赛，对，第一天嘛。
Many Challenger Cups, so many
中间 V 是谁？
crazy
你第三季的，
We have
好像叫
such a
清水什么东西。
tournament. Everyone who is participating is one of obviously the best.
能
duels
Okay, yeah,
in
they
the
can hear
world.
you.
We
Like
have
the third child can hear you. Okay.
It has all
So
come down
the
to
score
it
is
that
working. The
journeys
score is
throughout the year
working.
have been
So the score is working. Yeah.
impressive. We have people that qualified back in September of last
Okay.
year.
Share
Yeah,
chat.
it's just
I'll open this
amazing to see them come
actually.
together
Pop
on
up this.
the world stage in Paris.
The big tournament, the one that everyone works for throughout the year. Of course, it's very impressive to win a Duelist Cup and therefore qualify to the World
Pop out
Championship
chat.
through that. But the goal ultimately, for every Yu-Gi-Oh player out there, basically for every child at some point, is to play at the World Championship.
Okay, so I can
And of
see
course,
your chat as well,
prerequisite
and
maybe
then
win the World Championship. That's what it's
I
all
need
about.
to
That's
see my
also
YouTube
dream. I'm going
one.
to be here in the casting booth with you
老哥
guys.
仔还没叼烟呢，
Ambassador
对的。
today's year.
They say like, why you
It's
smoking?
something that
Yeah, definitely. And of course, these are 3 duelists per team, so it's multiple people's dreams on the line. It's multiple
Explain
people
yourself.
that get to live that. And actually, we have multiple people here this year that have lived that. You have Snipe Hunters, your 2020.
Oh shit, no, I didn't want to do that. Oh my god.
2024's world champions, and now you have both of them and 10 other
Bruh.
teams in very
I have too many
back-to-back
windows
as
opening.
you
Okay,
mentioned.
here.
Yep, you have some TCG legends as well, which is also going to be watchable this weekend. Of course, today it's all about
可以啊，
Smash
调大点
Rush
不要啊，这已经挺大的了
to
呀。
titles of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading
还不够大。
Also, the TCG is going to be
They say they want you to be bigger. I'm like, you're already pretty big.
Absolutely correct, and therefore we cannot wait to kick all of this off. But we are going to break it down.
Oh shit, no, I don't want to do that. Oh my god.
Talk to you about
Bruh.
how this Master Duel tournament is going to look like.
I have too
the
many-
tournament mode, the tournament
my
structure,
screen
the
is too
rules and
tiny.
all that kind of stuff, and therefore I would say let's actually
Okay.
dive into it a little bit. Let's see the next slide there, and we have the regulations, and it is 2 decks per team member, which is already a big change to the TCG, for example.
Yeah, so as we mentioned, these are teams comprised of 3 members each, 2 decks per team member. So that's
2
6
deck per
decks
team.
total.
Oh yeah, this is
Use
MD.
that August 10th, 2020
Forbidden list
run
run August
that have
10th.
between 40
Okay.
and 60 cards, as you're aware. Pretty standard for Yu-Gi-Oh! There, with the maximum of 15 cards in the extra deck. However, what makes it a
什么
little
小
bit
声？
spicier is, of course, that shared
不够
card
大吗？
and
声音？
3 copies of every other card that is not one of those shared cards.
And that is really interesting because some cards like Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess, which are typically only played once in the extra deck, can be played by every single
What
team
are you
member
talking
once.
about?
But cards like Malice P. Dormouse.
What toothpaste? What are you talking about?
3 offs in one specific deck. Unless
What the fuck are you talking about?
the cards, which is possible for
Okay,
every
they just
team member,
talking.
3
They just
cards. So
talking.
3 cards the team
Okay.
chooses, and they can be on maximum copies in every single deck.
So
Wait, isn't there
historically,
supposed to be an
very,
AI
very,
English as well?
useful
Oh, it's just not. I think
strategy
it's
to
just
have
not
the
out yet.
go-to option for the shared cards. You know, your maxis,
Let me
your
see.
match
Which
winners,
one is the link? The English
your
one.
permanences, even the triple tactics talent was an option back in the day.
Oh, I see. English.
This year,
3 people waiting.
Still very much looking forward to see just how much.
Oh,
depth
it's out. It's out.
there
Match
is in these
being
decks,
started.
as we're
Okay.
seeing a variety of strategies
So here.
from your 3 duelists.
The match is about to start. 比赛即将开始。他说话会被其他声音遮住。Yeah, I have everything. I have the JP up. I have the JP main stage with the VTubers. The JP. I don't know what this is. The Duel Links. Yeah, the Duel Links one. The Duel Link one. The 3 AI of. The English one.
I will say that I definitely love that this is a team-based esports. You might think, hey, Yu-Gi-Oh is a 1v1 game. What's the team aspect? But the team aspect is so important. It just feels like Yu-Gi-Oh was made to
Say something.
Especially with shared cards and the specific
it adds a lot of nuance.
Yeah, it is so crazy. These people,
Say something.
they have not only played a little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh together, they have trained together, they have almost
No, say say something.
every single day for the last couple of months, ever since they qualified to prepare for this very moment, this very weekend.
Okay, it's the mic. Okay, no, Okay, talk more. No, it's not you.
With two other people, but still it also becomes incredibly much harder because of the regulations you have. Because let's break it down. When you have those shared cards, it basically play the same deck. So it will be 6 different decks.
是调小一点。什么叫调小一点？我把麦给拉大了，因为大了一点点。OK， 那我要再拉大是吧？ 这样呢？
That is a very important aspect because you have to also like your
不是
teammates personally.
这个的声音大了，是他的声音大了，还是视频的声音也大了？ 我的麦是没问题的，他的麦跟我不是一个轨道的，我的麦是没有问题的。 Actually, I don't even know on Twitch and YouTube how does everything sound? 背景视频拉小一点。OK， 背景视频拉小一点。这样，我说话要听不见了。It's like fucking stupid because like I think maybe your sound is tied to the fucking YouTube sound and then it's like okay, 等一下。Yeah. No. 现在呢？ No, it's always like they can't fucking hear you, and then I have to put the desktop up, but and when I do the desktop up, my voice gets like lowered. So 现在差不多。Okay. I think it was just the YouTube video was a little bit too loud. Okay, but I don't know how on Twitch because it's not the same, you know. So like maybe on Twitch and YouTube it's gonna be fucking tiny. You didn't test it before? I can't fucking test it. You cannot test this. You cannot fucking test this. If I test, I need people to tell me because I can't tell myself. Okay, let me go on my YouTube. I can listen to my own stuff. You cannot test this. You cannot fucking test this. If I test, I need people to tell me because I can't tell. Is the YouTube video tiny?
Across the board here throughout this weekend.
Yeah, and you just mentioned, of course, Team Snipe Hunters being a big part so far of the
No, I mean like my voice. Why don't we take a quick look at Snipe Hunters? Like when I stream, when people see my stream, that's what I mean. Because I think my sound is fine. I'm not entirely sure about the video though. Because I made it, I lowered it for Bilibili because they said that they couldn't hear you. Oh, look! Shifu! Hey. Wait, they're here first because they're the champ last year, right? Is that why? Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying they're doing them first because right. The VTuber still chatting. Oh, okay, dueling is already starting. Look, 这个地游已经开始了 round 1 speed duel. Okay, this is the AI is not out yet. 一闪而过的师傅。Okay, touch reveal. How is the video too tiny? Like, is the YouTube video loud enough? I need to know. I'll be pissed off if nobody tells me, and then when I end stream, I hear it. I'm just like, I can't hear shit. I mean, I could fix it for tomorrow, but. Team Arm.
I was gonna say Jesse caught
Yeah,
no
missed
problem
opportunity
playing
for
any
not
game
naming
whatsoever.
that.
I've talked to some of the players in the past previous days, and many of them just said
不懂就问 MD 有全华版吗
player in the world, and it was most of the
？RJ 算不算啊？RJ 应该是吧？RJ team what's RJ's team name? I forgot. FGC FGC 是全华版吧？应该是。
And then he kept on playing, just showcasing, hey, I can still do it. I just still, even though we're qualified, we'll compete. And then this
Yeah, this is I
year,
have like 10 pop-ups.
we're qualified, basically are ready for this year's World Championship. Still though,
I'm looking also on the YouTube their chat.
Ryan, you said, I will try again, I'll play again. Got second place right after task. Would have qualified for Worlds if they would have not already been qualified. So they are just out there competing, and I think you can really tell by this Duelist Cup format that
Is my YouTube video loud enough?
But actually, as Leo mentioned,
Need to know.
anything, and that's one of the biggest strengths of this team. All of these players are very strong in their own right, and all of them can play anything. We've seen Hurley from Raymond last year. We've seen Tillemans twice in a row from Jesse. Okay, I'm feeling good about myself now for that. But yeah, also big fans of Sky Strikers, much like you. So
Big fan of Sky Striker.
second place finish with that against ECG for a very big tournament. So maybe he's the one to
not
bring
quite
this.
as big as this was not the top dog, which is more impressive because there was a time where getting second with Sky Striker at least wasn't surprising while it was still a big accomplishment. So that makes it even more crazy.
So, actually, speaking of Sky Striker, I do want to just kind of take a meta snapshot from both of you as we do approach the tournament itself, because Sky Striker Tenpai was pretty good.
Sky Striker Tenpai, shaking my head.
Of course, the one that was dictated by the Tenpai deck. Recently, we've seen Malice, that you mentioned, the Dormouse, was one of your
Shaking my head.
maybe not candidates for shared cards, but a card.
It definitely is a card, I can tell you that.
And Ryziel,
Yeah, no, Josh loves Ray. I mean, oh my god, this support card is gonna change my life.
The two you mentioned, definitely the Melis
I need to so fucking cut that clip.
are somewhat
主持们在聊什么？他们在聊的都是闪刀凯子，
like there's one designated Ryziel duelist
在介绍选手和队伍吗？
going to be with the Melis deck.
With some variances,
我缩小一点，我已经挺小了。没有，我问题不大。我为什么要缩小一点
Basti enjoys a lot. You can also play Fiends with Engine, or you can play Pure. You can play Pure.
Just fixing the overlay here. It's
Some Utopia double shenanigans. So
Utopia double shenanigans.
nice, but there are also some flex spots. Like you could play decks like
Memento's a good one. Elantin Memo, Branded Despot as well.
Ah.
it also helps some people qualify for
Yeah, the
World
Ritual
Oh my god, yes, I love Ray. I would die for a Sky Striker Ace Ray. Every new Ray related emote is going to change my life. Is going to be the best emote ever. Subscribe to Rayjin
of that Road to Worlds
for Sky Striker emotes.
ended up winning that despite not being eligible to qualify. Crystron.
Yes. Yeah. Also a deck we should definitely be looking out for, but looking out for, everyone is looking out for that Team 7, right? So why don't we have a quick look now at Team 7?
Oh, Ryan.
I'm from Toronto, Canada. My name is Raymond Dye. I'm from the United States, and I've been.
I can't hear anything.
My name is Jesse Carter. I'm from Toronto,
Yeah.
Canada, and I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh for 20 years.
We qualified for this event by winning.
Ryan has a lot of leg here.
I believe Ryan took me to the World Championship because we managed to get second place.
I'm gonna say 腿毛有点多。
Playing in the tournament and seeing a lot of my friends.
This weekend, I'm looking forward to defending the title.
Yeah, no, yeah.
My ace monster is Sky Striker Ace Rose. My ace monster is Sky Striker Ace Array.
Sky Striker Ace Ray. Croissant or I don't know what the fuck is that? Morocco?
Inspiring duelist.
Will Ray say bun interview? No, he didn't. Yeah, they're like tiny.
I'll take Croissant, yeah, for sure.
Wait.
If I had the chance, I would take it.
Definitely. So, what decks would you play at this weekend? If you were
Yeah,
to
I need to put like my speaker on 100 to hear what the fuck they're talking about.
duelist would be the Ryziel duelist. Would we even be Malice or Ryziel duelist? And who
Actually, then do I need? I think I need to make you
He just wants
lower than the Discord, or else it's like
so
we'll be like shouting.
I think you can have Malice. I think you have the most experience.
Okay, talk again. Speak again.
Keep the spot for Infernoble.
Okay, okay.
I appreciate that.
So we can maybe have Infernoble and Dynamorphia as your mix-up.
You know, between Park, Gianfranco H, and Bernardo 2117, the Infernoble Knight duelists are doing well this.
载物选手是什么？
Yeah, may as well. But anyway, just discussing Team 7 as a whole and not only the
Sounds good here. Okay, okay, thank you.
how close these players
No,
are.
not my audio. The audio of the video.
Some of
I
the
know my
best
audio is
names
fine.
from
Like me speaking is
TCG
fine.
within North America, within the world, really.
Oh look.
Yeah, really, really exciting.
Oh, Master round 1, round 2, round 3, round 4, round 5.
The first back
This is Duel Links. Yeah, okay.
they can make it that far.
I really want to see this AI. AI 实况解说测试. Yeah, this is like. Wait, they're late then. It's already. They're late like 10 minutes. Yeah. Well, I mean, they're chatting. They're not. They're like still setting up probably.
Judeo qualifying for the World Championship with Mermail. He was also having a pretty good
Judeo?
all things considered, just enjoying life, playing his favorite deck. Thala Galera is this team with Judeo.
Yep, and they have other players in there as well. PRRJ.
Are they gonna show all the interview of the teams? That's gonna take a while.
We have a video. We have a video to show.
We have a video. Why don't we?
There's like 10 teams now. I see. Wait, I thought it was team though. No, it's not. It's not individual. No. Okay.
I think they're still friends. Yeah.
Oh yeah, makes sense. When's the AI gonna happen?
Yeah. So over 50 event hops since 2007. Tactical evolution format.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that the major question marks a lot of people have for this team is Paulo PRRJ in particular, just because.
为什么要怎么在熄火？对的。they all saying why you smoking, huh?
The recent results and the different kind of environment of Master Duel that we're kind of looking at for him to succeed.
Also, I think
They're just saying why.
quite a meta call. He has been very, very successful.
What do you want to tell them?
They have a lot of hand trap in there and a little bit of engine. Let's see how that translates to this.
Bruh.
And especially the shared card rule because you can't play all the hand traps.
他说他家里养的这个没管好了，所以他就这个猫自己去找了点东西吸。Ryan again? I can't hear you, Ryan.
My name is Jesse Cotton.
Yeah, that's the same, right? Like Jesse is like loud. Wait, they just replayed this again, no? Yeah, they just replaying the same shit again. This is the exact same. We're gonna see Unk be like Sky Shikari.
Second place the World Championship the year prior.
I'm looking forward to playing in the tournament and seeing a lot of my friends.
This weekend, I'm looking forward to defending the title.
My ace monster is Sky Striker Ace Rose. My ace monster is Sky Striker Ace Array.
Ace monster. If I had to choose between a croissants or macaron,
White Snow? What White Snow? Oh.
Good to hear from Team 7 again. Unfortunately, we have another opponent in this game that is of course,
今天没有10卡好像。I don't think there's paper today.
Latin American representatives. Very, very
今天是 Speed to Rush to Duel Links 和 MD.
just how many good vibes Judeo brings to the table and just
Judeo
Judeo brings to the
Judeo better fucking be playing Tempat. He's gonna play his fucking Merle deck.
They're happy to be here and they're hoping for a win. I think Judeo alone is commanding a lot of respect from the other competitors just because of how historically dominant he's been, not only in the Duelist Cup, but the recent Synchro Cup, reaching 4th. That was only a couple of weeks ago.
First gold icon for him, actually, yeah. He has made quite the curve, because first 2 World Championships, he didn't qualify on his own. He got taken by some of his friends to be on the team. But this year, he was like, I'm going to do it. He said it after last year's World Championship. This season, I'm going to be the one making it happen for myself and for some of my friends. What kind of a because really, before that
选了哪队？师傅的队伍。
he was dominating, but as he said, it's such a bright.
Guess someone gets fired after this. Wait, what happened? Low budget production. I'm reading the YouTube chat. How hard could it be to sync the audio, Lamau? So scuffed. Ray, Rose, and Snow, Lamau. Oh wait. Ryan said Ray and.
Especially when you consider again that Snipe Hunters, Ragnarok.
No, they said it's Ray and Rose. No, it's not the same. No, they both say Sky Striker, but it's not the same one.
Not an easy task.
We know Jesse will be tier for sure.
Less intimidating one, especially if, as you said, everybody is.
They're probably gonna show Team 7 introduction 7 times, bruh. Team 7 mirror round 1.
This year, just basically picking
Bruh.
absolutely insane teammates, which already could have qualified on their own.
The video is barely heard on my end. Is about 10% of your voice, if that makes sense. Okay, so yeah, it's this fucking. Okay, let me do this. It's too tiny. How about now?
I'm from Brazil. I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh for almost 10 years.
I'm Gabriel. I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh for 10 years, and I am from Brazil.
I'm Paulo. I'm from Brazil, and I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh for 20
Brian
years.
Perose.
I qualified for this event by playing the WSK qualifier, by grinding non-stop with my favorite deck, which is the Fish deck, Mermail, and I won in Latin America and qualified for Worlds.
I believe that Pedro picked me because I'm good for the team morale and I make things funnier.
Well, I've been playing this game for a long time, and I feel like maybe my experience would help the team to go really well.
I'm looking forward the most to winning it all and raising the trophy.
The thing I'm looking for the most this weekend is showing that the work we put in is rewarded.
I feel like it has to be to win. We prepared so much. I think we are so well prepared for this event that it can be any other answer.
My ace monster is my Raw Rare Molin Glacier because it always rips the best 2 cards out of the opponent's hand.
My ace monster is Heredity of the Heavenly Spheres because Seals plus Tiding always wins the game.
Mine would be Sky Striker Ray because it's the one that gave me
这么拖跟去年一比有一比了，是不是意思？
I'm 100% in cross.
现在可以去看地友啊。
I like how Gnet basically described himself as the personality hire of the team while being a TCG Worlds contestant of last year as well.
He was playing his own role down a little bit for sure.
Countless YCS tops as well.
He definitely had a really strong year last year in the TCG, where I think he had like 7 or 8 tops in the end, traveling all around the world, competing in all different areas. So it's only fitting that he's now also at that World Championship, where all the areas, of course, are combined this year in the Master Duel category.
And you know, we mentioned that Judeo did play that Mermail Atlantean deck in the qualifier. He mentioned it there. That's one of his favorites. But I don't want to undersell this guy's deck pool because we've seen him try a lot.
キマイラーだけどすごいあたかもミラーのようなそうですねクリムゾンヘルガリアから入ってきました正選手まあ当然ここはでもねキマイラーフュージョンからやって展開していくと思いますよさあ、先ほど失礼しましたキマイラデッキの後方だった場合の追加効果ですね今使用されました、相手フィールドにのみモンスターが存在する場合にデッキ外から有力幻獣キマイラを裏側守備表示で出すことができますこれによりミラーソードナイトやコーンフィールドコアトルの効果を即時的にとても強力な効果ですこれねでも本当に幻想のガゼルとさっきちらっと私の失敗例とかを出してたバフォメットのね、展開で幻獣王キマイラあたりの、モンスターから展開して、キマイラフュージョンをねこっちからまた手札へっていう感じで、ポコポコいけばいいですけど、これレッドデのアビスがありますからそれをどのタイミングで使うかっていうねところもありますが先にちょっと禁じられた一しずくこれはもうねちょっと前からもうずっと大活躍してるカードですよ。コストで捨てた種類のカードはチェーンできなくなりますのでモンスターを捨てていればレッドでもアビスでもこのカードを無効化することができなくなります。きついねこれ食らっちゃうとね
这个黄金
ただまだ妨害カードは
赢什么东西可以拿到是吧？对，这个新编制是吧？ 这个大面包，这个大面包的这个。
デモンズチェーンもありますし、なるほど。デモンズゴーレムもありますから、モンスター盤面に揃った段階でもまだまだ全然キマイラデッキだから正選手は油断できないですよこれ。
ありがとうございます。モンスター効果だけを無効化したとしても。
That was more pressure.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I wanted to ask you because like last year you had to qualify, so I think you put a lot of effort into it.
是可以氪金氪出来的。
As world champions, how did you prepare?
哦，这是算迪欧的竞赛，我不知道啊，这黄色的。
On the ladder, that's the ladder. I mean, we had like practice like scrims, but I think outside of that, just mostly like playing unrated.
Yeah, you just have to play a lot, I think, of Master Duel to be good at it. So just playing throughout the year, I think, is the best way to make sure you're in good form.
I mean, there's not much else to say. Just playing a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh throughout the year, so never getting too rusty. And when it comes time to grind and actually be in top shape, you're.
Yeah, I know the JP one because the JP one was louder.
Compared to last year, I also think
this one, the English one.
Event, there's a lot of different teams.
There might go now. No, I think I think this one just doesn't fucking have sound.
There's
the JP one was like normal sound, so it's loud.
Here they qualified, and I wanted to ask you, how did it feel like beating them in the final?
所以你是可以选择你要镀成什么卡的吗 ？Yeah, you can pick what car you want. So like for the gold. The gold finish, yeah. They say there's a lot of stuff that they give out gift and you can just like use it. So it's I don't think it's necessary like to you have to win something.
I don't know, it didn't feel real to be honest.
Could this be the third installment in the trilogy? We'll find out. I mean, it obviously feels crushing to lose in the finals on the world stage. Like we're proud that we got that far, and then the day we're still happy to have gotten there. But still getting second, it hurts because you're so close yet. So
yeah, Duel Links is already like it's round one.
Also, obviously, feels great.
And I also feel like that
it's already it started
friendship
like
means because you know after coming second place and you proved yourself that you could have come back to the World Championship and win the title. So I wanted to ask you, how did it all start?
How long
do you have? Wait, did it delay it? How long did it delay it?
I played the WCQ in 2023.
他们 ND 里面改时间了，延迟半个小时。So yeah, they're delayed 30 minutes now.
And then I was kind of just I didn't want to think about who I was bringing at the time because like I didn't want to like count my chickens before they hatched. But then they hatched, so then I had to start counting, and then.
What chicken hatch? Wait, what's happening? Chicken hatch.
That's how this goes. Yeah, and then so I was like,
what is that talking about?
I played Jesse in a tier format YCS, and he was like pretty largely considered the best tier player. So I was like, okay, I have to bring Jesse Con, and then I was also thinking just about a strong player.
He said I don't know. He said Jesse is the best tier. They're talking about some YCS format mirror shit.
I'm gonna take him. So.
Well, I think it goes a little bit further back than that. Jesse and I have known each other for a long time because we're from the same city, Toronto, and Ray's from a nearby
Canada
city.
People.
So sometimes he would drive to our regionals. That's how we all became acquainted. Like we've known each other for years. And then even talking about the YCS where Ray played Jesse in the final, Ray and I built the deck together. Like. So we have a history of working well together, and everything kind of just aligned for Ray to take us. And now this is our third duel.
Essentially started everything thanks to you, more or less. And then for the after, how did you decide? Last year, how did you was the same mindset? Okay, I'm gonna go with the same people I went to last year and try it again.
So. Pretty much last year or 2 years ago when we lost, it was we're all competitive players. We're relentless, right? We lose, don't stay down and get back up and fight harder. And Ryan and I more so went to take the burden because we were very grateful to have been given the opportunity by Ray. Ryan is absolutely insane at the Duelist Cup format, so he performed excellent. Yeah, so we knew pretty much the second World Championship 2023 was over. We were going to requalify. We're going to work towards this.
No, this is just round one right now. No, this is the same game.
And here for this weekend specifically, is there any team you really want to face? Is there any team?
Wait, how can you see the other stuff though? You can't.
Me personally, I want to play Snipe Hunters.
I noticed.
I want to play against Tasaku-san's team, Dreams Future.
Yeah. Okay.
I respect all the competition, and I focus on
well.
myself. I want to win, and it doesn't really matter who I beat.
Especially because I feel that there's something that really accumulates all of you, which is you also qualified in the past for the TCG OCG format, which
you check record,
and how different is it to prepare for the event? Is it the same vibe? You still, communicate with each other with the deck building. How different was it?
I've actually found it way harder to practice for the TCG tournaments.
Is the sound good now?
You don't have
I can hear
a
all
built-in group of people to play with and practice with. You have to rely on your friends who may not be qualified or not incentivized to put in work, or you have to practice with your direct competition. But in a 3v3 team setting, we have a built-in group to practice with, which is helping, which is very, very helpful, as well as just bouncing ideas off of people who are invested.
Yeah, get a free shirt on main page.
Goes a long way.
I think one thing that's also interesting is that, well, now this is the 3rd year that we've had Master Duel Worlds, so a lot of people have experience going to Worlds. But our team especially like the 2 prior years, us all having gone to Worlds before is, I feel, somewhat of an advantage because we have more experience with the nerves that come specifically with Worlds.
Why they holding their
at this point, as time goes on, it won't matter as much, I don't think, but it's still something.
Well, for the last question is, if there will be an advice you will give people watching, or maybe it could be the next Team 7, what advice would you give people at home?
Work hard to.
Are they gonna have the translation when it's not
if you're
English?
Gonna play the Duelist
I'm
Cup,
assuming for like other teams.
Or the WCQ for Master Duel to try to qualify, make sure you sleep.
That's good advice.
Make sure you sleep.
Be logical. Don't let your emotions get in the way, and don't give up when you lose. Okay, now.
Guys, thanks so much for being with us. It was a big pleasure, and we will see you for sure throughout the event.
They didn't say anything.
Don't go anywhere because we have a lot of content coming your way. Keep watching.
It's always inspirational when you get advice from the actual world champions, right? Yeah. Who better to learn from than these guys? And they seemed really chill about their situation, right? Jesse Cotton basically saying, focusing on myself, I want to win Worlds again, and therefore all the other competition doesn't really matter.
I said Ray was pretty reserved, but I think they're all, kind of chill, but that quiet confidence
Ray
is
was
really,
pretty, reserved?
Just a hallmark of a competitor, really. Like, really, really scary team for people to face.
Do you think you get that quiet confidence, this stoic vibe
for dueling
when you
DAY1,
become runner-up of the World Championship and then get World Champion in the next year? Do you think that comes naturally with it?
Yeah, but maybe now they're too quiet. Maybe they've seen it all. Maybe they are already at the highest level. They already are the world champions, and now it falls off.
Maybe Judeo and friends are going to be loud enough for both.
Oh, they have the same one.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. But for this team 7 specifically, I think their deck distribution
to be fair,
in the last couple of years, over the last 2
I saw that in Saga is totally prepared, meaning that...
Wait, but the JP one is already
I don't know
doing
if
this.
Everyone understands that because it was very important for me to just say that Misaka
was this is like another
waiting for the right moment to special summon Nightmare Magician.
This is red
It was
text.
a wonderful move, to be fair.
Yeah, it's also red text.
He knew exactly what was the weak point of his deck, which was
but why is
obviously
this
the piercing
the
damage
JP
from
happening
Gear
already
monsters.
20 minutes
So
and
he
then
just
the
waited
English
for the right moment
dueling
to special
is
summon Nightmare
still
Magician
talking.
in order to destroy card on the field when another monster battles, right? So it was a wonderful play, and if I was Annie and I was seeing that my opponent knew exactly what was his weak point at the moment and at the card.
And it was
very
much still competitively viable. Could that he takes the Telements to the world stage?
I think we might see Telements. It's still a good deck if it
You
gets running. I don't think it's the best deck going second, but this year I think that Malice is in a rather similar spot that
Again with
Telements
the
was
Malice.
in. Yeah, 2 years ago, because it's so important for this tournament. Malice is, in my opinion, probably the best deck of the tournament. It's so strong that there is a good chance that people are just building counter decks for it. There is probably one Malice player, one Rysio player, and then one player who plays a deck that might not play too well into Malice.
Doesn't he?
Yeah, no, second deck could be something
he does
very
like
good
the
into Malice.
YCS
So
guest
we
card,
mentioned the shared cards earlier, and I think Artifact Lancia,
right? Is that the
a
person?
difficult
Is that
one to
who that
justify at
is?
this scale, is still a go-to option for a lot of these
You
strategies.
hook me up,
just as a way to deal with the
hook
Malice
me
deck.
up at Anaheim. I want to get
dynamic
clout.
is going to make things very, very interesting for us as a viewer because it's going to become a mind game.
Is there another
when you see, okay, there's the Malice player.
I'm sorry,
Obviously, one of the other players has an
It's like last
anti-Malice
time when
deck.
like Trip was
and now,
on stream,
when they are getting paired up against each other, and they will eventually be paired up, as it is a round robin, they play
I don't
each
know.
other.
There's like some people I'm like I've seen
so
this.
does the Malice player
I've
now
seen this
play
face
the Malice
somewhere, I
deck
just
when
don't
he
know the
knows
name.
he's about to face an anti-Malice deck? And then the second layer to it is the anti-Malus player all of a sudden even playing the anti-Malus deck when maybe the Malus deck is not there anymore.
Yeah, but just imagine your opponent normal summons a Sprite monster or a Nimble Beaver and you have your Imperial Iron Walls and you're like,
I'll see that feature match.
This is not going as planned, but this is the big difference to the Malice Tier Elements comparison.
First game? Yeah.
Yes, Tier Elements was very dominant, and maybe the best deck of the format.
I forgot Judeo's
it wasn't
team name, but yeah.
so good
That's
that
why they
people
were, like,
brought
showing the
anti-decks, which is probably going to happen this weekend because Malice is so incredibly strong that you need anti-banishment cards against it.
So I do think it's also harder to counter just simply. Like,
yeah.
The Tier deck was harder to counter than now Malice.
Turbo as well.
So I think that another good thing here is the fact that Ryzeal has a way of
they're saying that like Duel Links has like a bunch of different like finish that you can do.
Just very, very powerful deck.
To the point where you can't really see the card anymore.
What you would consider
so I guess there's like a lot of customization.
Everything else in the format.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm very happy that one of my very favorite decks is definitely something that probably will be seen in the competition because Memento.
I still need to.
Among those 6 decks that you consider to bring into your lineup.
I don't know. You know,
I think it's a beautiful deck because it's such a nice engine deck that plays through
told me that he can give me, he can help me, he can borrow like, the Senpai
so good in this deck too.
Dragon,
can
like,
sometimes
you know
even be used as an extender for your own cards as well. It's really, really cool to see.
A blast
he says he can give it to me. He's just missing the Ray After cards, and I'm like, I have the Ray After cards.
The playstyle is really, really interesting, as you said.
Yeah, we can play that aside.
OTKs out of nowhere. You just summon the combined Creation King and the Creation, and then you attack for 8,000 because Akihiron allows you to.
Ray needs to put Judeo's hand ripping.
Tournament.
What are you
talking about? If they're playing the deck, but who have been notoriously known for playing Memento.
Very much so. We saw in the Red Worlds qualifier that was a legitimate strategy for a lot of these players, especially on days 1 and 2, but towards the end of that, because the strategy can get quite mentally taxing later on, because you can't drop the combo here, you can't lock yourself out here, you have to be switched on to make the Memento work. Can we see it make a statement in this opening series?
Yeah, I mean, it's a deck that is definitely challenging, but
I'm just afraid. I'm afraid that
the World Championship, right? I think here it is a good place to be challenged. Here it is a good place to actually play that deck, and therefore
Yeah,
definitely think that it has a solid matchup against even Ryzeal and Malice.
Like, I'd have a choice.
Granted, not favorable per se, but still good enough, and it does put up a great showing against some of the other decks that we could be seeing. But so much variety here, so much excitement here.
Table 500
gonna have a game for you pretty soon between Team 7 and Fala Galera.
Yep, and if you're still considering Memento not having the best matchup against something like Malice, there are some choke points to the Malice deck or the Malice combo if you're going second with it. Sometimes all you need with Malice is either a monster on the field that can activate its effect or a monster in the graveyard that you can banish again.
The round
one, there's a card called Mementotlan Maze that just takes your opponent's monster and then the turn might actually be over already.
Where were you when the players needed this tool prior to the tournament?
True. Maybe they should have listened to my Memento coaching here with the
I guess they're just saying the team,
Dormouse.
Yeah, but now of course
since they're on the same
team, down here for our first pitch match of the day. Will it be the calm Team 7, the reigning champions that can start off their tournament perfectly with a win in the first round? Or is it going to be the energetic Fala Galera who's dancing basically here into the tournament? But now they're going to rush in with a victory. I mean, that would be quite the start, right?
That would be an upset, yeah, and it's such a statement to make. Momentum
I know
so
this background is kind of like that.
A group stage like this, because you take that first victory, you're already, well,
like
not halfway there, but you're a good way of the way there towards making it out into the next stage. Yeah, it's a great start, and will it be a great start for them, or will
like,
they
had to wipe this or something,
and continue to look like the favorites in this tournament?
And I mean, you even said it, you're not even halfway there after you won the first round. Even if you're beating Team 7, the thing is that you have so many more titans to overcome. But first, let's focus on Fala Galera versus Team 7.
Okay, now they're here.
Fala Galera here to say what's up, guys, to your reigning world champions. But what will your reigning world champions in Team 7 say back to them? Ryan versus Judeo in.
Ryan Judeo.
Jesse Cotton taking on Paolo PRJ and Ray taking on G-Nets.
And we do see immediately that Jesse Cotton is the designated Memento player there in
I see
Duel A
Veve.
for Team 7.
Royal
That's
Ash.
somewhat
Okay, wait,
surprised
who
because we
was
see
Duel
Ryan,
A?
you
Wait,
actually
what is
being on
which
this
was
deck
his
for the
glitch?
last couple of weeks. And wow, Ryan on Duel
Oh, this is Jesse.
No way!
This is Ryan.
Okay. Ryan is going crazy
This
here.
is Ray.
Valor
Okay,
combination
this
on the
one.
Neptibus. Still sending a Dragoons for cost. Dragoons activates Ash Blossom as
they
the
close?
immediate answer, and Judea just has to pass here. This is not what you want to do with
Hello.
Mermaid.
Nope, this is not a great start for the Mermail Atlantean deck, and indeed now Ryan has options available, but this is
There's
the
a Phallus in
Ryziel
rookie range?
strategy
You
that we're
mean
seeing
Ray?
here. Now immediately summoning
Ray
that
is
first
rookie
one,
range.
which will search another Ryziel
Ray's
card
in
from the
rookie
deck.
rank.
The Sword Ryziel available. We're going to send another from the extra deck to the graveyard, and here is another
can't
search
see
off
shit.
of that.
Okay,
Ryziel,
that's
Ryziel,
better.
Ryziel.
And
Okay,
we do
yeah.
search for
Ryan and
Ryziel
Judea.
here with the extra Ryziel. You could
这
really
比赛有
tell
Nike 赞助吗？有
Ryan
吧，
looked
它下面写着
relieved when his effect of
有
Sword
啊
Ryziel
，Nike 不
resolved.
是
It
他们
felt
有
like it may
联
have
动
been
嘛
his only starter,
Nike
but when that
collab
first starter goes through, you are basically off to the
就是
races.
有
Now
球
the
鞋
dual drive is going to get
联
infinite
动
cards because it searches 2, and also there is still already the node
Yes,
Ryziel in
Nike
hand.
is
It's
sponsored
really tough to
because
stop the
we
deck
have a
from
good
now on.
collab.
Oftentimes I'm
shoes.
seeing the aggregator just used here to help prevent any kind of disruption on that effect resolving, but right now looks like Ryan is happily just
I can't
resolving
see
all of
shit.
these effects. 5 cards in hand,
Oh,
great
yeah, I see
card
that.
on field. Let's go.
I see Fuwawa.
Also, he has started with Sword, as you said, Basti. That is not the greatest start. So basically, every time your opponent
okay, I
normal
see that.
summons
Wait,
Sword,
okay.
there
Wait,
is
what
a
does he
very
play,
high
though? Wait,
chance
he's
that
going
they
second,
don't have a better starter in hand, or even another
so we
starter.
don't
Because
know.
let's face it, all of the other Ryziels except for Node are better starters.
We're talking about starters, and it looks like Ray's hand was full of them because there's no disruption on G-Nets as he sets up with the Malice
Yeah,
here.
let's
It's
just
just
look at the
going,
top one.
going, and this game looks almost gone if there's no disruption here.
I would absolutely agree, and I mean, we see that GNats is the designated Malice player of the team. We see that Jesse is apparently is Jesse the Malice player for? No, he's the Memento player. So it must
what does
be
that
the
mean?
Malice mirror match actually happening there at table C.
Oh, like in
between
Excel?
both GNats and Ray.
Jesse Cotton got full of his combo. Is now summoning the combined Creation King, the Tekutlika, sending 3 cards to the graveyard. We could just see.
Yeah, I
that
can't even
Paolo
see fucking
resolved the
Unk.
Fuwalos, drawing a card there. And now I think that Jesse might actually just want to go for a smaller field here and not give too many draws, or you completely commit to it and go for the biggest field you can make. You at this point know that your opponent is not on the Malice strategy, so you basically have a better idea on what you have to handle. It might be Ryziel.
I believe it will be Ryziel just because Atlantean for
Ray
Judeo
Forehead
and
is in
the
trouble.
Malice for G-Nets does suggest that that last remaining top-tier strategy in this meta could very well be in the hands of Paolo PRRJ. We will find out now as he's
They
about
don't
to
have
draw
the
a card
sponsored
and
logos
start
on their
his turn
jersey, right?
facing down that established Memento field. But the
I don't
Memento
remember
field
seeing
just
that
adding
because they were posting
to
it.
that back line of Spell and Trap cards so far. It passes over, and here we go.
And I mean, to be fair, Paolo has a rich history of playing the Ryziel strategy in the TCG, therefore absolutely no surprise to me that he would be the one bringing that deck here to the
Oh my
tournament.
god, Jesse got it.
Ryan looking not too bad, already having the dual drive resolved, having the established Ryziel cross on the field here now, duel A, and now
I
going
did lag
for
for
the
a
Lion
moment.
Dragon
Yeah,
and
I'm
Linkster,
seeing
and
like
that could be a tell that
hopefully
we're trying to go for
hopefully
a
it doesn't
full
happen
8,000
like
points of damage here in
But
this
他们这个名字都没对上人。
5,000 right now with an empty field waiting, but there is the Fuwalos. You can pressure, you can push through it, especially if Ryan is looking to end the game in this turn. It doesn't matter if Judeo draws more because he won't get a chance to use those cards if Ryan has anything to say about it.
And there is the Ryziel plugin, and that one special summons from the graveyard first of all, meaning it does not give any draws
My
into
voice is
the
a little
Mulcharmy
quiet.
Fuwalos. And everyone, we have to count
1,200 short. We are 1,200 short.
That's
make
also
my
good
voice a
math
little
for sure,
louder.
but it's interesting to see that multiple players have already activated Mulcharmy
Yeah.
Fuwalos here on the side of Fala Galera.
How about now?
Because,
Might be
of course,
shared
they might be sharing Fuwalos, which would definitely be a surprise. Oh, there's a call
How
by
about
the
now?
Grave and Duel C as well. It's finally the turn of Ray, and Ray is playing Metaltronus in his Malice deck, that's also an interesting. It's so
Yep.
good to see because of the
If you
shared
watch him,
cards,
he plays
all the
that.
decks are so unique, all the decks are so different, and people really have to find different solutions. But there is another monster here for Ryan in our main feature, and this certainly is over 8,000.
It's actually quite funny because you saw the cross-out designator get sent there, so Ryan had insurance if he needed it, but didn't need it in the end. Can just push for this. Right, the old detonator hitting the field here, but Nibiru, the primal being, hits on top.
Yep, we can't just let it activate, say, hey, I won't negate this, trust me here, buddy, but on resolve, you go Rise Heel Cross, negate this, goes into the battle phase, and attacks you with 2-7, 2-5, and 3-2 with the detonator to finish it off. Ryan wins his first game in Duel A. Now let's see. Look at this, Duel C, Ray versus Gabriel Nets, called by the Grave on Max C. This is a huge game here.
It definitely is. And did I see there? Oh yeah, let's. We have Duel B here, and Paolo is playing the
Fiendsmith. So actually, Paolo, we thought would look towards that Fiendsmith Snake Eye strategy.
I mean, after round one, we'll be able to, unless they don't use all the decks, we'll be able to know.
In the TCG as well. Big fan
like
of
a good
Snake
amount
Eye
of
deck
the
as
decks
well.
that
So
they
definitely
choose
a
to
lot
play
of
now.
these cards that work well.
I should play
with
the AI.
that
Oh yeah,
Fiendsmith
wait, what about the
strategy,
AI?
but right now has to deal
fuck the
with
AI.
the
Wait a sec.
creation.
通过效果特殊召唤自身。后场选手正在处理玛丽丝后赤色勒赎的效果，似乎在考虑下一步行动。根据目前的形势来看，有5%特殊召唤玛丽丝白兔
，50%特殊召唤玛丽丝
发动效果
白兔，
可以从连锁中发动玛丽丝后赤色勒赎，从卡组把玛丽丝魔法卡加入手牌。
Oh, everything royal, bro. 米奇。Wait a sec.
玛丽丝去 MTP 6下发动，从卡组把一只玛丽丝怪兽加入手牌。场上有玛丽丝连接怪兽的场合，可以除外一张卡。玛丽丝冰塞面兔发动。 把除外状态的玛丽丝怪兽加入手牌。对手的效果处理已经结束了，现在场上的选手似乎在考虑下一步行动。根据目前的形势来看，有65%的可能性会通常召唤冰燃雷热锅炉，让我们拭目以待他的选择。其他选择还包括以13.5%的概率特殊召唤冰燃雷热锅炉，或者以5.8%的概率发动3战之才的效果。 看来对手已经成功展开了 MLISE 的连锁，场上有玛丽丝刺色勒赎和玛丽丝冰白兔，还设置了一张玛丽丝 MTP07。虽然对手的胜率高达91%，但是这个局面还没有完全失控。让我们看看对手接下来会如何行动。看来奥的选手已经展开了一个前方的选手召唤冰燃雷热锅炉。 再次发动效果，可以从卡组特殊召唤雷热锅炉。然而，在连锁中，后方的选手战命之神弓阿波罗萨发动，降低800攻击力，并使怪兽效果无效。玛丽丝后后继秘密发动，把被除外状态的玛丽丝卡返回卡组，能够除外场上的卡。前方的选手时空之气皇发动，将卡组中与编号超量怪兽相同种族属性的怪兽加入手卡，将一张手卡返回卡组。
国配尴尬，我觉得不只是国配的原因啊！我不要呀，我不要呀！They say that is too much.
Too much to play Memento if you have 2 brains working on the deck instead.
Wait, how about the
but
very smart.
Oh,
yeah,
no, this is the
really smart as well was the fact that we have
Gabriel
Nets keeping this in the series here.
Yeah, this is the JP one.
なかなかあるか。まああるのか。
Do they have the name correct?
なるほど。
They have the name correct.
なるほど。
Oh, they fixed it in
ここで
English.
そうですね、ライゼルモンスターがサーチできるかと思ったのですが、それも止められてしまいました。今後のサーチができないですね、このターンは。ドローもできないので。さすがにちょっとここは次の一手を考えなければという話だが。さあそしてデュエル B の方も
Ref is qualified.
メメントががっつり回ってるように見えますが、回ってるように見えるが、うっすらでしか見えないんですけど、そううっすらでしか見えないんで僕たちも。あれ
Yeah, they're like yeah, they're not showing the same thing.
あの融合って強かったような。
五个星星。不是吧？
そこで神の宣告を捨てました。
Oh, sure. It's BO5.
なるほど。
This is one win, no? The star no top.
やっぱりなんか僕らもなんか神の宣告とか入ってくるんじゃないかって話をしてたんだけど。ねえやっぱ入ってるっちゃ入ってるんですね。やっぱ妨害札として。おおベルズビュート。おっと歴史ベルズビュートが召喚されました。さあ、これによりですね。はい、手札フィールドの、カードの合計枚数が少ないため、状況能力が使えます。フィールドを、全て破壊できそうなところで、ただここでトラップカードが発動いたしました。
Which one?
さあベルゼビュートで。
There's like 6,000 people on a J duel and like 2,000 on a duel.
Into granted, there's still that face-up Fiendsmith link, and there are those two face-downs, but there's no more disruption. There's nothing stopping this fusion, and there's nothing stopping the Mentotland Twin Dragon from hitting the field in favor of Jesse Cotton here. But there is Super Starlight Sky Crisis in Duel C, and that is essentially one turn bought. We don't see that to pressure the lead when someone's ahead. Instead, it's the last chance for them to stay in the game.
Yep, and that's even activating a Druid's Worm. This looks like he's going to have this game in the bag relatively soon there with the follow-up Malice strategy. Put up a field, don't lose the game in your opponent's turn, and then go for the win afterwards with all of your resources. But let's go back. Jesse is now setting up the Book of Eclipse. Was absolutely massive here. Is there anything else going to happen? Yep, that makes sense. The Gatic is being attacked
I didn't realize this
by
was
the sequence.
Yeah, okay.
I was surprised
the
to see
YouTube
that
wasn't
the sequence
updated.
Is still on the field,
now it's
updated.
updated.
That this is Book of Eclipse and not a rumor karma.
Yeah, true enough.
Like I have to update every time because this is a different
but
language.
granted,
entirely.
Okay, now it's fucking updated.
Yeah, draws indeed. Because there are so many face downs. But that does suggest that Jesse is going to try and push the game in this turn. We've seen Memento do it before.
You sure?
ことはね、もしかしてそれなりに回ってるのでは、それなりの動きがあの動きは見たことあるぞということで、そして全ての命運はバグースカに託されました。はい、ロイヤルバグースカに。
バグースカ。
ただもうそうですね、ここどうしてもリンク2まで立っちゃうんですよね。
Was he under Maxi or something?
バグースカ止めれないし、もういるということで、はい。
小叶杰斯仪，是啊，这是 SP 呢。
さあちょっとここは皮肉なマッチアップではございましたが、まだわかりません。さあ互いの墓地のカード合計3枚までの除外という。
Since everything link is not.
そしてアクセスコードまで見えてきた。そうですね。結構アップを始めてらっしゃるところなんですが。いやー、攻撃力5000なんですよね。こうなった。そうですね、8000削り切りには十分な攻撃力が足りてしまっていると。なるほど。さあ、クアンタル選手も1本取りました。
对啊，前面那怪，然后他手上有5张，然后我说是不是他刚刚吃鸡了？然后我想有可能就是正常玛丽斯，好吧。
さて B の方を見ていきましょう。はい、スナイプハンターズが現在2本取ったところで、残りデュエル B の様子、フリーダム選手 VS ジョシュ選手ですね。
Okay, let me go back. Yeah. Well, I mean, you could try to play it like, well, not like, what's that term called? Hmm? No, not stall. Like, you know, there's a term. I think in like Olympic, it's like if you're trying to not play seriously, you could actually get like DQ'd. Yeah. 消极比赛的英文是什么? Let me see. 消极比赛. I know the term in Chinese. I just don't know the term in English. There is a term for that. No, I think people want to probably surrender because they don't want the opponent to know their deck, right? Yeah, passive play. Like, I'm pretty sure in like Olympic, if you passive play, you could get DQ'd, right? So I'm just saying because like even if you can't surrender, you could try to play stupid or something to allow your opponent to have more info. No, even if you can't surrender. Just keep skipping the turn. No, yeah. Or I mean, that's maybe too obvious, but I'm just saying. 对了，两个人赢了，剩下一个是不是就无所谓了？但他们不是3个一起打的吗？ The game happens like all 3 at a time, right? Yeah. So because oh no, because somebody asked like if 2 of them win, the last one doesn't matter anymore. And I was like, I think the duels happen simultaneously. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, but you can't surrender donor, right? So they could. 不是，我不知道规则能不能投降啊？能投降的话，那确实是不用打了。Wait, there's no sound on this anymore, no? Oh wait.
Right now, it's gotta be up for loose on both the goddess, and it is now with 3,200 attack points, and we go for the moment total infusion. It looks like Jesse is very confident in what he's doing now. He has the backup of the Appaloosa for the last card. You could technically also just negate the Desiree, and he is very well and ready to go for it here.
Speaking of ignoring a Desiree on the field, I think this is exactly what we're going to see here. The Tekutika here, we're going to get another Tekutika there from the graveyard. And because Akihiron was activated this turn, if I'm not mistaken, I think very yeah, you can attack directly with both of these level 9 or higher Memento monsters.
Yep, absolutely. And there we see it, shuffling back 5. And that is our grand entrance to the combined creation. And we are combining Tekutlikas here to go for 8,000 points of damage right into the life points. We cannot attack directly. And he's celebrating. He took a moment of silence, but now he's sealing the deal. Set 1 goes 2-1 in favor of Team 7.
Not a clean sweep though, so you still have to consider Fala Galera still in this fantastic gameplay across the board. Very competitive games, and really well played by all of the duelists that we've seen so far.
And this did not look good for Jesse at times. There we were like, hey, of course Paulo can now play uninterrupted with the duo drive. You're going in there, you're going to go full. Hold on. Our shared card pool wants to
see.
さあまだ入る。
いや有
挣扎吗？这不是他们已经2星了。
ベテランデクトリカ。
はい。さあかなりサイズのあるモンスターが並んでしまいました。
Look, both of them all have royals. Look at this. Everything royal here on the field.
お互いがやっぱこのお互いのテーマが割とリソース大事にするデッキなので、すごいなんか。すごいなんか高度な駆け引きが見える気がするな。
上次天杯龙的时候是上位。
さあ破壊された時効果
で
さらにメメントモンスターを特殊召喚いたします。
埋まりましたね場が。
I got a draw. For the first time when I did a tempai stall, it was I won. So I don't know how they calculate. Yeah, they calculate. No, somebody just asked me what happened. I was like, it was a draw.
ガーディアンキマイラからティフォン。
なるほどね。
ティフォン。
まあここでか。はいはいはいはい。
BO3换 side 那种了，不是吧 ？There's no side in this。
すごいですね。メメント。
这只是谁BO
そうっすね。社員ロイヤルですから。
すごい。
对，3个人共奖。
すごいな。ピカピカっすよ。
ねえ。さあここでテクトリカで。
バイ。
まずは先頭。
これは耐えましたよ。
耐えましたか。
これ耐えたんでありますよマジで。
これは正直そう今耐えましたね。
耐えた耐えた。
耐えました。
バインダー残ってるの熱い。
これバインダー。
Wait, how does the bracket work? Is it
使えるっす
elimination?
よ。
え？
いけるいける。
となると、そして相手のターンからの返しなので、儚の儚の示者の効果で、テクトリカの
そう無効になってるんで、
状態でのスタートということで。ドロ入りますね。
他不是投在赛制，他是按照
リソースがだんだん差が埋まってきましたよ。
逆転してるぞリソースが。
No, because somebody was like, if it's elimination,
埋まるどころか。
It's 10 hours for 3 days.
チェシャキャットがまだ残っていたのが熱い。
Yeah, because there's only like what 10 teams, or was it 9? I mean, it's not like 20 teams. Well, today it's the first 5 rounds, right? I remember seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
いやー始まった。来た来た来た来た来た来た。
来た来た来た来た来た来た。
アクセスコードフィニッシャーランク3位。
はい。
除外できちゃうのがねメリットなんですよね。
これ今までのアクセスコードトーカーにないぐらいの強さが、はい、
そうなんですよ、
そしてテクトルフュージョンが、破壊されまして、そして除外したカードが
また帰ってくるんですよね、
特召喚されまして、
で特召喚された時にまたお互いの墓地から合計3枚まで除外できるので、
はい、よし今までのアクセスコードトーカー史上最強ですね、これ現在。
いや、相手の墓地リソースを削っていくと。
塑料日语。我听懂了，来た来た来た来た来た。
このデッキと相性良すぎるんですよね。アクセスコードがなんかある意味展開札みたいに使えちゃうんで、展開カードとして使えちゃうんで、すごいですよね。いやでもこれ効果使うためにねライフも残さなきゃいけないんで、
あ、そうですね、残り2400となるとちょっと気をつけなければならないか。
だけどこれでももうここまで来たらだいぶライフも残っちゃってるんで、いや来たダークルード、
いやできましたね。
あとネオテンペストか、
はい、あ、まあでも
うわ
ーこれは
Okay.
ちょっと止まらなさ。これは
No, I said the live stream like freeze for like a second. Bro said don't want it. Okay, finish.
はい。
これはもうしょうがないといったね。
フリーダム選手の勝利です。もうこれはもう大健闘でございました。
すげえ。エニグマスターもちゃんと見れた。すごい。バックピット
ということでですね、まあ今の時点で、まあ星としては、まあ1-2という状態。
Seal has been hand tripped. I think it was twice authorized. There's another card in the hand of Jesse Cotton now. I think it was at 2 at some point, but he is still going strong with the combos. Okay, Fuwalas on top of 2 other
Sprite
hand
starter. This
Wow,
is
it
Sprite.
is Sprite. And let me tell you something, Sprite originally was a deck,
Bro,
but sometimes
laugh.
we even run dimension shifters, so it really
That's
is
loud,
not a
that's loud.
strategy that cares about the different dimension
Yo,
round that
Uncle,
much. And therefore, this looks like a situation where Judeo might actually be able to just go for it here.
Talk to me a bit about the Photon Lord and why that was the go-to option here for the rank 8.
Yeah,
就是
I
以
think
他们
going
两
for,
人
the other
的
option
打
was
牌
the
是
zombie
那
Emperor.
两个
It doesn't
管
make
人
much
打
sense under
牌
the。different dimension ground because it was sent
具
to the
体怎么
graveyard.
样我不
And
太
this
清楚。
option here actually secures us against monster effects from the hand, as it is a once per turn monster effect negation, which is huge. And we could also possibly just deal
Wait,
with
what
the
is Judeo
lovely
playing?
which was just
This is
summoned.
Sprite.
I think
This
that's
is
the most important part there, that
Oh,
you can
okay,
gate
yeah.
the lovely and protect. Oh, and we summon out the carrot. Do we even have another Sprite in hand? Do we have Sprite Blue?
There's the angler that we were so concerned about coming back here.
And I mean,
Oh my
we can
goodness.
just go Gigantic Sprite, right? And Gigantic Sprite is so good on multiple levels because that also means when you activate Gigantic Sprite, your opponent is forced to either chain his Lady Labyrinth, to chain the Big Welcome Labyrinth, because otherwise they just can't summon their Labyrinth monsters anymore.
Also, how many hand traps do you realistically play in a Labyrinth deck?
Yeah.
Can you just commit into the Maxi?
How
This is
many
something
you
that I've
realistically-
realized
what do
when
you
playing
mean?
Labyrinth with Maxi. Sometimes you don't have the best hand. You Maxi
They
your
said how
opponent, your
many
opponent's like,
hand
yeah,
trap
I'm just gonna
realistically
win
you
the
play. I
game.
think
I
you're
don't
talking
care
about the
for
lab
20
deck
traps
now.
that you have in your hand.
Speaking of winning the game, not quite it, but still a good amount of damage for Paolo here. Ryan was able to run enough disruption that these attacks are not enough to finish him off, but still a decent position. But 6 cards in hand at the start of this turn for Ryan does suggest that we're gonna see another attempt at clearing out the field and another attempt at building out a very
he has to
scary
kill here
set
now.
of monsters for your Team 7 team captain.
You still have to attack over the lovely, though. I hope that Judeo is remembering that attack
Does
points actually do matter
Judeo
in
have the
Yu-Gi-Oh!
crab
as well.
now, or
Imagine
does
the last
Ray
card
have
in
the
hand
crab?
could just simply be Gamma Burst, though. And then Gamma Burst just makes them all
So
big
is
enough
with
to
Ray
attack
now.
really lovely. And I think just a simple Gamma Burst would be already
All
good enough here.
this?
We're giving up on Sprite Carrot and Sprite Red here, though. That is dangerous. As
Oh, that
now
was Judeo's
spells and
flash?
traps, and mostly traps, of course, for Labyrinth strategy, are available again here for Ray.
Gigantic Sprite coming down. It's
Oh.
gonna be able to get over the
I thought it was Ray.
Labyrinth. But
like,
I guess we'll
bought
see
it
whether or not
for
there's a
Judeo.
disruption here. As you said, bit of a greedy commitment because it gets rid of some of that insurance behind the spell and trap negation.
他顶这么多
It's
肯定
so
要
funny.
就
Many
会
cards in
斩
hand
杀
for Ray.
总不可能不
I
斩
think
杀吧
really
They
Judeo
have to kill
decided
here
to go
now.
for the
I mean,
greedy
if
play
Judeo
here
doesn't
because he
kill it, I
identified,
don't-
hey,
I don't-
maybe we're a bit too far gone and maybe I do need to close this one out this turn.
You
Playing
RJ
to win
Shanghai
and not to
93.
survive. This is
Yeah,
something
if they have
that
the
separates
level
the best
2
from the
gain
good
attack.
ones.
Oh,
Big
I like
welcome
that.
is
I like this too.
Yeah, big welcome is really important here because otherwise
You know, I did
Gigantic
wonder
Sprite
why
just
Ray had a
shuts
Clifford
it down
Sebastian.
almost
Yeah, no, yeah, I
permanently,
thought
or
he
for-
got it
for this turn,
whereas,
but
like,
also
to
on
give it
duel
to
C,
him. I
there's
didn't
crazy
know
things
this was
happening.
originally
I think it's
Judeo's.
still Gnat's turn. Now he's dropped a Droll and Lockbird on Jesse.
And I mean, the
加油啊
interesting thing here is we
蓝
can
白影
actually
城的师
quote
傅
unquote chain block the lovely labyrinth here because there is the GenmuKumotori in our graveyard, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So the monster effect negation of the
goodness.
Photon Lord is not as relevant here, as we can just immediately go ahead and destroy it here in that chain. You may as well use the negate now on the GenmuKumotori because
Yeah.
otherwise you just may as well lose it.
No, I
right?
think you destroy the Gigantic Sprite.
Oh, you could as well do that.
Cat
Yeah,
can
you're right.
Because then nothing
revive
can get over this
Gigantic.
lovely labyrinth of the Silver Castle. Lady in hand does
Oh, yeah, the
suggest that we
cat,
have
yeah.
in the
They could also
next
do
turn
cat
an
times,
option to further
times
extend, or
two.
even this turn, depending on what this mystery face down is. Now, looking at your other duels as they're unfolding too, Ryan has built such
Yeah, he
a
didn't.
commanding field in
Maybe-
that duel
maybe,
B. It's
like,
looking scary. It
Oh
looked
my.
so good before, but what is this?
There's nothing on the side of Paolo. He just has no cards anymore. One Exceeds monster that is sitting there. And I think that
共
Ryan
表
is
示
just
他们
attacking
是
for
没有
game
共表示他们
again.
自己对
Current
于
world
共表
champions
吧
are
But
going
I think
at
it's
it.
they,
Going
they
in with
pick
all of these
how
main
many
deck
decks and
Ryziels
they-
here.
all
One
the members
more
on the
hit
team
with the
can use it.
node, and Ryan closes out yet another game. The captain of Team 7 is now ready to coach
That's right,
everyone
okay, yeah.
else.
And he was already doing that. You could really tell because Jesse was coached on Memento because that's one of his favorite decks. But now Ray is playing Labyrinth, a deck that he's so famous for. He reached over
Yes.
80,000 points in the Duelist Cup playing the Labyrinth deck. Therefore, it is very important to see that he's
Oh, I
getting
see it,
some
I
help
see it,
here.
I
And
see
we
it
are
now,
destroying
yeah, I
the
see it
Photon
now.
Lord, and there is now this Sprite Blue, and Ray is drawing card after card after card.
card, but are they going to help them? Is the question.
Card after card after card in hand for Ray, but card after card
oh,
after
he's
card
in, but I can't
on the
really
field
hear
of
him.
Judeo. The combos keep coming. The commitment keeps
coming, and Judeo is just continuing to establish a field of monsters. So far, nothing that can get over that lovely labyrinth of the Silver Castle, but the gigantic sprite is going to make a little bit of a way towards that, hopefully here. But Maxi rearing its head here.
That is not particularly dangerous, I would say, when it is on the field. In the hand, but it is discarded.
That's Gamma Burst. That is a Gamma Burst and a Maxi attack for a game, perhaps.
No.
No. Oh, that's start. Oh, we're not even playing Gamma Burst?
Maybe.
Brace for it.
What are we doing now?
I mean, it could be the last card in our hand.
I know.
Right? I think that one's not known. Also, though, I think finding out what the set card for Ray actually is not that hard of a task, because we searched for Dogmatica Punishment with the Ecclesia. Therefore, I think that's what it is.
Ninja Shadow Mosquito.
Ooh. Yep, this is the card to win games. And Dogmatica Punishment, I don't even think it works under the different dimension ground. Goes into the battle phase, and now the Mosquito is attacking the Stovey Torby.
Judeo activates the effect of the Mosquito.
That
is such a unique tool to the Sprite strategy, but it might be exactly what Judeo needs here to close this one out.
Going to shut off the effect of the lovely here and going to shut down this Stovey Torby eventually. Obviously, attacking with 0 into 2000 is never a good time, but this is still pretty good here.
Yeah, because the other effect is now going to come in. We are activating it, and we are going to inflict 2,900 points of damage here. And that is how this whole thing with the Mosquito works. We are just attacking and attacking with every attack now, inflicting 2,900 points of damage, meaning absolutely this should be the most cheekiest way of closing out this game here for Judeo.
I think I can see a smirk there on the side of Judeo, trying to look only focused, but I think stealing this game here away from Team 7.
Yep, we said Judeo under that. Maxi had to finish the game in this turn, and he finishes it there and then. Ninja Shadow Mosquito closing that one out with this Sprite Millennium deck that we were not expecting to see, that Ray was not expecting to have to deal with, but now we have G-Nets on the momentum looking good against Jesse Cotton.
Did we not promise you Spice Duelist? This is what it's at. This is the World Championships, and this is a Kaiju on the field of G-Nets there. What an answer to Memento Field.
Gamasiel, the Sea Turtle Kaiju, but there is the turn going over here, and that should very well be if G-Nets is able just to close this one out here. 8,000 points still for Jesse, but so many monsters on the side of the field of G-Nets. 2 cards in hand as well for Jesse, but are they enough to end this here?
And Ryan is just sitting there like...
It's an old joke from Vine. Ray is washed.
With multiple hand traps, and you had Maxi resolve after starting the game. That is insane. Fala Galera is not to be messed with.
If Fala Galera take this one, if G-Net is able to go 2-0 on the day so far, they'll even up the scoreline to 3-3, going toe-to-toe with your reigning world champions in the opening match of the WCS 2025 in Paris.
No, I realize like you need
to back our next
you hear Chinese,
We've seen it being successful on the first set, and
you want to hear some
Chinese? Going to bring in
You want to hear some Chinese?
最终通过连续的直接攻击，将对手生命值降至0，取得了这场决斗的胜利。谢谢大家的观看，至此本场比赛的 AI 实况结束，感谢观看。
Okay, let's look at this.
なんでしょうね。なんだったんですかね。
What? Yeah, what do you mean? No, yeah, third girl can hear me.
除外されたテクワードとか出るところと。
Wait, is the English one here?
To end the match, after Sekka's Light's effect activation, the opponent seems hesitant. There's a 67.9% chance they'll let it resolve without any response.
不如主播当中文解说就差不多得了，好吧 ？Yeah, this is the percentage right here is what they're saying.
The effective momentum Iklang. Chain, activate momentum on Chalipi. You can send a memento card. Chain, memento on Akihiron activates. You can add a memento card from your GY or that is banished to your hand. Further activate effect. During this turn,
or this
level
is still,
9
I think
or
this is
higher Memento monsters can attack directly.
Yeah, it's like the
Strategy
same,
proved overwhelming.
It's the same thing, but like translated in all the different languages. Oh, here. Oh, here. This is the stage 1. Next round in 44 minutes. Right. This literally in just master. This is just master duel. This is in master duel, I think. Yeah. I mean, they're showing it in the AI, the JP one. Oh, they're starting here. They're starting this. Stop it. Nah.
With a W, is it going to be our reigning champions Team 7 or is it going to be Fala Galera? There is going to be a start here for Ryan versus Gnet's not winning the coin toss this time. We're seeing a 7th Techion. Now we also know that Droll Lockbird is probably on Paulo's side.
Unless he changed his deck.
Oh wait, what is happening? There's another Droll Lockbird.
Again. They're just, are they sharing Droll Lockbird at this point? Also, very important.
So wait, so
C is going into a difficult direction.
So their 3
deck
deck is what? Lab, Memento.
Pass to one singular infinite impermanence on the White Rabbit there.
Ray so far not having the greatest tournament, not having the greatest luck overall, but we've seen him clutch out before. It was his Pearly deck that clutched out the World Championship.
So they have 2 decks each,
It is his strategy that got them to the World Championship in 2023 for that first ever time, and it will be him that this is relying on here. Can he pull this game back, or indeed is he going to have to look to his teammates?
And now we can see on the side of Ryan, Star Ryziel is being summoned. Basti, what's the French name as we are in Paris?
Étoile Ryziel.
Thank you so very much. Passes on a Baguska, the terribly
BO10.
tired top here. Sets another card there. What is Gabriel going to have to offer for this?
Baguska going to shut off some of these monster effects and maybe just slow down the game enough for Ryan to make a comeback when he gets an extra card off of the top of the deck. But is there an answer? There is!
Book of Eclipse
Why
is
are we looking at
everywhere.
Baguska
Maybe
again?
Book of Eclipse is the card of the tournament, and Ryan is shaking his head
Basti,
there.
read the Book of Eclipse.
And there is Mementotlin Anguish as a normal summon. Gabriel Nets just saying, you know what?
That's
you know
dead
what?
edge.
I don't need to
I
bring
think
Malice
that's
every
dead edge,
single time. I'm playing actually Memento twice.
Better
So
be
far
an
it has
Infirm,
been
there's
2
2
for
set.
2. Can it go 3 for 3 here? What a good start.
Do we have any kind of interruption here, or is the Anguish going to resolve? It's resolved. The Anguish going to start things off here for G-Nets. Nets looking so good this tournament. 2-0 on the scoreline so far. Can he make it 3 and take down Ryan here? But in the other duels, we have Mulan Glacier, Judeo's favorite, actually running some kind of interference, but apparently not enough, as there are still 5 cards in hand for Jesse Cotter.
Judeo had to pass after searching. I think Judeo was not very happy with his hand, and therefore it is the turn of Jesse. So this game is actually looking really good for Jesse, and again for the Memento deck. Memento is just going completely wild here in this match.
I'm hesitant to commit to something that is looking good for one of these players, given just how back and forth the previous games have been. We've cast a curse time and time again, but let's see.
We're going to see a Fualos resolve for Judeo on the Goblin Biker. Quick spell that summons out the Mementotlin Goblin, gets to draw a card, but how many impactful hand traps does the Mermaid deck really run if you're playing against it? So that's the big question here. Can you just run through the 8,000 life points? Now Ryan is praying here.
Oh yes, he is. Infinite impermanence, finding a good spot for it. Nothing was changed, so that's huge. We do not have to deal with a Bone Party or with that Goblin Biker quick spell there. Is there any way of extending for G-Nets?
That's, oh my goodness, Mementotlin Fusion is not being chained. Of course, you want to let it resolve, otherwise you would have to destroy your Fusion monster without it using the effect already. Are we going to see a Twin Dragon here, or do we commit another card from the hand, which might be another Mementotlin card for the combined creation to possibly set up already for more?
Wow, this is intense, and Ryan really jumping left and right in his chair. He wants to help his teammates. He can't really help himself too much here anymore at the moment, because it doesn't really seem like there's anything he can do. What is this going to be? Okay, it is a Twin Dragon with a monster from the hand.
Sleepy was used from hand, and that enables so much for Gabriel Nets now, because you can just summon it back activate the effect, search first, and then immediately fusion summon.
Oh, yes.
Yep, there's the destruction, and there's no disruption.
Oh, the
from
Leon
Ryan.
这个
You
时
want
候，
to net
我们
his
力量
nets,
这个时
continues
候跟
to
谁
extend
好
his
急
momentum. Looking
啊！
great so far this tournament, and so far in this set
He
of
said,
games, you have
Third
Jesse
Zhao
going
said,
crazy in duel B, and
give
you
my power
have G
to
Nets now
to
looking
my
to close
to
this
my
one out. The
to-
face down,
to
but
Ray.
we've got the terribly tied tape here. The face
I was like,
down,
I think that's
spell or
gonna make
trap
it
for
worse.
Ryan, not enough to stop this.
But also, Paolo has passed his turn with a detonator there. Now we're going to see a triple tactics thrust.
I think
from
most people
Ray
are rooting
here.
for Trusty,
The
though.
Malice P White Rabbit is going to be destroyed by the
No, I mean, I
detonator
think
here.
in general-
But what are you going to search? There
I think
must be
that's,
something good, like a gold sarcophagus.
These like pretty
Is that
famous,
enough?
right?
Yeah,
so.
it could be good. I mean, the obvious one would be triple tactic talents, but then the detonator
Gold
would probably just
sarcophagus.
destroy itself, but it is the gold sarcophagus in fact. But we do see GNats continuing here with his combo on duel number 8.
When they ban still in
right,
TVG.
it really feels like he's not really part of this game anymore, right? He's more so coaching his teammates. We do know what the set card of Ryan
Jesse
is,
Coulson's
and
winning.
wow, that one's over already. Jesse has set the stage here. If one of his teammates is able to win another game, they do win the entire match and the set here. But are they going to be? Because it doesn't look amazing for them right now.
Yep. I mean, actually, the game versus Paolo, I'm still very much torn if he finds a way to play this. I also don't know which card is attached to
I'll
the
give the
detonator.
Maxi
If
power.
this is an aggregator, this could be an even better spot if you chain it to something
Channeling
like
Maxi.
the Dormouse, even though Dormouse then later on triggers and aggregator finds no target. Okay, anyways.
It's actually it's actually nice to change to the
Talents
gold sarcophagus.
and sarcophagus is crazy.
Yep, so talents can of course take that detonator if need be.
He
I
played
guess
to
that would be the
Maxi.
case, or you could draw 2 from the deck and then further extend
Yeah.
with the Malice, but
I
you
think-
have options.
I think this duel actually right now is the more intense one, right? Why don't we bring up duel C here maybe to the main attention, because it is really down to the nitty-gritty there on duel C.
So actually the detonator getting rid of itself does suggest that we now have the talents having to be used for not too much.
Yeah, I mean, but you wanted to get rid of the detonator pop. That there's only one sad card left remaining. Is this infinite impermanence? How many hand traps can Paolo have in his deck even? Dormouse activated its effect.
What have we
300
got?
life points gone. Will
last
activate the effect again. Can you go full combo or can you not? Paolo is responding with the infinite impermanence. The Dormouse is sitting alone, but Paolo also doesn't have anything. Does he have an engraver in the graveyard maybe?
Both of them going to be relying off the top card of the deck here.
Oh
It
my
comes
goodness.
down to this. This will be the deciding game for them. But right now, it's looking pretty like a just standoff between both of these duelists.
And the thing is, Paolo needs to draw something good because Dormouse can just use its effect next turn again.
Celine, Queen of the Master Magicians, coming down for nets here. The extension into the eventual access code toolkit has won many a game, but there are countless options here for the Memento duelists, or about 15 of them given the extra deck. But hey, let's see where this goes for nets.
Paolo is shaking his head there. Does not look too happy about the card that he just drew. That does not look like a winner's face. Ends the
he's
turn
passing.
immediately. Does
Oh,
he
oh,
at least
wait,
have
that's
something
good,
to play
that's
with?
good.
Ryan is already celebrating this one here. Meanwhile, Gabriel Nets is just comboing away from him. While Ryan goes, hey, I won 2 games, so I think I'm fine. I did the
Okay,
job
good,
here.
good. It went
Gabriel
through.
would be 3 for 3 and then still
Yes.
Appaloosa Bow the Goddess ready to run disruption on anything that Ryan may have, but right now just looking pretty
He's
good
shaking.
for Nets.
He's
That
shaking his
dual
head.
C
He's
is gonna
shaking
be
my
the
head.
deciding factor here. Is there a draw off the top of the deck that could save Paolo PROJ here?
Oh.
We have another Malice starter.
GG.
There's no kind of stopping this.
Uncle Kunk Warhead
really feels safe.
For
But
him,
we
I
see
know.
the
15没
multiple
记啊
Cybers
15赢了呀
monsters that are being summoned onto the field on duel C. The Malice
师傅
monsters
师傅马
on
利斯
their own
在
when
这
they're
儿
boosted by the Dormouse effect
师傅在这里
are already quite big. So I think we do not need much more here even to close it out in the favor of Team 7.
They were so close. Fala Galera, they almost had it. They almost took
Wait,
down
what's
your reigning world
are they sitting like
champions.
next to
You're
each other?
seeing
Because today I was
exactly
looking at
why
like
this
the other
team
side.
is so clutch. We said Ray so far not the greatest of tournaments, but he's gonna be the one to carry them over.
Wait, so you could be like, what do I play here? You could like talk with each other?
See, on both tables, people are attacking for Game here. Crypto banishing itself. 5,000 damage from the Tekutlika. But you know what has more than 5,000? Oh, GWC was activated. Hard Crypto is going to activate again, summon itself back. Dormos was used, so 5,600 for the Malice Q Hard Crypto.
他们3个人，他们对内的有语音的，就是你可以问你队友干嘛。
where Ray finally got to go off, and therefore Team 7 starts into the tournament as the winner of the first round.
And they look relieved. Your world champions look relieved after being pushed all the way to the limit by Fala Galera. Really well played by Fala Galera, but ultimately it was the clutch factor, the consistency,
it's always been Ray.
and just the absolute powerhouse that is Team 7.
OG team captain.
That's one to breathe through after, right? You saw Ryan basically, yeah, they are doing the thumbs up. They did it together.
If they lose, they're
team.
gonna have. Do they have a thumbs down?
You really could tell there what Master Duel,
Recorded,
what the World
no.
Championship of Master Duel
It's
specifically
just where
is
if you
about.
win, they
the
have
team factor. Really, Ryan being a team captain that is worthy of a world champion, just jumping left and right, coaching his both teammates and making it happen in the end.
But I also want to say.
Actually, that's actually not a bad idea, no. Since like we probably don't have spots for
absolutely
US
incredible
now.
because it's a bit of a funny story.
Isn't
actually,
Australia
of GNATS.
Oceania or
if you see
something?
his Master Duel account,
Oceania,
I
or
think
I
he's in
forgot.
the rookie
What's
rank
the
right
region?
now, but he's very much on the biggest stage of the World
Yeah,
Championship,
so
performing like an
there's
absolute
some
Master
space in
Duelist.
Oceania.
Yeah, fantastic performance from him individually, and just thinking about how some of these players that did
You could be the first
have
one.
to shake that off and then get back into it. So far, Judeo not managing to find a win with that. Favorite deck of the Memel Atlantean. A little bit sad, but hopefully has a better tournament so far.
But he won a game with Sprite.
没有，当时屏幕上的他输了，然后他们打4-4，所以就看最后一局。
Exactly, I think that was my
It was
favorite
4-4,
game
and then
out
it
of
was
all of
basically
them so
down to
far.
the last
Playing
one.
into Labyrinth with Maxi active and just saying, hey, I know Maxi looks really bad for me on paper right now, but I'm very certain that if
Aussie
you're
is
playing
EU, what
cards
the
like
fuck, how
Nadir
are you
Servant,
EU?
you're playing the Dogmatica package, you're playing different dimension ground. I don't think you're drawing into anything that stops him from going
so
with the Mosquito.
Talk to me a bit about why we've seen Labyrinth, perhaps, aside from...
I know you guys are at the same
Labyrinth
timeline.
is
I
also
mean,
like
same
if
time
you
zone.
go
But Asia
first
doesn't.
against
I mean,
something like
Asia is
Dallas,
literally
you can
like just
basically
JP and
really
then
stop them.
non-JP.
But
That's
also,
it.
you've seen different dimension ground. The deck is really flexible. You can play into something like Fiendsmith decks or Mermail.
For
We
MD,
saw
I
that-
don't think
we
so.
thought that Ryan was going to play. Or
I
was
know
Ray
there's
going to
one
play into Mermail.
And having a lot of these
Chinese player
answers to
in paper.
the more common strategies,
Basically, I
and
think
these
it's
really
the slot that if
normal
you
trap cards
win
available to it.
YCS,
It's
because they
something
had a
that lot of other teams
YCS.
don't get because you have Trap Trick to search it. You have Ariane, the Labyrinth Butler or Servant.
Ariana.
No, they play Master
You
Duel, they just don't have slots.
So many monsters within the theme that can
I think
easily access
the region doesn't have
normal
the
traps
slot,
and
no.
let you just have an answer ready for anything that comes your way.
Even just activating Big
不是
Welcome
OC
Labyrinth
机会，
deals
不是
with a Naptibus better than any
中国
hand
好
trap in the
像
entire
MD
game
是
except for
没有
Dimension
位
Shifter.
置的吧？
I
我
want to
记
make that
得。
very clear. Dimension
有位
Shifter
置吗？
still really strong, but just popping a Naptibus on summon.
Yeah, but still, the Labyrinth deck. I mean, let's not even talk about the
No,
factor of the
I
Sprite
think
deck,
it's
which I
like
did not
because the
expect at
team
all.
right now
Even
there's
Labyrinth,
like a
the last
JP
couple of
one,
weeks,
and then
when
there's
you follow
another
those
Asia
players
slot
preparing,
where it's
it
not
didn't really
JP.
seem like an option.
没有吧？
It
对，
didn't
没有。
really seem
Yeah,
like
there's no
anyone
slot
would even
in.
consider the Labyrinth deck.
留学
And
等一
they were
下，不是
apparently
我是说
hiding it.
亚
They're
洲
like,
区，
okay,
因
we're not
为
going to give it
我知道
away.
日
We
本是
need
有
to
位
wait
置
for
的
the
嘛。
final moment. We need
那
to wait
除了
for
日
the
本外的亚
tournament,
洲国
and
家，
then
它
we
是
need
有
to bring that deck, which is so
有
good.
这个有这个位置吗？
We
地游
had
都
our
没位
feature
子了。
match, but actually, I believe we
但是
actually
去年
have
不是
a
赢
couple
了
of
吗？
games
去年
going
地游
on
不
that
是
we
赢
can
了
check
吗
in on.
So I would say let's just try to go right over to the table.
They're saying that
when
Duel
it
Links also doesn't
happens.
have slots.
But I think
So
that
I
the
think
games
they
so
don't
far
have
they have
slots.
definitely not been disappointing. This was world
Because I
stage
remember,
level 100%.
Yeah, it absolutely was. And I mean, what kind of a move really by Judeo, right? Going in there, playing against the world champions, and then just saying, I'm going to play Sprite.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. And then even converting it into a win, like, that's what
Also,
Worlds is about.
For every rogue player at home, This must be heartwarming.
Yes.
No, because you guys are asking.
Right there,
I'm not entirely sure. I don't think they have slots because I know in Master Duel, you know, for DC Cup, there's like I think 1 or 2 Chinese people that always go to top 10. Like they get the gold, like the gold,
but also
whatever
again,
thing.
the story of shared cards.
But like they're just
saw
doing it
so
for
many
that. Like they don't
footballers
they don't get points or they don't get slots. That's why I don't think they have.
What is Paulo PROJ's second deck?
Yeah, that's also a good question, of course. But like, is it maybe
they're
a
saying that if you're
consideration to have
Chinese
that as
but
your
you're
shared card?
out
because
in,
talking about
like,
that
not
segment
in
of shared
China,
cards,
you
I think
could
a lot
qualify
of people
because
would expect Maxi
it's
to be one of them.
tied to your
I think a
account,
lot of
not
people
like
would
by your
also then
nationality.
Be expecting to have Ash Blossom and Joyce bring in their deck as
previous
well.
World Championship
I'm not really sure. That's what they're telling me. They're saying that if you're not, you're like basically in foreign. If you're in a foreign country, you could.
Yeah.
The option for the Mole
You
Champions.
could
Is it?
enter.
That's what I'm asking. Do you think it would be a viable option
Dimension
to pick
Shifter
here?
once upon a time before it was limited
Yeah,
as well.
but the Mole Charmy Fuvalos, really.
I didn't agree before, but now that I think of it a little bit more, you're an answer to Maxi or other handed
哦，就是你知道
But
之前
this time
WCQ
you get-
进去前，他不是问你是哪个区域的吗？是不是？
Easy math.
国内龙魂
Okay,
和第二
three
阶段
cards
第
that
一
you
代不能
really
去
want to
打，
play
白
in your
龙
deck
沟去
in
夺的
every
冠。
deck of yours. So you essentially get 3 more
去年
cards that
去
you
年
really
第
want
游
to
不
play
是
in your 3
国人
decks.
赢的吗？
And
我记
of
得。
course, yes, you need a
不是吗？
safety net for Maxi. The card is so incredibly strong, but it's at 2. So you can.
Okay, yeah, that
if you're
makes
saying,
sense
okay,
then, I
we're
guess.
playing versus the best players in the world, I think we're going to be all on more or less the same skill level. We want to high roll a little bit. We want to hope that we have.
Yeah,
Ash
but
Blossom
basically,
if
you
have
remember
the
when we
Maxi.
did
We want to
WCQ and
make
then
sure
it
that
asks
if we lose
it
the Kartos,
asks
which
your
is a
region
50-50,
when
much
before
higher
you
chance
enter.
than your opponent drawing Maxi in their opening hand. We want to
So
make sure
basically
that
that.
we have Fuvalos as well.
But you know, it's that high risk,
Josh,
high
let's
reward
say the other
strategy that
Yeah.
was what is
Let's
granting
go back
these
to the other one.
そうですね、スナイプハンターズの方が一勝でもしてしまった時点で、まあ
Watching MD
内容
is
としては
probably
確
better
定す
than
るんですが、
stream.
残りの試合も、見ていくような、
最後まで
想
お
定で進め
届けしててい
おります。
きますよ。
はい。
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, they're just saying that even if you're Chinese, if you're like
Mega
international
Elemental.
students that are not in like China, then and
Yeah,
I think like
並んできますね。
basically the first rounds or I don't know like whatever stuff like if you do that outside of China, then
はい
yes, you could
まだメメントウィッチから、
qualify basically. Yeah.
はい、ダークソードを引っ張っていきまして、
Yeah, yeah, I'm in JP now. They're saying that Josh is at the. Oh, you're like
なんと
2-4
2
now.
つの展開効果を持っております。ウィッチ。
メガヒューゴメメントフュージョン回収されましたね。
ちなみに現在
裏モンとウィ
ですね
ッチでリンク召喚エスピリトルナイト。採用率 50.2% っすからね。
半分以上握ってます。
確かに見ない日はない気がするな。
はい、ちなみに今現在ですね、一番大きく映しておりますデュエル C、こちら、ステラ選手 VS、ジョシュ選手ですね、まあゲーム画面の方にも載ってるんですけど、分からなくなった場合、画面の両サイドに、目のマークがついていると思うんですけど、そちらで確認していただければなと思います。
They just be like,
はい、
maybe he left 2P or something. Well,
さあでも今デ
Techno
ュエル
difficulty
A の方はこれライゼオルが
そうですね。
バチバチ
バチバチに並んでますが。
状態ですよね。
too much. The royal was too shiny.
聞き流し風潮だ。久々に見たな。
はい。さあこれでエクシーズさえ取り除いて、破壊耐性を得ますと。
そして戦闘ダメージもゼロ
That's
にな
how
る。
the camera
はい
angle
はい
is set
はい
up now. Because you look at the JP team. It's like
ああ確かにだから天敗流想定だったら
why I heard
あれですかねメタというかこのターンは絶対にやられないぞという意思みたいな。
これすごい採用の仕方ですね。だから
そうっすね。とんでもない駆け引きを見た気がする今。
おそらくまあいるだろうと対戦相手に天敗流はどこかでは当たるだろうと。その上で メメントにこれ入れてきたと。
お
I will destroy you.
これはネプトアビススタートですね。
お、ということは海洋マーメイルが。
海洋マーメイルだ。うん。あ、デュエル B が
言っているうちに
雷火不是四部防御
終わってしまった。
そのようですね。はい、ということで、現時点、この時点で、スナイプハンターズの、勝利は決まっているのですが、引き続きですね、はい、フィーチャー席の方見ていきたいと思います。さあ、デュエル A も、ライゼロもうこれ並べて勝ちましたね。
そうですね。
はい、普通に横に並べて、
普通に
そうレベル4モンスターをただ
並べてましたね。
そういいんだ。ライフが8000削ればそれでいいんだ。さあ、そしてこれ海洋マーメイルであった場合はね、高校からの展開でまあダメージは今与えることが難しくとも、
まあ多分最も警戒されていたテンパイではなかったってことですからね。
これかなり高校として持つにしてはなんならテンパイより良かった感じありませんかね。
そうですね。聞き流し風潮がぶっ刺さるかって言われたらまあ刺さるっちゃ刺さるんですけど、そんなにめちゃくちゃやべえって感じ。まあテンパイほどではないか。
Get some napkin with.
海王はあの効果なんか時代に滑り込んできてた感はありますね。
そうですね。
今見えたカードとか効果を発動するためにまあ墓地に送られたら、効果が発動するっていうものが、多いんですけど、マーメイル。
高校の確かに僕海王見たことないからちょっとすごい楽しみだな。まあなんかテンパイ竜って結局その盤面になんだろう、めちゃくちゃ大きななんていうんだろうな、妨害できるようなカードたちが残るかって言われたらそうでもない気がするんですけど、まあ海王とかは割となんだろう、やっぱ妨害できるようなカードが残るし、なんだっけディニクアビスとかなんかあの辺がいるとやっぱりこう高校からも割とまくれるような、まくりきれるような。
そうですね。水属性捨てて召喚してみたいな形だったと思うんですけど、いくつか1ターンに1回の制限がついてないカードがありまして、それがそうですね、本当無限の手段として立ちはだかる可能性があります。
あ、これ出た。エンドフェーズまでアルムラが除外されちゃった。
そうなんですよね。
不是已经赢了呀。
そういう意味で、本当に海洋マネルって時代をすり抜けてきた強さが
そうですね、
あるんですよ。
定期的にちょこちょこ見てはいたりしちゃうんですけどね。
Who won? Josh didn't know. Look at the stars.
水属性のモンスターが
For tier breaker points.
何か神事が入るために、入るなってこう根強く、それこそインフィニティみたいにこうずっと多分使われてた方がもう研究に研究を重ねて、
そうですね。
そう今も環境にいるっていうイメージがあるんですが、
なんか昔から海洋を使ってる人ってなんか本当になんだろう、もう専門家みたいな。イメージあるレベルで難しいと思ってるんで。
展開ルートとか聞いても分かんない時ありますからね。もう
分かんないですね。難しすぎるんだよな。
まあなので
メメントメイス、はい、
そうですね。これ海洋マメール手札5枚もあったらまだまだ多分
Wait, why did it have that though?
Doesn't
make sense.
そうですね。お、出た。さあブラグレス。
いつの間にか5枚でした。はい。 はい、墓地の水属性モンスターですかねが、5枚ジャストの時に、出せるんですが、
あ、コントロールを得る。
はい。さあ持ってかれたものの、
Like, why would they use the
イベントフュージョンが
という
墓地に送られましたね。
はい、この仕事は終えました、しっかり。
さあ、こっから。
さあ、4枚。
For calculating the round points?
本当ここ。
Yeah, why would they have their names in a
多分その決まった展開とかじゃないんですよね、やっぱ。多分。
まあでもなんか
今この断面からの海洋まみれって。
ここででもさっきのメイス出せたの気になって。
はい。さあ、ポセイドラか。
した
こちら、はい。
デッキから海洋モンスター墓地を送って効果を発動していく。
うん。さあ今スリル系カードがやってきましたね。はい。
300?
いやー、ポセイドラ強いな。デッキから送って1枚カード破壊できるんでね。
そうなんですよね。
お、
そしてリュウリン兵が送られたのでまだまだ、まあ、徐々に減ってきてはいるものの、どうだ。さあ、ネプトアビスも効果発動。
So it's the same as 300 then, no?
ディニクアビス出た。
うん。結構これは
これはいけるのでは。
はい、ガイオアビスか何かの
きますよ。アビストリーで。
アビストリーで、はい。
That's why it's like 10.
そう、ガイオアビスじゃなくてアビストリーで、そう。
墓地から
時代が
レベル7以下の特殊召喚と、はい
はい。さあ、盤面差はもう縮まってまいりましたが。
そうですね、かなり、
ね、ルーラン・グレイスさえ取られなければもう帰ってますからね、盤面差はもう
そうなんだよな。
ねえ、おそらくまだ止まらないですね。
そうっすね。
結構
今見ました、登場時の勝率みたいなやつ 75% って出てました。
75%。4分の3、出た試合の4分の3、
4分の3勝ってる。
恐ろしい、恐ろしいカードだ。
さあ、上に重ねてエクシズ、
はい、やってきます。
きたー、ポセイドラービス。
ポセイドラービス
登場時勝率 76.8%。
まだ上がるぞ。
さらに上がった。
勝率が 1% 上がります。
1.8% 上がりましたよ。だからこう見てると、
はい、
すげえ強え。僕もなんか海洋組んでみようかなってなるんですけど、いざやっぱ使うと全然使いこなせないんだよな。
そうなんですよね。使ってる間になぜか自分のカードがパリパリパリパリパリって割れて
気づいたら降参してるんだよね。
気づいたらタイムアウトしてたりするんです。
そうなんだよね。そう、時間足りなくなりそうなんだよね。はい、ここで出てきましたね。
やっぱこれ連動ですよ、本当に。
うわー、すごい。
おっとっとっと、
おっとっとっと、
展開が止まらない
止まらない。
はい、墓地に送られた時に手札1枚墓地に捨てて、レベル3以下の魚族、海竜族、水属性モンスターを特殊召喚ということで3体召喚ですね。
あれ、石化の光あったね今ね。
あ、やっぱり石化型あったんだ。
あったあった。
嬉しい。なんか
ね、配信前というかね、
言ってたんですけど、
待機中にね言ってたもんね。
はい、
ああ、はい、プリマドーナ
かなっていう話してたんですけど、
さあ登場時勝率 76% キープと、
はい、未だ保持し続けております。
うん、G ランティスまで見えてきた。
なんとこれにて、
うわー、トリシューラ
ー
かっけー。はい、これでチェーンも隠していきますよ。
やっぱフィールドの真ん中に出したくなるな。
これは豪雨の結界像が出るのか。
さあ聞き流し風潮は、破壊されないもののメインからエンド。帰ってきたりして、
帰ってきましたね。
はい、完全にも返しました。これ
すごい。
ガイオマネルすごいな。
すごいな。
マジですごいな。
2025年もトリシューラ見れるんだ。
ねえ。
うん。
世話されてない出し方ですからね。なんか
そうなんですよね。
そう、世話焼かれてない出し方なんで。
うん。
He's not?
さあここからですね。あとはちょっと
そうですね。
高速力
展開できるカードをトリシューラとかで結構飛ばされちゃってたんで。
やっぱそういう意味で言うとやっぱりジョーシチュ選手のここの聞き流し風潮の採用。
Josh, what the fuck?
これ思ってる以上になんか局所的じゃないですね。めちゃくちゃ広いですね。
ただこの単中にこのムーラングレイスを処理されてしまうと次のバトルフェーズで決めれなくなっちゃうんで
そこが少し厳しいか。
Biggest misplay.
そうなんですよね。ムーラングレイスフィールドから離れた時ですよね。離れた時に、次の自分の、ターンのバトルフェーズをスキップしなければならないということで。
しかもなんか表側表示のことかなんかフィールドを離れる時に適用するみたいな、なんかちょっと変わったテキストなんだよな。
なんかそうなんですよね。
そうなんだよね確か。はいはいはいはい。
为什么要炸这个？他想炸，这个炸不了。Wait, why was he trying to pop the bird himself?
テクトリカまでいけるのかこれ。
はい。さあメメントウラモンの効果が発動いたします。はい、さらにここから、カードを手札に加えると。
はいはいはいはい。メメントスリーピー、はい。
これあとどんな構築してるかですね、メメント側が。
お、聞き流し風潮と一緒にリンク召喚、黒シープ。
さあ黒シープ。おっと75%
はい、メメントフュージョン。
開始で。はい。
はいはいはい、メメントフュージョンで。はい、メメントランテクトリカ。
これは圧が戻るか、これメメントの。
そうですね、盤面がまただいぶ。
そうなんですよね。今
黒シェイプでまた墓地からモンスターが出てきちゃうので。
フィニッシャーライン帰ってるから、これさらに帰るか。
黒シェイプ。うおー。除外されちゃったな。
はい。そうですね、これ戦闘で除外でしたっけ。
そうなんですよね。
いや、こうなると確かにな。
いやこれがね、
墓地にはいてほしいんですが。
そうなんだよな。
さあそれでお互いを破壊してムーラングレイスの、デメリット効果によりバトルフェーズがスキップされてしまいます。さあ残ったのはトリシューラ。
トリシューラだけか。まあ、どちらにしてもこのターンはもう攻撃できないのでバトルフェーズがなく。
ですね。ちょっとこれ
次のターンか。
はい。まあなので、まあ妨害になるようなカード。
いやーそうだよな。ポロウサ
置こうという置こうという話をしていたら、
蓋もしていきますと。
はい。
だが手札が4枚ありますね。
うん。
どんどんどん。
ですね。やっぱりなんか完璧な妨害盤面立てるっていうデッキよりかは、出力っていうデッキなんで。
そうですね。
まあ海洋マメール。
本当はなんかウーサーとかだったらいつもなんか効果使わせて攻撃力下げて一旦バトルで突破してってやりたいんですけど、どうせこのターン攻撃されないんで。
そうなんですよね。
そうなんですよね。処理がなかなか難しいよねっていう感じなんですよね、きっと。
はい。無料3回妨害が。
そうなんですよ。あとまだ2回残ってますからね。
はい。まあ、ただ、まあ先ほどもですねちょっと触れてましたけど、一旦に1回の制限がない、カードの効果もありますので、まあ、それも絡めていってどうなるか、一度また盤面的には攻めて返したいって感じですよね今。
そうですね。セッカーが入ってるってことは他の魔法トラップないってことだから、モンスター効果にしか頼れないからなって感じですよね。はいはいはいはい。
さあゼロにはなりましたね。
そうですね。これでウーサはとりあえず、
いやこれむちゃくちゃいい勝負だ。
思ったよりウーサの効果使い切らせるまで早かったですね。
ですね。あとこれエクストラデッキ次第。
あとそうっすね。あとはテクトリカが残ってるんで。
ちょっとチューナーは一応出たんだけども。
そうっすね。はいはいはい。リンク2か。お、マスターボーイだ。
マスターボーイ。そしてここで
はいはいはいはい。
そうこれ手札から破壊もできちゃうから。
そうなんですよね。
ね、今シーホースですよね、破壊されたの。
いやー、しかもここでまだそうだよな。
ちょっとつながりますよね。マスターボーイって
久々に見たっす。マスターボーイ
ね。マスターボーイまあ単純にステータスですね。
ステータスの変動と
攻守5弱アップと水属性、
戦闘効果で破壊されたらって感じですね。
そうですね。墓地の水属性モンスターを手札に加えると
手札に回収できるよ。
はいはいはいはいはいはい。まあ疑似的に一応破壊したら破壊された場合の可能性のつなぎ方があるかもしれないということで、まあ一旦はこれマスターボーイ。
いやテクトリカ重いよな。
そしてそうですね、もうここメインフェーズしか行えないのでターンが変わります。
いやーこれで
さあバトルフェーズ
足りてますもんね。
そうですね。
やっぱりバトルできないムーラン・グレイスの制約重たかったか。
補ってあまりある強力な効果しますからね。
そうですね。
これはいい勝負でしたね。
いやすごい。
ということでスナイプハンターズ6点目のスコアをつけまして1勝いたしました。
なるほど。おお、いい勝負だったな。
ねえ。
Yeah, but he's not playing Red Eyes now. Oh, right here.
Even when all hope seems lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my
Wait, they're doing this during the intersection?
What I'm fighting for? I got that on down.
Oh yeah, it's a Nike ad. Yeah, it's a Joey Nike ad. Yeah.
So what's inside this thing? Come on, Joey needs a new pair of shoes. The moment of truth. Whoa! Get a load of that thing, guys! Now there's something you don't see every day. Check this out. Red Eyes Black Dragon. I'm talking Red Eyes Black Dragon, folks. It's your move. Nike Air Max 95.
I'm pretty sure they had it for last year as well, just for JP though.
なんだなんだなんかドキドキするなうわ来た来た来たこれはすっげえ見てみろよこれどうよ俺もびっくりしたぜおいみんなここにすっげえのが見えるぜレッドアイズブラックドラゴンさあお前のターンだぜナイキエアマックス95
Welcome back, everyone. Rebris will also be right back with us.
Bruh, welcome back and then play the ad again and
just
go
going
back.
to have a little chat with you guys to discuss the other matchups that we have seen, of course.
Of course, many teams to root for. I know plenty of you people at home have also used
You think
the
it's only
Cheer
500? It's gonna be
champion
more than
campaign
500 after
to maybe
stealthing.
then win some gems within the game. And another team I know a lot of people are rooting for is another European team, actually. The team of Mist, who is now.
We just looked in the master.
What's their name again?
Ragnarok.
Team Ragnarok, named after the famous booster set Storm of Ragnarok.
The
and they have played against
Oh, next round in 13 minutes, 14 minutes, right here.
Is no bad team
On the
as well,
JP AI.
They are with Joey, they are with Pac, they
It
are
shows
with Enzo,
like in
and
14
still,
minutes, yeah.
Ragnarok managed to win 8-2.
Yeah, in the AI ones they show.
So right now they are in first place with the tiebreaker, I want to say, because that was the most dominant.
We can look at
win out of the group.
Duel Links.
Massive.
Both
Mist
Duel
has
Links
had
is
such
up.
a phenomenal season in the Challenger Cup series. They, as a team
You want the English one?
Makes sense.
The
right?
English one
I
is
think it
on
makes
Yu-Gi-Oh!
sense, you
Digital
know,
Games.
and,
That's the channel.
On the other hand, we have from Tomo.
I really want to see how White Galaxy can go through this matchup, because
They don't even have
White Galaxy
the
is
picture.
one of the best decks right now, arguably, and I want to see
Oh,
how
thanks for
a
the raid.
world champion plays this deck, right? Because I want to experience.
It doesn't show. Oh, it's the same. It's the same, but the English one doesn't have
Is
their
the deck-
cameras. It's the same. It's the same game.
エクスプローラーすんなり通ってるよ。おっと壺も見えましたね。やっぱりだからこの3つに、全力を注いでる感じですね。やっぱりね。
バランス力というよりも強いデッキを完全に3つ仕上げてしまって、
3本選手しちゃいましょうということなのかな、多分。
なるほど。さあエクストラプローラーが2体並びました。
その通常モンスター回収でね、1600のこのトランダムライナックが戻ってくるのも強力。あーっとフュージョンもある。
さあここで出していくのはスペースフュージョンエクストラプラズマーかと思います。
はい、これでね魔法罠1枚破壊しつつ攻めれると。多分あの手札1枚残ってるけどシャイニーシェディじゃないっぽいんですよね。
なるほど。
あ、そしてレジェンドがハンマーシュートかな、あれ
でしたね。ハンマーシュートが見えました。
フィールドの一番攻撃力が高いモンスターを破壊するよっていうねレジェンドで。
はい。ということで魔法カードのレジェンド枠はすでに消費した形となります。
お、エレメンタルサーキュレーション。
これは
何？ヒーローに行くのか。
なるほど、2つのデッキを合わせた形になる。
確かにバーストレディがね炎族戦士族だからね。
はい。
なるほど、そこでデッキの回転力を高めてるのか、エレメンタルサーキュレーションを入れることによって。
なるほど。これによりどんどん墓地の枚数を増やしていき、グランドラであったりホームを墓地に送りたいという戦術でしょうか。
だからさっき言ったドラゴンタイプじゃないのかな。通常モンスターのオーダーとかで攻めてはいくけど、そのドラゴニックプレッシャーとかで全体破壊を狙うっていう感じじゃなさそうな気がしますね、これは。ということはヒーローデッキ、トモ選手まだヒーローデッキ使ってない？
トモ選手はそうですね、今の段階だとヒーローは見えていない状態になります。トゥルフィング、光ギャラクシー、そして今のデッキという状態ですね。
ということはヒーローデッキがないのかな、他のデッキに。 サーキュレーションさすがにタクティカルカードにするかというと難しいような気がするんだよな。
そうですね、他のデッキで使うことがありませんから、おそらくこのデッキだけ
ですよね。
はい。
これはロイヤルデモンズ見れるか。
登場しますかね、お気に入りのカード。おそらく出てしまえばね、活躍は間違いなしですので。フェニックスドラゴン。
フェニックスからホームグランドラーがもう落ちてたかな。落ちてはないか。いやドラゴンも多いな。
そうですね、ドラゴン族デッキ主体で、その潤滑を良くするためにエレメンタルサーキュレーションを入れているという形かもしれません。さあシークレットだ。
やっぱ通常モンスターで攻めるはシャイニーシェイディがある今ある意味正解っすねこれ。
シャイニーシェーディであったり、その他多く見られるトラップの中にエクスキューティーライディングもあります。こちらも効果モンスターのみが対象になりますので、それをどちらも、うまくかわしていけるという形になりますね。
さあただここで、セットカードなしで相手のターンに渡してるので、ここでフルパワーでフュージョンモンスターを展開して、エターナルギャラクティカオブリビオンに行くと最大打点の攻撃が通っちゃいそうな気がするが、果たしてそこまで届くか。
はい、どのような手札になっているかということにかかります。さあトモ選手はこのターンは伏せカードありません。クアンタルキューブ選手の展開がどう。
Let's see. The list alignment on where?
I mean, on the field, it's once again the fusion. Yeah,
wait, what misalignment?
This is getting out of hand, to be fair.
Yeah, where?
Because here we get to see finally I think the card that I like the
this
most
one?
in the deck, and which is the Eternal
The Field and Star?
Oblivion. I really hope that you know, we get to see this card a lot in action this weekend. I just love it. I don't know. It's so powerful. It's
the star.
I don't know. By itself, I think once he hits the field, you're in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely, because you can.
これを無理やり当てていくのがこのギャラクシーデッキ。
決まりました。
やっぱ強いね。
やはり決まってしまえば、フュージョン召喚を成功させてしまえば、ほぼほぼ勝利が近づいている状態だと。
ライフ6000でスタートしてるんですよね。今攻撃力7700ですから、
もう何もなければ一発で超えてましたからね。
ちょっと攻撃表示がいたらね、ライフがゼロになってしまうので、この
I'm assuming it's a green screen, so it looks, the lighting looks like it's fine, you know? Like this is like in real life. Like this looks like green screen. Yeah. Oh here, yeah. Round 2, 3, 4, 5.
Tomorrow in the big finals.
Of course, and as we are already talking about Shiba Corp.
The AI, no, there's nothing in the AI. The AI is just showing the brackets. Oh, you mean the next one? Oh, look at this, look at this, look at this. Shiba Corp?
So team captain Joey now, who did decide the name of the team, was able to qualify them pretty convincingly, pulling out ahead of the pack in that regional qualifier. There was no one even close to him, which is impressive when you're in a region with Ryan Yu. Anyway, really, really well played overall. Just the Blue Eyes White Dragon really delivered for him.
That deck, yeah.
On top of that, you have the likes of Puck and Enzo by his side, who are familiar with a lot of strategies as well. Played a lot of Malice for Puck, played a lot of Malice for Joey. Enzo, though, Bestial Fiendsmith Control being the deck of choice throughout his TCG career.
And I think that is also a rather niche deck that we might see at this weekend, because this could be it has a lot of room for non-engine, so it could be an anti-malice strategy, even though the Fiendsmith engine itself really doesn't play well into banishes. But I think that the way that people are going with these anti-malice decks might be something like trying to turbo out Artifact Lanceo, Chaos Hunter, or even Imperial
I mean, you
Iron
draw 5
Wall.
every turn
that's
anyways.
True. And I mean, with Pack, it's kind of similar to what we have with Palo PR.
I think they have it
because
limited though,
they're
no?
both big names in the TCG theme of things, but now they're here on the Master Duel stage and finally onto the World Championship stage as well. So the question is, how well can they do on that?
Also very well regarded with their minds for the game when it comes to the deck building, to the creativity, to actually implementing that. And I think that Park adds a lot of value to the team that maybe isn't on the table. That isn't saying
両方守備表示なんでね、片方攻撃表示にして、守備表示の方には貫通みたいなね、ダメージを与えていける。これ一番強いパターン。
Wait, so for rush to hell or dueling cell.
あらあら。
さあ間違いなく発動していくでしょう。チャーム1。
No, because I'm seeing this right now is 2-1. ブルートゥース入ってるパターンか。
なるほど、上級モンスターがとても多いタイプ。
多い方ですね。
はい。陰陽夫人が見えましたね。
さあ無力化ともう強制脱出装置はない中、何のトラップが待っているのか、楽しみですね。貫通ゼロに対してこれはきつい。
さあストライキングワイバーンが破壊されました。
Let's see. Oh, back.
My name is Enzo Fialos, and I'm from New Jersey. I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh for about probably like 8-9 years since I was like a little kid. It's my third time at the World Championship, and I'm looking forward to it, especially because I'm playing with my friends.
Okay.
I qualified through Master Duel through the regional qualifiers about 2 months ago, and I was able to take 2 of my friends, which I'm super happy about.
Joey picked me because we prepared for the qualifier together, and yeah, we just did the entire preparation together for the tournament.
What I'm looking forward to is just playing because we put in a lot of preparation. It's every team's goal to win for sure, but I just can't wait to play.
I'm just looking forward to playing. On Friday, it's where it starts, and I'm just ready to start already.
My ace monster has to be Blue Eyes White Dragon too, just like Kaiba.
My ace monster is gonna be Maxi. I'm gonna make sure to resolve it this weekend.
I think I would choose Croissant because it's just something I eat back home too when I can. So definitely Croissant.
I would choose Croissant. You're in France, you know, like you have to eat the croissant.
You heard it from Park himself, he's gonna resolve Max C, but will he meet Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring? Will he meet Called by the Grave? Will he meet Crossout Designator? Or any of those other answers? Or will he go unanswered and be able to stake his claim for the trophy here this year?
There's also another semi-answer that you can have for Maxi, and that is Droll and Lockbird on your own turn, which is a really interesting scenario because some decks can pull this off better than others, let me tell you. If you're playing the Ryziel strategy, there's a high chance you don't want to Droll and Lockbird yourself.
I have a very important question here, though. Joey really set us up here, right? He qualified with the Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Prioretta?
He says it's his ace monster. So is he going to play it again here at the World Championship? He has to, you say?
Maybe.
Sure?
I was thinking about it. Actually, I was trying to think about something I read about an interesting tech for Droll and Lockbird into Maxi. When you're under Maxi going into the Saryuya Skull Dread to then look for the Droll and Lockbird was actually a pretty popular strategy among some of the Japan qualifiers for the Road to Worlds this year.
Okay, interesting. But yeah, Blue Eyes, is it a deck that can still compete? I mean, it was very, very, very strong. It was strong enough to be there for one of the decks qualifying to the World Championship. But now with the 6-deck format, is it one of the 6 that you can afford to bring?
I will say I have been knocked out by Blue Eyes in a Challenger Cup because I was not prepared to play versus it, and cards like Dominus Purge can really throw you off guard in some combos. If you're playing a standard Malice combo, you will go into Appaloosa and then activate Malice in the Mirror in the Banishment. If then Purge is activated, you have no way of negating that and possibly can't play on.
So I will say that while Quantal did qualify this team for Worlds by coming second in that European region, Emre was #1 on the Friday night playing Blue Eyes.
Okay, so there is a lot of things speaking for the deck, and now that you mentioned Dominus Purge, that's actually a good card in a shared cards environment, right? Because there's no other deck really that wants it, so you're like, okay,
talk that talk.
Dominus Purge, take it, you can have it. Blue Eyes is the deck that can deal with that, and then that frees up spaces for the other decks. That means maybe then another deck can play Mulchami Fuvolos because the Blue Eyes deck doesn't need it. I think that could be, or Infinite Impermanence, whatever you like, basically. I think it makes it easier to distribute the different things you have.
There's another possibly not shared card that I want to address that we haven't seen so far. Where's Meowls? I feel like Mulchami Meowls is an amazing card here. In a meta where people want to have designated counter decks, you can of course play Mulchami Meowls and leave other Mulchamis to the other players. But this card, it's most of the time at least an upstart goblin, which is of course not ideal, but if it gets you 2 draws even, which it does against most decks, it's good.
I feel like it may as well just be included into that anti-Malice deck that a lot of players do have. So maybe, as we saw with Ray, it might be in that Labyrinth deck that where he plays that Mulchami Meowls, or if you play something else that is just completely going after the Malice deck, I think this is where you will find the Meowls.
But I feel like this is a card that has so much versatility against the other decks that you can have a main deck out for the Malice deck immediately, even though after the first round, you know where your opponent has their Malice decks, because you can watch every single game on the client, and then you can immediately start queuing your anti-Malice deck.
That being said, we mentioned, and we even heard from Park, Maxi is so impactful, but Fuala seemed to have dictated a lot, just as many duels throughout the qualifiers and throughout our previous series so far today.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was played so often, so it almost seemed like it may have been the shared card. And, I mean, did we see any Called by the Grace in that game? It didn't feel like it, right?
Yes, we have seen one Called by the Grave on one Maxi. I don't know if it resolved. I know it happened.
Okay, I mean, at least that. So maybe they are not sharing the Ash Blossom. We did see one Ash Blossom as well. Not that many either, though.
True,
yeah, it's actually really interesting. Like, you have to figure out, you have to play the guessing game for now, but I'm sure some of you at home are just being there, like, following every move and then being like, oh, that's the third Meowls now, or that's the first Mulchami Fuvolos, so this might be the shared card now.
So I'm curious to see if we see a lot of the same decks. Granted, you know, we did say Malice, Ryziel, pretty much a shoe-in. Memento probably also a very, very popular choice.
Yeah.
Quantal did qualify with the Mermail Atlantean strategy as well, alongside Judeo, so it's very, very likely we see that. However, it's the other decks within the format that we could very well see flourish.
And I think here in this lineup for Team Sniper, just to go back to that side of the next match that we're going to see, Ember always played a special role on that lineup, right? Because on the first World Championship where they did end up winning, he played Axo System, which was definitely an out-of-the-box deck
a
you
beast
did
type?
not necessarily expect to be seen. And then on the second one,
he played Centurion and Flunderies.
And Flunderies.
Okay,
so he was definitely the one that brought the interesting decks to the stage for Team Snipe Hunters. Is that going to be the case again?
And Centurion is one of those decks that plays really well into Mulchami. Because if there's a Fuvolos drop, you can basically give basically only one draw and you have your full combo, or you can just ignore it completely. Or just give no draws, basically. So the deck is very flexible when it comes to that. I don't know if the power level is good enough, but then again, we just saw Sprite win a game.
I don't think we've seen too many games dictated by Maxi or Fuala so far this tournament. Rather, we've just seen players take the challenge and fully commit to finishing the duel within that
and it worked out. It worked out
multiple
massively well.
occasions.
Yeah, for sure. For
What
Judeo
he
there
has
with the Sprite Millennium
Genmu
deck, I can't stop thinking about that deck. That is just like living rent-free in my head now for the rest of the weekend, probably, that he is actually bringing Sprite to the World Championship. What a cool story already. But, of course, the next match is going to be even more interesting because now it already starts to get...
They say it doesn't count as free.
Back, right? They lost the first round.
Convincingly.
They lost it convincingly. So their tiebreaker, when it would be coming down to that, also is dangerously bad. So they need to win here immediately.
And in a round-robin format in a group of 6, tiebreaker is very likely to become relevant. We've seen this time and time again. I think last year Snipe Hunters actually just got to day 2 because of tiebreaker, if I'm not completely mistaken.
I think you're right, yeah. I think that was
the case. They were
case.
second out of the group.
Yeah, definitely that. And therefore, stakes are already high. And I mean, the thing is, Snipe Hunters doesn't want to drop a match here either because they are definitely destined to go back to the top.
They got Ragnarok
to
watch out for as well. But I do also just want to contextualize, look, Chibercorp, yes, it was a rough first game. they still have some of the smartest minds for the game as a whole, for Yu-Gi-Oh! In Puck, and also Enzo and Joey, of course. But Enzo in particular, I want to highlight as being super talented. He's Ryan Yu's rival. To be considered Ryan Yu's peer, let alone rival, does suggest that this is someone to watch.
Definitely. I think all of them are someone to watch, to be completely fair.
Well, we're about to watch them, so you'd hope.
You're correct. So I think that also a 1-8 start, sometimes if you're really unlucky, it can also just be losing coin tosses. Your opponent has full combos. You draw into a hand trap as a 6 card.
And it can also just wake you up, right?
Yeah.
When you lose the first set like that, you're like, okay, now we have to deliver. And it's all about delivering, and we are delivering you the second round of this World Championship here.
Snipe Hunters versus Chiba Corp. Snipe Hunters won their first set. Can they win the second round here? Starting things off, we have Josh versus Puck.
And Puck is no-handing this right now, which means he has lost the coin toss, is not even looking there. Does he even have an interaction in his hand? Doesn't really look like it either. The blade is being summoned, destroyed. Anguage adds Sleepy. I think that Josh can just combo as he wants.
And we saw Josh time and time again turn to this Memento deck when he needed a surefire victory in the Road to Worlds qualifiers. Yes, we said it's mentally taxing after a while, but he's in the zone right now. He has the Gatic in the graveyard. He has so much on the field. The Twin Dragon going to resolve. Memento looking good, but something else that's looking good is Joey's Malice deck, which is off to a great start.
Yeah, there was an impulse activated by Quantal, Dominus Impulse that is, but Gold Sarcophagus was basically a negation for that because it just does the exact
What can you infer in terms of the deck that he's running by the Impulse? Atlantean Mermail or something
it could
else?
be Mermail, it could also just be Malice.
Yeah, that is both possible, and it's interesting to see because it is confirmed that Joey is playing Malice, so at least for his first pick here, for his first deck, he has turned his back on the Blue Eyes deck, and he is running the strong Cybers deck that there is Malice, and for now, he's the one being the one to combo. And speaking of comboing, it does seem like on table C, it is also Team Chiba Corp with Enzo being the one playing in control with the Ryziel deck over there.
Yep, there's the Malice Q Red Ransom coming out for Joey here. Quantal just sitting back, just thinking, is there an interaction? There is. The Bestial Magnamut now going to come down. Does the Bestial Magnamut now tell us anything else aside from the Dominus Impulse about what deck this could be?
It really screams Malice right now because this can be an interruption, but it's most of the time just an extender for you. Also replaces itself, of course, in the end phase with most likely a Druid Worm that you are setting. Oh, I think we have Malice and Underground already in hand, adding Malice in the mirror here because this is not an interruption that stops you. Oh, we're shutting off the access to the Bestials immediately with Malice in the mirror, and therefore we're going to banish our own Red Ransom using this as an extender immediately. That is beautiful by Joey.
Wow. Yep, very well sequenced by him to get through that. Quantal, you had 2 disruptions, but they've both been
What do you mean by he couldn't
through.
this
What's
time?
next for Quantal now? 3 cards in hand. Actually, 3 cards in hand for both of these duelists. The only difference is Joey has a set-up graveyard, a set-up banishment, and now a set-up field.
And his turn still, of course, which is also nice. Oh, and Emre on the bottom table C is just activating Upstart Goblin there. Emre, what are you bringing this time around? We said he's usually the wild card on Team Snipe Hunters, and what wild card is this
enter
time?
the
And
code
meanwhile,
to
we
obtain
see
a
the
free
field of
Royal
Enzo
SR
there as well.
ticket.
He summoned Bagusta
Legacy pack,
after
Scan
his
pack.
entire Ryziel combo, so this is
Scan
a
pack,
really
Royal
tough
SR.
task to overcome for
I do
Emre.
wonder what Emre thought that Enzo was playing to play this kind of deck into it, depending on what this Upstart Goblin does lead into.
I think it was the
WCQ 2025 MD.
Saying, okay, I think I'm going to play
WCS
versus Ryziel, so I'm
2025
playing.
MD.
The Upstart Goblin tells me that it might be Sky Striker combined with the Tenpai strategy.
Yep.
So you play it for consistency. If
Code
Tenpai
entry
gets to
page.
play, it deals about 16,000 damage. Always.
What does that tell
Ultimate
you?
Slayer is there on the bottom for Emre. Dual C looking
BOE.
spicy there, so we may as well have a closer look into Dual C there. The Ultimate Slayer resolving and putting not the Baguska, but I think the Detonator.
Yeah, the Bagusta is still a little bit scary though, because once that was off the
Let me
field,
just do
the
it now, let me
Detonator's
see.
effect would be live, and that would be just further disruption on top of that. Emre, 5 cards in hand, you got him rid of 1 problem, still facing down 2 though. How are you gonna deal with this? Speaking of dealing with things though, it looks pretty good for Josh right now. Memento just going off while Parker's just sitting back.
That is absolutely correct. And we now have Ember really thinking about this. Oh, that was a monster effect. Aggregator was used on the Rising Cross, and then you may as well negate it. And there's a Book of Eclipse! It is really everywhere! In the first round, we saw it in multiple sets, and now it's also in the deck of Emre, and it deals with the Baguska so nicely there.
This is so crazy. We need an engage right now. Oh, Chandra!
That also works. Another starter, the other component, the other engine getting started. There is the 10 Pi Dragon Chandra. This will then extend to more unless the effect pillar comes down to negate it. Do we have any kind of other follow-up? Yes, we do. Called by the Grave. Gonna be the insurance policy to make sure 10 Pi Dragon Chandra can resolve and then eventually access the extra deck.
But everything shuts a Chandra off. Yes, effect value was negated now, but is there maybe infinite impermanence or something? This is a fragile OTK that you're trying to set up. Emre is
got a
going to attack Enzo.
Sengenji you are from the free pack.
The Chandra is going to special summon out Pydra. Pydra is
the
going
one
to
that
minus
2,000 and special summon itself.
Sangen summoning. That is huge. You're
the Millennium one
right now as Emre.
Emre's going off. He's having a good time.
Okay, where do I get
go
the SR
into the
back
face down. It's going to be the Sangen Kaiman. It's going to be able to be activated from the hand in the battle phase. The 10 Pi Dragons, they are ramping up. Is there any kind of stop that Enzo can do here to stop this onslaught of the dragon?
Oh, the special ticket. Okay, special ticket. I see it now.
Set card there for Enzo. That one better be a good one. That will be something like.
No, you go. It's in a scam pack. It's under the scam pack. Okay, I got a.
I think at this point you're trying to go for Black Rose Dragon, right? And just destroy the entire.
I got a King Dragoon.
For no Ash after you
SR.
called by the grave already, or
it's one pack 2 cards, and then one of them is an SR. Here.
Summons back.
You know where the legacy pack, like the scam
and
pack
that
is, right?
Going to be a Rising Plasma hole.
It's right underneath it.
That's a good one to have as well, though. Going after the Biden Dragon now. That's huge, but there is the Widow Anchor being chained onto the
Duo Drive.
Ideal Duo Drive, meaning, is there enough spell cards? There's Upstart Goblin. How many more spell cards is there? There's Ultimate Slayer.
That should be 3.
And
there is
Called by the Grave.
Called by the Grave in there as well. So we do have 3 spell cards. And that means we are destroying the Biden, but we're taking the Duo Drive at the very least.
Yeah, but we can also just attack here and then summon back the Dragon from our graveyard. But can we still deal enough damage? Maybe we can get over to Duel C here. We're going to special summon immediately, taking away a lot of resources from Enzo already, even though I think there might be another follow-up in the hand there.
So Sangen Pi Biden Dragon now coming back to the field. We have the 10 Pi Dragons continuing to combo off. Eventually, we will see the Transcendent Dragon. Will we see it now, or is this the Trident Dragon? I think it's the Transcendent Dragon. Now, it's been a while, but how could you forget this? The monster that is Sangen Pi, Transcendent Dragon. Effects are turned off, and life points are not long.
No, it's not my fucking goal.
We haven't even used Sangen Kaiman here, so this is so huge. And that was the most important part really, to turn this Baguska, the terrible entire top.
That was a funny interaction because the Baguska now also turned the Duo Drive back into attack position. Yeah. So we got help on that level in so many different layers, and now we is engaging in this mirror match here.
Oh yeah,
and we on Duel B also now have found out that Pac is indeed also a Memento player, meaning we do have a mirror match on Duel B as well, equally so.
And it's looking like he's forcing out a lot of interaction while still having 5 cards in hand. Goes into main phase 2 now, so Josh has set up, will get another turn definitely.
Speaking of main phase 2, actually, Emre in there as the Tenpai Dragon does suggest this hasn't gone quite as planned, but still pretty good for him.
That's indeed very interesting. That's not the phase you want to hear. As a Tenpai player, I think you're trying to avoid the word main phase 2 because that is the phase you just never want to be in, but you are totally right. We can tell he is in main phase 2, and therefore that means Enzo will get a turn into this Tenpai field now, which is at least having a Heretic Seals there. And there is the Nibiru, the Primal being on Enzo's side. Good thing, though, that we went into the Seals, because that will at least now be activating in the graveyard. How much can it really do, though?
Yep, need to rebuild this field from scratch for Emre. Granted, we do have a loaded graveyard, thanks to everything that's happened so far. Now that is, I believe, the Genroku being summoned from the deck. Another Tenpai Dragon name being added to the arsenal of Emre.
The question is, what does Enzo have in hand? Is this an Ice Ryzeal for a normal summon here? No draws are being provided here at the end of this turn, and we're going to see another draw phase.
Emra broke the field, but can he maintain this momentum? There is another starter from Enzo.
It is Ice Ryzeal, was searched in the previous
turn.
Sword Ryzeal wins, and now you're going to see why the Ryzeal deck is the absolute top meta deck next to the Mala strategy.
And the thing is, with Emra and his Sky Striker Tenpai deck, that is a deck totally designed to only break the opponent's field by using powerful spell cards on your very own turn, meaning, of course, there is no space for any kind of hand interaction, so I wouldn't expect him to have anything here to try to stop Enzo here at all.
Does feel a little bit like Emra's run out of steam here, having fully commit to clear that one out. It looked close. It looked like it was the Tenpai Dragon's duel to win. Could very well still be, but Enzo now comboing off on the Ryzeal. Do we delve into the extra deck already?
他们在说啥？你们知道love 不啊？就是炒彩的那东西。
This deck from Emra was
谁是你的
all
狗？
about destroying cards on the field and clearing stuff out. It's not about the disruption. It's not about interacting.
他跟我讲说是就是这个天才麻将少女是我的 goal， 然后我说天才麻将少女不是我的
actually punch, but they can definitely provide a big roar or some flames here.
That's one into
Josh, 1 game 1x. In such a straight matter here.
JP Strain has Ray too. Let's see.
ルールというか、あの辺のおかげでやっぱある意味こう、春うららだとかのあの辺の手札誘発というふうに呼ば
2体ぐらいモンスターはもう
Wait, they're into the
もうほぼガラ空きでターン返ってきましたね。ここは春うららだとかのあの辺のいわゆる手札誘発というふうに呼ばれているようなカードたちが、飛んで来にくい環境になっている気がするので、そうなってくるとやっぱ楽園強いのかなと。
うわー、確かに
強くなってそうな感じしますね。
もともとデッキパワー自体はある方ですしね。
そうですね、
そうなってくるとね、もっと展開しやすかったりとか、
そうですね、
パワーがさらに上がるみたいな感じなんですかね。
いや、なんかまたなんかこう普通のルールと違うルールだからこそ、しかもチーム戦だからこそなんか違ったデッキというか、いつも見ないようなデッキとかが結構活躍できたりするのを見れるのがめっちゃ嬉しかったりしますね。
確かに嬉しいですね。
いや、嬉しいですねこれ。
次また違うデッキとかですもんね、多分おそらく。
そうですね、2デッキあるはずなんで、また別のデッキを
見れる
って感じですかね。
さあ
始まりましたね。
No forehead anymore.
入りかっこよすぎるな。
これかっこいいですね。
これマジかっこいいっすよね。さて、スコア2対1で迎えました。さあこちら今回はボーギン選手の視点で見ていきましょう。まあライゼオールスタートということなので、まあしっかりとライゼオールで先行も取れていて、あ、出ましたね。フワロス。フワロスに対してしっかりと春うららを当てていきますと、しっかり止めていった上で、ああドミノス、はい、ドミノスインパルス止められてしまいます。
The JP team does not
が一応盤面にモンスターは残るので、
そうですね。
Yuki, yeah.
デュオドライブで墓地のライゼオルを素材にしていきまして、
素材にできるの
ここからかな。そうなんですよね。回収できちゃうのが強いですよね。
強い。
はい。ということで一旦ここで止まっ、ああ。
Yeah, the third one, right? The third one.
デュオドライブの効果で素材を1個取り除いてデッキからライゼオルカード2枚を持ってきたいっていうところで、これはボーギン選手が持ってくるカードを選んでるのかな。あ、2枚取り除いてか。はいはい。で B の方はこれはなんだ？これは海王か？ B じゃなくて A か。
Is it Malice? Yeah.
A か。
海王カードが見えるな。さっきの 海竜族とかの
はいはいはい。鳥シュラとか出てたやつですか？
あ、そうですそうです。鳥シュラ出してたテーマ。相手の反動を、相手の手札をこう、
はいはい、
削ったりとかできるようなテーマがしっかり先行取ってるように見えるような、C の方はちょっとわからないんだよな。何のカードだろう。視力が足りなくて見えないですよ。
自分
もあまり目は良くなくて。
なんだろう。
まだ1枚しか出てないですもんね。
そうですね。はいはいはい。
あ、テンパイルじゃないですかこれ。
あれパイドラか。
は
あらあら。
C が。
C がじゃあもうパイドラですか。
そうですね。
あら。やっぱテンパイ竜もいますね、今大会というか。
確かに。
うん。
1戦目とかもテンパイ竜ミラーとかやってましたよね。
そうなんですよね。テンパイ竜ミラーすごいですね。はい。プラグインを持ってきたのかな。何とプラグイン持ってきたんだろう。ちょうど C を見てた。しまった。はいはいはいはい。
これは
なんかエジルギュミルが出てるのは見えた。パイデントドラギオンが出てるのも見えるな。はいはいはい。
Well, I mean, going first is just still passive, and 10 to still passive.
はい、これで、スターライゼオルかな、が出てきて、ライゼオルクロスがセットされて、
フィールド魔法強いですよね。
うん。これできっとニビルをケアして、これでもニビルがケアできたので。
おー。Ray looks happy, are you sure?
ここでニビルが来ても、デッドネーターの素材を取り除けば、無効にできるようになります。はい、素材も、1枚供給していきますと。さあ、なんか、テンパイの方がすごい。テンパイがすごい。テンパイが攻撃してる。
いっぱい並んでる。
さあ、ライフが若干残っているのが見えるぞ。
うわー、5体並んでいる。
5体並んでますね。あ、これで通った。はい、デュエル C の方が決着がつきまして、はい、デュエル C の方が決着つきまして、
水蔵 You guys already saw the Feather Duster? Yeah.
できたんだろう。ちょうど C を見てた。とだから、あ、そう、多分メメントが出てるのは見えるな。
Go back. Just rewind.
No,
the set was.
チーム A は見えないな。これどうなん
The trap and then there was like a spell.
マリスとライゼオル。
サロスダンダが出ている。
お、これは
デモンスミスだ。
来るのか。
サロスナンダが出たということはそういうことなんだな。はいはいはいはいはい。相手マリスなんですね。マリスとライゼオルだと結構ライゼオル先行取れたのが大きいんじゃないかな。
そう聞きますね、ライゼオル。
なんかほぼなんか着地狩りっていう形っていうんですかね。
はいはいはい。
みたいな形でどんどん盤面のカードを1枚ずつ持っていかれちゃうと結構きついですね。さあ、デモン・スミス側というかデュエル A 側はすごい綺麗に回ってるように見えます。ユキ選手。
融合。
バトルフェーズ。はい。はい、墓地から除外して、ライズウルモンスターでエクシーズができますね。なので攻撃対象にされたモンスターと2つ隣に並んといるノードライズエオルでエクシーズができますね。効果発動しちゃうとそれにチェーンしてデッドネーターで破壊されちゃうんで、極力効果、そうなんですよ。極力効果を発動しないようにしながら突破していきたいんですけど、はいはい、機構量ほとんど、はいはいはい。
素材さえあれば何度でも破壊できちゃうの強いですね。
そうですね。
4素材ですよ。
4素材4枚いけますよ。
4破壊いけます今。
4枚いけますね。フォトンブラストはなかなか最近見ないカードなんですけども、一応このカードが確かエクシーズ召喚して残ってると存在する限り自分フィールドのなんか攻撃力2000以上のモンスターが効果の対象にならなくて効果で破壊されなくなるので、
強い。
デッドネーターと、そうですね、デッドネーターとデュオドライブを対象に取らず、なおかつ効果ではない破壊でしないといけないと。まあでもそう考えるとフォトンブラストドラゴン相手のターンで出すのめちゃくちゃ強いですね。
確かに。
上面的这师傅啊。
耐性強いですね。
そうですね、耐性付与はやっぱり強いですね。なのでまずはこのフォトンブラストドラゴンを突破してからじゃないといけないっていう感じですよね。
そうですね。耐性。
はい。これは1体でエクシーズということはつまりそういうことですね。ティフォン。はい。
ダメ。
ティフォンなら確かに対象取らないので。さあデュエル A の方もこのダイレクトで決着がつきましたね。ということでデュエル A もユキ選手が突破いたしまして、そうですね、ソウルチームソウルフォーム側がこの試合だけで2点取られましたですね。もし早速王手をかけていくと4対1ですか。
これティフォンがいる時は
はいはいはい、
このライゼオルデッドネーターは発動できないですもんね。
そうですね、ティフォンがいると攻撃力が、3000以上のモンスターが効果を発動できないっていう。
そうですよね。
うん。はい、メロジックアグリゲーターが墓地へ送られたので、ティフォン対象にして効果を無効にしてっていうことですね。効果無効にできると攻撃力3000以上の効果が発動できるようになりますので、
確かに。
うん、これで突破できましたね。
わあ。
いやー強いなアグリゲーター。はい。うわーなかなか辛い盤面ではありますが、さらにまだエクシーズができるんですよね。あ、出ましたね。先ほどデッキに戻されてしまいましたけれども再び出てきましたね。
これは
はい、アイスライゼオル。 これで攻撃力2000以上のモンスターにまた再び耐性付与そして破壊効果による破壊耐性を付与しました。ただこれで多分5点はどうなんですかね。これてるから打点だとまだそうですね、レイ選手がまだライフ全く削られていないので、
このターンは耐える。
いや多分こっから
まだ続くのか。
ライトロゴッティグニスター、はい出ましたね。素材取り除いて自分フィールドのアットイグニスターの数まで相手のフィールドのカードを破壊していきます。まあ1枚割っていきますよ。さあこれで8000削るキルには十分な攻撃力が並んだ。
ラグがでもなんか出てますね。
なんかまあちょっとトラップカードがねありますからね。さあ3000
ピザハ
イ。なるほど。
ピザハイ
マグナムレット、はい確かに。まあ一応効果発動したので
そうですね、
取り除いてそれに対してチェーンして。
What's the set? Okay, as an emperor.
まあ無限保養、はいなるほど。そうですね、対象取れるのがフォトンブラストしかいないので
うわ
さあこれで壁が
すごいな。
そして出てきたのでエンドフェーズにデッキ墓地から、マグナムート以外のレベル6以上のドラゴン属モンスターを持ってきます。ですが一応効果もまた発動にチェーンできちゃうのでこれで盤面を割っていきたい。そうですね、盤面がまた数変わりましたので攻撃対象また変更できますので、でもマリスってライフポイント使いながら展開していくんでライフが少ないっていうのがかなり
そうですね
きついんですよね。
かなり苦しそうなんですが
苦しいですよね。1100
ライゼオルデッドネーターの効果もまだ残ってますもんね。あと2回
まだ2回打てますね
うわ
はい、ビーステとドルイドブルムの効果先ほど持ってきてましたからね。いやライフ的にやっぱ削られたのがきついよなっていう。そうなんですよ、ドルイドブルムもフォトンブラストをどうにかしないとそうなんですよ対象にとって墓地を送ることもできないので
耐性だいぶ厄介ですね。
そうなんですよ。さあフォトンブラストドラゴンは突破したけどはいはい増殖する G 一体でリンク召喚。はいサラマングレートワルミラージ、はいリトルナイトが出ると思ったんですがリトルナイトではないのか。
冲着机又是在我What do you mean? Ray cooking. Ray is cooking.
この形はそうですねリトルナイトですね。そうですねリンクモンスター含めてるので はい、ドリルドブルの効果ですね。先ほどどかしていたので、一応対象には取れますが、
伏せカード破壊。
これは
カードなんだろうな。
伏せちゃってたんで、先に伏せてたんですよね。
確かに。
うん。なんかあるのかな。
なんだろうな。
打草在了，being like fucking rad。
これはでもめちゃくちゃ警戒してそうですよね。あえて伏せてたっていうのもあるんで。お、あれなんだったんだろう。なんだったんだろう。
ちょっと見えなかったな。
見えなかった。
魔法カード。
魔法カードだったのは見えた。
カードでしたね。
はい。まあ、そのままターン帰ってきて、バトルフェーズ、そのままダイレクトアタックで決まりましたね。ボーギン選手の勝利ということで、おー、早かったな、なかなか。スピーディーでしたね、今回も。
そうですね。
うん。はい。ということで、5点先、選手ということで、
3-0。
そうですね。はい、勝ったのはソウルフォームの皆様でございます。おめでとうございます。
おめでとうございます。
いやー、すごかったな。
いや、あっという間でしたね。
どうでした？なんかめちゃくちゃ気になったシーンとかございましたか？
いやー、でもやっぱライゼを。
Oh, they're entering.
How your team got so
oh,
far
oh.
here. Yeah, so we played against Ragnarok.
Team 7 lost as well. This road is
with
insane.
That entire team. We actually came earlier to Paris on Monday, and we all just hung out a few extra days as well.
This team and JPT are also a contender.
We kind of didn't get too lucky against that round, so unfortunately we got swept. So it was 8-1. But you know,
glad that Malice
that's how
lost.
You could go sometimes.
Okay.
We still had 4 more rounds to go, so we
Tenpai
just
so
had
weak.
to lock in and do our best still.
Yeah, definitely. So losing like round one, that's kind of, you know, frustrating, but you're a veteran duelist, you know, you can always bounce back. There's always more duels to be played.
Goodbye,
but after
Snipe
taking
Hunters.
that loss round one, you saw that you're playing against Team Snipe Hunters. Like,
I'm looking at the
you're like,
comments.
oh, of course, this is going to
on
happen
YouTube.
to us, like, right away after suffering a loss.
Yeah, it's funny too. Yeah, Emery and Quantal are and Josh, of course, but Emery and Quantal are also good friends of ours too. So, but they're a super strong team. They obviously got second last year, and they definitely are a super strong team on paper. But pretty much anybody at Worlds, I think, is pretty good. So
we never seen Team 7 vs Snipe Hunters finish their best of 3.
You know, UDS champion, and yeah, someone I've been watching dueling for years,
yeah,
of course.
Really, and I go very far back. Yeah.
But it's awesome that you're here now. So we got to see that you went first. You were playing a Malice mirror match. Is that what you were kind of expecting? Because there's only one other player can really be playing Malice, so it kind of has to line up that way.
Exactly. I think kind of the nature of how it works is Quantal's a good friend. So when we're kind of even just playing casually together, we kind of have an idea of what everybody on their team is playing anyways. But I got lucky against Quantal. He didn't draw Maxi. I went first, and I just full comboed him. I actually misclicked with my firewall and bounced the wrong card, but the Malice end board is so strong that it was still enough lucky.
Yeah, it definitely was there. And like, let's talk about, I think we do have a clip here from your second game, from about the 2250 mark here. You played Malice in the first round, and then you have 2 decks, but you didn't switch to your other deck. You decided to keep playing Malice.
Yeah.
So let's talk about like why you didn't switch off the deck. And here's like how the game, well, maybe not this game in particular. Oh wait, here we go. We got to start as it's ending. You see, the writing's on the wall here at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so regardless of what happens here, I know his last card in hand is Meows anyways, because I talent looked his hand. So even if he does somehow draw Nibiru off his 1 draw, I still have more plays, and I cover all of his follow-ups.
Josh won 3 out of 5 dudes so
It's
far.
a really lucky situation because anytime you're playing against Ryzeal and you're going second, how we call it, it's very master duelish. You're just flipping coins against that deck. Because if he goes
all teams loses at least once
and
usually.
you only have just impulse, and I impulse and he special summons another Ryziel monster, we just pretty much instantly lose because the Malice engine is never strong enough to beat the Ryziel engine anyways. But Emery's a good friend. Funny enough, actually, the way it's set up is Snipe Hunters is right next to us, and Emery and I have like a direct line of sight. So we actually like played, and then the coin flip happened, but then I think there was like a server thing, so it repaired us again, but Emery and I are just looking at each other. And actually, he won the coin flip the first time, and then I won the coin, and then he won the coin flip against the second time. So like I was happy that kind of happened because it would suck to win the coin flip. Then there's like a server thing, and then you don't go first. So, but Emery's a good friend, and all those guys are, and they're a strong team. They're 1-1 still, so.
Yeah, they're definitely going to still be.
The moment you lose 2 matches is when it's iffy.
Are you surprised that it only went to 2 sets and you weren't going to go to a set number 3?
Yeah. Anytime you're playing against a really strong team, I think you always expect it to kind of go the distance, the 3 sets. But we actually lost in 2 sets the first round, so this kind of balances it out for us.
So you still haven't even made it to a 3rd set in the tournament so far.
So every round we've played so far, there's one person on the other team that we haven't played it. I didn't get to play Josh yet, but that's just kind of how it goes, you know. So we really needed that.
I know you're probably looking forward to that. But so going back to the Malice, like deciding to continue to play because you have the 2 decks.
Yeah.
I know going into the tournament, a lot of fancies and stuff like that. Were you worried that if you're going to continue to play that same
team
deck,
is
that maybe you
0-2.
would run into that counter strategy?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's kind of a tough situation, even when you're building the anti-Malice deck. Pac was
next
lucky enough to
round
go first
in
against
1 hour
Quanto,
and 30
and set
minutes.
up, like Baron, Don Dragster.
Oh yeah, we got in like the very end of that game, and it looked like he
How
was
was it
well
1 hour and
set.
30 minutes?
You pretty much summon multiple Don Dragsters, and because in the TCG, Don Dragster isn't the best because there's not a ton of spell and traps, but in Master Duel, it's really strong because there's 3 field spell, 2 Sark, Called by the Grave, all that type of stuff. So you get value out of the Dragster and then summon Baron, and then if you have Chaos Hunter plus Cluster, it's pretty much, it's going to be really hard for them to win. But yeah, so just building the even if I know they have an anti-Malice deck, depending on what it is, I might just still queue the Malice deck because something we kind of noticed was even if you have an anti-Malice deck, the Malice deck is so strong, the non-engine that they're putting in the deck is so strong, like it's just going to be a
不是，我是说为什么他要下一轮要1个半
typically
小
for
时
the
后
second
啊？
deck, the non-engine because of the shared pool is a little less good anyway. So like, although you might have something like Lancer or Chaos Hunter, your other non-engine isn't going to be the best. So you could easily just lose still. So it depends on the matchup. I was pretty comfortable. Because knowing Emery's most likely playing Ryziel and Quanto's most likely playing Malice, so we were kind of just flipping coins as we call it. So that one worked out really lucky for my team, but it definitely could have gone the other way, I think. So
yeah, definitely. All the teams here are incredible. All the duelists are top-notch players. I mean, yourself included. And yeah, you bounce back after the round 1 loss to win round number 2. Now both y'all and Team Snipe Hunters are sitting 1-1. Looking to win the next round. How do you think your odds are going out after now that you have 2 rounds under your belt? Are you going to make it to a set number 3? Or are you going to try and just keep it to set number 2 and get the victory?
We're going to do our best. If we could finish it in 2 sets, that's obviously ideal. I have a lot of confidence in my teammates, Enzo and Pac. We put in a lot of time, and you know, I'm super confident in them, so hopefully we can do our best.
Well, that's right. Well, congratulations on your win. You're here at the World Championship, and this is your moment. This is your time. I can't wait to see how Team Chiba Corp is going to do in the rest of the tournament. I know everyone at home is eager to see, and you know, Team Snipe Hunters down but not out. We still could see that Team 7, Team Snipe Hunter rivalry play out somewhere down the line.
Exactly. Yeah.
But it's great to talk to you, Joey. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. We have a lot more Master Duel action and TCG coming tomorrow. It's the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025. It's some of the best players from all around the world that are going to be dueling, so you're not going to want to miss a single second of the action. So stick around, and we're going to have more Yu-Gi-Oh! And more duels to be seen. So stay tuned.
Thanks, guys.
You might be thinking to yourself, wow, this was a
no,
great
but you have to
really
actually
fast.
be
Do we
like
have to wait
be
until
like
the
consider
next round
first, and then
starts
they
to see
run
more
I
Yu-Gi-Oh!
don't know,
And I will
the
tell
check.
you, absolutely not.
We do not have to indeed, because we have still 1 match ongoing, and that is between Team Mugity and Team Broadoses. So let's not waste any time. Let's not waste any moment. Let's go into the match and catch the live action here.
Yep, let's jump in. Broadose, of course, being that team with Bronus as the team captain. We have Chris.
Bro
and we
reading
have
the stuff
Vince.
at
These
the
are
bottom.
all household names within
Why are they
Europe
doing
across
set 1
Master Duel
again?
and TCG, and they're facing off
Oh, they're
against
showing the Snipe Hunter
Mugity,
one.
Mugi, Sakuma, and Rain.
We finally see the Telemon stack back again, and we also see Chaos Hunter on the side of Vince. This is a great moment to immediately get into, because this is already the 3rd set, and the score Ooh, I think the score is 4-2 right now for Team Mugity. I can tell you that.
Why is there nobody on the right
on the
side?
field. Do you think that there's maybe a Speedroid engine?
Maybe there is.
Oh.
We are searching for Ryziel cards here on Mugi's side.
I think they're
Mugi
changing the
versus
stars
Chris.
now.
It is.
I'm very intrigued to see if the Tillerman's deck
Or
can just
they're changing the
continue
camera?
to get the cards from the deck to the graveyard and just
Yeah,
go,
yeah.
go,
Now
go.
it's not Scyther.
The
Yeah,
classic
they're
Tillerman's
they're
King
literally
Colossus,
like
and then
changing
eventually you
it
have to
live
imagine
right
Duel
here.
Colossus, it's gonna come
Yeah, you
through.
see?
It's gonna go
They're changing the
wild,
stars and then putting the
it
camera
seems to
up.
be going okay so far for Sakuma.
What a tough task it is, though. Team Brotose being already down 4-2 and then losing every single coin toss here for the third set. That is absolutely
I don't know why the AI says
heartbreaking.
next
And
round
it is
in
Team
1 hour
Mugity
30.
with, of course, their team captain
I'm assuming
Mugi
that's the round
being
3?
in complete control right
Also,
now.
I want to mention, of all the people mispronouncing the name Brotdose, I didn't think it was going to be the other German caster.
Well,
I'm reassured that we have a team named Brotdose, which is German, I believe, for lunchbox.
Yeah,
because I'm
it is.
sandwiched between two of
You
best casters. Sorry.
We are in here, but there is... I think Duel C. We see there was the Nightmare Phoenix being summoned, and Nightmare Phoenix is one of... No, not Nightmare Phoenix. Nightmare Zerberus, actually, being the one that can deal with monsters, and it deals with the Chaos Hunter there permanently, but... But after doing that, it looks like we're just giving up there. That looks like a surrender.
That is something wild to see here. Did not expect that to happen. But I think we just
we quit the replay and then we'll get
Oh,
back
yeah,
in.
okay,
Anyway, we have
Kaihari
Duel A
said,
going
my
on the
hero
screen right now.
Raging is
Mugi
so
versus
base for
Chris.
playing
Chris is
Lab
using
and
the
Master Duel.
Sky
Go
Striker
Team
card
7.
Again.
Do we have Sky Striker 10 Pi Dragon making an appearance? And can Sky Striker 10 Pi get rid of this field? It's scary. It's a lot. It's Baguska, the Terribly Tied Tapir. Where is Book of Eclipse when you need it?
Yeah, but it's really needed right now because this Baguska is also untargetable by card effects, and the Photon Drag is so too because the Duo Drive is still doing some work passively, boosting attack up to 2000 here with 2 Exceeds materials. Absolutely huge here. That is an almost unbreakable field, but if you are playing in this Ryziel meta a Sky Striker deck, a 10 Pi Sky Striker deck, you will have other field breakers just then targeting things or Raigeki.
But yeah, we talked about Telemans being not so much of an option currently in the meta game anymore because, of course, the previous World Championships we had both Quantal and, of course, Jesse Cotton enjoying the deck so much. Looks like we have Sakuma absolutely enjoying the deck still and going absolutely crazy here, summoning one monster after the other.
Yep, the classic Fairy Tale Snow. Jesse Cotton, shout out to you. XCs of Fairy Tale Snow and Tillerman's Rhino Heart. Two of our most prominent Tillerman's players in the world, Jesse Cotton and Quantal, both made a statement for themselves with this deck, both using those cards. And now Dugaris, the Timeless. That is a win more card. It is a let's win in this turn. Otherwise, I'm on the back foot for next. But it looks like this turn is going to be pretty good for Sakuma.
We have now used...
Oh
my! We have used the Sales Ban to prevent our opponent from activating Ash Blossom and Joy Spring for the rest of the turn. And of course we would do that because we want to resolve that. Sky Striker, Mobilize, Engage, and we want to get that extra draw afterwards as well. And with the Afterburners that we just searched, we have a massively easy answer actually to the Baguska.
So we're also playing jamming.
Is it lagged? I think it lagged now.
You can't target them just yet. You're right. It's not that easy. It doesn't deal with it just yet.
I think you're just trying to get some draws here, but we've already activated Jamming Wave, which apparently was a hard draw here.
Refresh.
Off of Kagari, because I don't think that the other cards do too much right now. Kagari, in the beautiful Altar, can get you back the Jamming Wave. You can set a card and then destroy something non-targeting, but the Photon Dragon still also protects you from destruction here.
Going to add back the Engage, actually, and now the Engage now just going to be used to draw another card, as you said. It's going to see if we can get
What is this
good
match
off
here
top of the
overall,
deck.
though? We have seen so many different interesting decks, but Duel C and Vince is now providing us with Voiceless Voice. What is this World Championship?
Can we take a look at Duel C? That Voiceless Voice
Yeah,
deck.
Bogan and Yuki
Low
on the same
prayers of
team.
the Voiceless Voice. Such a good deck. Such an
uncommon strategy, but perhaps that is the reason why this team is actually in a pretty favorable position overall.
We're going Shizuku.
Ooh, we're going for Shizuku, and that actually counters the duo drive. Now the attack points are low enough so we can finally activate the afterburner. Massively nice play here from Chris, and it's actually, I think I talked to the team captain, I talked to Bronas. He said that was one of your moves. You can actually just go Shizuku out the sort of lock that the Star Leech is providing, and now just go after everything.
That is crazy good.
This
is so strong. I've never seen Shizuku used offensively like that. It is great to see that. Now you're going to destroy the cross as well. Another interruption out the window. You probably have another anchor. Or I guess you can search one with the Sky Striker Mobilize Engage.
Yep, 5 cards in hand now for Chris, the Sky Striker deck. Is there a Tenpai component to it? Probably, but right now it's the Sky Striker cards that are leading the charge here and leading Chris and Brotdos back into contention in this game.
Oh, Widow Anchor is being used here from Chris. We're about to negate a monster, but that's not even here at this moment anymore. The most important thing, we also get to take a monster, and we can then convert the Shizuku and the Baguska, possibly, or whatever monster we take here. And it looks like, it is the duo drive that we take into a link to that.
We have the Telements Fiendsmith in duel B. We have Voiceless Voice in duel C, but it is Sky Striker a Zeke now coming out in duel A that is commanding all of the attention right now. There, the Tenpai Dragon.
That's huge, and we have already used the sales ban, of course, on the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, so there is not many answers to all of this. Chris really looking like he is taking this apart, and it looks like Tenpai Dragon is going to get the first win here of the tournament.
Yep, Genroku now going to look for that Chandra, you have to imagine, and start things off pretty dramatically. Could also go for the Pydra. Pydra not really an option these days, but let's see. You do have, yes indeed, the Pydra.
And there's in duel B, by the way, Psyframe Gear Gamma Resolve. Bronas has waited for absolute hours here to activate this effect, and now has used it on something that he claimed to be super valuable.
Pydra added Sangen Kaiman, added Tenpai Dragon Chundra, summoned the Chundra, and now Chundra going to resolve and then going to Synchro Summon eventually. We will get there in the end for Chris. This Tenpai Dragon Sky Striker, it dismantled the board, and it's dismantling Mugi's life points right now. No Synchro Summon yet, but it's gonna come. Sangenpai Biden Dragon, Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon. It's the Biden Dragon, and it's more than enough.
It is more than enough indeed. And let me explain you the situation overall here in the group. Both teams have won their first round. Very, very close, both of them with a 5-4 victory. And now they can continue to do so. And Chris is keeping Team Brodoza in the match by securing the game win here with the Tenpai deck.
Mugiti still have the point for the set just within reach, but right now,
if they didn't have Ash on
for Brodoza, but there is Bronas with Cypher Gear Gamma.
That is crazy. There's no card left in hand here for Telements. So Brodoza looking really strong right there. Is there anything to play with?
I said everything at 3 first.
Sequence line possibly.
Additionally, the Dugaris was such a big commitment that we needed things to go Sakuma's way. They seem to be okay for now, looking at the established field, but we need
another
heart coming out.
We need another dragon that can summon itself in battle phase by itself.
Bronas has good engine here. This might still be alright.
Without the help of Kaiman?
In terms of interruptions, there's not much left, but we are in the battle phase. Oh, did Bronas start? Bronas started, actually.
Imagine Pydra got limited after
really
this.
Bad in this situation.
That might be it. That might be the game.
Oh, is that lining up for the final blow? Is that where Mugiti is going to win it? Is that where Sakuma, Telements player of the team, is sealing it? Yes, we are attacking for game, and therefore Team Mugiti from Japan has taken the victory here in this round.
It was close, and you can see the look of relief on their faces. It's not over yet, those we do have the Voiceless Voice Malice matchup here. Vince piloting that, hopefully looking for a win here, hopefully looking for something to get some kind of redemption for his team here. Can they make a comeback here? Malice going off.
And I will tell you that this is not actually looking too good for Vince as well. We're going back to us for the moment, but Voiceless Voice really cool engine, is a lot of fun to play with, doesn't do too much with its own engine if you compare it to other decks. You have the Skull Guardian, beautiful card, beautiful playmat by the way.
Emergency balance, be like...
Exactly, Titan's Challenger Cup.
Just learn some of them,
if you don't have your Chaos Hunter, your Imperial Iron Walls, Malice is just... It's just a little bit better.
A little bit, you could definitely argue for that. But in general, making that pick even is quite interesting.
It is super interesting. Watch one of the newer options within the meta, but had such a disappointing showing overall compared to the expectations that we set for it, because it's a potent strategy and it was the meta read for a lot of players, but ultimately didn't find too much success.
I think last year it had a different purpose in everyone's lineup though. Last year I think the people that played Voices Voice really trusted the Voices Voice cards in just winning because they are the Voices Voice cards. I think here, for Vince specifically though, it is really just there for a reason that it's a very small engine and you can pair it up with a lot of cards that are targeting the Malice deck.
And another one, the Skull Guardian Protector of the Voices Voice is one of the easiest to summon hard negates for anything. And if you are having your floodgate-ish effects that prevent the Malice player from banishing at all, and most of the time they really only have one out, like the Nightmare Cerberus, you just win the game if you're just saying, no, I will keep my Chaos Hunter / Imperial Iron Wall or my Lancea active from your Called by the Grave, and I will win the game right now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, very much so. And the Nightmare Cerberus usually is an argument against Chaos Hunter. I've had that discussion plenty of times before. Malice players explaining to me, yeah, you may have the Chaos Hunter, but then I just go the Nightmare Cerberus and it's fine, and I just deal with it like that, and it's not even that big of a deal. Lancea usually is the one that people are more scared about because it just is going for the entire turn. Here, though, they had the Cerberus to out it, but afterwards they couldn't play anymore.
We're seeing a lot of Malice, Ryzeal, a little bit of Memento, but I do just want to talk to you a bit about the Tenpai Dragon Sky Striker in particular, because we saw it to great success then, and we saw it actually put up a very convincing game for Emre earlier, even though it fell short at the end. Where is the meta read for that coming from? What is the rationale behind choosing that as one of the decks?
That's a very, very good question, because we now saw Emre and we also saw Christian on it, so their teams really have come to the same conclusion. And I think one cool thing about it is that it really doesn't overlap with non-engine too much. I think when you pick that Tenpai Dragon deck, it's so good that you just play all of those spell cards. You're covering the entire base, basically, of spell cards that there are in the game that are viable right now when going second. But you have the chance to just give all of the hand interactions over to your other team members. And I think that is very valuable, and I think that is why both of these teams probably made that call.
It's really strong deck as well. You're absolutely right. But also, it is kind of, and we haven't really seen it pull it off, it is an anti-Ryzeal strategy. I mean, how many times have you at home...
We saw it pulled off there very much, actually.
True, yeah. How many times have you at home played Ryzeal and you're like, hey, I got my full combo through, that's fine. I think I should be able to control the game against everyone. And then Sky Striker, Tenpai Dragons just dismantled your field one by one, actually just getting rid of all of your cards. And then you're like, okay, they only have one card. How bad could it be?
I say Za, though. I'm pretty sure I say Za.
So interestingly enough, I believe Broaddoser won their first
Rayquaza.
Yes, they did.
So this means
I think I'd say a Rayquaza.
Quite a few of the teams moved to a 1-1 record, which means this tournament
usually I say
very
both.
exciting, because the next few rounds will be super impactful to decide
Rayquaza?
just
Rayquaza
into the finals.
Yeah, you can't really tell. Everyone is winning, but they're all losing. It's just
they're all winning, they're all losing.
Yeah, you can't really
they're all winning, they're all losing.
Imagine it all coming down to the last round, like everyone just being on the same score, and then it maybe even coming down to tiebreakers. That would absolutely be the dream that I have already. That was only round 2, and there is 3 more to follow. I think we're going on a very quick break, and we are going to see a Snipe Hunter interview for that. So see you right back after a little Snipe Hunter interview.
Hello everyone, Billy Break here, and I'm so excited. I'm here with one of my favorite Master Duel teams. That's right, it's Team Snipe Hunters. They won the very first Master Duel World Championship. They got second last year, and now they're back for revenge on team number 7. But I have the opportunity to talk to this amazing team with some amazing duelists. Really excited and happy that y'all are here with me. So first up, I just want to talk about, I just mentioned y'all did win that first year, and it was awesome. Tell me about Team Snipe Hunters, how y'all formed, where did y'all start, and how y'all have grown over the years, because this is now y'all's 3rd year playing together.
Yeah, I mean, it's been 2 years since we formed the team after the European
Worlds qualifier in 2023, and it was just a mix of different things happening. It was mostly me qualifying as second place in Europe for that year, and then thinking who could I bring, and it was Quantal, who was third that year in the qualifiers, and I figured it was really good to bring someone who was also very, well versed in the format, did really well in the qualifiers as well. And then Emre, who was a longtime friend of mine, who I knew his dream was to go to the World Championship once in his life, and I made that possible, and that was really cool.
That's awesome. What about you? How has it been for the growth of the team? Do you feel like y'all come closer together throughout the years, that y'all been through the trials and tribulations?
Definitely. The first year, we were still unsure of the waters. Definitely, the first time meeting Emre was the European Championship right after the WCQ. It's been a long ride, and I think now that we've truly become really close, in the game and outside the game, it's also helped a lot in I think how we work together in our testing. It's become a lot more smooth through the years now.
Oh, so you kind of got it figured out. You got a game plan, know how it works. How about you, Emre? Same kind of thing?
Yeah, I think everything has been said already. They're my mates, but most more important, my friends over the time. I know Josh for more than half of my life now, and Quantum for 2 years now, and he also became a really close friend. So yeah.
I mean, I think that's the great part about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is you kind of really meet some of your best friends through playing the game. I mean, if you watch the show in the first episode, it's all about the power of friendship, and y'all have that on your side here, to the advantage. And maybe that helped out in the first time. Y'all got close last year, right? Second, you were in the finals against the same team that you played in the finals of the previous year. Talk to me about how that feels.
I mean, it was a pretty surreal feeling. I mean, everything was surreal. Winning in 2023 was surreal. Then getting back to the finals in 2024, and then facing the same team again was also something that we never thought would happen.
I mean, you never play the same person in the finals, right?
I could not think of another instance of that happening in my life ever. So, no, I think. Okay. As if you're so sad about.
Oh,
I'm
so sad. 2023 Mickey Mouse Championship.
No, similar to that story, I think it was honestly overall, I can really live with the fact that we ended up with 1-1. I think it would have felt a little bit off if we just ended up taking it both years and they walked away with no. Win.
Mickey Mouse.
So I think you're happy that they also got a chance, an opportunity.
Yeah, that's fine. It's all right. We tried our best. The first year it worked. The second year it didn't quite work, but that's all right.
I mean, also second place is a tough feat. Talking about that, how did it feel to make it back to the finals? Quantum, once you were there again, did you think y'all got it in the bag?
I mean, it felt surreal because we also played the same team in top 4 from the previous year.
Oh wow! So
with Task
deja vu.
So it just felt like deja vu. In the end, I mean, I'm obviously very happy for Ryan specifically, as I know how many times he's gotten second in the past. So him finally being able to get first again. Outside of Dragon Duel, I'm really happy for him, and honestly, I also am very happy with the storyline. Makes it more interesting, as I would say. I also think it's quite fair overall as well.
So very positive spin from the first two. Emery, give me a different kind of energy. Tell me you were upset when you lost. Tell me you wanted to beat them 2 times in a row and let them know who's the best.
I mean, of course, when you make it to the final, you want to win. I mean, that's obvious, but I mean, losing obviously always hurts, but as they said, Ryan and also the entire team, they really deserve that. So while it hurted a lot, I also felt really happy for them.
Team Snipe Hunters, aka Team Nice Guys. I like it. I appreciate the positivity. But that's the competitive spirit and all. You could respect that y'all played some, excellent duelists. And I wonder if y'all have different answers if you weren't sitting in these chairs here again this year. So talking about that, what were the nerves like? Because when you won the first year, you were guaranteed to come back the second year, and you were so close there in the second year. But were you nervous that you weren't going to be here in this position?
A little bit, I think. Yeah, I mean, it's been something that I really like and really cherish, being able to participate at the World Championship. It's always a very special feeling, no matter how many times you come back. It's always
insane to put an interview on mid-round.
Jack obviously qualified.
Is this live or is this pre-recorded?
We were going to go
interview.
As Team Snipe Hunters again, which is awesome.
Yeah, I don't think this is.
But we never knew it wasn't guaranteed, like you said.
Yeah, let me go and talk to you about that. So you were the one who qualified this year. Talk to me about that qualification process. Was it nerve-wracking, or did you think you had it locked in?
At the start, I had previously, before the event, talked a lot of Ryan in my preparation regarding the Mermail deck. And going in, I felt really confident.
Yeah, that's you.
With the first 2 days, I was smooth sailing, playing a lot. I did tilt a lot on day 1 at the end of the day, but I talked with Ryan and calmed down my nerves on day 2. Day 3, my nerves went into hyperdrive.
I think I watched like your stream during that last hour, and you were on there talking, and you did not seem. You seemed very nervous.
I was so nervous. I had like a 12, maybe 15-hour span where I could opt to play more, but I was also at a certain amount of points that I felt comfortable would normally qualify, but it was also on the threshold of it is reachable. So I was scared of, do I play more, risk the chance of dropping points, and then maybe even spiraling
it's like
out,
an hour,
or
30 minutes,
keep getting points.
From
And
round 2 to 3.
luckily it worked out.
It's a lunch break?
And we held strong.
No, it's
Now
a.
y'all
Oh yeah,
are
it's a
here
lunch break
again for the
now.
3rd time in a row. But speaking of multiple times at the WCS, Josh, this is your 7th WCS. That's unreal. The past 3 years has been Master Duel. Before that, it was for the TCG. Talking about the difference in the approach and coming into the World Championship for Master Duel versus TCG.
Master Duel is different
needs
in
to
a lot of
recharge.
ways. Mostly, I mean, the card pool is different. Maxi exists, which may or may not have an impact on the format. And I think it's also maybe it's different because it's a team tournament. Like it's just a different environment when you are playing the TCG and it's one versus the other. Is it like 26 others? I think it's 27 total. It's different when you have to like go through that field, reach top 8, and then win 3 matches to become the world champion, rather than in Master Duel Worlds, where it's really about like that building a lineup for a team that works for each player, and predicting what other teams are going to have, what constellations, which deck do you want to queue into what deck for other teams, and just also in general, it's just a nice feeling to sometimes be able to carry your teammates in rounds where they don't get very lucky, but then also on the other way around, like last year, for example. I didn't do so well with my coin tosses and luck in general, and then these two had my back, and I think that's an awesome part of Master Duel Worlds.
Yeah, definitely. That leads me into my next question here for Emery. So, talking about having their back, last year you were the rock for the team, right? You weren't dropping games, you were winning them. Tell me about that. Are you planning on doing that again this year, making sure you got their back? So if Josh apparently just loses coin flips, are you ready? Are you ready to fill that position and lock in for your team?
Obviously, I'll try to win as many games as possible. Last year was really special. I don't know how I did it. I mean, obviously, like I have to say, it was like I was playing, but like the decks were a team effort. It wasn't me building the decks, we did it together, and I think my lineup was, I would say, the best out of like the entire tournament.
Are you planning on winning the game this year?
Yeah, I got to play Flanders and the pet deck, and Centurion.
Okay.
2 decks that I think no other team really played. Those 2 decks were really great, and I just started to win 1 game, or the second one, the third, fourth.
The W's kept coming in, and yeah, got close though. But maybe Josh wins just a few more coin flips this year. That'll be the difference in walking away with the first place versus the second place.
I also don't mind losing all of them if they win them. So,
so you did enough last year.
Yeah.
You got your points. This time it's their turn, right? I love that. So y'all mentioned this is the 3rd year. Y'all are back again. Y'all aren't the only team back again. Team 7, of course, is back. That's what we're looking forward to. The rivalry between y'all two. But are there any other teams outside of Team 7 that y'all are looking forward to facing this year? Maybe some newcomers, maybe the same teams that you've played in the past?
I think this year there's a very cool mix between familiar faces from previous years. There's a lot of teams that made it back. Like, of course, everyone is going to mention Dreams Future, featuring Tasku, of course.
Incredible
who's been
duelist.
one of the, if not the best Master Duel player in like Duelist Cups and all those kind of
Even
tournaments.
the Synchro Cup,
Yeah,
right?
no, he's definitely an amazing duelist that everyone is expecting to be a very tough opponent, but there's also like a lot of new teams, and there's also players that are very popular or very successful in the TCG that haven't really appeared on the Master Duel stage yet. So I think there's really an exciting mix this time around.
How about you?
I'm feeling mixed feelings. I'm playing a lot of friends.
You mentioned that you were talking with Ryan for your project.
Yeah,
So he was like helping you guys come back. He also wants that best of 3 to be resolved.
I mean, Ryan is amazing in that department, but obviously Herman and Luca and Nesh in their team. Also Joey Chow and Pak and Enzo. We're also in the same group, so we're going to be playing. So it's going to be some mixed feelings in between there.
Definitely. How about you, Emery?
Yeah, I'm excited to play anybody.
You just want to play some good Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah,
bring him.
But the most I'm excited about the OCG players just in general, because as a TCG player, you have no chance to play against them at all. So the World Championship is the only opportunity to play against them. So I always feel really excited about that.
Yeah, one of my favorite things about Master Duel, I think, is, I mean, the whole thing of the World Championship is you do get that opportunity to play the players from, you know, Japan and the other places, the other Asia countries and the OCG, and that you never would. But in Master Duel, like, there's no language barrier. You're still, like, on an even playing field. Like, there's not different lists that get combined. It's all the same list. What do y'all think about that? Is that a big difference from the TCG?
It definitely is, and I think I feel like it unifies the community a little bit more because you're all playing the exact same format at all times. I do think that is an awesome part about it as well. You know, sometimes wish the TCG had as well, when we see like, okay, cards releasing over there, and we're like, when can we finally play with those? But like in general, I just think it's cool to be able to connect with people, and you play this exact same format.
Yeah, definitely. Well, yeah, there's a lot to look forward at the World Championships here. I can't wait to see how y'all are going to do. Do y'all have any advice for the players out there that are, you know, playing Master Duel? They're trying to play in those Duels Cups. They want to come to the World Championship. They want to be the next Team Snipe Hunters. What would you tell someone that come up to you with that question? How can I be you? Not that it's coming from me.
The main reason why I'm still here after all these years, for me personally, is because I've enjoyed it all the way through.
It's about having fun. Yeah.
That was the main thing that kept me going. Of course, there's a lot of effort that went into it, but that effort didn't feel hard, even though it probably was, because I just enjoyed it so much. I made so many friends along the way, and even though it maybe sounds like cliche, but those kind of things really is what makes this game so special to me, and why I think I'm still playing after all these years.
Definitely. How about you, Pato?
Absolutely. I mean, I've been playing this game for maybe 7-8 years. It's been a long journey, but because I love the game so much, it doesn't feel like a chore or job, but rather I'm doing it for the love of the game.
You just happen to do well?
I just want to improve because I love the game so much, and you get better by just playing more games. And Master Duel is a perfect way where if you just keep playing, you will end up playing against other best players, and you will learn from them.
Definitely. I think that is excellent advice. It's been awesome talking to you guys. I can't wait to see how you're going to do in the tournament and how all the other teams are going to do as well. I hope I get to see the best of 3, the final result, who's going to win between Team Snipe Hunters, Team 7, but of course there's all those other wonderful teams that are going to be competing this year at the Master Duel World Championship in 2025. I'm Billy Break. This was Team Snipe Hunters. It's been fantastic talking to you. I can't wait to see how y'all are going to do in the tournament. There's some incredible teams. I want to see how Team Snipe Hunters is going to do against Team 7 this year. Will y'all play in the finals again? But there's plenty of other teams that are going to want to walk away with that World Championship. So stay tuned for some awesome Yu-Gi-Oh action, and of course Yu-Gi-Oh Master Duel.
That was a very in-depth interview, of course, with Team Snipe Hunters, one of the most prestigious teams we have here in the tournament, previous world champions. But actually just the last round, at the very end, we could catch still some gameplay action from Team Brotoser. And Christian actually is one of the players from Team Brotoser, right?
Yes, indeed he is. And Christian Thomas was a participant in the TCG category of 2023 World Championship.
Yes.
His brother actually is playing Dueling Speed Duel, which you can see, you can see.
Can I go to Roller dressed like that later?
Going on. Now, Leo, I believe you got the opportunity to sit down with both of the Thomas brothers and talk all things Brotherhood and Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, we're going to show you this video in a minute because it was an absolute blast. It was the second time that ever Yu-Gi-Oh! Brothers basically qualified for the World Championships together. I think the first time in different categories, and both of them are so lovely. And they do a little bit of a test who's better
was trying to
more
win.
attentive brother.
To take it off.
Sibling rivalry encouraged by Leo.
In just a second, maybe you guys let us know who you think is the better duelist.
It's so cool, right? Because that dream alone is already a dream of every Yu-Gi-Oh! Player to be competing here. But that to share that with your brother is just, it's incredible in itself.
Yeah, really, really excellent story.
And
honestly, they're both looking to
have success this tournament. Who isn't? Who isn't looking towards the trophy now that they've made it this far, for sure. But honestly, I'm glad that they're encouraging each other. The social aspect of the master team is super cool, but also thinking about the Duel Links players as individuals. I'm seeing them sit around in groups just talking about strategy, theory crafting, all of that good stuff, and it's really nice that they're able to meet each other in person at the World Championship after competing against each other for so long, and be there with your brother.
The brother being Christian Thomas here, Chris, in Team Brotdose. We have just seen them lose very closely to Mugity, who's looking strong as well. But Team Brotdose won the first round. They're still very much in the competition. And now, everyone, let's watch a nice interview of the Thomas brothers.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Yu-Gi-Oh! WCS 2025 here in Paris. And I'm joined this time by two brothers who actually both managed to qualify for Worlds. How are you feeling, guys?
Hello, yeah, we are very happy. Like, this was always a dream of us to qualify together for the World Championship in Yu-Gi-Oh! We actually got very close already in 2023, where I got to Worlds in TCG. And for you, it was very close in Duel Links, right?
Yeah, I was one win off.
One win off is actually tough.
So one win off, but now we're like finally made it here together.
Yeah, that's great. That is such a huge accomplishment, and there's no son that mom has to be prouder of, right?
Yes.
So I want to ask you a little bit of your beginnings. When did you start playing Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yeah, so I think we started playing like 2007. So like I think it was in grad school still, right? I think.
Oh, it was in elementary school.
Yeah, even in elementary.
I was 6 years old back then. You were like 8 or something.
Yeah.
And you know, back then it was like very casual. You know, like playground Yu-Gi-Oh. You don't really know the rules. Back then, it's kind of funny because you know how life points is written on a lot of cards, and we didn't know any English, so we couldn't play any cards where life points is written on it because we didn't know what the word meant. And you know, just watching the anime, like trying to pretend. Yeah, we went to first locals in 2015 only, so you know there was a big gap there because you know when you're at home and you have a brother to play with, what fuels you is like the sibling rivalry, right? You don't need that like tournament scene, but then in 2015,
no, you're good.
To start being competitive and actually travel to events.
Did you guys, as kids, with this sibling rivalry, did you guys have
out of
cards?
what? How many teams is it total?
Oh, I have the Dark Magician. I have Blue Eyes White Dragon.
I think it was more like ace decks kinda.
Who was the last one?
You got the structure deck for the hieratic structure deck, right? You got, and I got the Dark Hole structure deck. And those were like the decks that we kind of always played against
who's number
each
one
other.
then?
And like obviously like we didn't have like proper decks. It was just like a structure deck. So and the structure decks, I mean they are nice, but you kind of need like more cards outside of them too. And then we just played against each other with those decks for like multiple years even. And then eventually I think I got a Shadow deck, and I think you got a
Satellarknight.
Yeah.
It was like the first good actual deck that we had.
And then we played those decks for a bunch against each other too at home.
Yeah, I mean Duelist Alliance was a really nice set. Yeah. Who actually played first of you guys? Who dragged the other one into Yu-Gi-Oh?
We both started at the same time together, and it came basically from watching the anime. Like we were fans of the anime, and then from the anime, like we just got into the cards, and then we also I think started attending locals together eventually. So we kind of did a lot together. Like even the same, like we even started attending the same Prem events together. I think Rice's Rimini was the first proper Rice years we played, right?
Yeah.
Wait, what about a picture?
Rice's Rimini in 2016. 2016, yeah. So that was the first like actual, I think, first Rice years that we went to, and since then, I mean, we've just been also traveling to like all events together, basically.
For a while, until in November 2017. That's when I stopped playing TCG because I wanted to focus on school, and then in 2018 I started playing Duel Links, and
the rest is
stadium.
Rest is history.
Was there ever a time when one of you guys didn't play and the other one was like, come on, I'm still super active, get back into the game?
I would say this time, of course, because he like stopped playing the TCG again. So then I like couldn't talk with him as much anymore about the TCG. But also after 2023, right? Because I went to Worlds there, and after that it was kind of like okay, kind of reached my goals that I wanted to reach in the game. And after that, I also didn't start or stop playing like for 2 years in the TCG. He kind of tried to push me to get back into it. But during those 2 years, I was still like always playing.
Come
Master
on, Team 7. Come on, Jessica.
Right, because Master and TCG are still like very similar games. It's the same cards, it's just like different formats.
Yeah, same rules basically. You're the GOAT for trying to get him back in. I have a very, very difficult, rather polarizing question now for the two of you. Who's the better duelist?
Me.
Why is there only two
I would also probably go with him, to be honest. I think there's not like a big difference, but probably I would put him like a little bit above me.
All right, okay. I want to see you perform like that also this weekend. I have a small game for you guys to play with me. Now, we're going to have a little quiz to see who is the better or more attentive brother of the two. I'm going to ask them questions about
what
each
food
other,
are you guys talking
and
about?
let's see if they can answer those questions. I'm going to ask the both of them 3 questions now, basically about themselves and each other. So I'm going to ask them for the first question, what is your favorite card? And then the brothers will have to answer what the other's favorite card is. So, guys, what's your favorite card?
My guess for your favorite card? Zodiac Tiger Mortar.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, 1-0 already. All right, Snippers. Now, Chris, what's your brother's favorite card?
I think it's Snippers.
That would make a lot of sense.
You know that Reddit where it's
yes,
like
of course,
50-50
if a player
or
is
something?
named after one card, then it's probably an easy guess.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to question number 2. What's
Same
your
idea,
brother's
basically.
favorite deck?
I think it's going to be Burning Abyss in Duel Links, the Burning Abyss version from Duel Links.
Oh, and it is BA!
Burning Abyss, that's correct.
Perfect. All right, very, very good. 2-1 now. Snippers, your turn.
So, going with Zodiac Tiger Mortar, I also think that his favorite deck is Zodiac.
Yes, that's also right. Zodiac.
Very, very good.
That's the deck I got my first 2 tops with in the TCG, so it always has a special place in my heart.
Nice, really skillful formats as well.
Yes,
then.
for sure.
Definitely. I saw some people in the hall playing Zodiac Mirror Mesh, so
really?
you might want to join them later on.
Maybe.
But first, we will have to see who is the better or more attentive brother. Last final question. Are you guys ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
What is your favorite format in Yu-Gi-Oh? Doesn't have to be game specific. Can be Duel Links, Master Duel, or TCG, or Rush Duel. This is getting very exciting. Sniffers, what's your brother's favorite format?
I think it is the format that he got his first top in, which is the 2017 Zodiac format.
Yes, that's also right. Like I
Zodiac?
wrote on Zodiac and Euros 2017 because there's been 3 different Zodiac formats, and he got the one right because that was the one.
First top.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, okay, so you're 3-on-3 here. I don't know why it surprised me that these brothers who have played Yu-Gi-Oh! Together since 2007 know a lot about each other's favorite cards and decks and formats. But now, the last one, Chris.
Yeah, this one was a bit tough to be honest because I'm not like super big into Duel Links, so I really had to think about it. But I think I'm going with Burning Abyss 2022 in Duel Links.
2022 DDD Burning Abyss format.
Yes, that sounds right.
All right, this is the best possible scenario I was hoping for.
So we have a tie.
Yes, you both are the best brothers in Yu-Gi-Oh! Here. Congratulations. Thank you guys very much for your time. I really enjoyed this, and I wish both of you the best of luck in the World Championships. Stay tuned. Back to the broadcast.
C'est l'heure du duel! Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin. Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça?
Now they're showing the... What the fuck? ADN? Animation Digital Network? Yeah, we love watching the Razor ad. And we're watching the sponsors.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
He wasn't supposed to win.
Yeah, dueling is on.
Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was the third-rate duelist. With a fourth.
They have it on JP, no? Oh, they don't have it now.
Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my
They're just like
hardest to
scuffed.
get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that part down. Here I go. It's all or nothing.
有喜欢真的好起来了 Xbox, Nike, Razer, good sponsor for Yu-Gi-Oh!
So, what's inside this thing? Come on, Joey needs a new pair of shoes. The moment of truth. Whoa!
也是给蹭到了，
Look
是
at
吧？
that thing, guys! Now there's something you don't see every day. Check this out! Red Eyes Black Dragon! I'm talking Red Eyes Black Dragon, folks. It's your move. Nike Air Max 95.
Nanda? なんかドキドキするな。うわ、来た来た来た。これはすっげえ。見てみろよこれ。どうよ。俺もびっくりしたぜ。おいみんな、ここにすっげえのが見えるぜ。レッドアイズブラックドラゴン。さあ、お前のターンだぜ。ナイキエアマックス95。
They're gonna just play the Nike ad again?
Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny
Oh, that's not the same. Wait, that's not the same, no.
He was the third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap.
Did they not find the same person?
I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that.
This is the same, no? This is just the same ad. Oh wait, no, there's two, no? Or was this the same?
It's all or nothing. So, what's inside this thing? Come on, Joey needs a new pair of shoes. The moment of truth. Whoa! Get a load of that thing, guys! Now there's something you don't see every day. Check this out! Red Eyes Black Dragon! I'm talking Red Eyes Black Dragon, folks. It's your move. Nike Air Max 95.
Salad and duelings? Isn't that like Ghost Rare?
どうよ。俺もびっくりしたぜ。おいみんな、ここにすっげえのが見えるぜ。レッドアイズブラックドラゴン。さあ、お前のターンだぜ。ナイキエアマックス95。
Oh, they're back
points
from the
were
ad.
collected from this
Yapping.
team, and plenty of them as they managed to also qualify to the World Championship through them. And the first one on the team is Mugi. And Mugi actually a man of different categories because he also topped the Rush Duel qualifiers, for example. But in the end, it was enough to qualify for the Master Duel section, of course.
Definitely a big fan of Yu-Gi-Oh! In general, and someone else that loves Yu-Gi-Oh! Enough to come back to the world stage.
What's the Yu-Gi-Oh!
For a
kind of
second time
deodorant?
is Sakuma, who is an accomplished player in the OCG, an accomplished player in Master Duel already, having competed again at that 2023 World Championship, and now returns looking to claim a title for the very first time.
Yep, and closing out the team is Rain, and Rain this season has just been incredibly consistent, basically topping every of those Duelist Cups, being always there in the top 30, and therefore being enough to collect enough points to get them over the finish line to be qualified by those season points. First place in the Asian region for the regional qualifiers came in RJ, and so he had to form his team for the World Championship, of course, as well. RJ, super famous face in the Master Duel community, as he's, of course, also, for example, hosting Challenger Cups in the Asian region and has, of course, topped plenty of Duelist Cups at this point already.
Yes, indeed. He's also made an appearance at the World Championship before, having joined up with the CER2 team last year to make CER2 X FCG, but this time around got two new friends joining him on the world stage, God War and Mimoe. This team loves Snake Eyes. Will they take it to the world stage? Maybe. I guess we'll find out. Our next team is spearheaded by none other than Shoma Yusa. Shoma, of course, did manage to qualify through the Duelist Cup back in December. That was the Tenpai Dragon format that a lot of duelists were a big fan of.
True.
But especially managing to find success with Yubel was really, really intriguing because Yubel, of course, had been around for a while in Master Duel, didn't quite yet have access to the Varudras, the final bringer of the end times,
True.
but still managed to make an impact there and bring this team to their very first World Championship.
Yeah, very much a combo player with that Jubel deck, so it will be interesting to see whether he brings that combo deck, maybe even Jubel back to the big stage. But he definitely will bring two of his teammates, and the first one is Bernardo, which is a good friend of him and also an avid Master Duel player joining the team. And then there also is Gianfranco. And Gianfranco, I think you might, Gianfranco, maybe he's your favorite team of the tournament because he actually has some recent success in the TCG with Infernoble, which is, of course, one of your most favorite decks. So maybe he's going to bring that. Sounds like an all-around combo-oriented team. So maybe they're just going to bring out all the combo decks. Who knows?
Back-to-back-to-back appearances for Snipe Hunters and back-to-back finals the past years. Can they repeat it again this year on the back of a fantastic showing in the regional qualifier by Quantal? Quantal now team captain for Snipe Hunters this time around. He's leading them this time. He led them throughout World Championship 2023 with the Taylor.
Go in Master Duel. I didn't watch all the replays
qualifier with the Atlantean Mermail strategy. Will he lead them to victory this time around?
Of course, someone supporting him very, very strongly is Josh, the second player of the team. Huge influential figurine in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Space. Great, great content creator and definitely an idol for so many players out there. And he's holding the record now. 7 World Championships participations, which is incredible and definitely someone you want to have on your team.
You said World Championship, you said record. It would be amiss to not mention Emre and his phenomenal win record on the world stage in that Master Duel category. He has the most wins overall of any single player, and hopefully he's going to add to it this time around as Snipe Hunters return to the world stage. Coming up next, we have Mr. Master Duel himself, Husk, returning to the world stage for a 3rd time in a row. 2 back-to-back semi-finals appearances, 2 back-to-back matches against Snipe Hunters there. Will we see that again this year as Tusk does bring a few more victories in the Duelist Cups with him, but also 2 new teammates this time around?
One of them being Freedom, and Freedom, which is hard to do, actually even outperformed Tusk on average on the Duelist Cups because he was a regular in all of them, even in top 10, getting those gold icons like it is nothing. So really will be helpful for the team overall.
Definitely very, very powerful competitors here with really accomplished players across all of the Duelist Cups. And especially, we need to note Stella returning to the world stage, looking for redemption here. Again, a player that was unable to claim victory at last year's World Championship, looking along with his teammates to claim it this time around. Returning to the world stage again, we have Ryan Yu for the 3rd year in a row. He won last year as part of this team. Will he win again this year? Well, he's played so many games of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. He's played in the Duelist Cups despite having already qualified for the World Championship. Did the same actually last year as well.
Yeah, I was like, what deodorant are you talking about?
Player, cited by many as helping them out as well. Just such a good player, having won Dragon Duel in the past as well, looking to add another title here to his name.
Speaking of titles, of course, one of his teammates is Jesse Cotton, with plenty of titles both in TCG and now also, of course, being the reigning Master Duel World Champion, now at the World Championship for the 6th consecutive time. And of course, he tries to go for another title this time around with his team. And then, of course, there's also the 3rd teammate, isn't there?
Yes, indeed. Understated, underrated, but still one of the best players in the world. It's undisputed. It is Raymond Dai. Such a good player here. He claimed the finishing blow last year in the finals with the Pearly deck. Will he do it again this year? Will they win again this year? I guess we'll see.
Qualifying as one of the teams through season points is the one being led by Yuki. And Yuki, actually the only one of the 3 who has not been to the World Championship yet. But the other 2 have been.
Very much so. Bogan has been there time and time and time again. Very, very accomplished player, of course, has a challenge named after him.
Yeah.
Wherein you
Wait,
get
so after
10
today,
wins
do
at
they
that highest rating in Master Duel? That's how good this guy is, and that's how good he's going to have to be.
Teams are going to get eliminated.
This team is going to claim the world title.
Indeed, and player number 3 is
after the
Rizo
5
Kaku,
rounds.
And he actually, of course, as he is with the season points qualificants, had a really strong season, performed decently at every
next day will be
Duelist
all the
Cup, and therefore
semifinals,
was able, by combining the points with all 3 of them, to make it to the world stage as well.
Wait, how many teams is it in total? So out of 12, the top 4 goes to tomorrow, right? Okay. Resume shortly. This is the Duel Links ranking. JP is at least not wallpaper. It's just showing the rules. 雷我下个主流是什么 ？K9 VS。That's what he's on? This break is longer because Blanchard. Yeah. That's why. It's an hour and a half break. Let me see. Oh, they're saying that the AI doesn't have the same match. Yeah, I'm looking at all the comment or chat. Oh, Duel Links EU is yapping now.
Elemental heroes, and there are some options like baseball that you need to cut your opponent off guard, right? And I think Dark Galaxy is one of those decks with her.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you, and I mean, I really feel like that the trend so far it's been
oh, the Yap one?
into this tournament,
10 minute, 9 minute 20 stream over shortly.
The main difference is
maybe the host needed a bathroom break
in this case, because for example, in the previous match we witnessed,
or they have to like do some setup.
The fifth game was decided by baseball, for example, in game 5. Or for example, talking about speed duels, we just went to Salamangreat. So I think it's all about the small details, right? Entering into a tournament like this, you have been playing hours and hours against the best players in the world, and I mean, you really know all of the decks you're going to be facing. But also, I really feel like that sometimes
赛制是今天打完12个队伍里4个队伍出现打明天，等于说明天就半决赛准决赛了。
Last deck I could have, you know, brought into this tournament, and you know that they played all of them essentially, right? So they really tested all of the decks in and out. But I'm really curious in the end to see what their choices was, because we mentioned it before. we clearly have an idea of.
But if it's 4 teams, then tomorrow it's also like rounds,
most of
right?
the decks that are represented that we also see so far on stream. But
wait, then it should just take like 2 hours then.
It's different. Every single player has a different approach to the format. So I'm really curious to see how they're going to be facing their opponents and also their deck choices. For example, if you expect your opponent to play Black Galaxy as the first deck, one to be played next, you know? So it's all about the choices, because sometimes even if you bring the best deck, or
paper is also like first round papers tomorrow, right?
There's 4th or 5th choice.
And then like basically the final of Rush Duel, Duel Links, and Master Duel is tomorrow.
Shining.
And then last day is paper final, right, or something.
It's one of the must that our players are having in the deck this week.
对啊，秘鲁
You
剑圣。
mentioned it. I really feel that.
Yeah, everybody's like Sorso last year.
In terms of resisting, counteracting your opponent.
I told you it's like famous
of
because Sorso is a Chinese deck.
Which we witnessed in our previous match, which was
there was like they made like memes of him.
Cards such as compulsory evacuation device, these trap cards, widespread ruin. This is some cards that I'm thinking of, such as trap cards.
Yeah.
I mean, I really feel
also
like
his evenly match
that we can opt for. And as you mentioned, if you really feel like that Shiny Shady is among the top 2 cards that are gonna be played, maybe a Red Boot could be an option. But if you don't really want to face Shiny Shady, maybe baseball could be. I don't know.
So we're gonna just look at Duel Links as breaks in between.
But
is that the schedule?
Meaning that when your opponent know that he's going to play Spellcast, for example, a personal choice of me is to bring Elemental Heroes, to be honest, and because it is one of those decks that really wants to go against the decks that also have some set spell and trap. For example,
it's 9 hours.
Spell their fusion in order to have follow-up. And I think
they made it right.
I think that it will not be as important as seeing our active players.
I think that was a typo.
So we will have our
9
first
hours,
place
plenty time to take a break
right
before
now,
next round.
and we can experience what he's going to say.
他这里写错了，就是他说9个小时后
has
下一
to say
轮。
about the current.
马上回来9个小时。Oh look, they fixed it. Look,
I started playing
they fixed it because
Yu-Gi-Oh!
chat
as
was
a
like
kid
9 hours.
in
Now
2015.
0.
And I
零是改了。
downloaded Duel Links in 2020. In June, there was a qualification by region, and I came first in my region.
What's the
and I
different
played
color
Light Galaxy.
mean?
Well,
Is it different sex,
I've
like
already
different
been at Worlds, so I had
category?
a great time, and well, I hope I can win this time.
Because the 2 guys before
my
was
monster is
blue and purple.
Warrior, because
orange.
I like the underdogs, and I also won a tournament with that back in 2022. So that
purple's
became my
Master Duel,
favorite
right?
card after
They
that.
all have purple.
I prefer Corson.
Why was the Duel Links
we
in the
just
Master
heard
Duel
it from-
person? Oh yeah. I remember. They saying that, I think. The Reddit post, right? No, remember when Ray was reading the Reddit post, and Master Duel, one of the, like in the post they said like, oh, his brother is also in the dueling category or something. Yeah. Now they just take off the time. They're like, fuck the time. It's just short lead. They're more indie than Nintendo. Come on. Or TPC. Let's look at the AI. It should be like, okay, 30 minutes. Or like 20-ish minutes.
Envoy of the beginning has one of the strongest effects and attack points in the game. I would probably prefer croissants because I've never had a macaron before.
This is not paper, no? This is Duel Links,
And
no?
yeah, this is Jorfa's opponent, Kirurio. I think it's
Yeah. Day 3 is, wait, is it only paper final? What's on day 3? Yeah. I think everything is like split to 2 days, into 2 days. No, but like I think last day is just paper final, no? That's it. Then is it shorter then? Is it shorter? Master not yet started. I mean, it should be like 25 minutes till round 3. No? Oh, here, 9 minute. They fixed it. 9 minute now. Not 9 hours. They fix it. Yeah, and then they're gonna yap for 10 minutes. And then round 3. 什么时候变身啊？这是插模型，其实是在这1个多小时前就变身了，2个小时前就变身了，好像。They're like, when did KBJ transform? I was like, that's a couple hours ago. I was like, that's your. I told them like, this is your actual model. 我才发现的，看白看的。He said he just realized he was too focused on the bat and on a fucking duel. Transformer, I know. 他有这个皮套，然后还有一个巫女的皮套。They're probably not going to show Team 7 again, though, since they already showed it for round 1. And actually, yeah. They showed it round 1 on the EN one and round 2 on the JP one. Kuromi, 什么 Kuromi? AI Commander is having a lower win rate than Typhoon. What do you mean? 老哥怀里不是老哥怀里的是刚刚那只宝可梦。中文叫什么？大尾力，它本体是大尾力，大尾力皮头。They think the ferret is a Kuromi. Yeah, I was like, what are you talking about? I'm like, no, that's the actual KBJ. I mean, yeah, it's a cat ear now. 太小了，就是黑的，我以为是 Kuromi. Oh yeah, yeah. When you don't speak, it's dark. He thought it was black, so he thought it was a Kuromi. How many people watch AI Commentary? The English one has 34 people. The JP one has 194 people. TCG. The Chinese one has 20 people. They probably didn't invest money though, no? Well, I mean not conspiracy, but the theory is that like this is for like the stakeholder or something. They should invest money into ban lists because they did that last year on like I think the paper final or something, like they did the AI battle and then they were misplaying Blue Eyes and then they just cut it. They were like, oh okay, that's enough. Showcase. So this happened not just this year. They always had like some, I don't know, in their like the report they talk about AI or whatever stuff. So it's like yeah，领了，马已经领了，已经抽了，没抽到什么 SR。上次送礼物给他的朋友不玩游戏王吧？哪个庆生？你说是猫爪子吗？当时那不是他庆生哦。你说是小魔女吗？嗯，他有时候玩游戏王的，他平时不常播，但是玩的。Ray posted in chat? Where? Let me see. Let me go. What is it? What did he say? In general. Oh my god, the fucking forehead. Oh. Oh, that's how it looks like in Master Duel. The replay speculate, win lose. Is Joe over? Yeah. He just said yeah. Yeah, oh, lunch break. Oh, they're back at yapping.
2-0.
There's, I think, a very, very few teams that are 2-0. I think there is Noble.
Noble Gobligol is actually the underdog. Is almost all of a sudden rising above all the other teams.
Who's really an underdog in this stack?
It's the World Championship. They qualified, but yeah, definitely Noble Gobligol. I think we considered to be the underdogs in the tournament simply because Shoma Yusa came out of nowhere to qualify this team randomly for the World Championship. December, during the UBEL format, was able to win the Duelist Cup seemingly out of nowhere. Then kind of took a step back for a while. Nobody really heard from them.
I was like, no, it's part of the aesthetic.
And then showed up to the World Championship and is convincingly taking games off of Dream's future. And
I mean, it's a good time.
The host doesn't even have a chair.
Yeah, alignments as well. And I mean, oh, there we have it. There you can see it. We also have now the display of how long it is until the next round. But the important part here is Group A is currently, as we just addressed them, led by Noble Gobligol, who has, as we can see there, defeated Dream's Future in what an impressive fashion.
That's
8-1.
incredible, considering the prestige that Dream's Future commands, not only because of their team captain Tasku, but just the quality of players like Stella, like Freedom. And then when you think about Noble Gobligol coming into this, I mentioned Shoma Yusa, relatively unknown, but ultimately, you're looking at two teammates as even less known quantities. Gianfranco H and Bernardo 2117, both formidable infant Noble Knight players within the community, but really making a name for themselves here, playing more standard, more conventional things, such as the Atlantean Mermail, the Malice.
Russia has good artwork.
Yeah, but as we said, Noble Gobligol, the only team in Group A that was able so far to win both of the matches.
Yeah.
And besides that,
everything just really seems shaken around. There is in second place right now Team Ragnarok, who has impressively won the first round 8-1, but lost the second round as well to another one of the Japanese team's 2 alignments.
We've mentioned it before, in those round-robin tournaments, tiebreakers are immensely important, and you can already see this now with those standings. Yes, we have Snipe Hunters in 5th place, but they have the same overall score than the second place in the group, so that can change really, really quickly. And if you're just looking at the second group, it's basically the same scenario.
We also have Team 7 in 5th place in that one, so it's like, okay, the finalists from last year, maybe not off to the greatest of starts for their tournament, but they've both come back from worse. As you've both mentioned, it's anyone's tournament.
They say maybe like
they're
wearing shorts on the bottom, not like full-on suits.
Mugati in particular in that group B, and of course
if they stand, they don't need to show the bottom.
Nobody was expecting this from either.
Oh, that's not true. They could have a table that has like a front.
Shown up
它桌子也可以是挡到的呀，就是像那种新闻联播的那种，就下面都是短裤。但是它前面有一个地方
I wanted to say something completely different first.
Like they could have like
a
table where it has a front and then just has like WCS or something.
The second round is
just the logo,
abysmal for your tiebreaker.
Probably just don't have it.
In round robin, this is different. Everyone is playing against the same opponents, and it's more about how hard you lose or how hard you didn't lose or how hard you won.
We're just 5 rounds, so next round is round 3. So next round is probably
they have had heavy losses so far, and that is way more important than losing early.
Regardless of how the rest of the tournament went earlier today, as long as you win the next 3 rounds, you're fine, you're out, you're going to win, so don't worry too much.
That is true, and we see also Fala Galera, of course, they're in Group B. We had them on big display in the first round where they so closely lost to Team 7. And actually, they won the second round also with the 5-4 records. Even closer. We actually watched it. We catched some of it. And they were down 4-2 and just completely swept the last set to still make it to that 1-1 record. Such an important set to win there completely.
And you know, we spoke about the household names of Master Duel. Tasku, Joshua Schmidt, Jesse Cotton. And yet, here is Gabriel Netz debuting in the Master Duel category on the world stage. Absolutely just establishing
5-1 record so far, It's absolutely amazing how he's doing so far.
Gnetz, in the last game, it was 4-4, so it was the closest you can get in this format. And he was playing Memento versus a Ryziel deck. We were just sitting here. Remember, you can, in the client, watch all of the matches live in action, or you can watch them from the start if you want to see the full match. But we were watching super closely, and the game of Gabriel Netz versus the Ryziel deck, it was so grindy. He came basically back from nothing against the detonator on the field. It was insanity.
And conversely, I just do want to take a look at those 0-2 teams you mentioned. Of course, Tasku's Dreams.
Oh yeah, really maybe it's not actually Marvel. It's just like a wallpaper.
How clutch these players can be, how reliable they can be, and the caliber of players on this super team.
I think
you
it's
have
just
to
a paper.
Consider it.
应该就
Some
是
of the best
确实
players
应该是个
in
强
Master
者。
Duel in Yu-Gi-Oh history here on the world stage. And then in the other group you have FCG. 4-5, both losses. That's crushing. That feels so bad, but they were so close, and that goes to show that they can compete. You've seen it time and time again. RJ, captain of that team, though, currently winless by the looks of things, according to that bottom right chart.
And if you're looking at the FCG standing, this goes back to show what I said earlier. Usually when you're saying, oh, I lost the first 2 rounds of the tournament, there's maybe 10 more rounds of Swiss if you're playing like a YCS or something. It is looking really bad when it comes to your tiebreaker.
Like a YCS or something?
If you lost the first 2 rounds,
they have
4-5
So number 1 is Noble.
Get it together and start winning and winning and winning, and you get like big wins in, you can easily, easily outpoint the other teams that have not lost the first round. Like even still the first place, like Mugri can
the round they do is like everybody battles everybody, no?
On a lower spot in the leaderboard than FCG.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, but it looks like for Group B, it is so far the Japanese teams really being in the lead with Soulform and Mugati being in the first 2 spots. And then the other group, in Group A, we do have Noble Gabigol from, of course, the Latin region being in first place, and then Ragnarok from the European region following them closely after.
Can I just say how impressive it is that Noble Gabigol is able to stand out in this group? Because we said this was the hard group. This was the group that has the star names. You had Ragnarok, who went on a tear through Europe domestically. basically winning every 3v3 competition, Worlds format, Open format, any kind of format, they showed up and they went big. And yet, they're alongside Snipe Hunters, your 2023 World Champions, your 2024 World Finalists, Dreams Future, Tusku, the greatest player to ever touch Master Duel. Alignment
were like predictions or
Tusku's
something.
Teammate from last
and they were saying that like, oh, last 2 years Tusku brought their teammates, so it's not like pro. This time it's pro. But then they're like, they always get fucked.
It's a great group, and we basically counted out Noble
we don't know.
Gabigal, but it's them that are currently on top.
And Cybercom, if you're looking at the records so far, they have like two personalities, right?
It's a coin flip. It's a coin flip.
Going 8, literally a coin flip in some situations, going 8-1 here and losing 1-8 as well. We jump to conclusions again. We're like, oh, what a bad start for Cybercorp. This might not be their tournament. I mean, I don't think we live in this set, but you know, it's in the back of your head if you're seeing the first game, you're like, oh wow, that's really bad.
Round robin is so different.
It is, absolutely. And with Cybercorp, there is something really cool because Joey, the team captain of the team, you can see here, very much displayed, the number of victories from the leader, from the captains themselves. And actually there, even though Cybercorp overall only in 4th place right now, Joey himself has already won 4 games and therefore is absolutely up there amongst the team captains, is as good as the team captain of Soulform and therefore is currently carrying his team to still be in here.
I do also want to say that the Mugati and Soulform success in Group B is very intriguing to me, just from a standpoint of these are the season points qualifying teams, which means these are individual players that performed amazingly well in the Duelist Cups all together, and then banded together to qualify for this. So this isn't a case of one player performing really well, then inviting 2 friends. Rather, it's 3 very consistent, very potent players uniting together to form, you know, I said, Tusku's team is a super team. These are 2 super teams in and of themselves.
100%, I do agree. That's a good point to make for sure, because it's not only one person taking the others, it is just a whole team effort grinding throughout the season. And we will have to see whether the others can catch them. From now on out, it's basically a game of catch them, right? Because Mugati with those 2 wins is already looking really good there in the Group B. Of course, Noble Gabigal, same thing going for them in Group A, so not easy to still get them.
But again, just because you won the first 2 rounds doesn't mean that you can't actually still go negative in this entire tournament, 2-3. And one team that we haven't mentioned at all yet so far is Team Brotdose. We have seen them before, and they are also a little bit of rogue here in this tournament.
Definitely a bit of wildcard factor to them, because we see Bronus basically every week rock up to the Challenger Cup tournaments domestically. We saw him make it all the way to the finals of the Challenger Cup final back in March. Just fantastic player, very much proven. Whereas his 2 teammates are the ones that haven't really done all that much within the Master Duel scene specifically, even if they are some of the most accomplished TCG players in EU history.
Yeah, Brotdose, you know, if you have seen the Malaga Invitational, that was the tournament where Bronus really shined. Bronus he was like a jokey guy, you know, very funny in the intro already. He's super likable. He didn't seem to take everything too seriously.
I remember we gave a thumbs up for Skill Drain as well.
Yeah, the thumbs up for Skill Drain. Crazy decklist. He's super creative. And if you have had one conversation with Bronus in your life, you know that there's rarely in the history of mankind a person that is so Yu-Gi-Oh coded as Bronus, because you'll basically shake his hand, go, "Hi, how are you doing?" and he will give you a skill replay. He's going to give you all the details about his last matches.
No, of 100 matches in a row, though. You can't stop him. When he starts talking about Yu-Gi-Oh, it is very tough to stop him. And actually, I have a fun anecdote with Team Brotdose, because we do have I had a talk with him basically this morning, and we saw, of course, the Sprite deck in the first round for the legendary Judeo Waggio for Team Fala Galera.
The JP says 20 minutes.
Actually was a deck he was also considering
English says
so
9
long.
minutes.
He actually had it locked in as one of his decks. He told me basically until 1 hour before the literal tournament starts. So he's always up for some funny decks.
The JP one is in 3
minutes.
minutes.
Also paired with the horror strategy, which is really interesting as an anti-malice deck, because you can, in this deck, it's not necessarily the mannequin cat strategy to summon out the Chaos Hunter. No, you can go for zombie vampire in there and possibly fish for an artifact Lancea.
Why not? Yeah, that definitely works.
Or the Chaos Hunter.
that's one of the teams to also still look out for. Still, it's everyone's game. Nobody is really through yet. If one of the two O's can win the next round, it's looking really good for them.
Yep.
Especially, I want to say, for Noble Gabigol, because they have an 8-1 victory already.
Yeah, they already actually have beaten two of the most difficult teams to match up against in that group as well. Just to contextualize that as a whole, yes, this is the group to beat. Yes, this is 6. Well, it used to be 5. Now it's 6 competitive teams. And yeah, just really, really impressive to see that they've managed to topple two of the tournament favorites and already established themselves as leaders within this pack. Now, looking at the other group, I do just want to highlight that Team 7, while we did see them take a victory in that first opening round, they lost the second one very convincingly.
明天只有4个队友是不是很快结束？没有，因为他中途的休息要休息2-3个小时。不是说打完就没了。
3 more rounds. Can they bounce back in at least 2 of them?
哦，对对，明天是10号开始嘛。
But that's we've seen so far. Of course, you
然后
brought us into a little bit of a meta discussion in the beginning. Of course, everyone expecting the Malistec, expecting the Rival deck to also be on the team roster. Memento and Mermail, not really a surprise either to any one of us or to any of the viewers at home. Well, we saw some other stuff, but certainly did give us some smiley faces and some definitely surprise factors here. Are we going to see even more? Is there any more crazy things we could see here?
I think there could be, definitely because we haven't covered too many of the games from these teams on stream yet. And when we did look at players from Noble Gabigol, for example, I believe we did see Gianfranco H, to single someone out, just play Atlantean Mermail every game, whereas he could very well have another ace up his sleeve. Now, I believe that we will also see some videos to support the team.
Yeah, absolutely. We should have a look at one of the teams that we are talking about so much here. I think one of the teams that we actually have managed to get into our next featured match as well is Team FCG. So far, they haven't had the best of tournaments yet because they lost the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, still looking pretty good though. Yeah, very, very close games. So definitely do have potential to take it. And again, if they can win the next
what are these commentators even
they are capable of doing, even if they haven't been quite so lucky yet, it's still very much on the line for them.
It is, and I think we should hear from them.
Yeah,
let's
the
listen to Team FCG.
That's RJ? Oh, yeah, I'm like slower than you guys. I'm like sort of like 10 seconds slower than you guys. I see it now, yeah.
Very quiet, this team.
It is indeed.
Of course, you could just take a look at Team FCG. We're going to see them really,
the Russia
really
was in
soon.
dueling,
But yeah, there was a lot of confidence. I think even though they started 0-2,
it's just a separate category underneath
where
dueling.
You have to keep your confidence. You have to lock in, knowing, okay, 0-2, yes, not the great start, so we have to rely on tiebreaker.
You know, did you see the...
We can.
Wait, did you see or did I tell you no?
We're really, really short losses.
The Street Fighter tournament last week.
Easy,
you're in. I've been hyping up the super
so
teams,
I told you before,
well.
like the Chinese dude that was like
RJ, team captain of this team, the one that managed.
So he won
them.
again, like twice.
He's such a prominent figure
back to
within
back,
the community.
like last year and this year.
Last year,
and then
when
when they're entering him, I think he's like what 37 or something.
At that time, this
like
time
he's
around,
35 plus.
Worlds,
and then he said something like maybe
really
old man still got it.
Great mind for the game. He's also a content creator,
that's what he said.
Like Park, like Josh, like Jesse.
I was like, bruh.
Very, very well respected and well regarded within the Yu-Gi-Oh community.
He absolutely is, but I mean, I mentioned
RJ 的队伍好像
FGC 现在是倒数了。And you already said it on a little side note. So
FGC is
far,
on last, right now.
Winless in the tournament.
I wonder if that's because he made a difficult meta read, trying to get ahead of
the
curve.
And he's playing Ubil, right?
Yeah, or if he lost
you said Ubil and
example.
That is just also a tiebreaker, a really important one, rather. The
RJ 在玩10年有贝尔。
Tiebreaker if there is the same amount of points.
世界赛10卡是 OT 手表。
Compared to the other team, and if you have lost every single game so far, that's not looking too good.
Yeah, the next 3 round victories would probably guarantee you a way out, but
they say they feel like now it's gonna get banned next ban list. But are you sure?
If it does come down to a head-to-head tiebreaker, it's gonna be a little bit difficult.
I'm assuming they're talking about FCG.
Now, FCG, who are they going to be facing off of? against?
The next feature match actually is going to be them against, I think, one of the Japanese teams.
怎么就冲一叶子的？没有啊，因为他们朋友跟我讲要不要一起看，那就一起看呗。你按照情况来讲，我跟你讲，就这种东西属于是按照正常管人逻辑来讲，这个东西应该是不干的，就没有任何必用的这个东西是。那大家想让我看的就看呗。
close friends with Tusku and Stella, and when preparing for this tournament, they were playing 3v3 tournaments together. They were playing together all the time and sharing strategies and stuff.
今年没有猝死吧？不是国内下午3点吗？他如果10个小时就直播就到半夜1点了。
Obviously, Tusku had to pick a new teammate.
So it's the two Asia teams, no?
Right. And but it does mean that Yuki had to bring 2 new players that he hadn't played with
before.
Before.
They're saying so far.
He's gathered about as good a lineup as you could possibly hope for, of course. Suizo, Kaku, and Bogan. Yeah. Bogan, of course, being the
which is both
Asia
region, no?
Win 10 games in a row in rating duel.
Easy for him, apparently. I've tried before, I've failed.
我这里是现在是
凌晨
0点开始。
Maybe I tried to walk out different decks, but surely at the highest level of competition, which is in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master game. It's not that easy to win 10 in a row, but I mean, these players here, they are high caliber, so it would only make sense that they are at that level to perform that, and Bogan is the one that always does it.
Yep, so Bogan has played at every Master Duel World Championship so far. He's one of the few players to have done
Get
so.
Get next band, Liz, Zombie Vampire, goodbye building deck.
Yep, of course.
Well. Just fucking ban every tier. We're good.
Well, so this will be interesting to see if they can make a better showing for themselves this time around and finally
I'm just saying.
The group stage.
The zombie vampire is not the problem.
It's going decent so far with 1 win and 1 loss, and currently due to
Levi's
the way they lost, second place in the group overall.
Leave the fanboy alone, okay?
Until now, on the bright side of life.
Suizo Kaku was actually the innovator that put the Saryuya Skull Dread in the Snake Eye deck.
They never get hit like in 2 months.
Droll and Lockbird while under
so
Maxi.
It's only been like 2 seasons.
Yeah,
I mean, at this point, if you summon out Saryuja versus a Maxi that has resolved,
you've given them like 3 draws already, surely. But hey,
yeah, I mean, Saryuja has to be.
Well, that's like
Don't
the like.
All right, yeah. I wasn't intending
seasons.
to. Never in my life would I question this decision, but I still think that we have talked a little bit more about the Western teams before the tournament started, right? We've called the favorites of the tournament, we have named all of these fantastic players that we have seen perform at so many YCSs in the past or at Master Duel World Championships or Challenger Cups, but right now, the people that are showing up, they're from Asia.
They are, and they are also going to be displayed in our next feature match, as it is an all-Asian affair. They're in that, and I think they are.
Okay, I think they're gonna end
after those 2 years
all the other
where they aren't
like
really performing
soon.
that well. Now
the AI ones are like starting soon.
I could honestly, see that we have an all-Asian top 4. Honestly, in the end.
This could break open the group if FCG do take it, but it's a tall order of them. It's a very difficult ask because Soulform are so good. Will they be able to take it? Will FCG break their loss streak, or will Soulform just continue to pull ahead of the pack in the group?
It's all possible. If FCG actually gets to take the win, the group is, as you said, broken, completely open, and then the saying, hey, maybe we have 4 Asian teams in the top 4. It's looking a little bit more difficult then, because there's also going to be 2 other teams then, or 1 other team at least, that is going to be 2-1. So very
I think you're counting Noble Gabigal out again.
I'm always forgetting about them, but they're making a name for themselves. I'm sure Shomajusa actually came here to the tournament saying, I'm going to just win the tournament. Nobody is really having me on the radar, but I'll put us on the radar here for Noble Gabigal, and they do so.
Also, Fala Galera has, of course, lost the first featured match that we had versus Team 7. It was a very close game with the G-Nets, almost clutching it out, going 3-0 against the current world champions. And then in the other game, he clutched it out again.
1,500 likes
Fala Galera,
on JP stream.
Such difficult games,
6,000 likes
big
on
hurdles
EU
to overcome.
stream.
I think they're now absolutely locked in after lunch break as well. Like a little bit more energy, you know.
In addition to that, you know, just contextualizing the fact that we have the finalists from last year, the world champions and the world finalists, and obviously the 2023 world champions as well. More teams that you cannot count out of contention, regardless of what the record states right now. We're still so early into the tournament that even if someone pulls ahead, they could still fall back down to earth, and there is no doubt that any of these other teams
could stake a claim if given the opportunity.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes losing the first 2 rounds, as FCG now did, sometimes takes the pressure a little bit away. Then you just start to not question all of those things too much anymore. You're like, okay, from now on I'm kind of free rolling, I'm just letting it flow now. And that sometimes is where you
What the fuck are they yapping about?
You just don't
That
think
maybe
about
a
that
you
much.
thing.
Yeah, maybe it is.
I don't know if
lie.
at top competition, if you're like immediately on the bubble, you're starting to chill at the World Championships. I think this is the point where you really lock in and you really try hard. But maybe yes, a little bit of pressure when you're
Every
like...
game is a new game.
Yeah.
Honestly, you just gotta clear your mind, leave the tilt
It's
behind you,
like they have a sign and be like,
no doubt,
we
these
need
are
5 more
seasoned
minutes, yap
competitors.
more.
You know, that is the approach you have to take in Duelist Cup, of course, when you
Like, we're not
win
ready.
some points, you lose some points. I'm sure we all saw Josh's live stream of him doing the very same thing. And yeah,
NTR hentai 这个名字太逆天了。
in spite of that, we had Bronus also do very well in that qualifier. We had all of these teams, all of these regions rather, each send a representative to the World Championship based on that. So definitely these are proven players that win some, lose some, but ultimately know what's best for them and know how to succeed on the world stage.
Okay, guys, we focused a lot on the players now in this section just before round 3 starts. We're almost halfway through. Unfortunately, I could go all day, to be honest. But what are the decks that have, you know, shown up for you the most so far? I think for me, it's 100% Memento that is standing out to me.
Yeah, for you, Ibris, have you any favorites so far? Any underdog deck that you like the most?
I'm enjoying Sky Striker Tenpai Dragon, which is not something that you'd expect to hear being on the receiving end of it quite a lot. But it's explosive. It is good at making comebacks against some of these decks that are very focused on establishing strong field presence.
Yeah.
And yeah, it just adds an extra kind of X factor to a lot of the decision making for the players in this tournament, because it makes you think, can I really afford to let this person go second? Can I greedily go first for my standard strategy, or do I have to innovate and then change things up?
Bruh, somebody saying there has been an increase of little girl decks these past couple years.
The Beast with Raziel deck, which is by most expected to be a little better version of the deck, is not performing that well.
They're gonna say like Malice or something.
Jay, who's not really been having the best of times, but I think the Pure Raziel deck, for example, for Anso, looked so good.
Speaking of Paulo PRJ,
I mean, White Forest that's too lowly, I guess.
Judeo bringing that Sprite,
Sprite
Millennium.
Of course.
Yeah, that was really.
What there's
really
I
good.
don't think there's any
is one
other
of the coolest cards in the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG, and I wish I had a jacket
Algar,
like that.
Argosaur.
Sprite Blue is really just rocking this leather jacket with the patches, really cool. Also
the trap deck,
looks, but also the effect. It's sometimes
the
just
cyber,
when I read those
no, not
Sprite
chapters,
cards,
the
right?
cyber,
I wonder why the deck isn't meta right now,
the
because
cyber,
they are all so
It is. What do you mean?
That plays a trap.
Okay. It has a fair meta share in this tournament.
So can you explain to me why you'd go for this build of it rather than the live twin that we saw make more of a
So live twin Sprite is more about value. You want to make a bigger field, which is maybe in comparison the better Sprite version. But this time around, this
I
deck
don't
has
think
a specific
Mikanko
target.
is
This deck
little girl
has
territory.
The purpose to beat Malice, and you want to fit the most non-engine that you can in there. You want to have some consistency tweaks that you can get to your non-engine faster, or you want to use a Sprite Sprint to send Maxi and then bounce it off to your hand later on, or do some other shenanigans with it.
Crazy that Yummy will probably be more expensive in Master than it is in TCG. That is a lie.
Good deck as it is into everything in general.
Yeah.
It's supposed to beat Malice.
These commentators need a little more moxie.
That worked out very fine as well, for sure. But I'm absolutely with you.
Good chance that we'll see Snipe Hunter feature again. Really?
Would ultimately be a little bit better.
比赛没打完，现在在等第3轮。他们现在在杂谈闲聊。开了，霓虹内战哦。Oh, the JP is out. The JP is out. The JP is out. The JP is out.
今、デュエル A ですね、大きく映っているアイスライゼルの効果に対してキノココ選手が、アクションを行おうか、悩んでいるところでしたが、ここで無限包容でございます。
为啥总聊 August？ 没有，因为 TCG
そしてデュエル B は
英文的那个油管，就是有人讲说最近几年都是什么小女孩卡组，然后我说没有小女孩卡组，我就说哪些是妹卡。
いや、見間違いじゃないかもしれません。
因为他们不知道我在说什么，所以我跟他们讲就说。
そうかもしれないですね。おっと、そしてなんか西岸っぽいカードが西岸かもな。
What?
そう見えますね。そして、
Wait, they're on the AI one? Oh fuck.
Includes summoning Ryzeal Detonator with a 27.2% chance, or activating Triple Tactics Talents effect, which has a 1.6% probability. Construct the overlay network. Break 4. Ixie summon Star Leech Photon Blast Dragon. Monsters with 2,000 or more attack on the field are protected. Construct the overlay network. Rank 4. Ixie summon Ryzeal Dual Drive. This powerful Xyz monster enables strategic plays through attack power adjustment and card searching from the deck. And then activate effect. You can attach Ryzeal monsters in your graveyard as Xyz material to itself. And now, activate effect. Remove 2 Xyz materials from monsters on your field to add 2 Ryzeal cards from your deck to your hand. Special summon no Ryzeal. And now, activate effect. You can send cards from your hand and field to the grave.
Oh, here.
使用2个素材，连接召唤玛丽丝后，白色绑缚。
玛丽丝后
除外目的资源和设置陷阱卡来扩展战略，以自我复活和抽卡效果来保持持续性展开能力是其特点。Tax 发动效果，双方可各将目的中最多玛丽丝续 GWC06。发动特殊召唤目的和除外区的马里斯怪兽，场上有玛丽丝连接怪兽时可以回复 LP。玛丽斯号白色绑缚发动，把自己特殊召唤，然后抽1张卡，通过效果特殊召唤自身。发动效果能从卡族目的把玛丽丝。
中文 AI 没调好。How about the JP one?
スタキオンの効果を発動する可能性が 10.5%。X ライゼオルを特殊召喚する可能性が 8.3% といったところでしょうか。
ライゼオルデッキの展開が順調に進み、麦選手が優勢な展開を見せています。ライアン選手は 38% から 36% に勝率を下げ、厳しい状況。ここからどう巻き返すのか注目の一手です。
ライゼオルデッキ、
まずはライアン選手、セブンスタキを発動。
ナンバーズエクシーズモンスターと同じ種族属性のモンスターをデッキから手札に加え、手札を1枚デッキに戻します。
Like a guy and a girl?
X ライゼオルが手札に加わりました。
JP?
There's a 78.8% chance we'll see X Ryzeal
the JP, the
special
girl one
summon
is
to the
pretty
field.
common.
Other possibilities include Infinite Impermanence's effect activation with a 2.7% chance, or summoning Ice Ryzeal, which seems less likely at 0.6%. The opponent's field is looking strong with number 41 Baguska the Terribly Tired Taper in defense position. And they've set 2 back row cards. Despite the player drawing into X Ryzeal, their win rate has dropped to 26%. They'll need a strong comeback strategy. What an intense duel! The opponent managed to build a strong field with Ryzeal Duo Drive and number 41, Baguska the Terribly Tired Tapir. Despite having their initial play disrupted by Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Now let's see how the player responds with their new card. Hui手的冥冥图暗黑剑效果处理已经结束，现在这位选手似乎在考虑是否要采取行动。跟玛丽斯序 GW4 发动。特殊召唤目的和除外区的玛丽斯怪兽，场上有玛丽斯连接怪兽时可以回复 LP。特殊召唤玛丽斯后，白色绑缚，然后发动效果，双方可各将目的中最多3张卡除外。选手刚刚发动了玛丽斯后白色绑缚的效果，现在正在考虑选择哪些卡作为 cost。根据目前的形势。有 29.4%， 连锁发动玛丽斯冰白兔，可以把自身特殊召唤。
为啥英文带音口？
First, the effect of the player on the far side, Ryzeal Cross. Return 召唤 Ryzeal cards from your graveyard to the bottom of your deck and draw 1 card. After resolving Ryzeal Cross's effect, the player is considering their next move. They're most likely to activate Ryzeal Duo Drive's effect in the leftmost monster zone, with a 43.9% probability.
Okay, we're not gonna. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'll look at
him to take it back in favor of FCG here.
Did someone tell them that we have to leave quickly or something? Those two games are incredibly exciting and fast. Immediately over, and the only game remaining is between RJ here and his opponent on the other side, who's trying to counter it with the Memento strategy, but he just gets his two monsters back into the hand there.
The games are fast and one-sided, but the series is very much alive, and it's anyone's to take.
There's a Josh
one
match?
and
Where?
one. RJ, can you clear this one out and take your team to a lead? Granted, I'm a bit apprehensive seeing SCG be able to take another team to an even score in games, because we've seen them lose from the 5 and 4, from the 4 and 5, from that. It's so
Does that
sad
raise
for them
percentage
time
of
and time again,
winning
but
rolls?
This is a way
No,
back
for
in.
that, that's for like the
that
match.
RJ hasn't won a
Or I mean, there's no
single
Ray
game yet, and I
here.
think
It's
this
just
is
it's
about
to
to
Ryan
change. We almost have
and RJ
game on the
for the
field
AI.
here.
I think we do if you turn
yeah,
it to attack.
Yep,
And look how RJ is smiling, how he's laughing. You can really tell that he was working for that first win, and it seems like finally he's about to get it.
Back in the game, back in the zone. RJ, we said, cannot tilt, cannot let that record affect his gameplay, and he has not yet. Looking great
枪要
here.
差不多，
Looking
我
to
的意思说
close it
才
out
配的真的
and
还
looking
挺
to
好的。
take
虽然说你
SCG
能听出来是那个腔调。
There is the battle phase. Is there anything
Josh
there
on
to
his
stop
stun
him? I
and
wouldn't
yard,
imagine
where-
so. Bogan is already raising his hand there, signalizing that he's about to lose because it is going to be
Oh, probably. I
RJ
don't see it on.
winning.
I don't see.
I really like that RJ was
Josh team
considering
anywhere.
to still do something in the main phase here, going, hey, is there some way for me to play around like a battle phase bestial or
Maybe,
something?
yeah.
Like, oh gods, the misery of darkness.
デッドネーダー
Oh, it's 1-1 here.
もう
打点、
多分そうですね、打点の形成で、あとなんでしょうね、ランク4のモンスターは好きなだけ出せるようなイメージなんですけど、その一番最適なランク4って今なんだろうっていうのを多分考えて出すのが、まあ多分ライゼル難しいところだと思うんですよ。そこが多分そのプレイヤーの腕の見せ所になるようなデッキだと、はい、まあ自分は勝手に判断していて。
ライゼオルのモンスター5種類ぐらいいますよね、多分ランク4。
そうですね。います。ライゼオル自体がそうですね、大体まあ5種類ぐらい採用されてて、でランク4のエクシーズモンスターってめちゃくちゃ多いんで、
確かに
それを見て、はい、それをまあ今回の環境とか見ながらデッキに入れ、そしてそれを一番いいタイミングで使うっていうのがまあおそらくこの大会だと求められているというので。
Is it AI KBJ just TTS?
「ライゼオル単純にもうただエクシーズしないで、もうそう
全殴り。でも打点的にね、2500、ちょっと頭悪くて計算できないんですけど、
ちょっと今だとまあやや足りないかなという感じなので、まあここからそうですね、ちょっとどのように伸ばしていくかという感じなのですが、さあ選ばれたのはライトドラゴンアットイグニスだ。これも先ほど使われておりましたね。はい、相手のモンスターを破壊する効果を持っております。さあこうなってくると、まあ一見打点は足りているように見えます。はい。やっぱそうなんですよね。こう。
でも。
はい、マリスまだまだ相手のメインフェーズに動けるカードがございます。さあひとまずは、まあ、いわゆるリーサルという状態ですね。まあ、このターンでライフがゼロになってしまうという状況を防げるかどうか。 ただどっちにしろですね、やっぱマリス
Like they finished three.
ライフコストがねどうしてもありますからね。はい。生き延びるだけだとちょっと足りないっていう。
そうなんですよね。
Let go back to English.
RJ is the Malice player, and I think he has found some liking in winning. As we said, he has not won before for his team, but now that we are in the third round, he has started with the wins.
I'm curious to see what Godwar is playing this game, because obviously you do see his teammates piloting the Malice, piloting the Ryzeal. Duel C is where we may very well see something else once the Memento turn is over.
Yep, we have again the decks that we have seen so far the very most. We have Memento, we have Ryzeal, and we have Malice right in the spotlight, but of course the other decks still sort of unknown for the moment.
I want to ask you guys a question, because I feel like the meta is going with the alt art Appaloosa bow of the goddess. What is your take on that? I love the original artwork more.
I think I saw a Royal Finish original one earlier.
Okay, not too bad. I like the original art more, but I pulled the alt art from a pack, so I just went with that one instead.
Alright, that is absolutely fair enough.
Right? But there is the Red Ransom coming back to the field from the banishment.
I love the Master Duel
A/B testing
with Malice, because you're just using every single aspect of your engine. You are using Malice in the Mirror to add your White Rabbit to your hand and then special summoning out the Chessy Cat with your Red Ransom banish, basically. So you can even include the 2 draws in your combo, which just makes this so much harder to break.
A little bit unlucky for Suizo Kaku here, because you're seeing how he's unable to respond to this. The Malice field is fully set up and 5 cards in hand
A/B
for
testing
RJ
because
to mirror Suizo Kaku's, despite Suizo
they have
Kaku
like
not having anything ready
woman
and
sound and
waiting
a man
for him.
sound. I mean,
That
it
is
does say it's
absolutely
their testing
true.
stream.
We see in Duel
on
B,
the title even,
there is a 7th Tachyon, and I think we are searching for Artifact Lancea there. As we looked into their hand with the triple Tachyon,
I mean, I don't know
we
why,
know
because
Rapid
it
gets
says, yeah,
Malice, so having
trial.
that option is absolutely
But basically
ridiculously strong. So that detonator, backed up by an Artifact Lancea, looking really good for Team FCG.
Don't forget about the 2 set cards and Ryzeal Cross as well. Huge there. On the side, FCG is
cautiously
so
optimistic here, because we did see them manage to lose from being up 4 games earlier. So,
that was the
last round. Even so, definitely a great position for them to be in, and this is their first steps towards their redemption arc and their first steps towards the finals. Let's go FCG.
你说我们会不会念？我们是不会念完的。我们肯定就说 Ash，
still looking good now, still keeping it
最多
competitive.
Ash Blossom。
This is still anyone's duel to win.
And there is the gold sarcophagus, and it is being reacted by with that Artifact Lancea, and turn is back over to FCG. So Duel B looking really very much like it would be the next game for Team FCG.
I'm quite curious. Duel C, we've seen the Engraver earlier in Memento. Ooh. Is this going to be a big combo here? Okay, Lacrima is being summoned from the deck. Sometimes you can see Memento players just playing a Moon of the Closed Heaven and then a Requiem to summon out an Engraver to just bring in a little bit of Caesar action, or just sequence and Lacrima into Caesar action. But
I'm still not 100% sure as to what Godwar is playing, so I guess we're about to find out once the turn does pass over.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be Tempai, right? Because Tempai was the deck that one of his teammates played. Looks like RJ is now also done with his turn here on the main display in Duel A. And now it is on Suizo Kaku to somehow crack this. And it's not going to be an easy task. But was Suizo Kaku the Tenpai player of the team, maybe?
2 negations live on the Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess. Do we have something? There is the Ryzeal, you have to imagine, and there it goes. Meteorologic Aggregator going to come through, going to try and negate the Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess, and there is X-Ryzeal on top of it, hopefully successfully resolving.
Oh, and Duel C just sees Artifact Dacta being summoned there in the Memento combo. That's another way. We just saw the 7th Tachyon for Artifact Lancea. I'm sure now we're going to see Artifact Lancea being set. Oh wait, it's a different artifact. What is going on at Duel C?
Is that Mjolnir?
It's Mjolnir, I think. Yeah,
Mimoe actually won Duel B in the meanwhile while we're looking at these artifact monsters. But speaking of the artifacts, let's take a look at Duel C. There it goes to the graveyard. The Memento deck is continuing to link away. Often to what?
Azalea, okay. Azalea is destroying the own card. We have destroyed our very own artifact there.
Wait.
Please explain this to me.
I was going to think that this is going to be a Paradise Smasher situation, but that's not possible.
And why did we do that, actually? Because the artifacts, they have to be destroyed
Why is he
on the
looking
opponent's
low?
turn, right? So we just brought the
Probably just
Mjolnir
looking
into
at
the
the screen.
graveyard with no real purpose. And we lost the Azalea in the process of it.
Trust the process.
Okay, okay, I'm fine with it.
All right, we've fusion summoned, we've link summoned, now we're XC summoning.
Oh my, what is this deck?
Imperial Princess Quinseri in the Memento deck.
What? Okay. All right, we're going Mjolnir now. We're going to hammer it down, summon it to the opposing side of the field, of course.
Okay.
Oh, and now you can't summon artifact monsters anymore. Of course, we're locking our opponent out of the game here. God War is now, until the next end phase, not going to be able to summon any monsters or special summon any monster except for artifact monsters. This gives me serious...
This is Gimmick Puppet.
Gimmick Puppet
This
vibes.
is madness. What are we seeing here in the World Championship by Team Soulform, who's currently in 2nd place of Group B? This is absolutely insane.
Paradise Smasher, who?
Honestly, between that, the Goblin Bike attack, I'm really seeing a lot of...
innovation in Memento,
with
right?
The Memento, seriously.
Yeah.
It can. I expected it to be a very fully committed, kind of full-on engine, but that is actually
and we see
branded
God War on
deck.
branded, man. This tournament does not disappoint us in any round. We have one more deck we have not seen so far.
I mean, we spoke about this being kind of reminiscent of the Gimmick Puppet Nightmare lock back in the day. Well, Albion the
Only
Sanctifier
fair,
Dragon
right?
is part of the branded theme.
And we go in, normal summon the Quem. But with the Mjolnir, what actually is the restriction that is currently applying? Because there must be a whole lot of a reason why we summoned that to the opponent's side of the field. So we need to very much clarify.
I'm on it.
And find out what that actually is going to mean. And I also have it up here, the artifact Mjolnir. Actually, I think it actually just tells you... Oh, there
So
I have
actually
it.
the 10 has now passed, so I do think it was the no special summoning non-artifact monsters. Thankfully, branded, they have capacity to play in the opponent's turn, capacity to play in the end phase. Granted, you're still locked for this end phase, so unlucky for God War, but there is another branded card. Branded in High Spirit's going to be used here.
But yeah, to break it down, Mjolnir basically says that you can special summon an artifact monster from the graveyard, which they did not do, but also you cannot special summon monsters until the end of the next turn except artifact monsters. So really no way to summon anything there, but we send away the artifact now.
Yeah, but that is not going to help you. You're in the end phase anyways, and this is a lingering effect, so it doesn't matter if the monster is staying on the field there, but we are going to see
they always
set
have
cards
that
are going to be a
for
little
like
bit more
round.
protected. Okay, we're continuing. We have the
Okay,
Cartesia
that's like-
discarded.
Blazing
the beautiful
Cartesia,
alt art.
the virtuous
Like
of
worse,
course,
but
being
they
a key
always have
component
it.
of that Grungignol, the Dusk Dragon, to then essentially Foolish Burial something from the deck and give extension to the combos. But right now, that combo
Good thing the
is
cameras
not
are not
happening. However, some
sponsored.
degree of disruption is, but I believe the Memento can finish it during the next turn. That being said, still a great position for FCG to be in. This is what we wanted to see. Branded was what all of us wanted to see, everybody at home wanted to see, so let's see the branded experts make it happen.
There's plenty of complete branded experts probably also watching theirs. It's such a pet deck of so many players. It's incredibly versatile, and I also know that some of the players have been fearing branded a lot. If there is a crazy branded pilot on the opposing team, it's always dangerous to play versus them, because branded is actually one of the decks, even though it's not a big part of the meta right now, it doesn't care about detonator too much. The pops are basically irrelevant. Everything that you pop can be summoned from, can be banished from the graveyard or used as a fusion material.
It's intriguing to me because branded has so much innovation capacity as well, where you can run the 60 card version, you can run a tighter build as well. Basti, do you have any comments you want to add about the branded strategy? But Memento seems to be doing its thing
Right now it's really Memento's turn and Memento's time to shine, but I think branded, we can all agree on, is one of those decks where you can never rule them out. You can present them with the best field possible that you can that your deck can do, but still Memento, or no, yeah, Memento also, but I'm talking about branded. Branded finds a way to break it if they have the right hand. If they go Triple Tactic Frost, Branded Fusion, Forbidden Droplet, anything can be broken.
And there is a general rule of thumb. The last card in hand is always branded.
Always, always. And it is semi-limited at this point in Master
They
Duel, so
always
you will
open
always
back
see it.
Screener and Branded Fusion.
Anyway, looking at this game, it looks still pretty good for Memento, but looking at Duel B, we do have a fantastic lineup for RJ. That Malice full field is in full force, but here is an attempt at a comeback by Suizokaku.
But that doesn't really look like the best attempt of a comeback here. It's also a pass turn, so I think that RJ is really close to finish this game up here with the 7 cards in hand. Just chill like that, honestly. And now the turn change here on this side. Blazing Cartesia, of course, really nice to discard it with Branded in high spirits afterwards there, because it just gets added back to hand after the Grand Guignol was sent to the graveyard. Because at the end phase, if a Fusion Monster was sent to the graveyard this turn, you could just add that card back to hand, as well as the Branded in high spirits, even though I think that's only one of the effects.
Yeah, and now we go in the end, in the turn of the Memento deck. We can just go ahead, use the Princess one more time to bring out the Mjolnir, so no special summoning happening. This looks like it is very much going to be the turn that ends this duel and that brings the team Soul Form still in this competition.
Speaking of duel-ending turns, though, there is access code Tulka. We've seen it time and time again since the days of Crystron, Hauka Fibrax getting back the Effect Veiler to climb into Celine, Queen of the Master Magicians. Then you go into this absolute powerhouse. Yes, Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess is the safer play. Yes, it's the more controlling play, but this is the one to finish it out. 5,300 points of damage, a couple of destruction effects too. Fantastic card about to wreak havoc.
Just going into the battle phase, we are able to attack directly, so we may as well. 5 plus 3 is 8, so 5,000 plus 3,000 also is 8,000, and therefore that is the game win.
Finish. Yep.
Oh, that's lovely. So that means we do set with a 4-2 lead in favor of Team FCG, who are desperately, of course, still on the lookout for their first win in the tournament.
All right, FCG, we've seen you in this position before. You can maybe do it, or be the most unlucky 3-loss team.
Under the sea team looking good.
デュエル A も C もちょっと偉いことになってるだろうか。はい。そうですね、遠目で見てもだいぶまずいのが分かる状態なんですが、おっと、そしてさあ4枚伏せていたうちの、フリーダム選手の伏せが今発動して、墓穴が伏せてありました。墓穴の示者ですね、伏せていってなんとアグリゲーターが除外ということで、ちょっとこうなってくるとさあライゼロも展開しづらいし、なぜか盤面が増えているしちょっとこれは
A も始まりそうですね。
これは始まっているんでしょうか、終わっているんでしょうか、どっちなんでしょうか
確かに
ひょっとしたら後者の可能性もあるんですが、
どっちなんでしょうねこれ
さあ C もポセイドラビスが出ている。そして、フリーダム選手盤面が埋まりましたね
あれ相手のターンですよね、これ
はい、ちょっと目を待っている隙に盤面が埋まってまいりました。はい、レッドランサムから、まだまだ展開が伸びそうというところなんですが、これが現代の出力。
すごい
恐ろしい光景を今我々は見ています。さらに妨害が増えていくぞ。
なぜかリソースが減らない。
なんということだ。さあまだまだ止まりません。手札の枚数で競ってきました。はい、そしてトラップの効果でこちら X ライゼオルが、除外されます。さあまだ分かりません。アイスライゼオルを通常召喚いたしました。ここから、さらに他のライゼルを呼ぶことができるのですが、アプローサ
ー、雷火玛丽斯、機械傀儡、
そしてここでダークルミオテンペストで8000でございます。
もう見たことないですこんな。 なかなか見ることない。
海灵还是什么？
なぜか火力が増え、
な
ぜか攻撃回数が増えていく。
对，这现在7个嘛，还有谁？
謎のモンスター、ダークフルドのテンペストが。
Is there more ducks？
ただいま8000をお知らせしております。さあ、そしてチーム A の方はこちら相手に返した形でしたかね。はい。さあ、妨害盤面までは作れたという状態なんでしょうか。
老鹰。
さあ、そしてここでさあワンパンチ。フリーダム選手勝利を重ねます。さあ、ということでここでタスク選手の卓を見てまいりましょう。タスク選手 VS 新田選手でございます。さあ、ティアラメンツが見えておりますね。
ティアラメンツか。
ということはそうですね、ティアラメンツからだったらデッキからのカードの墓地の置かれ具合で何か起きたりとかっていうのも、
そうですね。
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
なんかありえるかもしれないんですが、どうなんでしょう。
On the screen and JP。
おっと、そしてやはり最初についてしまったリソース差を覆すのは難しかったか。そのままですね、海洋マーメイドのステラ選手がこちらを制しました。
1ターン目で手札0になってましたからね。
そうですね。
对啊，连拿4分啊！塔斯克朋克哥的队伍。
さあ、ここで
all the JP is always a JP player。
ギミックパペットサイドはまだ展開が伸びるか。そのようだ。
ギミックパペットめっちゃパペット先行1ターン目のイメージめっちゃ強いんですけど、こうなってきた時の展開の仕方が全然わかんないんですよね、自分。
いやー、私もそうなん
複雑そうですよね。
ただやっぱランク8ってなんかいつ何ど力でも勝てるパワーを持ってるカードが結構多いんで
そっか、
それを考えるとちょっとやっぱ今見えてるこのガタイの差ですかね、やっぱりそれだけでもやっぱ十分なギミックパペット、そうですね。元がムキムキなカードが多いので、はい。
うわー、
このありさまですからね。
すごい。
Wow. Well, I mean, yeah, because they're currently number 1.
墓地に落ちてるカードまで今ちょっとムキムキなので。
No, I mean who's battling them right now.
さあ、ファンタスティックマキナが相手のフィールドに出てきます。
我听歌专打日本人。
さあ、そしてティアラメンツが巻き添えを食らい。さらに、はい、盤面が空になり、なんとライフは残り200。
殴らなくてもライフ削れるのってすごいですよね。
絶対攻撃するサイズしてるんですけど不思議ですよね、なんか
すごい。
Yeah, they 5-0 then.
ただここからあのトラップは一度使ったこと
あれは
紐ヤギのやつ。ヤギのやつ。すみません、一瞬で名前が出てこなくて申し訳ない。
ヤギのやつ。
ヤギ、黒ヤギのやつ。
Bro can swing for game. Bro needs to burn. It's good for Vic. As I said, he has to burn.
一対一の打点高いですね。
ねえ、そして自分か相手の墓地からモンスターを召喚するとなんということだ。もうそうですね、今本当に万に一つの負け筋も残さずここは取りたいということでしょうね。ここはジャスト200。
すごい。
攻撃力の半分のダメージを与えて、なんと
めちゃくちゃ
ドリームズフューチャー、綺麗でしたね。6-0です。
おしゃれ。
おしゃれでしたね。
ービス。
かもしれませんね。
すごい。
戦場。
精神あふれるフィニッシュでございました。素晴らしい芸術点。
いや、9-0。
いや、素晴らしかったですね。
すごいですね。
6颗星但0-2。
すごい。
没有，但是按照积分来算的话，他们基本上呀就是回去了吗？ With point system, they're up now. No.
Earlier in the day, you know, recency bias, we thought, okay, maybe they're not having the greatest time of it, but that game just there solidified the fact that these are still contenders to make out of the group and contenders to win the whole tournament this year at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025.
But yeah, as you explained earlier, the group kind of was already completely upside down before even this round, and now the teams that have been losing so far are actually now starting to win, so it's actually just completely going upside down. And talking about games being upside down, I think there's still matches being upside down currently, which are live.
I think we have Ragnarok versus Snipe Hunters, which is, of course, two of the most prominent teams.
9 is not impressive.
Facing off, we've seen it time and time again. Herman Hansen, Joshua Schmidt, household names within the European TCG.
Yeah, we will definitely have to catch some more of that. We are about to present that to you, and I mean, we all want to see, because both teams with the same start, same standing right now. This round for them is absolutely leading them into one or the other direction. Are they having a winning tournament or having a losing record for now?
Yeah, but they have had complete other tie breaks so far. Currently, or before this round, Ragnar was on the second spot in Group A, and Team Snipe Hunters was on the second to last spot, on the fifth spot.
Right. Link summon Malice Q! Hearts Cryptor! This card has an entering the battle phase. Malice Hearts Cryptor activate. You can return a banished Malice card to the deck and banish cards on the field. Direct attack with Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess. Direct attack with Malice Q, Hearts Crypt, Malice, Code GWC 06, activate. You can special summon Menace monsters from your graveyard or banished zone. And if you have a Malice Link monster, Malice Hearts Craper, activate. The monster can special summon itself with double its ATK. Direct attack. A cold, calculated algorithm leads to a game set. Analyzing the flow of the duel, please wait a moment.
Analyzing the flow of duel, please wait a moment. What the fuck?
What an incredible duel. The front player has claimed victory with a devastating final attack. Starting from a 50-50 position, they masterfully countered their opponent's tournament strategy with well-timed hand traps and Malice cards. That final 5,600 damage from Malice Q Hearts Cryptor was the perfect finishing blow, showcasing the explosive power of their deck. Thank you everyone for watching. This concludes the AI commentary for this match. Thank you.
Next round in an hour? Why are they having an hour break? Next. Somebody bought Chronoforce? Where? Where? Who? 有人带了棋王的卡组，不是复盘，不是复盘，他 AI 的这个下一轮要1个小时。师傅就一个镜头，不是，因为他之前第1轮的时候已经放过他们了嘛，他们队伍了，所以就再放其他队伍。Okay, it's gonna be an hour, yeah. Oh, is this? Oh, they're showing Josh and Mist.
To deal with this, because right now that looks pretty untouchable to me from the side of Mist.
The regular English one. They're just showing the full screen right now. They're showing the speculation like in Nashville.
Not even play to the Bureau. This is the power of Ryziel Star, right? You can access this Ryziel cross before you activated the dual drive.
我操，我说错了吗？
Go into the start each photon drag and then protect everything from targeting effects as well. Set up a Ryziel plasma hole there, and now you can of course also go into the node and discard something from your hand. Harpy's Featherlust are not going to be too useful here. And summon out the Ryziel Saw back. Now the big question is, are you going to go into a Scout?
斋王，我操，打扰了。
The best choice against it.
哦，对，哦是斋王，哦是斋王，是斋王。一遇焦点，焦点。我操，不会说话了已经。焦点多。
I like the fact that the Ryziel deck has so many options in terms of a toolbox in the extra deck, depending on what you need. As long as it's rank 4, it's good.
And I mean, the thing is, we have the Plasma Hole, meaning Rising Plasma Hole gives us access to summoning out the detonator on the opponent's turn, and therefore I think it's good to just go Baguska first and then the other way around after.
Drawing Full
top deck.
Normal summon Gaddick after that. That's not the card you want to draw, and we just pass it over after. I think Joss is just showcasing it to everyone.
Oh, so it is
drew
Arcana.
the card
So Ryan's
that
on
sometimes
Arcana
finds
and
its
what?
way into the hand way too often, even though you don't want to draw it.
Yep. Always when you go first or when you go as a 6th card there. Against some decks, it actually doesn't even feel too bad to draw it as the 6th card. Ryzeal is not one of those decks, especially if you don't have anything to play with. And now
how's Josh doing?
Just comboing off you, getting all those resources. What cards? What combination of 4 cards in Josh's hand that he didn't have in the first turn could possibly stop him right now?
Yep, had it come earlier, it would have been
I see the
good for Josh. It could have
Did any
allowed him to
Memento
run
win a
disruption
game yet?
on
Yeah?
the combo by drawing cards every time there was a summon, but instead, too little, too late, and it looks like it's not too long left in the series for Snipe Hunters if Mist can close this one out here.
Duo Drive is also resolving. That's 2 cards just out of nowhere being added to the hand for a Mist too. He doesn't even need those additional cards.
Why did they not showcase that?
Help. As we're now back
because they already showcased them on round 1.
Thing, as we just saw a big comeback in Group B from Team FCG, worth mentioning. Team Dream's Future, they did not only come back, they came back with a 9.
就我们的师傅队的队长
So Dream's Future maybe back into the discussion in Group A as well.
他跟 Rain 打的那局里，他用的是摘王的摘王加刻薄，等于说他的第二套卡组，他第一套卡组是雷火。
Are basically friends.
Yeah.
The World Championship oftentimes just a big reunion for a lot of them.
Totally.
And
maybe he has
Niv. Having these players compete against each other and be able to win so convincingly at that level, phenomenal. Here is another normal summon of a Ryzeal card.
The Niv is not going to save. They have Cross now.
Tide over that final bit of damage, that final Gaddick, and now you have 2,000, 2,300, 2,900, 2,700. More than enough to close this one out here in favor of Mist.
The Storm of Ragnarok has defeated Team Snipe Hunters here. Mist closing it out as the team captain that he is by winning the Duelist Cup earlier on in the year. And now it's tough times, honestly, for Team Snipe Hunters. 2 rounds remaining, and they basically need to win both of them if they still want to play a role in this tournament.
There is a chance that Noble Gabigol are like the gatekeepers for Snipe Hunters here. So
possibly.
Good luck.
I will say it. For me, Ragnarok was one of the top teams of the tournament, was one of the favorites. Mist has been so incredible this entire season. We've said it again and again, of course, but also his teammates. But in this one, the first Master Duel World Champions and then runner-ups, Team Snipe Hunters, so incredible.
Do Link in 5 minutes.
Honestly, Snipe Hunters, fantastic.
Everything, Master in 1 hour.
Behind right now is a little bit daunting, but they've come back
from
more. They've come back from more.
They're just showing like individual in-game play now for, I guess, for an hour.
What do we have here coming our way? Oh, that animation. It doesn't get old. It's too beautiful. We do have Quantum now.
Maybe they'll show the Arcana one.
Oh, and Luca also won versus Ember, by the way, so that is plenty of points here.
Lancia immediately.
Looking super strong in the tournament, but Quantum is, of course, someone who just passes here.
Artifact
他现在是要过1个小时到第4轮。
But that's crazy, of course.
Oh, Nash. Okay, I think we have spotted the anti-Malice deck in the lineup of Team Ragnarok because this is not the Memento deck that he has been playing so much, but that looks like a Millennium Kashtira deck of some sort.
The big papa of Team Ragnarok has cooked here and is now about to cook Quantum. Because 3 sets, yes, we've seen that in Labyrinth decks, looks threatening, but the amount of mirror forces in this
emergency
it's negligible.
Oh, there's a Ghost mentioned in that deck as well. Of course, fitting the theme of being an anti-Malice deck, and that card is so good against Malice.
We praised
anti-Malice deck, so good against Malice.
And so far they haven't let him down. This Millennium Kashtira anti-Malice strategy has just paid dividends so far, but it's not over yet. Quantum
doesn't have the A, that's a fake Nash.
He's allowing Nesh
it's like a fake
Judeo. He's also resolving a few of his own.
Even though that's how he stylizes
crazy Kashtira Unicorn is versus
like, that's the
Malice deck because all of those extra deck monsters, they are always just one-offs.
It's like it's not Rayjin, it's Ray, fake Ray.
Actually, the extra deck is quite tight
Rookie,
for the deck. But just
Rain,
taking
fake
out
Ray.
those crucial
Nibru
pieces,
the primal being.
Oh,
that's huge here. Now the Kashtira Unicorn effect is even more important because I think we're going to see more turns here. Kashtira Birth is going to be activated again. We're getting the Unicorn back and we're passing the turn here.
Massive. That was tough. And there's another
another second
just waiting for Quandle though.
But you can play this as Quandle. I think you have.
We attack over the Unicorn. I mean, that means the
that
Bird can immediately bring it back next turn. Now
8,000.
GWC
Attack,
in the main phase 2. Normal summon of the Dormouse.
You can't even Cerberus here anymore into the token because if no card had Splash Mage can of course be used. You have multiple bodies on the field already. Gets the White Rabbit back.
Just, like,
of course, Red Ransom is not an option here. Do you
Second
just
Lancia has hit the graveyard, I know.
The MTP so that you can banish the token in the next turn.
Yeah, without a
Niv,
they just die,
look like Nash is going to come up with a big field. And this is, by the way, something that all of those pro players have also said. Malice is incredibly good. Joey has said this in the interview before. You can play whatever you want against Malice. You can play all the Lancias in the world.
It
Sometimes
still
you
might win, yeah. It's still just an absolutely amazing deck. We have gotten rid of the token in the battle phase. Unicorn, though, keeps on going after the extra deck. Also the White Binder now being run over and called by the Grave.
The White Binder.
On that White Binder now, too. That's massive.
I wonder why we didn't wait. Oh, because of the Marcher in the battle phase. That's genius as well, knowing this is a main phase only effect. So in the battle phase, while I'm at it, I can just
he's not like
that being said, Quantal
okay
going to have a much easier time of it next turn once Lancia is out of the equation, and it does mean that we could very well see him make a comeback here.
Yes, however, with what cards? In the extra deck, there is no more Red Ransom, there's no more Hard Crypta, and the White Binder is just now added back to the extra deck, but it is not going to be able to activate its effects, or it can try, but it's not going to be able to resolve the effects, because Called by the Grave was successfully resolved in the last turn. So Quantal, you really have to go for a Quantal thing here to find your way back into this game.
He got a better thing, and to put this into perspective, this game right now is basically for tiebreakers only, because we know who is the winner of this entire match. We know that Ragnarok comes out on top, but still, tiebreakers are incredibly important in all of this, and therefore we want to find out who the winner of this game actually turns out to be.
Yeah, I don't think they have anything, that's why.
I'm curious to see what's going to happen next year. Malice in the
the first Unicorn banished.
I think you have a name in the graveyard that you can still trigger. You haven't normal summoned yet. What I can see as a possible line here is actually
I mean, if they do that, they'll activate though.
That might be the way to go. We activate the Dormouse, and life points for Nash are desperately low, only 2,400. So it really feels like Quantal is at least going to win this one here for Team Snipe Hunters.
We're going to find so much more as
you
can see at home. If you have doubted the Malice strategy and you said, hey, if there are anti-Malice decks, then the deck has no chance in the competition, this is peak Malice gameplay. The deck has no extra deck anymore, but look at it. You just win with the little Malice monsters.
That is absolutely
correct.
There is now all the little ones. I mean, you basically only need a Nibiru anyways, right? It doesn't even need all the Malice monsters. You can attack with Nibiru, and that would already be enough. But I'm sure Quantal wants to make sure this last card that gets rid of.
I mean, he could just access go and pop everything.
Remove the Kashtira Birth is a good start, and then you just wait.
Just clear the entire board.
Not that much time pressure on him either.
I mean, you remove
they don't have
a
one starter
also isn't really a threat anymore because there's very little life points on the side of Nash.
And also the Golem is just limited, so I don't think it really does that much even anymore. But we shall find out whether that's the way for Quantal. Ling free, and there is
Niv. What Niv?
The White Binder.
Like that can't activate the effect. I mean, again, it can activate the effect.
Bro, we Niv when there's no fucking cards in hand.
In the last turn, and that one counts for 2 turns. So we're just going to link it off into probably an access code talker. Can't imagine that it's going to be Appaloosa because that would be really wasted here on another Unicorn being sent back from the birth. But I know that we have used Splash Mage before already, so access code talker here as chaining 2 can't respond
to it is going to be a good solution here, going to be able to take apart the field that Nash still has. Which card could save Nash in the next turn? Normal summon Snake Eye Ash, maybe?
If it is a Snake Eye deck, yeah, sure. Oh, one
it's a
for
one
one
for
was
one.
the send card. That felt like a card you could have just kept in hand.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, the bluff didn't really... I wasn't impressed. Maybe Quanto was, but he still decided to go for it. But that one for one could have been one of the cards that could have brought you out of this desperate situation. Seeing the one for one, though, kind of is telling us that it is Snake Eye, right?
Link Decoder and Lingaribo going to be linked off here as well to the SP Little Knight, which is another way of dealing with the Kashtira Birth. You'll banish it, and then we are good.
I think that you actually just want to set up the Link Decoder, or the Link Decoder is banished now. The Lingaribo in the graveyard, so you can banish it for the Access Talker and SP Little Knight gets more follow-up. So now that you can handle those cards there, yep, Lingaribo is in the graveyard. SP Little Knight gave you a little bit more follow-up, and if there is a Snake Eye Ash now, you have the possible interruption of March Hare banish the White Binder. So Quanto think just knows what he's doing. It's a shame that in this game it won't matter for the eventual outcome of the entire match, but of course, with 2 losses, you're not exactly out of the tournament.
Not yet.
Oh, wow!
Okay. And I mean, the SP Little Knight, of course, helped us getting more follow-up, but also it helps us, of course, being an interruption, but it's not even needed as there is Dominus Impulse immediately responding to the original Sinful Spores. We see the Dominus Impulse animation there, and so that is the last push that Nash had remaining, but he has to now pass it
Nib won a game. Without Nib, you just died.
In favor of
it was
Quantum,
2 Malice. I mean, 2 Lancia on turn 1 and turn 2.
Ragnarok. Time to take down on Gold Sarcophagus, but I don't think we're going to see another turn here. I think access code.
Yeah, I mean, might as well. There's an hour in between.
Quantal takes down Nash,
JP doing
but
anything?
Ragnarok
no, the JP
already
just
taking
like,
down Snipe Hunters.
Here's the
that being
slideshows.
said, that was our backup feature. We had a feature earlier with Team FCG taking down Soulform, and it's actually FCG's game that we'll go through on the analyst desk. Over to you.
Hello everyone, I hope you enjoyed that backup feature. We're here to talk about the feature we had just before that, featuring FCG against Soulform. And I'm here with the captain of the winning team, FCG, RJ. Congratulations.
Oh, they're talking.
Thank you.
Oh, they're having.
So can you tell us a little bit how you've been getting on today? RJ. How's your tournament been going so far?
Honestly, it's a tough day for me because I got 0-6 in the first
His
2
hair
matches.
color is the same as the
my
jersey.
team is always like 4 or 5.
Like
I just
exactly
need
same shade.
one game, but I can't win anyone. Yeah, but now, yeah, I think I'm come back.
So your team, you lost the first 2 rounds?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you are against, obviously, the very toughest competition. So how did you prepare for this weekend?
RJ Handsome, yeah.
I prepare with my teammates
they all
against
look
a lot
nice,
of like European team or the NA team. And we, do a lot of practice. Yeah.
And how did you decide on your teammates? You're obviously the captain, but how did you pick your teammates?
They're always my DC friends, so yeah. I will pick them, of course.
That's really nice to know. So should we have a little look at the match that we just had? So you said you were struggling to win before this round, but this round you were just sort of dominating with your
he looks like
Malice
K-pop.
deck. But the
that is
first
not
clip I had was actually not Malice. It was Tenpai versus Tenpai. So you can have a look behind us here. So
they're talking about the
Tenpai. You got your friend here playing Tenpai.
Yeah.
Is this a deck you expected before? This game was over in just seconds,
对啊，
right?
他的挑染
Tenpai not known for doing so much going
一
first.
毛一样的紫色。
我刚刚在讲。We expected this Tenpai vs Malice matchup, but yeah, they play Tenpai as well, so it's become.
Wait, was
like
last year last year also purple for Master
So was this something you knew? Have you been like keeping one eye out on the
Maybe
other
he
teams,
made it
or was this
intentionally
just
like
a
that?
lucky surprise? You go in,
Or was it
you
not?
pick going second, and then all of a sudden you're up against a Tenpai deck.
We know he has the Tenpai deck and the Malice deck, but the like blended matchup against Malice.
我说他是不是提前知道这个颜色，然后特地染成这个紫色？有没有可能？
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
这发型像配角，他这发型像配角，那所有人不是路人甲了
2 of the first,
NPC
you again won with your Malice deck. It looked very comfortable, and then we saw in the second set as well, you were playing Malice, and it looked like you kind of went first, almost uninterrupted. Maybe we can get it up on the screen here.
What? Wait, is it the one that they're
we'll
all
just be
like
a minute. Oh, there we go.
cheesing together?
So you went
at Paris?
first here with the Malice. Malice, your deck of choice?
Oh, where? Show me.
Why did you choose Malice as your favorite deck?
因为我在问是不是去年是紫色，他说好像去年是红色，他得搜一下，确认一下颜色。
And I love combo decks, so yeah, I played Malice.
And here you are against Ryze, possibly the other best deck of the format, but you think Malice, the stronger one. Here you see it going first and completely dominating it, but you're going first sort of uninterrupted there. So how do you find it going second maybe into Ryze?
Oh.
We play like Lockbird or any cards. Yeah, still have some chance because Malice has tons of hand traps. But yeah, honestly,
you know they could literally you could Photoshop like a hockey stick in between.
Coin flip matchup. Yeah, I think.
Sure. So maybe was that the difference then? You said, you know, you'd lost the first 6 rounds, but now you just won 3 in a row.
I'm gonna do that.
And then going on to this other match, we saw Memento and your team playing Branded here. So Memento here coming up with this combo to summon AbstractGenmu. Have you anticipated this?
Let me see.
We knew this, but we can do nothing with this.
Wait, why is this
another deck is Tenpai, and we have to choose second. I think it's worse. Yeah, and Branded at least he can pick going first when he win the coin flip. Yeah.
Okay, so you knew this was something,
but
you knew, okay, I don't want to play my Tenpai deck because I don't want to choose going second against this very powerful combo. Instead, play Branded, but unfortunately...
Okay, it's a little bit darker now. I see, it's a little darker.
Sense.
Like,
so
this one's a little bit more
into the third game here, it was a Malice versus Malice, and it looked like you lost the coin flip, but your opponent passed on nothing, and then you were more than happy to, you know, take advantage of that.
Yeah, because my Lancia.
But I mean, they could have like he could have had time to get the jersey in there, get some purple.
Yeah, we missed the first little bit. So you were playing Lancia and Drawn Lockbird in your Malice deck.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so a lot of interesting tech choices were really there to counter what you think is gonna happen.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So you chose
他是不是前几天直播还没有染头发？他应该是知道颜色，然后去染一下。
Yes.
就因为他如果已经瞟过了前面这几块的话，其实染一下也挺快的。对对对。
就是我组这个牌想要那个它的上限高一点，这样子。
上限高一点。Why is he
taking
Chinese style?
好的时候比较好，这样。
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So how did you choose
He just says that
to
makes
split
all
up
sense
these
and
cards?
doesn't translate. They just don't translate that.
Ryze and Malice, but you're taking them all for your Malice deck. So your friends, what are they?
他说他组这卡想上限高一点。
Actually, I only take one.
突然的中文。
Yeah, so they still have something to play. Yeah.
Oh, so you take one each and then split across?
Like Lockbird is not that good in so many matchups. Only for Malice is like it's better in Malice deck, I think. So there's no problem. Maybe I take all the Lockbird. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really interesting because I think for people at home, this is probably one of the most fascinating things is how you choose to split up your cards across the 6 decks, how you choose the shared cards. So do you have any insights on how you pick these cards to share?
You mean the shared card?
Yeah, the shared cards or the different hand traps you choose.
Oh, the shared cards should be like Maxi, Ash, and +1. And if you are a combo deck, maybe Kobai. And if you are something like the beat deck, maybe you choose the Imperm or the Follows. Yeah. So yeah, we choose the because we're all combo deck. Yeah.
Well, I mean, so they're expanding the question into like how they pick their deck, so it wasn't just a match. So that match ended.
Congratulations for winning this, and we're rooting for you to carry on into the
what Tenpai Andy? I'm not a Tenpai Andy.
I think the chances.
The game is like in an hour,
but
in
yeah,
50 minutes, so it's gonna be yapping replays. Yeah. Till
congratulations on your win again.
Later.
And everyone at home, I hope you really enjoyed the feature match and our interview with RJ. And stick around for some more great Master Duel and Rush Duel and Speed Duel content.
Thank you very much, Tom. Thank you, RJ. Really, really great games that we've just seen and some great games to come up later as well, of course. with the way the groups are looking right now, it's anyone's.
就有人问我算不算，我说那台湾算吧。
Oh
应该
yeah.
是台湾地区的，
A?
不算国人了。
No,
但
the
是就是
Gabi
大
goal
陆地
coming
区
out
是
of
没有
nowhere, just
没有
rising
那个
into the
名额
top
的嘛。
spot. 3-0. They have also just defeated Chiba Corp. I mean, at that point, they're almost locked up for top 4.
Ragnarok behind them as well. Of course, we did just see take the victory against Snipe Hunters. So really, that group is heating
insanity,
up.
Yeah.
On the other hand, Group
B, the
B,
one that
Leo,
was number 2, right?
Oh yeah, Group B is also very, very interesting because now it's really open again. We have 3 teams that have won 2 games so far and 3 that have only won 1. And it's Team 7 who actually brought 1 game back there. So the current world champions are being back right now after a crushing defeat.
And you know what's
doubted them,
hilarious in Group B? Fala Galera, who we saw losing on the first round, now all of a sudden, as you can see here now also beautifully on the screen, they're in first place after round 3 all of a sudden.
你这个假粉都不知道有国人，好吧？
Early games again, we said it's anyone's tournament to win. We now have 2 teams in Group A tied for 5th. Unfortunately, one of them is still
师傅算，师傅是 ABC 算不算国人呢？可能不算吧。
Brockdos in Group B. FCG, they won their match, but it was only enough to get them up by 1 placement now, tailing Soulform, who they did take down. But the whole standing has been shaken up since we last checked in.
Definitely, and maybe we praise Soulform and Mugity too much because we talked about them after the first
Team
2 rounds.
7
they
is
were
at 3rd right now.
Place,
Let's fucking
all
go!
Of a sudden, they just both lost their matches, and therefore it is now looking a little different,
1, 2,
or let's
3,
be real,
4.
completely different actually in this Group B.
So that was our check-in with the current state of the group.
Mugiti's a JP team,
a
though.
deeper dive into things with
Soulform is also the JP team.
Yahweh and a couple of us in just a little bit. For now, though, we'll jump to a 5-minute break before coming back with a great.
You said it was Ryan and Rain, right? Is Josh Team Cook? I wasn't looking at. Wait, where's the? Oh, here. I see the whole thing. Sly Humber is at 5 right now. The 5th. Green Future number 4. Noble Gabigo at 1. Alignments at 5th. Ragnarok at 2. They were at 2 before last round, no? Yeah. Chiba Corp is at 3rd.
Made for the best.
Group A, Group B.
You can be.
Oh, I see. Okay. Number 1 is Falagaria.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite.
Huh.
Wasn't the smartest one out there.
Oh, I see. So Group A, Group B, and then they have to continue now. They're not done.
Card. He was the 3rd-rate duelist with a 4th-rate deck. Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest.
What do you mean Day 1, Day 2?
Right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for?
Oh. I see.
It's all or nothing.
Oh. 这个 A 组和 B 组的前2名，2+2前4到明天，还行吧，我的声音一般。Skip the fancy cutscene. They're probably gonna talk about it after Rolls anyways.你知道之前就是师傅在直播，然后在讲说，大家在讲说支持什么？我跟师傅讲说，我说你玩天杯我就支持你。他说那你不能支持我。然后大家就，哎呀，这有情报啦。他们不玩天杯，我说他骗你的。其实他说这个话是想玩天杯的，可能是要玩天杯的。然后我说，我支持你，但是我也支持 OCG， 好吧？
Wasn't the guy with the shiny rare whatchamacallit card. He was the 3rd-rate duelist with a 4th-rate deck. Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now.
He was on stun?
Let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed
Bruh.
lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for, I got that part down. Here I go. It's all or nothing.
Hey.
Oh,
hello everyone. We're here in the analysis corner, of course, joined by Zhao Wei, and we're going to talk a little bit about how things have been going so far, right? What is your impression, Zhao Wei?
It's been great. So I've been in the back room this whole time, watching the games with you guys as well. We've seen a lot of crazy things. I think not to the extent that you guys have, being so forward in it.
Tell us all about it, really.
The highlight for me was the Tenpai game that we just watched. I was
highlight
with
Tenpai
Billy.
game.
Okay. We were watching the Tenpai.
Why do they have a table
I think
now?
we got called over for something. We turned around and it was already done. And next thing I saw was like the Malice field, and I was like, we turned to each other and we're like, what happened to Tenpai game? And was there a Tenpai game? Yeah.
Tenpai mirrors were not on my list really for this tournament. I thought like after 20 Forbidden and Limited lists with Tenpai hits, I thought the deck was done finally. But now here we are at the World Championships, and the deck is performing 50% of the time.
Yeah. This is really feeling like a meta call though, right? The Tenpai decks, because when you look at Rated, when you look at the Master Division in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, I don't think you see Tenpai that much anymore. But now with
you don't
how
see
the
Tenpai
decks are being lined
anymore?
up, it just
Are
makes
you fucking
sense
stupid?
sort of to have it as one of your 6 decks, Bear? Or what do you think?
What
Would you have expected so much Tenpai?
I didn't, but what was interesting was in the post-match interview, RJ did say that it was a deck that
No,
they had
the
anticipated.
commentary,
Maybe,
they're talking,
maybe
they're
in the
yapping.
West we don't expect it.
They're
We
yapping
wrote that
about
that
that.
deck off really quickly. I don't think I've seen any of the Western teams play it.
They're fucking still in range.
But if the Eastern players are putting a bit more focus on it, maybe that's just a difference in the regions. Maybe that's something they respect more or they considered more.
Actually, from what I've heard from some of the players, like Brotdose, they've also highly considered Tenpai. But they've also talked a lot about the branded deck in preparation. And that is something that was very interesting to me. We've just seen that also from 2 teams from the Asian region. We have seen that in the last matchup, there was all of a sudden branded versus Ryziel twice.
Yeah, it's both on Team SoForm and also on Team FCG. And therefore, it's definitely not a bad observation by Team Brotdose, because there is branded in the tournament being played, and the players are also not afraid of actually playing it and not only hiding it as their second deck, because for some players, we still have those question marks. What is the second deck? That's a luxury to have, though, because imagine, for example, for Fala Galera, we have their Paolo PRJ, basically just playing as Ryziel deck so far. And imagine they make it to top 4 and they still have that secret of the second deck, and then the moment they need it the most, maybe they come in with it.
Okay, what would you wish for? Which one would you, if you can hide a deck until top 4, what would be something that you would want to have then to surprise your opponent, really? Any shouts?
Good question.
Well, I can't tell you guys because that's the secret we're hiding for the top.
Wait, you could. But it's only BO1 though, right? So it's not
we
like
did see that the Imperial Princess Queen Carry play. That was
so it's just
where was that coming from?
So it is something that was adopted into the TCG fairly recently, and I think because in this format, the Paradise Smashers is not a card that's in the card pool. So this is the second best thing they have. It's like
fair.
I don't know. Arcana
Can
Force.
I just say how funny it is to me that Branded just got Artifact Mjolnired and then couldn't play and only summon Artifact monsters. That is something about this just felt right to me.
Yeah, because when you talk about Branded for the longest time, everyone defaults to play where you summon the Sanctifier Dragon, right? So it is it's like it's full circle now. Yeah.
It is full circle indeed. But coming back to your point of a deck that is good to hide, I think a deck you want to hide, I think a deck you want to have in the back is either a really good going second strategy that can come out of nowhere, like Tenpai, of course, that would still be in the realm of possibilities, or on the other hand, an insanely strong going first deck. I think having something to counter maybe Tenpai decks, maybe decks that are relying on going second so much, by just having a deck that basically can already win the game on the first turn, or at least set it on an almost unbreakable field, turn skip the opponent, I think that could be something to look
at. With a shared card pool, how would you approach a deck like this? When you're trying to basically just play this against possible going second decks?
Yeah.
Would you just throw a bunch of Solemns in there? Would you go for something like I know you're a professional at this. Something like a Morganite stun
Said
version of
going
the deck?
second,
Yeah, sure. I think that
solo.
can definitely work. Either that and just
the
really
segue
backing
for
it up
stun?
with the most powerful cards that there are in the game, or just a combo that doesn't care about anything.
He said
just
that
a combo
because they're saying
that
going
keeps on
second,
comboing
unaffected
whatever the
Senpai,
opponent
and then he
does.
said
A combo
throwing
that
some
will still
stolen
go
cards
on
inside.
even if there is Fuvalos, even if there is Maxi. Just something that still gives you the win and that just still keeps on trying. I think, for example, there were. I remember a multitude of decks that could do that. Just, for example, do effect damage on the first turn, to lower the opponent's life points by 8,000 before they even have a turn. Or, I mean, we saw the Mjolnir card there being summoned.
they were saying
that
going
was
second.
efficiently just skipping the
decks
opponent's
that
turn.
are
Because
good
we
to
saw there was
hide.
nothing really that they can do. So I think that's a good thing to have.
The problem with those decks is that sometimes the cards that are being played are interruptions as well on the opposing
We're
turn,
gonna
like
say
Ghost
Mikanko
Ogre and
stun.
Snow Rabbit,
Yeah.
like
That
Ash
why
Blossom, Joyous
KVJ
Spring,
was stun.
Nibiru of the Primal Being. Those
KVJ
can actually
also played a
really
super
stuff you
warm
with
deck,
those combo
so-
decks, which is, I mean, that's not something crazy that
It's
we've
an
just
OG
figured
tier
out in
deck,
this
right?
meta-analysis. But still, I think like just running a big combo deck into something that is possibly against the going second breaker decks, I can really see that happening when you're just trying to go for this first turn win condition.
And they're not that uncommon apparently, because we saw so many of them just being on the Tempai deck. I think even against Branded, it works pretty nicely because Branded is another deck that just doesn't really play any hand interaction. So I think there's a couple of decks where you really
Okay,
would be happy to
unlock
have
all my
something like that in
dragons
your
at 3.
arsenal.
We don't need poo-poo
On the other hand, we also saw Voices Voice all of a sudden being an option, apparently. We saw that as being the second deck from Vince, so maybe some other people also rocked up with that, I don't know.
I think you do need to be able to, like, I think picking a deck which can automatically win going first is a valid strategy. But you run that risk where you don't always get to go first, like when we saw the Future team versus Alignment. Alignment lost 5 out of their 6 die rolls, which can be the coin tosses, which could be a bit rough, like going into if you're using a strategy, which I think is got a lot of impact on your deck building decision. You've got to have your deck ready to go first and second as well. Like decks like Tenpai can, while ideally they want to go second, they still have plays to make when they go first with like spheres, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, we saw Tenpai go first once so far in the tournament. Didn't look that great because they literally just fell to that heavy storm completely.
I mean, the field was probably okay to play into most decks, like 4 set cards. Maybe you can have like a setup Widow Anchor that actually takes a monster. That could be completely huge and swing against, for example, something like Malice. But then again, on the other hand, first of all, are you really queuing this deck versus Malice? And second of all, that was not what happened. it was just Heavy Storm and then normal summon Genroku, I think, or was it Chandra? It was just something.
It was a Tenpai monster. That's all that they needed, really.
Yeah, going first
Tenpai,
but still,
this was
but stories of tournaments so far. Which team? I mean, is obviously the one we have to point out. Noble Gabigal, like coming out of nowhere, being 3-0 right now, living the life, living the dream.
Give me the Gabigal. This team is completely insane here, standing on top of the competition of this group, where everyone, when it was released in the client, everyone was like,
oh, yeah.
They are going to play in one group. All of these matches could be finals, and then there was Noble Gabigal. And I think that this was also to their advantage because the preparation started for all the other teams first.
Well, what about your thoughts on Snipe Hunter's performance? I think they weren't looking like they were doing too well. Do you think they're going to be able to claw their way in using their past experience?
I mean, we just mentioned Noble Gabigal. I don't feel like they're here today to lose, and Snipe Hunter still has to play Noble Gabigal, so I don't know how they're going to beat them, really, because they look so hard right now, and Snipe Hunters will certainly struggle against them as well, and already being on a 1-2 record, they need 2 wins in a row now if they even want to have a chance, so it's looking rough out there for them.
It's definitely not going to be easy. I mean, last year they made a little bit of a comeback. I remember that it wasn't too easy for them in the group stage either, so if there is a team that can pull it back, Snipe Hunters is definitely one of those. But there's also like other teams in the competition. I mean, we've just seen Ragnarok. You will still have to beat some of those teams in a tiebreaker situation, possibly, and that's also not going to be too easy because the last loss they had was a pretty tough one.
Yeah, what we can basically say is
Snipe Hunters doesn't really have it in their own hands anymore, though, right? Because they need to rely on Noble Gabigol losing one match.
What's Gabigol?
Next to losing
Sounds
to them.
like Gabigol.
Because only then they would drop down to 3-2, where they would be in reach for Snipe Hunters. And they're also relying on Team Ragnarok from now on, because they already played each other to continue losing now from here on out. So it's going to be a risky endeavor for them.
Yeah, the competition is very fierce. We can see it's still anyone's game at this point. But they're performing really well. Like every team has done quite well. Even when it's a sweep, it's like not like completely. You wouldn't rule out the other team. Oftentimes it's due to unfortunate circumstances.
We have seen that with Chiba Corp. They have lost the first round 1-8, and we were like, okay, goodbye. But then they came back with an 8-1. That was completely insane there. So everything's possible. But Noble Gabigol, they also had an 8-1 win, so their record, even if they lose the next 2 rounds, it's gotta be hard losses because they are crushing the competition. Did they? I think they won 1 round 5-4, and then 6-3, and then 8-1. That is really, really tough to beat. They have to really mess it up in the next rounds.
They're looking insane right now. They're almost looking like they're booking their ticket directly to the top 4 in that crazy Group A. That crazy Group A, though, had something additionally crazy happening there in the last round 3, because I think we saw the first complete sweep of the tournament. Dreams Future, after losing first round, because we can't rule these guys out just angry. They were like, okay, we need to start winning, and we're going to do it in style. And they did it with a 9-0 over Team Alignments, and that's good for the tiebreaker, not gonna lie. Having that 9-0 in there is pushing the tiebreaker from having those first 2 losses, so it's still their game as well, somehow.
Yeah, definitely think the winning 5 out of 6 coin tosses really help. But,
yeah, sure.
You know, it's part of the game, right? You have that luck factor, and sometimes it's your weekend, but you definitely can't discount their skill and preparation, right?
Definitely.
It's success is a combination of like opportunity and hard work, as they say.
Quote that.
Yeah, right in the book, for real.
They've all worked hard. I mean, and then if we're going back into the match, I think you guys already discussed Memento's performances today has been really shocking us all. Like, in the games that they were able to play, so not that last game with Joshua, but every other game, they've had a really standout performance. They've been able to do really well.
I wouldn't say surprised, because you are Tekutlika's strongest soldier. After I played locals with the deck, I'm Tekutlika's weakest soldier probably, but there was some belief in Memento. It was definitely, I think it was my third choice basically for decks. So I would have gone Malice, Ryziel, and then Memento with like a little bit of a discrepancy to Ryziel.
Yeah, the
there's like a big cliff.
No, I do totally agree, and I would love to see the numbers, because by just watching the live stream and having our displayed matches there, it really feels like the win rate for Memento is just higher than the Malice win rate and higher than also the Ryziel win rate so far. But maybe it's also just because we're only watching one match at a time, right?
It doesn't have the big target on its back. Like all the other decks, people have been considering to share Infinite Impermanence because it's just so good to draw into this card against a Ryziel Detonator, because Eclipse Twins is not in Master Duel. This was like one of the peak things for Ryziel to play around these single targeting negates for the Ryziel Detonator, and that's not here anymore. So people were really considering how to play versus Malice. We have counter decks for Malice that are just there for Malice, and then we have decks like Striker Tenpai, which are basically counter decks for Ryziel, and Memento just doesn't have that. Memento just has a terrible Malice matchup, to be honest, if Malice set up a field. But which deck hasn't?
But yeah, from what I can see, Malice and Ryziel, they've been performing as expected as the top 2 decks. Malice, I think, from what we've seen, has had a standout performance as well. It's been able to decisively win a lot of its games.
Do they like?
That's to go with the deck. If it goes first, it's able to do really powerful plays. When it goes second, it's a bit more of a struggle, but they're usually powerful enough to get there.
So
what other differences have you seen, I guess,
they would only
to,
meet
like,
each other if they
the trading card game format that people need to adjust to? Like here, like, I remember seeing one of the matches where I think it was Jesse who like turned 4 of his monsters into well, when we were thinking, we're like, what is he making that requires 4 materials? And then it's
quite easy answer.
It's an Appaloosa, and we're like, oh wait, we didn't really guess that because we haven't played with that card in a while. What other main differences have you seen?
I think that card actually, like now that you say it, is the main difference overall for all the combo lines that there are in Malice right now in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
I think you're forgetting a card.
Link Decoder also is out there, being a little different.
Maxi also is out there. But I mean, the combo line that is being played and that is considered to be the standard combo line for the Malice deck. Let's just go with the one-card Dormouse combo when you start with the Malice Dormouse in your hand. What they're trying to do is to set up Appaloosa as quickly as possible as the Link 4, and all of their plays evolve around that, and therefore I think the existence of that card and the power of that card massively is changing how the deck of Malice is being played.
I think also like the combo, it revolves around Link Decoder and Appaloosa, which are two cards that are forbidden in the TCG.
Yeah.
The deck it plays so different in Master Duel because the first thing you banish most of the time with Dormouse in your I want to say standard combo.
Somewhat standard, yeah.
Is the Marchand. This gives you so much flexibility. If your opponent has a Fuwalos or a Maxi, you're not starting off with too many summons before, so maybe your opponent wants to go for something first or something. You can bait out stuff. The deck is really, really strong, and it's just so hard to answer if you don't resolve Maxi.
And I think another engine which they definitely play a lot more in Master Duel than in TCG is the Millennium engine, which we've seen in action as well. What are your thoughts on that as an engine, like in terms of this format?
I think. Oh yeah, go ahead, please.
We should probably finish
so
in like,
I think the engine was incredibly strong before we had Ryzeal Detonator.
Just 2 more rounds.
First of all, we don't have like end of round time procedures
I think YCS
here, so paying the life points doesn't really hurt you in Master Duel most of the time. Life points are a pretty relevant resources sometimes, but most of the time you can afford to pay 7,999 life points unless you're playing Malice.
Yeah.
But into a Detonator, they just don't do anything. So I think this is also just an engine that plays into the Malice deck.
I mean, if you just name
you're trying to turbo out something like a zombie vampire and hit this Chaos Hunter or Lancea.
I don't think that's a copyright.
That job,
like that's
the
like
engine
generic.
does really, really well. However,
but
if you're going
Naruto
second
stuff
versus
is like,
Malice with a Millennium
specific,
deck,
you know.
I don't think if you're not finding your Lancea or Chaos Hunter immediately, I don't think they're helping you.
But that's where it is, right? Like that is where the Millennium cards are at. I think the times where we saw it was first of all in the Sprite deck from Judeo, which was just also playing like Chaos Hunters and also playing the Lanceas and was the dedicated anti-Malice deck. And the second time we saw it was with Pac actually, where Pac also was just playing the Crystron deck, and then we found out later on that there is anti-Malice decks, anti-Malice cards in his Crystron deck as well. Therefore, meaning that absolutely that is the case, that he is just playing those cards in a deck where he knows he does not have to go up against the Ryzeal strategy, because Ryzeal, as you say, is the best answer possible to any Millennium card.
And like you said, with the Millennium engine, like
King Skull, yeah, that's also like generic.
So it's also
even like
able to push out a lot of damage. You got Doom Dragon, which is able to clear the monsters as well. And with the format, it has a rough matchup into Malice and Ryzeal, but that's just 2 of the 6 possible decks you can play against. The other 4 decks,
like I'm pretty sure Pokemon can't even copyright
play into within the same category. Engine. That might be why the players have adopted that. I mean, in this format where your card pool is restricted, you're going to start looking for packages which are individually strong, maybe not necessarily against all the decks, but against some of the decks, which is why we see it, and it's how you use it.
Did they find out what?
I want to mention one deck where my heart is really at.
Ooh, Altergeist. No,
Altergeist and I have a difficult YCS history, okay?
All right, no, go ahead. I didn't want to interrupt you.
Where's my Lightsworns? Okay, so Lightsworn combo decks are insane. They're, first of all, so much fun to play.
Yeah.
Second of all, you get so many resources into the graveyard, and there are funny ways to, like an Empyrean Iron Wall. If you're playing a Lightsworn deck, if you play 40 cards especially, you're going to mill that one.
Yeah.
You can go into Nightmare Griffin and set it back. I think that the deck has potential as an anti-Malice deck, even though if you're playing like those 9 important anti-Malice cards, and you play Maxi called by Ash Blossom, it's gonna be bricky.
You know where I see the Lightsworn deck? That is one of those decks that I was mentioning with maybe the hidden second deck, because Lightsworn has that. We saw it on the ladder the last couple of months, multiple times finishing top 10 with the Aero Shark, with the rank 3 being able to just deal damage on your first turn. That is something I think that is pretty viable, that I find to be possible at least, to maybe be the second deck of Paolo PRJ or someone else in the field. I wouldn't absolutely rule that out. That is something that I can see.
You're doing your dailies?
Or we just all summon Judgment Dragon and have a good time.
Yeah,
that works too, sure.
We'll just go back in time, enjoy it. Yeah. Even now, it's non-targeting.
Okay, let me go poop while they yap on some random shit.
You can just search it easily. It's destruction removal.
It is destruction,
but you can search it. It's fun. It's cool. It's a big dragon. Everyone loves it. There was gorgeous playmats back in the day. I think it was Euros 2009. My goodness, next to the Dark Arm Dragon. And now I'm traveling back into the time again. You're absolutely right about this, Young.
Definitely one of the, I think if you surveyed every player and asked them to list their top 10 favorite cards of all time, Judgment Dragon would be quite up there.
No, I think Maxi would be first place. I'm pretty sure.
It's either Maxi at the top or at the bottom. Like you've got one or the other.
Yeah, no. But the interesting thing for sure is right now that we are basically past halftime in our Master Duel event here. In our day 1, we have played 3 rounds out of 5. Only 2 more remaining. 2 more to determine who is going to eventually end up in the first 2 spots in each of the 2 groups. And yeah, it's now getting real intense, because if the 1-2 scores right now continue to lose, if they drop another match, history, they're out. They're not going to be in the tournament anymore. But as there are so many interesting matches going on at the same time, I think we have another replay from one of the previous rounds to look at, and I think we can just bring that on right now, and we will be back after with some more live coverage.
Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin. Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça? Me voilà enfin, Yuki.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
We still have a little bit longer until the next round, but we do have a few interesting games that we went back to in the previous round that we think you may very well be interested in. Therefore, we're going to break down one of them for you. I think we're ready to jump into it.
I mean, I can't wait for it until we're ready to jump in for it. I don't quite know which match it is, so this is kind of also like a miracle thing for us.
So it was a specific request from me because it featured Bropdos.
Okay, there we are.
It's either Vince or Chris, and I'm basing it off of something that I heard.
Okay, rumors going around. That's interesting.
Interesting deck that seems to have taken a victory this time.
Now you got me. Let's see it.
Yeah, let's see.
Oh, but it's Shoma Yusa instead. That's Group A that we have here.
Actually, this is not that duel. This is instead Shoma Yusa.
开包单纯是用来做素材。
Great. This is the undefeated Noble Gabigol.
没声音，刚刚就上厕所了。
This is not the game that we were expecting, but it is a great game in and of itself.
雪糕魔戒上次群里发的，他已经不做了。我没有找到，我去搜店家没有。
And now there's going to be so far so good. A Ryziel dual drive is going to add Star Ryziel, which is a little bit interesting to me because you only have 1 material on the duo drive, and now you're basically opening yourself up to a Nibiru, the primal being, in the process here. I mean, maybe we have ruled out Nibiru from the deck of Puck so far, but you can never be too sure about this, right? And now we have the detonator, so now the whole threat of a Nibiru, the primal being, is eliminated.
Yes, indeed.
That's another card, and that is the turn. That is apparently what has brought Shoma Yusa so much luck and so much strength throughout the tournament.
So much luck and strength.
Still undefeated, and that Tatsunochi Chogo, even though it's royal rare, will possibly fall to the Ryziel detonator.
Puck immediately clearing out the field ideally here, but unfortunately not given the opportunity to, as you do have the follow-up from Shoma Yusa. But Shoma Yusa, the Goblin Biker, grand breakout now coming out from Puck to try and create some kind of momentum back in favor of the Memento deck. Memento, regardless, it's going, it's moving forward. The Goblin is there, the Gatix in the graveyard.
but the detonator is still clearing things up.
I think we cross-negate the Gatic here, right? On resolution, because this is otherwise going to be super crazy with the Sleepy sending the fusion and then on summon adding it back. Oh, Darkblade normal summon gets popped immediately. Akihiron was sent to the graveyard before that, but how much does a single Akihiron do for you? Now, of course, we have another detonator pop.
Welcome to Memento versus Ryziel when Ryziel goes first. It's destroy, summon, destroy, summon, destroy, summon, but there is the big summon. The
fuck. What? Shoma Yusa is playing Solemn Judgment. Please be aware, there's no such thing as side decking or anything in this, and we are just playing Solemn Judgment in our main deck.
That is out of the cards.
To half of your life points, but hello to Super
crazy.
Star Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis. The field is clear. The Ryziel field spell is still available though, and 4 cards in hand versus an empty hand for Puck. This took everything the Memento deck had available. Now 7th Tachyon going to start things off again. Number 104 Masquerade being revealed. Ice Ryziel being searched, and it's another starter going unhindered here.
And can someone please wake me up? How is there really Solemn Judgment in the deck of Shoma Yusa? That is not a thing you would expect. That is not a thing you would even consider. Sure, you have to find ways to play non-engine, but it being Solemn Judgment would have not been on my bingo sheet here.
I would be super on board with Solemn Strike because it has applications going second as well. But if you are playing those impactful hand traps like Fualos, like the Backseat, you resolve some of them, then you can break a half board of your opponent and set up a Judgment to finish the deal. But I find it very, very interesting because usually these main deck Solemn Judgments or Solemn cards in general, they are technology. Yeah, exactly. they are a technology that you can see in the Asian regions. Usually, that's something they like to do. That's very interesting to see how it has.
It's Ryziel Detonator now going to come out onto the field again, and it does mean that Shoma Yusa's in a great position. Granted, the Typhon is there negating some effects, but you can build up a commanding field presence to deal with it, or just destroy it completely and go for game
Typhon
here.
right going down.
It looked close for a bit as he started to drop the mementos, but in the end, it's him who gets dropped by Shoma Yusa, who passes a very solemn judgment onto Chiba Corp.
Yeah, I mean, it's a decision where you just say, maybe, hey, we're the underdogs in the tournament. We're the underdogs in the group. Maybe we can just get lucky with the coin tosses. And when you get lucky with the coin tosses, Solemn Judgment is your friend.
You know, to a degree, yes. I see the potential of trying to high roll in a tournament where you're saying, we won't be skill diffing our
They have
opponents.
not been playing
our opponents
rated.
might not be skill diffing us. But of course,
that's
you're also
what they
taking the 50-50
that's
that you're on
why
the
they
back foot
said
most of the time.
that.
But I think if you are...
People don't
now
expect
I don't know the shared cards of this exact
I'm like, what the fuck
if
are you
you're
talking
sharing
about?
Maxi and Fualos, this will lead to your opponents making a half field, as we call it, way more times than usual. So if you're going to be able to break a field with engine and back it up with Solemn Judgments, also with diminished follow-up of your opponent, this is actually a good strategy.
I also feel like this is essentially a fuller
You see, that's literally, they're just showing it in
the
Master
Ryziel
Duel.
strategy,
They were clicking on a stuff and went to the
with
replay.
the trap card in your hand going second.
It is what it is, yeah.
It makes sense to a degree, and I can see it as potentially an answer into your more conventional going second things like the Tenpai Dragon Sky Striker. So perhaps this was just getting one step ahead of the game again. And I think this is the game that I was hyped for. I'm hyped for all of the games, but this one in particular piqued my interest because it's something we hadn't seen before on the broadcast, and it's something that I'm eager to hear your thoughts on.
Now you're making me very, very curious. All right, that is Chris from Team Bulldozer, and they are going first against
Chris and RJ.
So Chris was playing the Malice strategy here. So one of the few teams where the captain, the leader of the team, is not on the Malice deck.
True.
Dormouse is now banishing the White Rabbit. So apparently the one-card combo, we've seen this with Joey as well, I think. We are going to see more of those Dormouse banish White Rabbit combos. Let's see.
Now there's more people watching in TCG. I think everybody's waking up on the East Coast.
But with if you start with Malice and Underground, actually I kind of dig it that you are investing your normal summon to just go into your standard combo afterwards.
Malice going
well, I mean, there's nothing
here
happening
by
in
the looks of
JP
things,
stream
as
right
RJ
now.
holding 5 cards in hand hasn't done anything yet. That being said, Chris still you know, I think in the end, this could have gone a little bit better for him.
Yeah.
Right now, though, looking pretty good.
Little Knight banishes Barad Ransom, and I mean, Ibris, may I remind you? I think we saw Melis every round. I don't know. You told us about something that wasn't there yet, but now we see Melis again. Okay, so apparently it is in the hands of RJ then, who has been a very ambitious Melis player so far, as well as we saw last round on the featured match.
That's super interesting to me that we are apparently seeing the second deck of a Melis player in the Melis mirror match. So there has to be another strategy there, because usually the anti-Melis deck is not on the same player that is playing Melis.
Agree. That is definitely an interesting thing to do, but Team FCG has looked sharp, so maybe that is just the right thing to do. You never know. There comes the Mindbinder. Yeah, but they looked really strong in the last set, right? When we had them on feature, they displayed how skillful and good they are, and they are definitely still a factor in this tournament.
This is a replay, so it's moving quite quickly, but it does feel like we're getting the full Malice extra deck in real time.
That is
going through the motions with the Malice deck.
Whitebinder draws a card, sets a card as the GWC. You don't have to set your MTP interruption on your turn, because in Malice you can actually set trap cards on your opponent's turn and activate them in the same set. 4 cards, 2 link monsters on the field. Do I hear a super polymerization here? Oh no, that is a Malice P. Jessica.
Is not
Ibris,
the
that's
game that
crazy.
I thought it would be again.
That is crazy cakes.
Interesting. Malice matchup.
Malice versus Malice. Red Ransom coming back now with GWC. White Rabbit also activated its effect. I mean, it's still worth looking into.
I think we're just bouncing this here, the Malice P. Jessica before it activates.
Just typical Malice mirror.
Just add the Ash Blossom back from your graveyard that you have used for the Link summon of the Red Ransom. Yep, immediately. Recycling Splash Mage, I love too. Ash Blossom just chilling there. Now
Malice Underground. Is there a way to come back?
Yeah, you could. Way to come back is going to be a tough one. Also, I think that we've discussed a lot that RJ before the game versus Souls was actually has actually not won a game, and I also don't see a real win condition here as well, because Chris did what the Malice deck does best, and that's just everything.
Everything at once, yeah, true. So, I mean, this replay should be from the first round, right? It got to be from the first round, because in round 2 we saw Brodoza losing, and in round 3 we saw that RJ and his team was winning again, and it was not against Chris, so that must be from that very first round of the tournament. That
this was, I believe, in the midst of RJ's winless streak.
Yeah,
but still interesting.
Hey, what for the one of the replays?
Yeah, so the Malice field looks pretty established for Chris here. Granted, the Appaloosa does have 0 attack right now, so no more negations, but as it turns out, you don't need one.
Still game. We've had the exact same field before that. Now we're setting up a little bit more, but I think, that could very well be an access code talker.
Basically, everybody that's
with
not
a 4 material Link Monster being used as a material, meaning this goes all the way up to 6,300.
Because didn't they also invited like influencers or like YouTubers?
With the Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess gets banished immediately.
Yeah,
Pop
I saw. I
the
forgot,
Jessica
but
destroys it.
I was like,
destroys
okay,
the March Chair as well, and this is how much damage. Every Tenpai player is jealous right now. 2-1. 3,
Why are they still talking about Tenpai when this is not
9.
Tenpai?
I'm so bad at that.
I got to like 8,100 without the access code talker, so I was like, okay,
that will do. That will do, absolutely. But yeah, that is 2 teams right now in Group B that are both on a 1-2 record. So they are in that desperate situation that they really cannot allow themselves, cannot allow their team another loss here in the tournament. But they will not have to play each other again, so they can just go after the teams that have a positive record to drown them back into the negative scores.
I mean, he was going second, though.
Before the next round,
yeah, sounds good.
I would like to go into one. Maybe we can finally find the game that you were
my white whale, the one with the deck we haven't seen yet.
The one that got away.
And I mean, we have seen so many different interesting decks, though. I think I don't even know what you're presenting us now. What could be surprising? What could be unexpected? Like, what would be a deck? Let me think here. What even is there still? I think we saw very little Mermail, actually. We saw that on the first set.
Judeo, of course, being
was there.
Very big advocate of that, but then seeing that he didn't find too much success on it.
On the other hand, I think Noble Gabigol, not on the screen, but still in the tournament in the client, has had a really decent time.
Isn't Austin the same as JP? No, like it's close. It's
when we
in the
last
same
checked in with them properly, I think Gianfranco H was 4-0 on that deck specifically. That was before
it should be
round 3,
nighttime now.
Also win.
Yeah, there you go.
So super curious as to how that one plays out.
No, for sure. So it really looks like that deck is performing well, but that's not necessarily the surprise deck.
Time to close the lights.
Everyone was kind of expecting Mermaid to be amongst the top 6 decks that you could definitely pick. And of course, with Judeo, it wasn't a surprise at all. With Noble Gabigol, it was
maybe
a bit
they
of a
don't want to
back
show
anyway,
it because
so
it's not
it is,
like
then in the end going to be
PR
the
friendly.
Mermaid deck for
They're
them.
showing the Malice Bori, Malice Mirror because Malice packs.
Deck that we have not seen at all yet, huh?
I'm hoping we get to see
They're not going to
if
show the
not
stun
in a
one
replay, then perhaps
as
later in
well.
the stream
Joshua,
today.
did he win though? He didn't win, right?
Matches, but it's found a lot of success from what I've heard.
Oh,
he won the
okay,
stun.
okay, that's interesting.
You're teasing us a little too much at this point.
Okay, then I feel like they're not going to show it.
I'd love to show it to you.
I'm just going to.
They only have like what, 10 minutes
now.
anyways?
Light Swan.
That was from last round, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have 10 minutes.
I forgot. Burning
And
Abyss.
Max they show one more,
I
or they
forgot.
for
But
10
we
minutes
did see
here.
a Cherubini earlier, to be fair.
Yeah,
Eight
we saw
rating,
that
we're
in
good,
Malice,
we're good.
Actually.
That works.
I actually like
They just
to
watch
play
the app now.
Yes, because
combo,
sometimes, so first of all, you can extend your combo. You're less weak into hand traps, and you're
10 minutes,
already
yeah.
absolute. You're super not weak to
Yeah,
hand
so
traps
they
with the
either
deck,
do a
but
replay or they
you
just
can play
for
around
10
Lancea.
minutes.
If you also play a not Leak Decoder, a Code of Soul.
Yes.
There is a line that when you get Lancead, which you mostly get in the draw phase actually, because if you get Lancead in the main phase, you can just chain March Share and still make a good half board.
Yep.
You can summon Terrortop, search for Taketombok, special summon Taketombok, go for a Cherubini line, send Code of Soul. In the opposing turn, you can end on. You can get a MTP, you can summon a White Binder, and you have access to the good old. What's it called again? A Topologic Bomber Drink. So there's actually quite a lot of things you can do while having invested 2 cards from your hand.
I think it is actually just a package destined to counter the Artifact Lancea in the opponent's decks. I think that's what it was supposed to do. And some players here for the World Championship have decided they want to have that option in their deck. Not sure. I mean, we have a lot of anti-Malice decks, so I think when you have those cards in your deck, you're kind of saying, I'm never switching away from Malice, right?
Makes your Ryziel matchup a lot weaker, though. If you're going first, the card is always crazy.
Yeah.
Even though you're playing into Droll and Lockbird, that is an issue which you usually don't have with the deck. But if there's a Detonator and you summon Speed Droid Terrortop, and your opponent pops it, you still get the Surge. You're in +1, basically.
Yes.
You don't have a Wind Monster ever again to summon the Taketombok out, so that card does nothing for you. So it's not the greatest. It's rather a card you would want to substitute with something else.
I have good news and bad news for you.
Okay, go
The
ahead.
bad news is that, sadly, I don't think my replay is going to come because round 3 is going to start very shortly.
Round
so
4
why don't
already,
we,
isn't it?
sorry, round 4
Yeah.
is going to start very shortly. We just finished round 3. Let's talk a bit about the 2 teams that we're going to be seeing. Of course, the first team that we're going to see is Ragnarok. Ragnarok, of course, we saw them just prior take down Snipe
So we're
Hunters,
looking
Herman
at
Hansen,
Renard.
Luca Forjan, and Nesh. Some very prominent names from within the TCG scene, from within the Master Duel scene. They enter every 3v3 competition they can. They win every 3v3 competition they can. Such a good team in terms of individual performances and in terms of teamwork.
Team beat Pack. They show the replay where
how much they have shown
Nash
to the
asked
public
what
that they're willing and destined to win this tournament. And I think they also
Pack.
told
No,
us
that
more
was
about
Impulse,
that
right?
in a
On the
short interview.
OSS.
So I would say let's see the quick Ragnarok interview.
My name is Herman Hansen. I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh for quite a long time now. This is my 3rd time at Worlds.
I'm Antonio Papa. I've been playing this game since 2004. I've been loving this game since I was a child, and I'm very happy to be here with my friends.
I'm Luca, I'm from Croatia. I'm just happy to be here to play Yu-Gi-Oh with my teammates.
I won the March 2025 Duelist Cup playing Snake Eye. I've come pretty close the last 2 times, basically losing a decider match both of the times, so I really want to win.
I'm trying to win, and I'm trying to make this big man happy. And, you know, we're trying to bring it at home and making everything out of this beautiful experience.
Rachel Bastel Melara.
Moki, that dude is a vibe.
Maxi.
Macaron.
Croissant, man.
Macaron.
They're having a little bit of a funny mood in that team, right? So Ragnarok really being the vibe team. You see that Nash is basically, I mean, his last name is Papa. He's just basically the father of his whole team and apparently of the entire community here of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of respect for this team, both for their proficiency and their attitude towards the game. Now, I do just want to contextualize about this team specifically. You have so many accomplished players. Each of them in their own right commands a lot of respect and can justify piloting any kind of strategy. But
who are the guys that interview? The team that's going to show, like, they're going to feature now.
Would be the
Ryziel player,
Oh.
you would have Luca Forjan actually piloting the Malice, and that left Nesh with a few different options. We'd seen him play Memento Goblin Biker in the Challenger Cup in particular, but he's also renowned for his creative deck building and innovation, and therefore could very well have cooked up something entirely new.
Yep, I'm quite curious to see. Nesh has been someone who hasn't had the big success in the TCG, having competed in quite a few tournaments, not as many as the others, of course, but Luca Forjan and Herman Hansen are really, really big names in the TCG scene as well. And I mean, we've seen it before. They have beaten Snipe Hunters.
Yep.
They are 2-1 in this crazy group.
Doing good.
They have been so dominant the entire season. They are such a strong force in this tournament.
They've been dominant this tournament, this season, but somebody has been dominant this tournament, and that is, of course, Noble Gabigol, the other team that they will be facing off against. Noble Gabigol, of course, being led by Shoma Yusa, who qualified in the December Duelist Cup with the Yubel deck, brought two friends with him. We didn't have the greatest of expectations for them because they were such unknown quantities, but they came in and they took the world stage by storm.
Winning every single round, defeating all of the opponents that they have been paired up against so far.
Yeah.
They have defeated, let's say it again, they just last round beat the team Chiba Corp.
Yep.
And then before that, they also were already successful against Team Dream's Future.
And alignments as well.
And alignments as well. So they are absolutely cruising so far. Yeah. And they are now ready to, of course, just book their ticket directly to the semifinals, because if they win here in round number 4,
it's guaranteed.
It is guaranteed. There is no more ifs and whens they would be in.
All of a sudden, they are the big obstacles in
Yeah.
this group to overcome, because Ragnarok is also very close to getting to day 2, being one of the few teams that is 2-1 in the group right now. Being 3-1 would really, really help. Having a good tiebreaker, being very positive in their matches as well, would be crucial for them. But now, before that, you weren't too worried about Noble Gabigol, but now I think you're a little bit worried that you might not be able to take them on, especially after you've seen cards like Solemn Judgment.
Oh yes, I would be worried about that.
Deck, yeah.
I think Ragnarok, while also holding their own tournament lives in the balance, are also being looked at by Snipe Hunters because they need Ragnarok to win here and then for Noble Gabigol to lose their next set as well in order to have a chance of escaping this group. Everybody will look towards these two teams who are at the top of Group A, because the one that fumbles can perhaps be defeated here.
That was
Dream's Future. Dream's Future
It might
there
be
as
Dream's
well.
Future, yeah.
Actually, we may have Dream's Future on the feature match. Yeah, that could also be the case. It might have been that one, yeah. Sure, we talked about Noble Gabigol so much, but maybe it is actually Team Ragnarok versus Team Dream's Future, is it
That's
that?
also a good match. Yeah,
That's a very good
managed
match
to get
indeed.
back a win in the previous round despite having 2 losses earlier in the day. So yeah, either way, this is going to be a fantastic set of games.
Dream's Future has had not the best start, the most ideal start to the tournament here, of course, but now they have just gotten a game back, and there we can see the duelists already. Herman Hansen, the mightiest person in the room, maybe, sitting next to his teammates who we're not seeing right now, but there they are.
Yeah.
Look at him, Antonio Papa with the wink here.
The mood maker of the team. You see, he is never really questioning himself.
He was
just
clearly
enjoying
tired,
life,
and then he
enjoying
saw the
Yu-Gi-Oh!
fanning
And
of the
currently
wink.
is in a good spot to maybe get closer to this top 4 finish.
Warning.
And oh, there we also have, we have G-Nats. We just have a little walk through the venue here, it seems.
Galera now.
Those are two teams that are just there to have some good smiling faces on. We have Judeo being prepared there for his match too. I mean, they are currently sitting in first place in Group B as well. After losing the first round, they came back with 2 wins. So they're all smiles right now, obviously.
Yeah.
They were before, but now even more so.
And G-Nats has been so crucial in their run so far. Of course, not getting the win against Team 7 in the beginning there, but still getting 3 of those games that can be crucial in a tiebreaker. You cannot rule out those teams that lose early, especially if they didn't lose hard in those games, because every single point counts in the end.
5 is such a small sample of games in the grand scheme of things as well, that it means there is a lot of room for fluctuation, variation. Even if you drop those first 2, there's still a chance that you make it out. And we've seen that time and time again, year after year, that teams can advance with a 3-2 record. So it's well within the reach of everybody in this tournament still.
seeing Nash there, honestly, we had a quick talk with him yesterday evening where he basically just said, yeah, we were building the decks, we were arranging our 6 decks, and we were trying to find the best lineup. And they just kept on taking cards away from me. I wanted to play this, and then we're like, I need those cards in my deck. And I was like, okay, take them. Okay, so in the end, he was like, they took everything away from me, but my deck is still ready to crush, and he is crushing here so far.
Yeah, as we said, Mist very renowned for the Ryzeal gameplay, and then you had Luca on the Malice, so that does leave Nash with a couple of other options.
If I'm in a 3v3 team with Mist, he can have the cards he wants.
Yeah, I'll trust him. Yeah.
Just guaranteeing the wins, and then I have to get like 1 each match.
This is actually Mist's second time at the Master Duel category of the WCS, of course, attending in 2023 on Team Shape Snatch with Bodan Temnik and Kostas Kostop. Very interesting to see him return to the world stage with 2 new teammates, much like Tasku, who has 2 new teammates of his own.
This time, though, it's different, right? Because this time, he comes in as the team captain. This time, he was the one qualifying them. So I feel like his whole entrance and everything, it was more of a, like, he was feeling it. He was giving off that vibe that he's here to just, he's not questioning it at all.
They've also been practicing together for over a year now, with Luca trying to qualify them last year, but falling short behind Eric by about, I think it was 1 game's worth of wins. So yeah, just really long overdue for Mist's return to the world stage, Luca's arrival to the world stage, and then there's Nash, who is deserving and having a good time. So yeah, we love the attitude.
Nash is like not only the personality hire, but he's a genius deck builder. So is Herman, of course. But Nash has proven to the community, also with his content creation, time and time, that he really deeply understands the theory of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game and Master Duel as well, of course. So if you put these 2 geniuses together, I think you can find the optimal decks. It's not only about building the decks, which is getting significantly more difficult in this shared card pool format, but also you have to have 2 decks for each player, and 6 you have to prepare for on each other team. It's so difficult, and I think you need 2 geniuses, and they have them.
With 2 geniuses, you will eventually just find greatness, and of course there's also
I just feel bad for Luca because
Luca is a genius on his own, and I think he's just a very good player. And I think when you have 2 players that are so good at deck building, then just having a third person who's just amazingly well at playing is amazing. And there we have them. We do have Team Ragnarok on the left versus Team Dreams Future with the one and only Tasku and his teammates.
Unk!
So incredibly locked in.
Unk is on the JP one.
シーラカンス久々に見たな。はい、早速シンクロ召喚ということで。はいはいはいはい。
火曜は基本的に相手の手札を破壊していく感じのデッキなんですか？
なんかもともとそんな感じではなかったんですけど、
はいはいはい。
なんか他のカードたちというか周りのカードたちが結構そっちにだんだん寄り出したみたいなイメージありますね。最初はなんか割とこうなんだろう、そんなに手札に干渉するというよりかはどっちかというとなんか、めちゃくちゃ展開して、
はいはいはいはい、
こうなんと言ったらいいんだろう、なんか妨害の盤面みたいなメインだった記憶があるんですけど。
ああ、必ずしも別に手札を破壊されるわけではないんですね。
あ、そうですね。なんか手札によってやることが変わったりだとか、そういう結構アドリブ力が求められるテーマなイメージがあるので、
面白いデッキですね。
めっちゃ難しい気がする。逆に
難しそう。
はい、今早速エクシーズが3体も並んでるんですごいですね。
確かにすごい回ってますね。かなり
分回りですね。
Oh, Snake Eye.
はいはい、レベル7ですね。はい、プリマドーナ。はいはい、これ先ほども出ておりましたね。
確かに。
さて、重ねてエクシーズ召喚ということで、ポセイドラ・アビス。
よく見ますね、このカードも。
こいつは割と新しいカードで。
あ、そうなんですね。
なんか最新というか新しめではありますね。海洋エクシーズモンスターかマーメイルのエクシーズモンスターに まあ重ねて出てくる系のエクシーズモンスターで。
ああ、なるほど。あ、すごいあっという間に盤面がいっぱいに。
いやー、やっぱりあれですね、マーメールはもう展開力がなかなかすごいんで。出ましたね、トリシュラ。
かっこいいトリシュラ。
今大会よう見ますね。はい、墓地へ送られたグリーティスで、トリシュラの手札に干渉する効果を確実に通しに行くと、やっぱりこのチェーンでこう直接チェーンされないこの動き、
チェーン隠しってやつですね。
チェーン隠しってやつですね。この動きがやっぱりなんかできるようになってくると、ちょっと自分がプロになったような感覚を得ることができる。
ちょっとテクいやつね。
ちょっとテクいことやってるってなれる。
お、デュエルニビルが。
そうですね、ニビルが、ニビルが、落石した。隕石着陸。
初めて見たな、今大会で。
確かに、そうですね。ニビル落ちましたね。はい、ということで、そうですね、どんどん展開していきますね。で、C の方はハーツクリプターも出てますね。で、A の方はニビル通ったってことは、まただいぶ展開変わりそうですね。翔英出ましたね、双剣。まあ、最近はもうニビルケアするのがもう定石みたいな風になっちゃってるとこありますからね。
ニビルケアは結構難しいんですけどね。その展開、考えながら展開しながら、あれ今何回目だっけみたいな。
でもなんかものによってはなんかニビルがなんかニビル受けてもこっから動けるルートがありますみたいなルートが開発されたりとか、
確かに
いやすごいんですよね。さて結界像置かれましたね、これ。
おお、
水以外が特殊召喚できなくなってしまった。
まずいですよ。
しかもでも破壊される代わりに翔英が墓地のカードを除外できると。翔英でその結界像を守りつつみたいな感じですね。
守り結構硬いですね。
何気にこのなんだろう、攻撃力のパンプ効果というか、攻撃力上がっているこのこれが結構いいらしいですね。3500ってなかなか超えられない。
なかなか難しいですよね、ポンって超えるの。
超えられないんですよね。3500。いやー、そうですよね。なかなかこの結界像がいる盤面返しづらいよなと。
うわー、破壊耐性ですか？破壊耐性っていうか、破壊代わりにされるみたいな。
破壊される代わりにフィールドの自分フィールドのカードが破壊される代わりに、自分の墓地からカード除外できるのかな。
ってなると破壊以外のもので送るかってことですもんね。そのカードを対処するか。
でもそうか、翔英は自分のカードだけだからダメか。ってことは違うか、翔英は自分のカードだけだもんな。じゃあ自分だけだもんな。だとしてもやっぱり、いやーでも重いなー。そうっすよね。はいはいはい。メメントなんですね。除外されてるカードが一瞬だとマジで
確かに
見えなくて。
デュエル C がいつの間にか終わってる。
本当だ。C が決着している。ってなると多分ネプターリスで対象に取れないっていう効果が付与されているだけかな。なので結界像が対象取れないって感じですよね。わー、結界像でもそのまま、いやー
痛い。
そうなんだよな。結界像がいるとやっぱり超えづらいよなと。
うわ
いや、まあでもしょうがないとなる時もあるっすよね。
そうですね。
さて、デュエル A の方ですかね。B と C で1本ずつ8000が残ってる。
ね。
まあそうですね。お互いに1本ずつ点を取り合っているので 1-1 というところで、これは、今はいはいはい、ブロナス選手のターンか。これはそうですね。ライゼオル側のターンとして見ていきましょう。これはどこまでいってるんだろう。トークンを超えるのが結構きつい感じなのかな。
5000結構高いですもんね。
そうですよね。5000が
3500よりだいぶ高いですから。
デトネーター、はい。あ、やっぱり超えられないか。
トークンの8000の攻撃力もだいぶ怖いですけどね。
8000重いですね。
そうなってくると
守備力5000でもだいぶ硬いですからね。まあ、結構あるあるっちゃあるあるなんですけど、この送りつけたトークン送りつけたいいもののどうしようみたいな
確かに
あるんですけど、これはどうするんだろう。どう超えるんでしょう。デトネーターいるんで何かしらの効果を発動すればトークン割れるんですけど、逆に動かなければみたいなとこありますよね。
確かに伏せてるカード妨害か
1伏せですもんね。シンプ
何でしたっけ。
ルに8000 8000か。まあ、結構いろんな考えがきっとあったんでしょうが、先にやっぱりこの8000の打点で5400ダメージ痛いですねこれね。
痛いな。
まあ一応破壊の肩代わりはできるけど、シンプルに5400ダメージ痛いですよね。
Breaking. Ryan had summon arcane voice. Force the roll to skip turn on his opponent. An MD roll championship.
はいはいはいはい。
なかなか超えるの大変ですよね。
8000はなかなかやっぱり。
Yeah, it's from Trevor.
Oh.
Yeah.
はい。今大会よく見ますね、セブンス。
大活躍。
大活躍してる。これで持ってくるのが、はいはいはいはい。そして手札1枚戻しますが、エクスライゼオルが多分残ってるので、そうですね、出てきますね。やっぱりエクスライゼオルが一番なんかこうライゼオルレベル4の中でめちゃくちゃ強いって、もうリスナーさんに教えてもらったんですけど、いや本当にそうなんだなって思いますもんね、見てると。これはトークン除去いけそうな気がしてきましたね。はい、ランク4でエクシーズ、はい、ライトドラゴンアットゲインスター取り除いて、1枚破壊かな現状。ああ消えちゃいましたね。そしたらこれで通ってしまうと打点が足りてしまっているので、はい、リソース戻しつつ1枚ドロー。
そうなるとそうですよね。
敵からアイスライゼオル以外 のライゼオルを特殊召喚する。はいはいはい。しっかりと除去もできて、盤面はもう十分足りているが、あの伏せカード何かあるのか。
なんだあれは。
はいはいはいはい。プラグインかな。
ああ。
墓地から。
蘇生。
ああ、しっかり。
うわ
まあ、しっかりとハカーノで墓地からの蘇生も通さない。
ハカーノもめちゃくちゃいろんな場面で活躍してる印象ありますね今日。
なんかあれですね、やっぱり春うららとか増殖する G を止めるだけではないいろんな使い方ができちゃうのがやっぱり強いカードですもんね。はい、ということで通りましたね。はい、ということで一旦ねこの1周目というか、が終わりまして、おー、ライゼオリやっぱ強いな。
強いですね。
はい、ということでブロッドドーザが今のところ2勝、チーム7が1勝ということで、まあ今のところまだ2対1とね若干拮抗した形で、
確かに確かに
2周目に突入ということで、2-1ならねまだ全然わかんないですからね。
いやそうですね、まだあとこっからチーム7がまた勝ちを取れば全然次につながりますからね。
わかんないっすよまだ。そうか、やっぱりこう1画面っていうか一番でかいこの画面にすごい集中しちゃうから
確かに確かに
あれなんか C が知らんうちに終わってるってなんかめっちゃあるんだよな。
目が一つじゃ足りない
そうですね。やっぱなんだろう、やっぱこうシェアカードでしたっけ。
はいはいはい。
がやっぱあれなんですかね、うらら。
But here is set to Ragnarok taking on Dream's future.
Now let's be ready for set 2 here. Give it up for our duelists. Let's see. Duel A, B, C setting up right now the beautiful World Championship 2025 animation. Lancea dropped in the draw phase. Called by the Grave is the answer. Ring ring. Who's there? It's the Grave. Taking out your Lancea. You're trying to prohibit me from banishing cards. You know what? I'm going to banish the card that does that.
As great a start as any for Luca here in response to Stella on this answer to the Malice. Now unimpeded on the gold sarcophagus, the combo can begin. Speaking of Malice, seems to be going okay in Duel B as well there, as missed so far no immediate answer to what is currently unfolding from Freedom.
And there is a White Rabbit set TB11. Usually the White Rabbit combo, if you're cutting down to 2 traps, is a little bit more fragile because you have to add empty.
It is a Lure of Darkness, and I think we're banishing, which it looked like a March here, but there's no way we have 2 Malice decks here at once. There is a no. Whoa, 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 whoa! It's getting interesting in here because that is a gimmick puppet all of a sudden appearing at Duel C. So let's go over to Duel C because that is a deck we had not on our radar, but it is now in the spotlight, and there we have it.
So that was the deck I wanted to show you earlier because it was so funny that it just
explodes
in
Duel
a
C, there's
single turn.
Gimmick.
And Nesh,
And they're showing
we've seen him answer tougher decks. We've seen him manage in the most unlikely of scenarios. But right now, he looks to be in a fantastically difficult position.
Oh, okay.
世界に
羽ばたくしかない。はい、ということで始まりました2周目。2周目と言っていいのか。ブロッドドーザ2勝で、チーム7が1勝という形で迎えることになります。チーム C なので見ている視点が、クリス選手とライアン選手かなの、対面ということで。よいしょ。はい、早速マリスの最初の初動のチェシャですかね。
そうですね。
に当てられましたエフェクトベーラー。これがまだ予選っていうのがすごい
確かにこれ
恐ろしい話で恐ろしい話で本当にね。
確かに
めちゃくちゃ狭き門を通ってきた世界最高峰プレイヤーの中の予選みたいな
すごいな。
恐ろしいですよね。 さあ見える範囲だとデュエル A の方だと3枚伏せてターンを返してきたのかな。
そう見えますね。
うん。
手前カードを開いてあるんですけど、これ見えますか？
これは
ライゼオルか。
そうですね。
ですかね。
あ、そうですね。
ライゼオルですね。
両ドライブ出てるので。
うんうん。
ただ、あ、そうですね。リクデコーダーにリンク1。はい。ドルイドブルム。はい。
うん。
これで展開もできそうですね。
おー。
1枚伏せましたね。さあリンク3までいきます。この形はそうですね。
うんうん。これ先に伏せたってなると、これアマリス魔法カードトラップカードの可能性高いんですかね、もしかしたら。
ありそうですね。
うん。
引いてきてるってことなのかな。
ですかね。
さあそのまま
ブラフ
ブラフなのか。さあしっかりリンク4アポロウーサー、この時の1600なので2回分のモンスター効果を無効にできますね。はい、ハーツクリプター除外されたのでライフ払ってちょっと特殊化されますね。なんか思ったよりなんかこうベーラー受けて結構微妙な初動なあれなのかなと思ったら、そんなこともなく、
ね、
全然動きますね。ABC とともに目がちょっと忙しいな。
B はこれなんだ2枚ぐらいは除外してたんですけど。
除外してた。ちょうどずっと C ばっか見てたんであれだったな。ちょうどその C 見えてなかった。
墓地に送ってたのかな。
ほうほうほう。さあここまで来るともういつものマリスの展開というか、
よく見る展開に。
そうですね、スプラッシュメージ墓地からサイバース族を特殊召喚。B はメメントですかね、あれは。
おお。
はい、そのままリンク3出ましたね。ホワイトバインダー登場時の勝率 79.1%。
そんな高いんですか。
すごい、8割。
そんな高い。
8割ありますね。
すごいな。
いやー、ビーステッドがあるだけで展開が伸びますね。除外するのが展開のトリガーとなるので、あれなんか B の方でなんかゴブリンライダーが出てるような
見間違いじゃなかった。
ゴブリンライダーが出てるような気がするんですけど、
やっぱり
今のはマリスコード GWC06 なのかな。
はいはいはい。
06？
06。
はいはいはい。リングリボー、はい、いいですね。まだまだ伸びる。やっぱサイバース族はすごいですね。もう本当に恐ろしいや。リンク4出ました。ファイアボール相互リンク状態は今のところ1位。今日初めて見たかも。僕が追ってる試合というか。
本当ですか。これは
早速アグリゲーターが墓地へ送られながらライゼオルが特殊召喚されますと、エクストライゼオルの効果でアグリゲーターの効果をチェーン隠しと。使わざるを得ないですよね。
そうですね。
さあこれでアポロウーサが機能停止という感じになっちゃいますが、
あと不正のカードが右2つがおそらく妨害なのかなって感じなんですけど。
そうですね。やはり今年はマリスがすごい幅を利かせてると言っても過言ではない。
お、無限包容。
無限包容、これ以上のカードは手札に持ってこられたくもない。ソードライゼオルの効果は無効にします。その後って感じですかね。
そうですね。
その後何かしらチェーンというか効果を発動しているのかするのか悩んでいる。さあ A の方でもライゼオルデトネーターが特殊化されました。こちらはベルズビュート。特殊化成功時に効果をそのまま発動したいという感じですね。マリス・イン・ザ・ミラー。やっぱありましたね、しっかりと。手札フィールドからマリスモンスター1体除外し、ベルズビュートを対象にとって効果無効にしたいと。しっかりサーチもしてたんでね、やっぱり。さあで見えてたところではあるので、
そうですね、
これを踏ませたということなのか。ミラーを打たせたのかという感じですが、どうなんですかね。
これは
はいスターライゼオルかな。ということでライゼオルクロスをセットします。ライゼオルクロス、はい伏せてありましたね。先ほども登場しましたマリスコード GWC06
特殊召喚したら除外できるんですよね、3枚。
そうなんですよ。
強い。
ライフポイント回復するのもやっぱり大きいですよね。
確かに
ライフ払って展開するテーマなんですが、なんか
回復する手段も
8000よりもあると
確かに
映画終わってしまった4伏せは何だったんだろう。すごい、
確かに
ちょっと手札がだいぶめちゃくちゃきつかったのかな。ということで A の方がブロッドドーザのブロナス選手が1本選手といったところで、引き続き C と B の方を見ていきましょう。メインは C でございます。A の方を見届けてる間にちょっとすごい展開がされていた。
モンスターがすごいことになってる
が、ここでファイアウォールドラゴンの効果を使う相互リンクの枚数の分だけ手札に戻せるので、ここで3枚戻していく。
全部返っちゃった。
3枚戻されるのはなかなか、いやだが2枚またすごいな。すごいな。なんかここまで戻されてもまだ展開できちゃうと。まあでもやっぱりレベル4モンスターが並ばないとエクシーズができないからな。
この後並ぶかな。
まあ、ライゼオールクロスで一応戻して1枚ドローするが、やっぱりこうエクシーズテーマというかはあれですね。やっぱこう並んだ瞬間にやっぱエクシーズ召喚される前に 手札に戻したり破壊したりとかして、着地狩りみたいな形でやっていかないと
結構きついですよね。
さあドローに全てをかけていけ。いやファイアウォールドラゴンぶっ刺さった形じゃないですかこれは。
確かに結構
刺さりましたよね。さてそのままターンが回りまして、このままリンク4アクセスコード投下、フィニッシャーランク3位平均戦闘ダメージ4374。
高すぎ
る6300いつもよりも1000多いですベルズビュートが無慈悲に破壊されていきますが、そうですね、さらにこれでまた展開できちゃうんですね。
すごい。
いやー他のやっぱテーマと違ってね、除外されるのがこうメリットというか、むしろそれで展開できちゃうみたいなのもありますから。
なんかあれですよね、墓地も除外ゾーンもなんか第2第3第4のデッキみたいな感じありますよね最近。
そうですね、なんか第2第3の手札ともよく言われていますが、
そうですよね。
はい、ということで、デュエル C の方が終了いたしまして、さあこちらも終わりそうですねこれ。おっとこれはうわデクレアラーもいたんだデクレアラーがいたんだ。魔法トラップ発動効果無効にされてしまった。通った。ブロッド動作が3勝ですかこれは。
そうですね。
そうですね。うおー3勝ストレートで持ってきましたね。
すごい。
いやーすごいな。
勢い乗ってますね。
いや乗ってますね。5対1。
5勝。
これでそうですね5対1。そうですね5の1なんで。いやー。
It was a completely different competitive environment back then in which the deck could flourish a little bit more.
Okay, if we were taking a closer look to the matches, at this point Duel B, Stellar is thinking for a long time, maybe thinking of some way out of this situation, because Colossus is a crazy card still in Duel C. I think we're about to see Luca go for a rather bigger combo here. We're in main phase 2 now, sets multiple cards.
It doesn't seem so much of a of a combo.
No combo at all. I lied to everyone here, but now on the other side, Nash is not seeing the craziest field here.
Yep, a little bit down to the wire for Ragnarok, though. They need 3 wins to take this home, but right now it looks a little bit difficult, especially for Nesh in particular, facing down the Blue Eyes deck in Duel A.
Yeah, as we don't have anything happening here on Duel B, let's go back to Blue Eyes. Let's see that Blue Eyes White Dragon on the field there on Duel A. Let's get it back into the spotlight. Let's see whether Nash would be able to overcome this. There we have it.
The Chaos Hunter is so good against the Primite engine because you are negating the Drill Beam, and there is Called by the Grave. This is what I was hoping for Nash in this situation, because now the Drill Beam is the other, basically only interruption that he has from engine on the side of Freedom. But now, look, Chaos Hunter just completely blocks the Drill Beam. Yes, we're out of the battle phase, but if Nash has one of these big one-card starters in the hand, Snake Eye Ash or something for a normal summon in main phase 2, this could be so good here.
I think Stella just passed back over to Mist, by the way, so the Mist and the Ritual Beast deck could potentially just close this one out.
Mist is also not doing anything.
Yeah. That's crazy, but you gotta give it to Freedom here once more. He sorta won the mind game because Nash brought his anti-Malice deck, and guys what? Freedom has just decided to not play Malice anymore for this third set. So really coming out on top here. Then also on top of that, winning the coin toss, being in the position, having the strongest dragon in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! There on the field right now.
Oh, it is just end phase for Nash. This is crucial. He really needed this Snake Eye Ash. This is also one of the problems of the deck, actually. Oh, True Light is
How did Luca end up with a Maxi in attack position?
Well, you really need link material.
I think we need link material there, and I mean, Maxi is as good as a monster as any to go into a link too. But whoa, Duel C is going wild.
What is happening?
Let's bring Duel C up again. Let's go back there because I think we have Maxi on Maxi Ataxi. What is going on?
Maxi on Maxi action right here. 500 attack points on both, which is not too many. Why is this card normal summon? I am... which sequence of plays leads you to this situation?
Normal summon Maxi versus normal summon Maxi in the Malice Mirror match. Now we have Luca. It's his turn. It's his game to close out. But again, Ragnarok, they need all three. They need to get victory, victory, victory if they're going to close this one out and if they're going to have the record that they want to have to secure their way out of this group. On the other hand, Dream's Future, important win for them if their tournament is going to remain alive.
And it's looking very strong on the side of Freedom with the blue eyes, White Dragon on the field, and Sage is a normal summon here as well, already having the True Light set up, looking super strong here in this matchup. And now we can of course see Luca go for some attempt of a combo. Marcher is being activated and hand Link Decoder on the field. By the grave again. All of these cards in banishment is crazy. But can you still extend from this?
Oh, and missed one dual ace. So it looks all right here again for Team Ragnarok. They have pulled one back. Maybe they can still do it. 4-3 now the overall score. And not gonna lie, Luca at least right now is having monsters on the field. So he may as well be in the lead here in Duel C2.
Yep, but there goes the Synchro Summon into that Blue Eye Spirit Dragon. And suddenly everything becomes a little bit scarier for Nesh. Another Synchro Summon on top of that.
Is that a Baron?
Ultimate Spirit Dragon?
It is a Baron.
Very nice.
Baron de Fleur, of course. If you want to end a game, this card gives you the utility to destroy a monster on the opposing side. True Light, of course, can immediately just get you back a blue-eyed White Dragon. You could destroy the Chaos Hunter, and I think that's a pretty fast way to close out the game.
Yes, indeed it would be. Can we get any extra damage, though, to tide this one over into that 8,000 territory? Because right now it's just Baron plus Blue Eyes.
I mean, we can just go ahead and Synchro Summon with the Maiden of White and the Blue Eyes White Dragon. That is the Synchro 9 that we're looking at so often. We can also be forehead, now that we can finally banish cards again there in Duel B, go ahead and Fusion Summon or equip a Fusion Monster to the Blue Eyes as we just did there. And Luca has to give another turn here to Tasco.
Yep, the damage was not enough here. 2,800 life points there. 3 set cards, 2 in hand. I think that Luca is still in a comfortable spot, especially if last turn not too much happened from Tasco.
Crucially, regardless of anything in these two duels, the team captain did win here. Mist was able to clutch out the victory for Ragnarok in his duel, and that means that every little bit of that tiebreaker is becoming more and more available to them.
Ooh, and there is finally an X-Ryziel here for Tusk. He has been waiting for it, but there is the answer from Luca. There is Matotronus. That card is really putting in the work here in this tournament. It is being played in so many different decks. It just makes sense, as it is definitely up there in terms of non-engine. One of the best spell cards when you're playing into Malice, when you're playing into Ryziel, and as these are the two most represented decks, it only makes sense that this card also is very well represented.
Nesh getting another turn here, though. The Blue Eyes deck, as we said, can be quite slow when it comes to ramping up. It's good, it's formidable once it's able to set up, and it will be quietly consistent here. But there is Meows, the card you are asking for all tournament long. Hasn't really made an impact so far, and won't do so in this game either.
I am not too sure. There's double Meows here, and it is chained to True Light of summoning back a Blue Eyes White Dragon. So this is going to be through 2 fresh new cards. However, it's going to be so tough to out this field. There is still the Spirit. There is Baron de Fleur. There is, of course, also after the Blue Eyes gets back onto the field, there is going to be the Primite Drill Beam. So Maxi is being chained here just so that there is no answer to it.
Cat jellyfish and then
with these two that even if they made it really, really close, Dream's Future is looking splendid here.
I gotta agree. Blue Eyes White Dragon once more the animation is on the field, and Nash basically with a pot of greed movement there, drawing the top 2 cards from
his
is getting
deck,
cooked.
but can they help him? Fiends and Engravers a card to draw, I'm not gonna lie, that can help.
That is a 1-card starter for him. Of course, you'd have to consider that Baron still has the Negate live, and you have the Primite Drill Beam set there as well.
And I will say that the Spirit Dragon has a on-field effect that sometimes is really relevant
Blue
by
eyes?
negating a
What
card
blue
in
eyes?
the graveyard activated. Sometimes
brick
it's not
guys.
relevant.
Oh, that's brick guys.
And I mean, if you're searching for Tract and for Lurry and discard Fabled Lurry to activate it, it is going to be crucial here. So that's not really an option for Nash. Has to go for a rather weaker search by discarding the Lancea from hand. Normal summon Lacrima of the Crimson Tears. You can, of course, just activate Baron, or I think this is a Primite Drill Beam target here.
But that was not the decision from Freedom. Freedom lets it go through, lets him
Showered
send
after round one? What do
another
you mean?
card to the graveyard, and we are continuing to Link summon the Link 1, that is Fiends from Requiem coming onto the table here. The digital table that we have here at the World Championship.
That wasn't after round
First
one.
maxi draw there also for Freedom.
This card has caused so much chaos in the TCG. The Fiendsmith engine in total has been in so many different decks, and it's still going ever since it came out in the TCG in the Infinite Forbidden. In Duel C, we are seeing Luca going for the final blow here with the Axis Code Talker, with the Red Ransom, winning another game. So we're currently tied at 4-4. Nash is really doing his best to get the 5-4 win there to go to day 2, getting closer to it. But now we have 2 engravers on the field. And now the Majesty is being activated, of course. It was searched last turn with Wishes for Eyes of Blue, destroying both engravers. An engraver is good in the graveyard, but not if you've already used it.
Yes, indeed. Will do a great amount of work for Freedom here. It looked good for Ragnarok. They tied it up at 4-4, but it's not enough to take down Dream's future here as they look to claim victory against one of the top teams in their group. Suddenly, Group A looks very much like it could be anyone's all over again.
Dream's future back to 2-2 here after the next battle phase. I can't assume that you're going to go for many plays, but I can think that we're going to see the great animation of Blue Eyes White Dragon attacking with the burst stream of destruction. Main phase 1, come on, give it to us. Everyone is waiting for it.
Baron attack.
Oh, Blue Eyes White Dragon, come attack.
Yes.
Direct attack, burst stream of destruction. Let's go.
That's what we needed. That's what everyone needs in their life, and that's how this match is done.
And that's what Dream's future needed to take down Ragnarok there. It is not the end of days for Ragnarok, however, though, as they are still very much in this tournament. Thank you for looking at me with pride then.
It was a really good one, the Ragnarok one. But also that's what Dream's future are made of, right? This is what a comp. That is actually a G. If you're starting 0-2 and then you're climbing your way back. But I have to say.
Oh, here's the brackets. Here's the brackets. Yeah, an hour
it's
again.
It's looking like basically everyone in this group is going to be at 3-2 in the end.
Really, right?
And if you're starting 0-2 and then you're getting like 5-4 wins,
it's
at 4? Super tough.
The tiebreakers are a little scary.
Oh, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think this is updated.
Scary.
This is last round.
Someone that can best case scenario also only reach a 3-2 score now at this point is Team 7, the reigning world champions in Group B. They have just lost this round again and therefore cannot get any better than 3-2 and will have to probably rely on tiebreakers if they want to make it to top 4 to defend their title.
Dream's future winning there, of course, Tasku, Mr. Master Duel himself, and his 2 very formidable teammates.
We said they struggled
both at number 4 because they had to integrate Stellar into the lineup on very short notice after Yuki qualified for the World Championship by himself, but they've done phenomenally, and it was Freedom that managed to pull this team over the finish line here.
I was wishing for Blue Eyes, and I'm glad finally Freedom was delivering the freedom to the Blue Eyes White Dragon there.
You just had the opportunity they're literally number 1 now. I was wishing for Eyes of Blue.
Oh, I wish I had, yeah.
It would have been the way better one.
I've seen too many normal summon Maxis in that.
that was
insane.
Fun, yeah. Shall I tell you something, though? After round 3 in Group B, the team leading, do you remember who that was? Fala Galera was 2-1 after losing the first round. They're continuing their winning arc. They are 3-1 now, so looks like Fala Galera is on their way possibly into that
desired top 4.
And for the rest of the teams, what's our snapshot looking like?
We have some more. We have Mugity still playing, being on the 2-1 record as well.
Okay.
And then on the other hand, as I said, we have Team 7 struggling right now. And even better, we can now look at it all together as we see Brodoza being the one that is sort of struggling, as we do have them currently only on a 1-3 record.
Snipe Hunters managing to take down Noble Gabigol was so crucial for them as well. Again now, Snipe Hunters and Dreams Future both in this tournament still.
That is true. So definitely very, very, very competitive in Group A. Basically, everyone can still do it, as we see right now. Noble Gabigol still, of course, in that first place, as they started out so nicely with the 3-0 start. Second place, now Ragnarok with being 2-2, but that's also the score of Dreams Future and also the score of Snipe Hunters. Interestingly enough, for Duelist Cup winners, Dreams Future, they have climbed back from 2 losses, and they're now already overcoming Snipe Hunters in terms of tiebreakers. That's very interesting to see.
Yeah, they had this 9-0 win, which is absolutely crazy. Makes up for the 5-4 win they had and the 1-8 loss, actually. So I think they're break even, right? On do they have any? Wait, are they positive? Wait, that's 4.
I mean, it just is about the number of wins in the end.
Yeah,
right?
they're both that 4.
And we see that Ragnarok has 21, Noble Gabigol has 22, and Dreams Future currently on 18.
Fala Galera has 25.
That's insanity. Fala Galera is going absolutely crazy there, having the most wins in the tournament right now after starting out badly in the first round. But they're really showcasing that they're here to represent the Latin American region and that they're here ready to take it all down, and that year of hard work for Judeo seems to be paying off.
Wait. Brotdos managed to make some semblance of a comeback as well.
Yeah, they are 2-2 right now. So
did they just change there? Because it
Stars
looked like
have
1-3 a moment ago,
no
but
chance
seems like it is actually a 2-2 score there,
2
which looks a lot better now for them,
rabbit,
of course.
From
And that might be the way to possibly just stay in the tournament still.
They just beat Team 7 8-1.
Latin taking over both
groups. Huge accomplishment on itself. But you were speaking about Fala Galera and Latin America. I mean, if we're still looking at Group A, Noble Gabigol, also from Latin America, is still 3-1 now after losing to the Snipe Hunters. So Snipe Hunters really crazy cooking, climbing back into this tournament as well. We have, so actually, let's just go back to the leaderboards again. We have 2 wins in Group A, and we have 1 3-win team. And that is exactly the same for Group B.
Yeah, and what I love about all of this, and what also showcases the competitiveness of the World Championship, there's no team that has not won a match so far. Every team has managed to at least win once, which shows you that really everyone can beat anyone here, and sometimes it's just those little bit of luck factors or some other factors that are involved.
And, I mean, we've said that in Group A there's 3 teams with 2 wins right now. Alignments and Chabakop are still
because like he's
playing
looking
right now. So
to the person next
you can
to
still
like when he was
have one of these teams. It's 4-4, by the way, that can go up to 2 wins. And the same goes for the second group, where FCG is playing versus Mugity.
FCG really need this victory against Mugity if they're going to make it happen.
They're trying their very best. They're also basically on the same comeback arc as Dreams Future as they started.
It's 4-4 right now. It's going to be a deciding point, and we'll let you know as soon as that is decided.
Yep, it is on the team captain. It is on RJ, who's trying to make it happen.
They're not in the same group,
He did it so well in round number 3, but can RJ still keep on carrying here for Team FCG? They need him. They need the captain to step up. They need the Malice player of the team to guide them into the right direction. And he's currently engaged in an absolute all-Malice match against Rain, of course, from Team Mugity.
But he does look to be in a commanding position there. Despite facing down an Appaloosa the Goddess, he has access to more cards. It's his battle phase. Everything looks okay.
Just FYI, if you're wondering where we're getting that from, because you are still looking at the standings. Of course, you can use the Master Duel client to watch all of these matches live right here, right now. Actually, not only right here, but also right at your home. And we're also doing the same thing the entire time. We have a tablet and we have a phone open with the game.
You can also go back and watch the replays. Maybe you'll learn something like how to play Gimmick Puppet and win in 1 turn.
That is definitely something you should be checking out.
That's the goal.
And I mean, that is the whole beauty about Master Duel, right? That's what we're all doing.
Whole beauty of
Gimmick Puppet as well, and that is definitely the theme of today. But just being able to do it comfortably from your home. Like you're at home, you can just check all the matches,
you can
all
do
the
it
matches.
confidently
You can
at
just
your
in between, hop on the ladder, play a match yourself. That's what Master Duel is all
Climb
about.
the ladder to play a match
from the comfort of your own home, where you can just enjoy dueling against players from all over the world, and then maybe eventually find yourself at the World Championship.
Yes, indeed, and at this level, it's all about the teamwork, the camaraderie,
What's the placing?
and
Number
the
4
glory.
right now.
All of these duelists have earned their right to be here, and all of them have their eyes on that trophy. We're heading into a round 5 now with everybody's tournaments still on the line here. All the stakes are so high. Nothing is fixed yet. These games are so important to these players and so important to us. So it's gonna be so good. But first, in just a little bit, we'll hear from one of our players in the previous match.
Yeah, but that is going to take 1 or 2 more minutes. But first of all, we have asked those big questions in the beginning.
Oh, they're
Who do you
also
think is going
playing
to win? What do you think now?
On the JP stream? Oh, he's killing on our backseat. Wait, what? Oh, bruh. That's a lot of cards. Bruh. Oh, let's go.
そうですね。次が最終戦になるんですけれども、最終戦勝てば、まあ他のチームの勝ち方次第では自分らが決勝トーナメントに上がれるといった状態なので、もう最後もう絶対に勝つという思いでいきます。
So next round will be the last round for the day. So
he has a
if we can win the next round, it is most likely we can go through. So I really want to concentrate and feel we will win.
Maybe he just
for sure.
slept well.
Absolutely, and I mean, you have been close before at previous World Championships, so hopefully we all want to see you get there. I think you are deserving
we only have one
of
round.
a spot,
I mean, we have to wait an hour.
Hopefully,
for
it will be nice to see you in the finals with your team. Can I ask you how has it been changing teammates for this event? How has it worked? Working with your new partners.
過去にも世界大会に出場されて、まあどういう
ものなのかご存
知だと思うんですけれども、ぜひ決勝ステージの方で見たいと思っています。
I guess he did because he was looking on the side and he was speaking in Chinese to that person.
何か新しいチームに関して何か。
But like they didn't translate it.
そうですね。
And then
2人とも
the host was just like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
マサデールのデュエリストカップというものをとても頑張っていて、僕もすごい友達と家族で仲がいいんですけれども、彼らになら背中を預けられるってことで、僕が勝てなかった部分を彼らが救ってくれる、そう思いました。
So we have been very close with each other, and both of them did very well on past
He looks so tired.
tournaments.
Everybody's stressed.
And I feel very confident.
I mean, they came to Paris like a couple days ago, but they might be still like jet lagged.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, it seems like this year you really must, an A team representing, of course, all of you, and you are doing a great job. And this is exactly what happened. I think you gave us a great show in this match. First of all, gimmick puppet. It was nice to see your combos.
100k reach this guy is a machine.
The Maxi against Maxi was funny. So I think you are great, to watch just because you are a very consistent player, but also, you're not afraid to do those plays, creative as well. So thank you for that.
ギミックパペットだとか、
Oh, you see, look, he's translating for him.
まさにそのような戦いが行われたと思うんですけれども、
Why didn't RJ have that?
いろんな面白いクリエイティブなムーブをコンボをするのにも恐れないっていうところがすごいと思います。
Okay, I was there to help, right? I just couldn't show myself.
いや、もうファンサービスギミックパレット、もう世界の舞台にぜひ持ってきたいと思って、好きなデッキなんで大好きな なんで次
He's a machine that turns full combo into
I really
SC
like
pass,
gimmick
yes.
puppets, and I really wanted to show my deck.
Wait, what
to
was
the
he
whole
playing? He was
world.
playing gimmick
That's
puppet
why
and
I
what?
brought it with me.
What was his first
Absolutely. So thank you a lot again, and we wish you best of
Was it
luck for
Malice?
the next round. One more, and then hopefully we will see you again in Top Cut and tomorrow. Thank you.
で次ラウンドぜひ健闘を祈ります。また
Rizal?
決勝ス
Okay,
テ
it
ー
was
ジで
Rizal.
お待ちしてます。
So maybe he doesn't
ありがとうございます
SP passionate. I was saying SP.
And thank you
He
guys,
plays
of course, for being with us once more. But don't go anywhere because we have plenty of more content live from Paris
Don't
for
go
the World
anywhere. You have
Championship
more content
2025.
live, huh? We have some Nike ads again.
ドキドキするな。うわ、来た来た来た。これはすっげえ。見てみろよこれ。
ABTBT.
どうよ。俺もびっくりしたぜ。
Oh, it is.
おいみんな、ここにすっげえのが見えるぜ。レッドアイズ、ブラックドラゴン。さあ、お前のターンだぜ。
It's the same thing. It's just in JP line. My body is a machine that collects the Air Max. Oh, here. Live content. In real life PPT. Go into straight ads. 日本人真喜欢说ありがとうございます。那肯定的。
Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin.
No, they say like そうですね。はいはいはい。そうですね。鬼知道是游戏王联名，你这就不懂了。潮牌是这样的，好吧？
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
Link's yapping. Yeah. Okay.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost.
They deleted a comment live where it says why not commanding it right now, and then deleted that comment.
What I'm fighting for? I got that
on YouTube.
Down. Here I go. It's all or nothing.
It's it said why Konami right now, and then it got deleted. I don't know. This
So
got deleted.
what's inside this?
Rip, come on.
Come on, Joey needs a new pair of shoes. The moment of
这个
truth.
社长的声音好像不是原配英文。
That thing, guys.
Yeah, the Kaiba
There's
voice
something you don't
in
see
the
every
ad
day.
doesn't sound like
Check
the
this out.
original one,
Red
no?
Eyes Black Dragon.
Yeah, I don't think it's the
Red Eyes
actual
Black
VA.
Dragon,
I'm not.
folks.
The Joey doesn't
It's your
sound
move.
like too
Nike
off.
Air Max 95.
I'm not sure. They're ugly. They look okay. I think the one that's the Yugi one looks better, no?
なんだなんだなんかドキドキするな
Or wait, is that just the car? They don't have the Yugi one, right? I'm not talking about the one that they collab for. I'm talking about. I think that's only the car. They only have the Nike shoe for Joey now, right? For this role.
すっげえのが見えるぜ
It's JP exclusive. So why they using? Why they have an English ad then?
お前のターン
That's
だぜ
the actual VA. Oh.
エアマックス95
是原配，但是感觉声
He
音有点
wasn't
不一样。
supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. Hey, listen to me. I say
The blue ones are just based off his national app. Yeah, it's the reference of like the actual from the manga. They're like trying to sell the Nike. Whereas don't got any good sponsor. What do you mean? They're saying that Razer, Nike, what else? Like it's good sponsors, no?
I got that part down.
Is that not good?
It's all or nothing.
这也是把杀猪刀。
He wasn't supposed to win.
Look, they're still doing the DSLD. Okay, 5Ds. 14-day free trial, cancel anytime. An actual ad? It's not even, this is only for EU. Yeah, this is EU, this is not, this is, we don't even fucking have access to this, no? VPN, we got 3 sponsors. No, they had it underneath here. This is Razer, Nike, and then the streaming one, and I don't know what break flip it is. So we have 4 sponsors. What did they do?
And I am from Brazil, and I have been playing this
So
game
they're in charge of the
since
air fryer.
basically 2010.
I am Gianfranco Wanki. I am from Peru. I've been playing casually in 2005.
The stream, the what, Nintendo Switch 2?
15,
The giant cars?
Eu venho jogando por
What's the price?
12 anos, mas
That
competitivamente
they are in charge for.
2019.
Why do we
I
have
qualified,
fucking subtitles now? Why do we have CC now?
Duelist Cup December 2024, and by playing UBEL.
I think Vinicius picked me because of my reputation.
Now there's
he
no
knew that
CC.
I was a good Infernoble player. I think we even played a little bit. And also because of
But that was a
recommendation,
collab
his
that you
teammate
could bought
Bernardo,
though,
He
no?
also advocated
That was
I
a KC
good
store item,
player,
no?
I was worthy, and I hope I can make it up to them.
Eu acho que ele me escolheu porque a gente é amigo há muito tempo.
Yeah, I know.
desde
Wasn't
2021.
that on
Bom,
the
o que eu estou
KC
esperando
store
para
that
esse
you
fim
could
de
buy?
semana é
For, like, retail?
vencer.
In this weekend, I am expecting to have fun, first of all, and then also to not misplay, win all the
Wait, was he
winnable
not
games.
speaking English?
Assim
That
como o
was what?
Gianfranco,
Their CC?
eu quero ganhar todos os jogos que forem possíveis e eu também estou muito curioso para ver
Okay,
como
so
é que
yeah,
os
they
outros
have
times
CC
se
when it's
saíram
not
na
English.
construção dos próprios decks deles.
My ace monster is Infernoble Knight, Emperor Charles.
Eu prefiro macarrão.
I prefer Macaron too.
Okay, 2 things up front. I love Gianfranco, and that's a really sick watch. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are so close before the last round of the round robin of the group stage of the Master Duel WCS in Yu-Gi-Oh! 2025 here in Paris.
I'm also a big fan of Gianfranco, given the Infernoble Knight Emperor Charles selection, of course. Yeah.
Of course you would be. But
I respect it.
I think they're also a statement to the fact that they just want to have fun. And now all of a sudden just being in here winning every round.
Genuinely, they came in very understated, complete underdogs, and
Love
yet
it.
here
And Josh
they are,
and Jesse eliminate.
3-1
I'm okay.
in their 4 rounds played so far. And
I'm a
doing
co with
so
it. Time for a new
phenomenally
face to
well.
taste the glory.
To them.
Yeah, and they have crushing victories as well. They have had, I think, a 5-4
yeah.
to start with, then 6-3, and
Runic
then
would have
8-1,
been
so that's
big
already good.
at
Their only
Jammu.
loss is only a 4-5 loss. So
Almost
it's
left the
really,
stream
really
with a
close
career
there.
shot.
And that 4-5 loss was against none other
Have
than
fun, they
Team
say. Lamal,
Snipe
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is
Hunters,
dying, my
who
friend.
keep themselves
That
in
comment's not
this
getting deleted.
tournament with that victory. They clutched it out, and it may very
Maybe
well
I'm dumb,
be
but their
enough
table
to
is
keep
horrible
them
to understand.
in contention
What table?
for a spot in the semi-finals, depending on how they do in this next match against Alignment.
Yeah, but we haven't seen Noble Gabigol in action. I still have some hope that Shoma Yusa, while qualifying with the Yubel deck, somehow still ended up bringing it to the World Championship. I mean, we didn't see them yet, so
it got
maybe.
Varudra since then, so it did get a little bit better.
Well, for sure, you can definitely find reasons to do that. There we have the
50
overall
minutes of
standings
yapping.
once more here. Now with all of the matches being finished off round 4, you can really see that it's everyone's ball game, and
But
both
they
of
have to
the
win every
groups,
day now.
it's really tough to predict how this is all going to go. Of course, in the most comfortable position right now in Group A clearly is Noble Gabigol, with the only team being that has 3 wins.
You're saying comfortable position, but really is anyone here comfortable? But it doesn't matter how good your tiebreaker is here, how good your stats are. You kind of have to win here. If you're a Noble Gabigol, there's still a good chance that if you lose this, you're out of the tournament. If it's a crushing loss there, you might end up 3rd place in your group. So everyone here, even if they performed like crazy before, they still have to win.
And the huge thing also that still happened after we went
That
offline,
was his
or after we
strategy.
went away from the featured match, Shiba Corp has actually managed to come back in, close out the still ongoing match there, and that means we are now on a 2-2 score for Joey and his teammates.
Like
and
whoever plays
we
as a
can
clown
still
and
hope
show
for
up.
them that they make it into
Like,
the top 4.
I'm the clown.
Definitely. So there are so many different players that can just still make it. Let's just go through the names a little bit more of the single players on these teams, because there are some
the Arcane
big
Force,
names.
not even Stun, it's
Chiba
Arcane
Corp
Force
as well. We have Puck, we have Joey, we have Enzo.
Everybody else is
Already
like,
a crazy team, and they were on the brink of elimination.
Like everything
also
else we've seen,
just I think, just like Dream's Future,
rank,
they are completely even on wins and losses, right?
That's funny. Yeah, you're right. That's actually interesting to see.
For them, it's easier math.
Yeah,
as well.
it's Ryan. Ryan,
Very
second
easy
deck
map
is
for
Arcane
sure.
Force.
But in the end, it all comes down to that very last round that is still left to be played. As we can see, Noble Gabigal being still somewhat comfortable, because if they win, they know they are in top 4. And then basically everything from second place to even 5th place can still make it, because they are on decent scores. They still only have 2 losses, and they still have that score available of 3-2, which can book them a ticket to the top 4.
I'm also looking at this other group with Team 7, with Fala Galera, with so many teams in contention for a way out here. Brotdos, it looked so doomed for them earlier, but right now actually looking pretty good as long as they can get a win against Soulform here and hope that something happens to either Fala Galera or Mugateam, one of which will actually lose here because they're facing off against each other too.
Indeed, and I mean Soulform has not had the best form lately, because they have managed to win the first round, and after that it really went downhill with losing 3 rounds in a row, bringing them into that 6th place there in the group right now. And you also got to ask yourself, how good is the team moral now going into the last round when you already have 3 losses, meaning you're not very likely to even get there to make it into the top 4 anyhow.
Yep, on that note, I think the same kind of mentality will affect FCG as well as they take on Team 7, of course, because Team 7, they need this victory to stay in the tournament. Backs are against the wall, whereas FCG may be a little bit dejected because they are for sure eliminated at this stage.
So if we're going with this, both of these teams that are basically out of the tournament or confirmed out of the tournament after this next round, they're playing versus Brotdose and versus Team 7. So if we're going with they're probably going to lose this one because of morale or something, which I don't even think is going to be the case. I think they're going to go into the last round like crazy, going, we are still going to win this. We're going to end it on a 2-3 record. Sounds better than 1-4.
It is the World Championship at the end of the day. You're not just throwing around wins like that or giving out losses like that. You also, of course, want to keep the competition as integral as possible, and therefore you want to make sure that you just play your best, which is what you are here for at the end of the day.
So we did say that Fala Galera, it was G-Nets putting the team on his back, but actually shout out to Judeo for getting 9 leader victories out of the 12 possible total games that he's played.
Wow. That is impressive. Actually, in the first round, I think he won the first coin toss against Team 7, and then he started even with the Atlantean Prince, but was answered there by Effect Veiler and I think also Ash Blossom, and then had to pass after that. So the start was really not that great. Since then, though, Judeo is on a high.
So that's incredible, but actually looking at Chiba Corp, shout out to Joey, because the record is much less impressive for them, including a 1-8 loss,
really needs
and yet
to win,
still
Mugi.
putting up the same individual performance as Judeo there. 9 out of the 12 possible games played, victories.
Yeah, and I mean, when we
because
talk
of the
about that
point.
stat already, we have to address Team 7 in that regard, because Team 7, as we see, number of leader victories, and the team captain of Team 7, of course, is Ryan Yu, is at the moment the lowest in the entire tournament. Only 3 wins for Ryan Yu. Still, the team is kept in competition by the other 2 teammates. Therefore, of course, has to mean that Raymond Dye and Jesse Kotma are having a good tournament so far, but keeping them in here.
This is not what I expected from one of the top 2 duelists for the entire tournament, where everyone from these teams in the past couple of days were saying, I'm very much afraid of playing versus Ryan Yu or Tusku.
And before we head into this final round, while all teams still have something to play for, let's just give a shout out to the individual players.
We trust in
Dreams,
hunters.
Future, you see there. Tusku, Freedom, Stella. Fantastic group of players individually and a fantastic team overall.
They are absolutely amazing. And
Only reason Team 7 is hanging on is because Soulform lost
their
their
rounds
other
were really
team
miserable
match.
for them, but since then, they are climbing. They're still in here.
That's what we've been saying. The first 2 rounds, if you're playing a Swiss tournament, it's really, really tough if you lose those. But if you're playing a group stage and you're playing 5 rounds in round robin, you're good to go if you come back. They have now, after winning 2 in a row, the same chances as everyone else, basically.
Yep, and somebody else that still has a chance is, of course, Team 7, your WCS 2024 champions, Jesse Cotton, Ray, and Ryan Yu.
They are also still in competition. We just talked about the fact that Ryan is not having the best round, but if he just now, in this 5th round, steps up, shows why he's here, shows why he's the world champion, and shows why he's the team captain, it's still in their own power to make it.
And we addressed 2 of the biggest favorites for the entire tournament there, but somebody that we've highlighted time and time again as underdogs, of course, Noble Gabigol. That is Shoma Yusa, Gianfranco H, and Bernardo 2117.
And they are making a name for themselves. They're in the process of basically becoming one of those threshold names here in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel space, because if they just make it to top 4 here alone, it's already a legendary run.
I just want to say there's something that I've basically ruled it out almost in my head that we get a rematch of the finals again for the 3rd time in a row in 3 World Championships. But now, they're still in competition, and it looks like if they are advancing to the top 4, that is Team 7 and Team Snipe Hunters, they would both be on the 2nd spot of their group, which would mean they would not match in the semifinals, which is insane, because if that happens again, what are the odds, honestly?
We all love a good storyline, right? If it really happens like that, I don't know what to say anymore. It was already unlikely for the 2nd World Championship in a row, but that happening for a 3rd time? No, I don't believe it anymore.
So Team 7 WCS 2024 re-invited winners. Dreams Future, Duelist Cup September was won by Tusku. Noble Gabigol, Duelist Cup December. Winning Duelist Cup March was, of course, Mist of Team Ragnarok, and he brings Nesh and Luca with him to this tournament.
He is. And he is showing why they are feared in the competition. He is showing why people are mentioning them as maybe one of the most scary teams in the tournament. I mean, Nash does not seem scared to me at all. He's just going in there with the easy mentality. We can do everything that we want. Mist, I think he also, just the last year for Mist, really changed his approach. I think he's viewing himself now as a leader. He's there to step up for his team. He has a better self-understanding. He knows how to win a Duelist Cup, which he did there in March, and therefore he also knows now maybe how to win the World Championship.
Maybe indeed. Somebody else that knows how to perform well in these Duelist Cup or Duelist Cup style tournaments is, of course, the European Road to Worlds qualifier winner of Bronus and his team Brotdos with Chris and Vince.
Yep, that was crazy. Bronas, we have seen him already on... I mean, he's been dominating in Challenger Cup ever since, basically. But there was this one cool 3rd anniversary invitational in Malaga where you could see him on screen in person for the first time. And he was just so likable, so funny, so easygoing. And then he just completely almost annihilated everyone in the tournament except for Quantal in the finals.
Speaking of Quantal, of course, your 2nd seed from that European Road to Worlds qualifier was your 2023 World Champions. It was, of course, Snipe Hunters. Team captain Quantal this time around, joined, of course, by Joshua Schmidt and Emre.
Yeah, and Emre, as we saw earlier, as we had them on display, actually the team player that is playing Tenpai Dragon with some Sky Striker cards in there. So, as per usual, Emre being the one on the team that is playing the deck that you would expect the very least.
Yep, and then on the other side of the world, we of course did have the North American Road to Worlds qualifiers. That was Chiba Corp, Joey, Puck, Enzo,
Yep, they're all phenomenal TCG duelists. You have seen them. Puck is a YCS winner as well. They're absolutely phenomenal. And they're showing that in this world as well. Of course, you're also playing against the other best players of the world. Yes, but they're definitely holding a candle towards them being 2-2 as well. An even score here is that what most of these teams have. There are only very, very few that are uplifting themselves above the others.
Yep, and then we also had from the Latin American region, Fala Galera, Judeo team captain, good vibes only from there on out. Paulo PRRJ and G Net alongside him.
And with this team, I wasn't sure. I was very, very sure about the fact that Judeo is an amazing team captain and that he has improved massively over the last year, making himself now the team captain and just qualifying and performing well at those Duelist Cup events, and also just lately the first gold icon in the Synchro Cup as well. But then his two teammates,
Tired? I'm good.
glorious TCG
I'm okay.
players, but almost non-existing Master Duel experience, but they are putting it to the test here. They are showing that they are actually really, really, really good Master Duel players as well, as they are currently in first place in Group B.
Yep, somebody else that wants to show exactly that they are a great Master Duel player is, of course, the team captain of Alignment. That is
my time zone is fine.
Who is joined by Arata and returning from WCS 2024, Goyoku.
Yep, also phenomenal team. Has had a rather tough start into this tournament. I think in the last round, who are they going to play against?
Oh, take a wild guess who Alignments could be up against. It might be the Snipe Hunters. Yeah. And a little spoiler, that could also just be the match that we're going to follow. That will be interesting.
Yep, indeed. Also interesting, of course, was FCG's tournament so far. RJ took this team through the Road to Worlds qualifiers in Asia and brought God War and Mimoe with him.
Ooh, yeah, we saw God War earlier. He's playing Branded. That's one of the surprising picks for the tournament. So that deck has some tricks up his sleeves, or that team has some tricks up his sleeves in that tournament as well. So I'm expecting some good stuff from them. But I think for the very moment, I mean, we don't have that many more teams to go through, right?
We
so
have
let's just
two more
finish
teams
them
to
up,
go through. So the season points, one is, of course, Soulform, Yuki, Bogin, Suizo, Kaku.
Yeah, like I knew the time when this was going to start,
as well.
so
They looked impressive.
I like shifted my time zone.
They started out really, really, really strong with 2 wins in the second group, but then they fell off a little bit, I gotta say.
And while not quite as prominent, but still formidable, were Mugati, who were the second place season points team.
I
Mugi,
literally woke up
Sakuma,
at like 7 p.m.
Rain, and they have had a phenomenal start to this tournament.
Yeah, okay, actually that was the one I was talking about, to be honest. And yeah, Soulform was the one that was struggling a little more now in the tournament right
now. They also started with a win and then started 1-1, and they were second in the group because they had like good
I'm like,
wins
this is gonna
to
be my
losses
time
ratio
zone
there
anyway,
in those singular
so
games. But afterwards, they just kept taking
Yeah, I'm
Ls
going right
in
after
those
this.
matchups, and now unfortunately
So
they are one
if,
of the few
let's say
teams
this is
that are
right now,
actually
this is
guaranteed to not make it to day 2.
Yeah, fortunately
This is
though,
like,
in our
we're waiting,
commentary
so
and
it's like at the
coverage
8-hour
weekend,
mark, they
we
do the
have
last round.
2
Let's just say if it's
people
1
who have
hour,
been
then
to
it's
the
9
World
hours.
Championship as players.
So it's literally like
we do have
3
cool
p.m.
segments.
3 p.m. to like 12
Yeah, no,
at
none of them
nighttime.
are on the Master Duel desk. Still, they
China
are very much part
Because
of the
Japan
entire
is 1 hour
coverage
faster
team.
than
And we do have a
China,
cool
so they
segment
start
prepared
at
for you guys
4
at home,
p.m.
where we have Billy Break and Marcello Barbary talking about their
So it's already, yeah, it's
experiences
like,
when they went
right
to the World
now,
Championship themselves as players, and now they're returning,
it's like
of course,
11
as cautious.
p.m. for Japan time, and it's like 10 p.m. in China
Back
time.
to the 2025 World Championship in Paris. Of course, it's the peak of an entire Yu-Gi-Oh season. It's the most important tournament of the year.
Arcane
and,
Force.
as mentioned, players coming from all
There
over
was some
the world
type
to
of
compete
stun
at the highest level.
by
But
Josh.
personally, I think it's also a great occasion to meet with
There
some
was
familiar
a
faces
snake
that you might not
guy.
see all over the years, since you might be
Give it
competing in
puppet.
Europe, and they might be competing in
Tear.
North America, South America,
Lab.
all over to the OCG. And I mean, I
Rigel,
think that's the case
Malice,
also for
Bright
us,
Millennium.
commentators, and it's great to have the chance, as we sometimes do, to
Branded.
be together with you, Billy, as
Great
we've known each
guys.
other for quite a few years, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a long time now, Marcel. I don't even remember when we first met.
Oh,
It was
Sky Striker
At least
Senpai.
2015, maybe 2016, around
back in the day.
that time. It's been
Rare
way
Mill.
too long. But yeah, being able to come together and commentate together at the World Championship is always
Did I
something
miss
I look
you,
forward
Andy?
to every year. 'cause
Lab.
We get get to see some of the best players.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course a lot has changed throughout these 10 plus years that we've known each other. And I think we are among the few players. I think we have been lucky enough to experience most of this amazing game. First and foremost, as players and fans, I think of the game back in the day, and we
multiple
had
people bought
share of
Skyscraper
success.
10.5. They had like a Skyscraper 10.5.
Can't complain, but we both, if there is something we have missing for us, is the World Championship, which you know the title speaks for itself of how difficult it can be. But I think it's nice to maybe go back and think about how and what it meant for us to maybe go to the World Championship for the first and only time, I think, both of us.
Yeah, you got a little bit closer than I did. I got 12th. I believe you made top 4, right?
I think, I mean...
it was definitely a long time ago in an experience, but yeah, competing at the World Championship is just, it's really unlike anything else. The nerves, the stress kind of, because, you know, it's such a hard...
Oh yeah, the UBIL things.
And then once you finally get there, you want to, you know, do the best you can and win the tournament.
现在是杂谈环节，半个小时后最后一轮。
Worlds different. When I'm playing, I don't want to say like I'm a little more selfish, I guess, but it's only me on the line. Like I know there's people out there that want you or me to do well in the tournament, but as a player, like I'm the only one to let myself down. If I don't know something about a card or an interaction, I'm the only one who gets punished for that. But then you take it to the commentary side. I'm trying to provide the best knowledge I can to the people at home. So like maybe they haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh recently, don't know what's really going on.
They're just yapping in between. This is not even contested.
And kind of get those players back into it. So if someone's like watching through the streams, they're going through YouTube and they're like, oh, the Yu-Gi-Oh World Championship's on.
Is that a
jump in there and see what's going on?
Who's the other person
so you have to, like,
on the right?
As a commentator, I have to know everything. I want to know all the card names, all the matchups, how they all work against each other.
He's a boomer.
But as a player, like you still want to, if you want to do well, you're better off knowing that stuff. But it's not like a guarantee. You can learn on the fly. Like if you haven't played against a certain deck, you can adapt. At least certain players can like adapt and adjust as you're going through the game. But as a commentator, you have to have so much more preparation, I think, going into the tournament. I don't know if you have like a
This is literally a podcast.
Yeah, absolutely, totally. And I think maybe some, fans and duelists just assume that it's the other way around, maybe. And, when they come up to me and having known my career, let's say, as a player, then they're like,
but did you
maybe
retire?
You're preparing, less now. And I'm actually quite the opposite. Because, all of those niche decks, also because, I mean, generally speaking, the concept at least is that for us, we want to try and showcase the diversity of the events. So most likely on stream, you will get, those niche decks. And obviously, you need to entertain people at home, as you've mentioned. And it's quite different. I think both of us were extremely focused players as well.
你知道 baby
so
boomer
maybe,
是什么意思吗？
you can have a little bit of a chit chat, but like during the match,
就是
you're
60 年
extremely
代
focused
的
on that, on the
那些老头
gameplay,
老太
probably thinking ahead. Always I draw some comparison between
boomer.
chess and Yu-Gi-Oh in the way where you can try and prepare turns in advance.
简称
You're
遗老
doing
吧
commentary, no,
可以叫遗老
not quite. You need to,
You're
do
there for the ride a little bit.
exactly.
没有，因为我问他们，
and,
我说
and,
这个
yeah,
右
it
边
is,
人
it
是
is
谁？
a lot
他又不是
about
参赛选手。
preparing for
他
the
们说
field
他
in
以
different
前
ways, and especially the card names.
12
I
抽的
think
时候
it's something
就是
that
他以
as a
前是
player I
竞
was
技生，但是
terrible
现在
at.
Yeah,
退
you
休
don't
了，
even know
现在就
anything. You just have to know, like, oh, this card puts my monster face down to this has a book of moonlight.
Exactly.
Okay? I don't need to know what it's called. Yeah, but as a commentator, you definitely want to know all the card names.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I think anyways, it's a great way to still be part of the game. Because I think in a lot of events, but obviously when you go to the World Championship, it's quite different.
Billy also
I feel that even
taught
as a commentator, I don't know
2003
if you can
World
relate to that.
Championship.
You
Okay,
feel,
definitely a
the tension,
boomer.
You feel the atmosphere, that special atmosphere going on, especially when you reach even at
2003年
YCS
世界杯
or
前吧
WCQ events, those semi-finals,
The stream is
finals,
90% yapping,
it's
10%
electric,
duel.
in the air. And
At least
you,
it's not
I think
90%
we have both the
PPT
luxury
and 10%
of
duel.
knowing what it feels
Okay.
like to sit at those tables, and I think it just brings back a lot of emotions for me.
What do you mean? It's not roles?
Kind of living vicariously through the players that do well. I am guilty as charged of that for sure. Because we're competitors at the end of the day.
Wait, no, I know. I'm reading a chat in the YouTube chat. Somebody said
in that
he was
position.
top 8 in 2003
If someone offered me like, oh, you could commentate or you could play in the World Championship, I'm gonna pick play in the World Championship
somebody in the
every
chat was
single
saying
time.
that.
But I love
He looks young,
commentary. I love
though.
doing this side of the thing and seeing how many the
well,
cool
okay,
like
I mean they go to roles at
there's so many
15,
people who work so
yeah.
hard behind the scenes.
Still
There's so
in
much that
like
go into
they're
these
still like less
tournaments
than 30
that
years
the players
old.
may not ever think about or know. They're just, oh, pairings are up. This is the table I go to. Time to duel. But there's so much on the back end for this event to even happen. And to bring the coordination for all the players around the world and being on the commentary team, you kind of get
isn't making it roles and almost nobody wants to see
how much hard work goes
him.
on before you even
Where's
get a chance
DK?
to
Yeah,
do
somebody said where's DK?
It's definitely a different perspective on it, even on the work of judges, I would say. You know, as a player, you are almost a little bit afraid maybe of, you know, having to rely on a judge call, but then you get to see just how much work they put in from a lot of different things, and they are an essential part even of the stream, you know. Without them, obviously, you know,
Is
a
he
lot
even
of stuff
trying
can
to do
happen on
that?
stream, and luckily, you know, they're there to catch it and correct any possible slip up. But I mean, just touching back on the World Championship,
I will win
as mentioned, we
roles
both went
if you
together in
invite me
2017,
as your teammate,
which
okay.
I think was a crucial turning point in the game, because it was the first
You
time
already
ever
know what
that,
I'm
you know,
bringing.
the points were introduced, and so you could qualify in a way other than competing, you know, at the end of the year in the championship.
That's how I got there. I know you went there for the point playoff, but I'm pretty sure you also won the UWCQ that year.
I say peanut red and yada.
I guess so. It's,
you didn't need the points in the end of the
Citation, not a win.
I remember just the emotions when I read that announcement. I was honestly shocked in a positive way, because I mean, you have won definitely more YCSs than I did, but I remember, you know, that after winning, my dream was just going to the World Championship, having a chance there, and I got close very, you know, a lot of times, but then it was heartbreaking when you couldn't make it, and getting that feeling of, okay, I can go there in a different way, grind all season.
You can't hear my friend on the stream?
The most
What do
Yu-Gi-Oh
you
I've
mean?
played in my life. Like every weekend I was going, you know, regionals, and yeah, it's,
I remember seeing you at the Chicago regional.
Exactly.
Now it doesn't work that way. You can't go across the pond
absolutely,
there for the points, but that year you could.
Yeah, I could. I did, you know, I tried my best just to get there.
Yeah, we can't hear him. What the fuck?
I think it's probably, I mean, I've talked about it before, but I don't think it's a chance that then I won that European Championship, because I mean, I played more than anyone else, I think, and so you get better by playing more, of course.
And we still see that too this year, even at the NAWCQ.
我要当这场也起码要我能打到好吧
qualified to the points playoff, and then
They saying I shouldn't be passive. I need to be the team leader and then invite other people. I'm like, okay, I need to win the spot first in order to do that.
A reigning Dragon Duel, not a reigning, but a previous Dragon Duel World Champion.
What
he won
the
a
fuck?
YCS this year. I think he
When
was like 17th
did that
in our
happen?
point playoff, so he was just shy of missing the playoff. And just shy of
We've
missing
been
the top
talking
four
for
cutoff, but
fucking
still made
7
it.
hours.
But I think the biggest thing is just
can
from
hear
a
Reggie
player versus
and
a
Genmu.
commentator perspective, it's just the love of the game is still there. The way they're similar is like it's the passion, the love, being able to spread, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh to everyone and let them know like how awesome this game is. Is probably my favorite part about being a commentator. And I think I've
没
really
有，
grown
你是
into
队
the
你是队长
role.
的话，你赢的那个
And,
分还会
you know,
高一
I
点
do
的。
miss being a competitor,
就有差别的
but I do love that I'm able to bring the joy of Yu-Gi-Oh to all the people around the world through commentary.
I didn't
feel
change
similar.
anything though.
Totally. I definitely think that it has been a big part of the game, but it has changed also a lot, you know, in terms of production, in terms of just the quality that we bring, I think, to Yu-Gi-Oh! And I think it's essential for people getting into the game,
you guys
know,
can't
having
hear
this kind of content that they can
them?
just watch and rewatch, even not live, you know, and enjoy and just see. Also, it adds a lot to the story when you can get to see how our players made it, how it, you know, became champion. And I think it's,
How about
it's
you, though?
special, and I totally believe with you that I think we both share a huge love for this game. And
Oh,
so what's great for us is to see, you know, new people, even new generations getting into it. And if we can find a way to, you know, help that game grow, I think it's great. And honestly, I think it also allows us to, you know, understand better how the emotions of the players get into the game. Obviously, we try to get and be as unbiased as possible while doing commentary.
It's hard.
It's tough. It's tough, not gonna lie. And I just want to mention, for example, at the European Championship,
him now?
you know, this year, I saw Lorenzo Muselli, Italian, you know, getting that title, and I've known him quite well because he's much younger than, you know, than me, than us, but he grew up watching me and my friend, you know, Stefano Memoli, and I've talked about it after the finals where it's kind of like free European champions, you know, knowing each other and me looking up to Stefano and then him looking up to me and Stefano. And so, you know, it's a lot of those stories in the game that just make it so unique.
The passing of the flag, kind of.
Yeah.
I also feel the same kind of way. I mean, my entire Yu-Gi-Oh career, I dreamed of winning, or just anybody from the U.S. or North America winning the World Championship. I guess U.S. specifically, because Canada also won before the U.S. was able to capture a title. And being a commentator at the World Championship when Paulie won a couple of years ago, and we were finally able to take home the title, I teared up.
I remember.
Yeah, it meant so much to me, and I felt just as good there, maybe even better than when I actually like won myself at the YCSs. And I like that you touched on how the coverage has increased and gotten so much better over the years. Like I have 4 wins, but 3 of those were pre-streaming era. Yeah. So did they even really happen? Exactly. Like you have to go back and read the written coverage. I mean, the written coverage is phenomenal, and we still have it, written coverage that go along with our live streams. Yeah. So live streams are just in addition to that as well. But
come on now,
the way that the production has grown, the fact that I'm sitting here having this interview with you is just awesome. But yeah, watching the game grow over the years, more players attending tournaments than ever, and then having more people at the World Championship than ever. It used to just be TCG. It was a very small event. Now we have Master Duel. We have Dueling Speed Duel, Dueling Rush Duel. There's more ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Than ever, and having them all compete here at the World Championship is just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, especially it also brings a lot of different skills to the game. So it's one game, but really it's not. Nowadays in 2025 you have a lot of ways of playing Yu-Gi-Oh, and it's amazing to see.
They have
the
to yap for
different
an hour
representation here, as you've mentioned, players from all over the world, and I'm
I
sure
don't know what happened
some of the
since I didn't
skills
change
overlap,
anything.
but some are definitely unique to them, and you see also the consistency that these players bring, not only in the TCG, but
I mean, I know
obviously
there's a way to fix
highlight of
it,
the
but
weekend for
everything
Massive
else
Duel
gets
would be
fucked.
this back-to-back
It's basically
finals.
just desktop
You
audio.
know something about back-to-back
But
finals?
then I'll have to change the...
And also in the categories of Duel Links, we've seen
think.
some amazing players again bringing and qualifying year after year when the competition is fierce, because you're playing against thousands of players online to qualify. It's brutal, but they still make it, which means that Yu-Gi-Oh is just so much about it. And I think touching on it, just something I'm curious to hear your opinion about is obviously we experienced the TCG side, but technically this is the only event in which you get to compete against players also from Japan and OCG. And I want to hear if you've had any experience during the World Championship, how that was different. Because to touch on that, I think the highlight of the past 2 World Championships, obviously won by your guys, let's say.
Well, hey, once that door opened, we haven't closed it yet.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think, though, was probably due to the fact that in the past they maybe had more of an advantage depending on the formats, and that's why it's so unique. I think this year might be the first time that again they might have an advantage, because I believe Maxi outside of getting semi-limited. Mulcharmies now are here as well, and so the line is getting thinner and thinner of the differences, but they're experiencing this format longer than us.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's definitely one of the things I'm looking forward to in the TCG tournament is how the different territories are going to compete. Because they've had the Justice Hunters cards for a little bit longer than a decent amount of time longer than the TCG players. So how that's going to play out is going to be interesting to see.
What if I do
that's something
this?
as a commentator that I'm excited to do.
You guys
I don't have to worry about having the best deck in the room. I don't have to worry about finding the tech that's going to beat everybody. But I do get to still experience those things. I get to more so enjoy it, just like the viewers at home. And I've really grown to appreciate that over the years. Like I said, we're still competitors
I'm trying
at the
it
heart,
on a
but
share chat area.
I'm still I'm a bigger fan of the
meet you
game
guys.
than ever. And being able to commentate the matches means everything.
I don't know if that works.
And yeah, it's glad to hear, and I'm grateful to have this talk with you. So before we move on to it, though, I have one final question, which I'm gonna bring you into our own rituals in the European coverage, which is the prediction for what deck for the TCG, since we are gonna be going over the coverage for TCG, is going to win 2025 World Championship.
It's gonna be a tough call, but you caught me on the spot. But I'm gonna go Yummy. I gotta go Yummy. I love Yummy Surprise. I like the way the deck plays. I like how it can play into the Mulcharmies a little bit better than some of the other decks. But I'm picking Yummy. How about you, Marcello? What's your pick to win this weekend?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If I was a player, I would have agreed with you on Yummy. But just to keep things spicy, I'm gonna go with some of other known players. I'm not gonna say it, but I know they will be on K9 Vanquish Soul, So let's just call that my pick for this event. We'll see at the end of the day who is gonna prevail. But thank you guys, and thank you Billy for this amazing talk. And make sure to don't go anywhere because we'll be back soon with more action here in Paris.
I just gotta love these players, right?
Really haven't thought
looking at this video,
didn't you
listening
just saw
to
the
these
Brit guys that won
reminiscent
that
about the
feature
TCG
match?
walls, I want to ask you a very simple question, yet it is very philosophical. It's a deep one.
Oh my.
Who is your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh player of all time?
You want to go first or second?
I'm staying out of this one.
You're staying out of this one, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I'll just...
For the TCG guide, we don't know. We'll know tomorrow.
I think that is a fantastic Yu-Gi-Oh player.
Safe. Yeah, okay, we like that. Every player that's ever played Master Duel at the World Championship is my favorite.
They're all great for sure. I do agree. And of course, we're trying to stay a little impartial
honest,
here. But
probably
you asked
no.
what TCG players were on the other hand, right? The TCG player question.
Or they're just going to be K9.
You're up there, Leo, for sure. But I think
K9 is
Joshua
yummy.
Schmidt just, of course, being a threshold name now in Master Duel, being a world champion. But in the TCG, also such a big name. You're not going to lie, he's crazy good.
Yep, I mean, there's so many players that have become role models to younger players, to newer players, or older players over couple of times. I think going way back here, one player sticks out to me, Claudio Kirchner, who has been a very successful
Blue Eyes low-key power cave in real life side of the
actually
game.
Austrian,
Indeed, yeah.
Sure, yes.
They already fucking had world
also,
champion.
you gotta mention it, there's only one player so far that won the world championship back-to-back, right?
Yeah.
So that is someone you gotta mention as well as an inspirational figure in, of course, Yu-Gi-Oh's history in general. And that was, of course, Shunsuke, right?
Yeah, Shunsuke Yama was absolutely unstoppable there with a blue ice white dragon back in the day. What a tournament. I've just recently watched it all back. It was
so funny to win 2026.
Was,
Didn't they win 2016? Was that the year they won?
I hope I'm not lying now. It was top 8 or top 4. We had an Australian
right, yeah,
player,
so yeah.
which is also not happening too many times.
They need support
nice
this
to
year
point out there as well.
To win next year.
I don't think we have the Australians in our Master Duel competition here this weekend. We had Bowden Tamnik 2 years ago, actually.
Soul support
as Herman, and of course Kostas Kostop, that team captain back then for Team Shape Snatch. But the team from Europe they were competing against alongside with was, of course, Snipe Hunters, who will be the team we will eventually be following in
so it can win
fifth and final
#1 instead of
the
#2
round robin group stage.
Yeah, and I mean, we can sort of already break down how this is all going to go, because we sort of already, I mean, we know who's playing who now, and we know how the current situation is. So Snipe Hunters will be up against alignments here in this very last
it's semifinal
round.
for Duel Links.
Wait,
what? So Rush to
need to win, obviously. That is a no-brainer. They need to win if they want to have a chance to make it to the top 4. But actually, they also need to win it
I thought
with
there
a
was
decent
Duel Links
margin. I think a 5-4
tomorrow also
might be
maybe it's not
enough.
the Rush
I think
to,
they
it's
might just
normal
actually have to go for maybe an even better, maybe a 9-0. I mean, a 9-0
then the other
would
part
be
to
the
get
one
us
to
for
do.
They need to win, and also you need to see Noble Gabigol beat Ragnarok
That
in
would
order
help.
for them to advance.
That would help, I think. But I mean, either way around, what's the score of Team Ragnarok at the moment? I mean, they just lost, so they're also 2-2, right?
And maybe we can bring up the whole stats, the whole groups again. Right there, I of course have it on my tablet here. Again, friendly reminder, you can also check out all of these stats and all of the matches that have been played from the beginning on your Master Duel app or on your PC.
Yes, indeed, because we can also check in on the current score of alignments.
Ooh, there's Ragnarok.
We won't be watching Ragnarok this time around. It will indeed be alignments taking on Snipe Hunters.
So does the EU and EU, basically.
Regardless of that, of course, everybody has a chance to get out of this group still, not only looking at their own results, but also the results of other teams within their group.
It is really, really tough for Snipe Hunters, to be honest. They are now at basically a -3 ratio of winning matches. So it's a tough one for them. They have to basically sweep there, and even then it's not
They've done it before when
they have done before, absolutely. And who knows what's going to be going on there in the Ragnarok match. I mean, they also have to win, first of all, right? Because Ragnarok right now, they're on 2-2. So if they lose, they're out of the equation as well, because they don't even have the score. So that is not really what you are trying to do there.
And then if that happens, you know, if Snipe Hunters would lose this, or if they are winning even, and you know Ragnarok loses,
Future, and Scheiber, everyone is still in there.
Future, they are also still in there. They're still competing to win it all.
Nesh is my player to watch in the Ragnarok match. To be
Give them a
honest,
break. Konami is a small company running on shoestring budget. Seeing this probably plays so far.
It doesn't help, you know. You need to just kind of reset. But you know, we've seen him do that. He is a very strong player. He's capable of doing so, and I have full faith that Ragnarok can make it alongside any of these teams. They're all fantastic.
1 hour between matches is a long time. Is there no way to schedule the matches so that there is always a game going on?
Snipe Hunters.
It could be
alignments. The list goes on.
Why are you defending this lame live stream if you agree they suck? Bring back DK, at least he shows do. What the fuck is this?
Snipe Hunters.
What the fuck is this?
Again, but let's hear what they have to say in this short interview.
From the Netherlands. I've been playing Master
Put
Duel
some
since
games.
its
Nobody
release.
wants
This
to
is
hear
now
these
the third
dudes
time
talk about
we'll
that
be-
date.
I myself will be at the World Championship now competing.
My name is Emre Kızılateş. I'm 26 years old.
Yeah, but like be like
Been playing
DK,
this
okay.
game for like 15 years now, and for me it's also the third time competing in the World Championship together with my teammates.
Hi, my name is Joshua Schmidt. I am 29 years old. I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! For basically my entire life, and of course also started playing Master Duel when it came out. And this is going to be my 7th time at the World Championship between TCG and Master Duel.
So I qualified via this event via the WCQ qualifier, where I got second in Europe behind Bronas.
I think I got picked as a teammate because A, I guess we're good friends, and B, we won it together the first time in 2023, and we got second last year. So I think realistically there were no other options, I would say.
I think the reason why we're going back together is, of course, because we've always been going to Master Duel Worlds together since 2023, where we won it for the first time. So this season, I don't think it was ever a question whoever was going to qualify was going to take the other two. In this case, it was, of course, Jack inviting Emre and myself back.
I am definitely looking forward to round one.
They have so much
expecting Tatsuku's team.
They all look
I always really
nice.
enjoy the games against Tatsuku, and hopefully, if we're lucky, we get to have a best of 3 final game against Ryan, Jesse's, and Raymond Dyer's team.
Yeah, I'm looking forward.
They're talking about
the
Team
most
7.
to a really good time.
You
I
see,
think
they
the World
washed
Championship
together.
is always a really great experience. Obviously, our goal is to win the entire tournament again.
I'm mostly looking forward to just having a good time at this year's World Championship, especially because I was invited this time around, so I didn't even do the qualification myself. We're going to try our best to win the whole thing, of course, but if that doesn't happen, that's also okay. I'm just happy to be here either way.
Throughout the World Championships, definitely my ace monster has been Tyrannus Kidklos, with Genuine Reinhardt as a close second.
My ace monster is my favorite card since I was a kid, and that's Colossal Fighter.
I prefer Croissant.
I also prefer Croissant.
I prefer Macaron.
Snipe
Yeah, he
Hunters
won.
will
Looks
have
like it's
to
working.
show up in this last round of Swiss, as they are currently on that 2-2 record. But if they manage to win, and if they manage to win with a decent margin, there still is a chance for them to return to the top 4, to maybe even return to the finals of this very World Championship tournament.
Yep, definitely. They have been doing it so many times already, and I mean, 2 times doesn't sound like too many times, but 2 times is the only times the Master Duel World Championship has ever happened. So they have been doing it every single time. They have pulled through when it was the most important last year. It didn't look too good for them in the group stage, and then they pulled through with a nice tiebreaker, second place.
Counting on
They
their
having
own
dinner?
success here, but also looking
I mean,
towards
after
that
the
Noble
round, they
Gabigol
wait, actually,
Ragnarok
what time
match
is in
on
Paris?
this side. Really in need of
They start
a
in the
miracle,
morning, no?
But miracles have happened for them before, and they've shown time and time again that they can be
Yeah,
clutch
it's 4
in
p.
the
It's like
moment.
5
Again,
p.m.
just
It's going to be 5
contextualizing this,
p.m. So it's going to be
basically
after
any
dinner, and then they
team
basically
could
start.
advance still at this stage
They
as
started
we
in
enter
like
the final
morning.
round. Yes, a few of them have maybe less conventional methods of advancing than others, but it's still a possibility, and it's still a great set of players that we have ready and waiting to claim their spot in the Master Duel finals.
I think it's always interesting to let that fact sink in, that we saw Joshua just bringing up. He's at the World Championship for the 7th time.
That is insane.
Actually, it's the record. He's the record holder at the moment. He has been to the World Championship for the 7th time now. Nobody else has done that.
Jesse Cotton currently in second place with his 6th appearance here this weekend.
How many WCSs were there so far? When did it start?
Oh, you're asking a question. Now you have to ask it yourself.
But I'm not 100%
2003,
sure,
then he's really, really close to being at every third WCS.
Yeah, maybe he is, but I don't know whether that's going to help him, because right now it's all being played in the moment. That duel that is about to be played, all those years of experience, all those world championships that he has already attended do not matter when it is the moment of truth, when you are just trying to play it out in that duel that is about to come.
Yep, and last year in the semi-finals, they clutched it out against Tusku's Heroes Future.
Yep.
That was, of course, Tusku, Maguro, and Goyoku, who is now on alignment, who haven't had the greatest of showings so far, but could very well still make an impact on this stage. Alignments, let's take a look at them.
I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh for quite a long time now. This is my 3rd time at Worlds.
I'm Antonio Papa. I've been playing this game since 2004. I've been loving this game since I was a child, and I'm very happy to be here with my friends.
I'm Luca. I'm from
Isn't
Croatia.
this the same
I'm just happy to be here
as last
to
time?
play Yu-Gi-Oh with my teammates.
I won the March 2025 Duelist Cup playing Snake Eye. I've come pretty close the last 2 times, basically losing a decider match both of the times. So I really want to
this is the same pre-record, and they just
trying to make this
like
big
they
man
just
happy.
play again.
And you know, we're trying to bring it at home and making everything out of this beautiful experience.
Ritual based Laura.
Moki, that dude is a vibe.
Maxi.
Yeah, they still need 5 minutes of yap, that's why.
Macron.
Great to hear from Ragnarok there.
Indeed. But, of course, that is not going to be the team that is facing Snipe Hunters. Ragnarok, actually, already was able to
not going to be
overcome
the team
Snipe
that's
Hunters
facing
earlier on in a
Snipe
very,
Hunters?
very cool match that we got to witness live here on the stream, where in the end it was Ragnarok, the Storm of Ragnarok, bringing down Snipe Hunters, and it is going to be interesting to see whether they can continue that trend of winning now in the last round as well. But the team we actually wanted to check out, and the team they actually we have another interview prepared with, is Team Alignment. So let's look into their interview.
出身は、日本で神奈川です。マスターデュエルだけプレイしていて、マスターデュエルは、サービス開始からずっと続けています。
My name is Goyoku. I'm from Japan. I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh! 20 years. More.
新田です。出身は日本で。
He was speaking in English, but they CC'd him.
多分19年ぐらいやってますね。
WCS 予選で、日本のグループで2位だったんですけど、1位のタスク選手が、権利を持っていたため、そのため繰り下げで権利をいただきました。
He chose me. So, because I'm strong, really strong.
私は彼らほどは強くないのであまりなぜ自分が選ばれたのかわからないんですけども、まあ、お声掛けいただいたので頑張ろうと思います。
やはり大会で勝つことですね。
To win, to win a match.
私も大会で練習した成果を発揮して勝てたらなと思います。
僕のエースカードはライトロードアテナミネルバです。
My ace monster is Eldritch of the Golden Road.
私が一番好きなカードは聖炎王ガルドニクスですね。
いや、クロワッサンの方が好きです。
I like croissant.
私もクロワッサンの方が好きです。
I just love how humble Arata was there, saying,
"Oh yeah,
I'm not as strong as my teammates, but I will do as best as I can." And then later on, was like, "I am still all about winning. I will go hard there." And then Goyoku in the beginning said, "He chose me because I'm strong." Yeah. And let's face it, last year I think Goyoku was the player with the best win rate in the entire tournament.
Yes, he was mostly playing Yubel, but still just fantastic gameplay across the board from him. And yeah, he seemed very confident there. Again, just very good vibes overall. Really enjoyed seeing the Eldritch, the Golden Lord pose demonstration.
Yes, for sure. That was cool to see. But overall, they just seem so humble with each other, right?
Wait,
and,
is he just
something that can be unexpected when you have people appearing to be so humble, not trying to beat you in a duel because they're just being nice.
No, but I mean like this year.
And that's where it really matters. No. In a duel then, where it really matters here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship, then it is where they come in and where they show you how good they are at this game of Yu-Gi-Oh!
And that's always what I'm always impressed by, because anyone can play Yu-Gi-Oh! And if they're
Somebody's
good at it, if they are
compile
like
everything
really good
after
at solving mental puzzles, at solving
Unless,
Yu-Gi-Oh!
like, there's
situations
people
and
that
so on and
haven't
so
shown their
forth,
second deck.
they are good Yu-Gi-Oh! Players.
And you know what I really love about Yu-Gi-Oh? So in commentary, we basically never use the word these players are so talented.
Fair.
Because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not only about talent. Yes, you can sometimes be good
Sure.
at solving mental puzzles, and there are some edges there. But it is hard work.
Yeah.
It is a super fun game, but also if you want to compete at the top level, you will have to put in the work. You will have to grind the hours. You will have to play the game non-stop.
Yep, and people that have put in the work have committed a lot to this aura.
Like in 1 minute.
Right now, you're seeing they're getting in the zone, they're
locking
breathing,
in,
they're thinking, they're getting there, and you see just calm, focused. You know, this is there.
Lock in.
Okay. Calm and focused, but still determined to make
Absolutely.
it.
They are in the lead right now. They can escape as the first seed. They're so close to doing so, and they can do it. Shoma, you said
Yes, that's what we want to see. They have been sort of on the understatement, right? Saying, yeah, we're here to have fun and everything. But this looks like they're about to be ready to make it to the top 4, really.
Oftentimes, this team was slept on because we didn't really know much
You just
about
get
the
DQ'd
players
now.
when it comes to the celebrity status of the others, including that gentleman on your screen. However, Noble Gabagol
Yeah, they were
really
like cussing or
did
something and they got
show
DQ now
up
during the
and
match.
Continue to
And
do
they're
so. And
featured,
it's easy
no?
to forget that they won a Duelist Cup, that Shoma Yuso was able to make it to the top out of everybody globally. And therefore, we can have good
他们队伍应该要全
expectations
赢
for
才能
them,
出
much
现，
like the high
否则出不了
expectations
应
we
该。
have for Snipe Hunters as they approach this round 5.
And I mean, the cool thing is we get to know them now, right? We haven't had much information about them so far, but we see there. I love this. Being completely in the zone, almost meditating there, while then still being ready, being like, I got you. You are going to be defeated by me in this duel. I think they're really lovely to watch, and I want to see them in action at some
Every
point.
Info Noble Knight duelist knows Gianfranco H.
Yes, he will make a name for himself, and he's very much in the process of doing that right now. And I hope he's going to, at some point, bring his Infernoble deck if he has one.
You know what? We've also seen like Snipe Hunters in these shots there, and I think that Quantle he's always
Wait, they're
looking
showing
like a
two
final
teams, though.
boss to me.
They're, like,
that
showing
he's just
4
sitting there so mighty in his chair, staring at the screen, just showing signs of superiority to you in the Yu-Gi-Oh! card game.
So something.
Interestingly enough,
they could still, like, third child could
three
still
of the
hear
team
you
captains
guys.
from Europe at WCS this year were in attendance at the Challenger Cup final, which represented the top 8 players from that circuit within Europe. And it was Quantle
I mean,
that was
I didn't
able
change anything
to leave
at
his
all,
mark
so-
and make it all the way to the first place and hoist that trophy over Bronus. And just fantastically well played by him. So he can indeed clutch it out. I'm glad that we got to see Goyoku very briefly there, though, because
I think
he's
it's because
still
I made
got
the
his
desktop
smile. He's still
on the
got the
Bilibili.
good vibes, even if his team hasn't had the greatest time of it. But this is their chance to make it back. On the other hand, you have Snipe Hunters looking to keep that dream alive.
It's like
a third
retro
year
camera
in
OBS,
a row.
but then like
Can
you could
the
also
stars
do some
align for
setting
them?
inside
Can
of like
they make
the
it through
Bilibili
this,
thing.
or will alignment
Do you
be
remember in the
able
beginning
to
they're like
take
they
them
can't hear you and stuff,
out?
so I was like
Going in for the
dragging
last
the
round of the day. We're going to see a huge start here with the gold sarcophagus.
Bro literally
Banish
said
the Dormouse, and
Tasuku is the
Quantle
fucking
is
final
now just
boss.
looking at Kino Coco's Malice combo.
DC Cup final.
Dominus Impulse here is an
Okay.
answer to the
We're
Jessica.
good. We're just
Is
watching the
there
last
another
round.
extender? Kino Coco is laughing, shaking the head a little bit. Can you pass on this? Is that a possibility? Gold sarcophagus is not the most used starter if you have another
We
normal
see on
Josh.
Duel B, there's a
So
quick
Judeo
pass
is
happening
on
as well,
JP.
and that pass came from Josh. Got ashed on his 1-for-1, and that it's going over to his opponent. And we saw him being so humble, but Arata seems like he is taking control here in this game. And we have a Multi-Charming Fools at least resolving from Josh.
Yeah.
He had to pass on an empty field, but at least he gets to do that now. And Arata is a T Elements player, ladies and gentlemen. That is nice to see. I love this.
You thought you were done seeing tail elements, but here comes Rhino Heart. Normal summoning Rhino in the face of Quantal feels like an affront to the king of tail elements, or rather Jesse Cotton's rival for
His
that
eye
title.
just widens,
but
no?
here is
What are we
Kitlos
talking
on top.
about?
So many summons under the Fualos, going to give so many cards, but again, happy to do so because
Terror
the game
dies.
could
I'm
very
telling
well
you,
end
everything
before Josh
has
has
to
a
be
chance
banned,
to
not
use them.
stupid
Actually,
limited.
Duel C is getting kind
It
of
has to be
crazy right now. That
actually,
was a
like-
pass on a link
No.
decoder there against Emra, I think. Oh wait, there we have it already. No, wait, that is a completely different game right there.
Let's
Let's go back to the match we just had. Let's go back to Duel A here to focus on that one, as we have there. Oh, there, that is Quantal, that is Duel A. Okay, that will work. And we have Quantal probably still being on his Malice deck as well. And then on the other hand, we
Building
have
tier
his
limits with
opponent
really
here
a
right now.
future
We have the
package.
third team member.
I
We
mean-
have the good old Kino. Oh, no, wait, that's not Kino Coco. Oh, wait, it is Kino Coco. Of course, he's still comboing. And it is Quantal versus Kino Coco.
You know, I was a little bit confused about all of these link decoders and all
Rookie
of these decks
one,
there. But
Ray is
for the
also
moment, you can
Rookie
also
one,
enjoy a
or
little,
Rookie 5.
a little peek into the match of Fala Galera there. Because everyone right now is trying to qualify for Day 2, as it is the last round. And we have no team guaranteed so far. No one is undefeated here. All of these duelists are playing on the same level.
At the moment, everything looks good for alignments.
Wow.
Of course, we have Josh taking the lead, rather falling behind after getting the onus on the gameplay by going first. And yet, the Tailments deck is not done yet.
But is
Quantal,
the
on
color
the other hand, trying to
corresponded by,
intercept
like,
with
the top
this
is red and
Bestial
then the down
Magnet.
is blue?
All right. This is a common point where you use a Bestial versus the Malice combo to banish the Link decoder. But that is... Wait.
Yeah.
Did that even happen on a Link decoder? We're only seeing Chain Link 1 on the red Ransom, which is going to add you something at this point. It is...
Here we go. Enough Tailments damage to close this one out unless Josh has something. Does he have an answer here? Is there something he can do?
I don't think it is enough, right? It is awfully close, but I think we are going to be left with a couple life points there.
And he has a few cards because of that Fualos, so there's still the opportunity.
Is there Snow? Snow would be the one to make it happen. Maxi, someone.
Oh.
Why are we activating the Maxi here? That is surprising.
Don't ask me.
What
I don't know.
are we going to do with the Maxi main phase 2? Josh just want to make sure that before we head into the main phase 2.
Wait. 1,200
Oh,
life points.
no.
That
We
is
all
Lacrima
know.
burn range, and I think that Josh just knows about that. Keep some hand trips there for possible Requiem shenanigans, but that is a track from the graveyard fusion summoning, and now you need basically a Skullmeister to negate this, but I think that you're... Oh, we're not even going into the Appaloosa here to possibly block something. SP Little Knight, Lacrima is going to activate the effect in the graveyard to deal 1,200 damage.
And that is that. In the meanwhile, we see more of that direct-to-life
Imagine
points
learning
burn
to
damage
burn
coming
damage
through
in
in Duel C.
2025. What do you
Gimmick,
mean?
Puppet, making its return to the world stage. We saw it earlier. We've seen it again here.
Ooh, and it is ending the game there, and we have simultaneous burn damage to seal the deal here in those two duels. And that means that we have another Gimmick Puppet player actually on the roster of Team Alignment. So it's not only a choice that Team Dream's future mate, but also it is here on Alignment's teammate. And that should mean that this is a 2-0 score overall here, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. So far,
Duel's
looks
finished,
pretty
and they
good
don't
overall.
show
Let's
the
look at
one that-
Duel
okay.
A, though, as that is still ongoing. Quantal
SC change
keeping
block.
his team
Didn't even matter
in
if you
this,
asked.
hopefully, but so far has yet to have a turn. It's Malice, Malice, Malice for Kino Coco as the team captains face off against each other.
And I mean, we've said it before. Basically, what Snipe Hunters have to do is to sweep this matchup. They kind of have to go 9-0 to be
I
in
mean, you could say the
contention
same
for
as,
Day 2.
like,
So this is already
why is
looking
the cost
super rough,
300 and
having lost the
900?
first 2 rounds. It's even going to get tougher to win this entire matchup
Oh,
here.
just looking at the faces on the players by comparison, though. Arata's laughing, Goyoku's having a great time. This is a team whose dreams of escaping the group were pretty much over. And yet here they are, for the love of the game, continuing to play this out and continuing to do great things, but it's Snipe Hunters. This game was so important. This match is so important. They need to win it. So you're seeing there they are, focused, calm, collected.
And we do have the White Rabbit now also gets to banish another one of our strong link monsters, being that White Binder, drawing a card in the process. It's Malice on both sides, but it's a lot happier Malice player on top, being Kinokoko here. 4 team alignments, and that should be another link free, and that is Malice Hearts Cryptor.
I mean, we have seen, we're actually passing here. We have seen Quantil a lot so far in those mirror matches especially, and so far it hasn't felt like he's been lucky on the coin tosses in those. So he's being full comboed a lot. Magnamod resolves in the end phase, adds a Bestial Druid's Worm. The field that his opponent is setting up, the Kinokoko field, is not too impressive. It is only a
Snipe is done. Can we switch to another game?
Card. I don't even think it's GWC that is set.
Is there another live stream with Team Sim? This is the same person that was like Show DK.
GWC, so that is still pretty strong. But you look into the face camera of Kinokoko, and he was he happy? He was kind of shaking his head a little bit too, because that is somewhat of a minimalistic field for the Malice deck. Let's face it, sure, it does provide you with a couple of interruptions still, but it's not perfect, I want to say.
Either happy or laughing in disbelief, perhaps.
Maybe, yeah, both could be true.
There's like also follow-up there. Of course, you destroyed the Malice Pimacia, but you can banish this one with the Druid's Worm. You have +1 now in the end phase even, so the Druid's Worm can't even be banished in this turn anymore. Now, 4 cards in hand for Quantil. Has another Malice card in hand. We know that because he attempted to use
He's watching Quanta stream.
Yeah.
They're like
just look at the face cams of Arata, Kinokoko, and Goyuku. They're just having such a good time laughing together here. It is the most fun tournament of the year. Even though the stakes may be the highest, it's still all about the fun that you have while dueling, and they're just having a good time together as a team. And Quantil is possibly now having a good time normal summoning the most strongest of the Malice monsters.
Yep, that is as good a starter as any. Does Kinokoko have any kind of response here? I see them nodding their head saying yes, use that.
March Hair is being activated. Then I think we're trying to set up a little bit more here via something like White Binder, banish White Rabbit from the graveyard, set an MTP. The thing is, if you only end on Crypta with this follow-up, you basically get 2 banishes out of this, right? And 2 banishes would be enough to take care of the Dormouse starter. But we also know
he just has questionable
Quantil has a March Hair in hand. So if there's another Malice card in hand, this won't be the end of it. Are you even going to immediately respond to the Malice P Dormouse here with a possible MTP banish and then Crypta banish it again before it can activate the effect?
I think we saw a decent amount of Malice mirror matches throughout this weekend in this tournament where it really felt one-sided, where one of the Malice players, usually the one that went first, was just cruising and dominating. But this one just actually feels like we are going to get into an open conversation here between the 2 Malice players, where Quantil is not really out of the question here just yet, and may be able to just grind his way into this match.
I like the approach that some other teams have taken, that have tacked their Malice deck for the mirror match, because so far...
You see the JP one.
いや、伏せカードが気になるな、本当に。こうなってくると、あとは、メイン2ということもあり、どうやって相手を迎え撃つかということになるんですけど、パウロ選手の視点で言うと、ハウフニスが見えてるんで、そうですね。あんまり半端な盤面で渡したくないというのはありますよね。ここでだったんですね。赤穴の示者だ。なるほど。はい、ソードを、今除外したので、これはかなり大きいかもしれないですね。さあ、そして C もちょっとおっとハート・オブ・クリプターが出ています。出ておっと除外して、ただこれマリス同士がなかなか頭焼き切れちゃうような試合にそうですね、なるかもしれないんですが、さあどうなっているでしょうか、こちらも。そして、デュエル B の方に話を戻しますと、さあここでエクシズモンスターもう1体出しましょうというところで何を出すか。バグースか。なるほど。さあ確かに これは効くかもしれませんね。
そうですね。このバグースカは結構、
はい。
そうですね。
さあここで今ジャンプ差ですかね。
そうですね。
They all retire.
こっちだな。こっちだ。
そうですね。リンクモンスターならばバグースカも効かないんで。だけどなんか多分。そうですね、デュガレス使ってたみたいですね。
まあドローフェーズが3枚からのスタートか。
なるほど、これがあったのかな、これがあったから守備表示したのかな、バグスか、やっぱ。
あ、そうかもしれませんね。
なるほど、で出したのかな、多分。まあ確かになんかライゼオルが流行ってくると、出てくるデッキが出してくる人が多いってなると、やっぱりこう破壊されても強い。ティアラメンツ出すのって確かにそうだなって思いますよね。
I don't know. I feel like that's
こっちでやろうとしてたことをもう向こうがしてくれるみたいな。おっとサタンクロス。相手フィールドのモンスターですし、そして特殊召喚ということで、これは
光属性悪魔。はいはいはい。なるほど。
悪魔族レベル6。
なるほど。
はい、まあデモンスミスが絡んでいるので、まあ確かに入っている。
しかもハーフニスを墓地に切ったぞ。
I mean, yeah, because I mean,
面白すぎるこれは。
specific names, so.
はい、これは。
I mean, if he didn't say specific names, I don't think.
状況としてはまくる可能性がちょっと高まってきたかもしれませんね。わ、さあデッドネーダーをリリースしてサタンクロス。
出た。People would dig right.
バグスかで。
そうですね。サタンクロスもすやすやと。
はい、寝てます。
お休みですね。
大事な日に子供を放っておいてサタンクロスが寝ています。
I think he was talking about
ですね。
そしてここからはい。デモンスミスをリンクで回していけば。
ああ、でもすごいな。
話が変わってくるかもしれませんが。
そうか、光属性悪魔だから。そうか、サタンクロスを持ってくるという策もあるんだ。
平気で入っちゃいますね。
面白い。だからここから。
I mean, but like even if we're
そうですよね。まあ悩みましたよね。多分その
it doesn't even have to be like okay, you have proved that you won, so you can talk shit. Or your opinion is more valid. It's just in general, you have a bigger audience and have a bigger.
そう、バーグースカを貫通する用意があるか。
That's the dick ride you did.
ですね。ひとまずこのそう特殊召喚までは防げませんからね。はい、
そうですね。守備になっちゃいます。
はい。
老鼠油管和 B 站。
リンク伸ばしていくような感じですよね。
そうですね。リンク伸ばしてなんとかいけば。なるほど。
リトルナイトでどかすという判断だ。
なる。
No Coco, right? But I think there is a line in which you just summon out the Chessy Cat now or Marcher at this back that works too, I think.
Yeah.
Even though I think we've already used this one. Yeah, we've used Marcher already, so Chessy Cat is still in the deck, supposedly. Think you can just go for a Dormouse, banish the Chessy Cat now with this.
効果されたところで、デュエル C が、はい、決着いたしました。
どちらが勝ったんだ？
ただいま勝ったのは G
で取ってるんだ。
はい。
じゃあお互いに一本一本取ってると。
はい、マリス同士の対決を制しました。
はい。まあ強制効果でそうですね。素材を1個取り除くと。
はい。
これでもまだ現状3300ですが、こっちにもいるんですね。
はい。
こっちにもいるんですよね。
そうですね。さあもう1枚あれば3体は出ます。
はい。デモンスミス。
デモンスミス。
No, yeah, no. I'm not talking. It's more about the fan, not actually the person. That's what I mean. They build the bigger audience from their previous good analysis and play. Yeah, but just because somebody has proved that they're world champ doesn't mean that all their opinion is valid or good. But there's a certain because you could prove and be like, you should shut the fuck up because you don't know. It's like my opinion doesn't fucking matter because I don't even play competitive. But the fans/people that would be like dick riding would be a problem because they behave like that. That's what I mean.
Then get ready to destroy some more cards, even though, yes, a very easy way to deal 3,500 damage. You need another
the TCG
extender
that's
to go
apparently
into hard
dying,
to deal more
guys.
damage.
Remember.
That absolutely is true. And we go in, Link free. Is that going to be another Malice Link monster? Indeed, Whitebinder is the one of choice. I mean, when you have a Royal Rare Whitebinder, you may as well summon. Oh, now the X-Controller.
You have the Dormouse attack boost. You actually deal some damage. If you attack over Red Ransom or the Whitebinder, you deal 600, and then the X-Controller attacks over the other one for enough damage.
Pokemon.
You're so right. I think we are just actually in the position where we can end this. This turn, though, taking a very long time. So we shall see whether the in-game timer of Quantal even is able to still carry us through his turn. Another X-Controller effect is being used here, banishing the Lingo Rebo.
You know what would be crazy? Just a Nibiru here.
Oh, you're so right. We have not seen a whole lot of Nibiru overall.
Destroying the 2300 is interesting because you could have closed out the game by just attacking had you kept both alive.
Yeah, we're missing out on game here, right? If we don't have another monster to summon here.
We get another trap card though with the Whitebinder, and I mean, that's an easy choice. We just gotta get the MTP. But yeah, the Whitebinder has not yet returned, right? I don't think it has.
Yeah, we just summoned it so we can just attack over here.
Okay, there we
go. And I think that's an easy way to close out this game. Now, we are in the battle phase, so there is no Nibiru, the Primal Being, coming your way anymore. And Quantal Think will now look out to get this to a 1-2, not giving Alignment the chance to go 3-0 here to completely sweep the Snipe Hunters.
And Quantal keeps Snipe Hunters in this tournament, and he keeps Snipe Hunters' dreams alive for one more year.
That is a big grief that all the fans at home of Team Snipe Hunters and also the team itself is taking. They have managed to not get completely sweep there in this first game. Should I give you some very delicate information about the other groups, though?
Oh, please do.
Speaking of getting swept, our world champion.
Oh, this is also
逆にね。そうなんですよね。うわあ。ちょっとそこも一つの見どころかなというところですね。
そうですね。
まあなので手札が3枚からの。しかもバグスカで。
そうですね。リンク召喚ですね。
そしてリ
すごいな。
そうですよね。
Stop it.
はい。いや強いです。
5. Yes, they kept sharp until the very end, and they now have this even able.
Jesse got cooked.
To beat the very best Buckies. They probably like the news of having Team 7 out of the equation because now Team 7
probably don't know yet,
and FCG. Probably they don't know just yet, that's true. They both cannot make it anymore now, but still there is other teams like Team Brotdose, for example, who could sneak in there as well.
Exactly. When we are in the next round, we're also going to check those out. Again, I love these reminders. You can check those stats out in your Master Duel.
These people are hysterically laughing during your World Championship for no reason.
The WCS logo there.
Yeah, it is very cool. But Snipe Hunters, even though Quantal has secured that we're not getting swept in the first set, they're still down. They're still down 1-2, and that means that we are at the very least going to see all 3 sets if Snipe Hunter wants to win. I mean, they could get swept now and then it's a 5-1 victory, but if Snipe Hunter wins, they will always have to go to the third set to do so.
Also very much contingent on the performance of Ragnarok and Noble Gabig Gol. This group is the one that is so close between all of these teams.
It is very much so. You can't really tell just yet. And we are, of course, ready for more action. Let's see the second set here. It is still Team Snipe Hunters versus Team Alignments. And we need a comeback from Team Snipe Hunters if they want to stay in this year. Let's check it out.
Also, as another update, Dreams Future versus Striper Corp. Right now, 2-2.
Ooh, that's another important match from Group A, as both of these teams are also on that important 2-2 record currently. Oh, and we have a classic pass here. Not like this. Josh shaking his head.
Again?
Has to completely give up there by just not using a single card. You can tell if you look at the face cam from Josh. He could use the Fubalos, but there even is Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, and there's the second Fubalos right after. Can this one resolve at least?
This is going to be a Gamma, I'm telling you.
This one resolves. Oh, and we see a Skull Guardian there on Duel B. So we have another edition of Voiceless Voice at the World Championship here, and that is the opponent of Quantil there. So we have that again as the anti-Malice deck, apparently.
And usually if you're playing Malice versus a Voiceless Voice, if you're playing on ladder in a ranked game, you're gonna go, okay, well, I think I can beat this end field probably with my Malice deck. It's so powerful. But there's still 2 unknown cards in the hand of your opponent, and in this particular format, there's a high chance that one of those is Lancea, Chaos Hunter, or Imperial Iron.
We are almost at the 8,000 threshold with Ryziel main deck.
The stream is lagging.
Snipe Hunters so far.
It absolutely is. You're so right, but maybe they can still come back. Goyoku right now, though, enjoying his Ryziel deck. Here comes Ryziel Detonator, and we are more than clearly working towards 8,000 points of damage, getting another material there onto the Ryziel Detonator, and having the node now too. That's all with some quick math. I can count to 35, 49. Oh, we're missing 100. Oh, but look at that. That is the Sakitama there, which is going to make sure that this is a little over 8,000 points of damage. Such an interesting card to play in general.
Yep, should be a clean close out here. Really phenomenally well played here. Honestly, not much Josh could do. Granted, the 2 Fualos were kind of useful, still not enough here. Going first, drawing 2 of those, really, really tragic for the former captain of Snipe Hunters. But it's not over yet for them. Quantil, Emre still in the game, even if they are going second. Emre definitely has a way of playing it going second if he's brought that 10 Pi Dragon Sky Striker deck. He's brought that 10 Pi Dragon Sky Striker deck.
I mean, Ryziel is not too shabby either there. Oh, we're going to see a Quantil called by the grave on to the Maxi, chaining his own Maxi. Very, very strong here. Of course, Voiceless Voice can also summon in the opposing turn, forcing out the Dynamondo immediately there. So for Quantil, very interesting what's going on there. Emre, if he's playing Ryziel, oh, look at this. There's like a good field on the opposing side, and Emre even used a hand trap there, so didn't help him at all. It's the strongest games of Malice is when your opponent actually uses hand traps versus you, and they are just not effective.
Everybody go on.
Continuing to just replenish the hand as well. The field is good, the hand is good.
What's it called?
Everything looks good for Kinokoko right now, but Emre, we've seen the 10 Pi Dragon Sky Striker build be able to make a comeback before. Can we see it again? It's now Quantilston. He's playing the Atlantean Mermail that qualified him for the World Championship. Can he do something with it this time around? This deck has not been successful so far today, but this could be the chance. This could be the game we need to see it. It's the clutch factor of bringing it out in the deciding. Such a valuable win for Snipe Hunters.
It is, of course, also clearly a decision to play around the anti-Malice deck of his opponent. He was correctly anticipating that there would be an anti-Malice deck waiting on the opposing side, waiting in the lineup of Arata there, and that is the case, but Mermail not so affected by that.
Yeah, but Abyss Ryan is now discarding the Shadow Squad, and Abyss Ryan is going to get negated anyways, but still, that's what you want to have, right? There is a Neptubus. Neptubus will immediately be popped here by the trap card of the Voiceless Voice.
Radiance of the Voiceless Voice?
It is Radiance of the Voiceless Voice, and that is going to make an abrupt end to the approaching Mermail combo as it is gone there. But Quantil has another Prince Is Quantal the Prince of the Ocean? Is he the Atlantean Prince that can still keep this going? Looks like there is no further interruption from Arata.
We know he Ministreled. He Ministreled earlier. He knows there is not even a Soravis in hand. I don't think there is any sort of interruption there. And if you've ever seen a Mermail deck uninterrupted, you know that it can win games.
And last year, we saw Quantal lose to a comeback from Maguro off of one single card. This time, from Maguro off of one single card. This time it's one single Neptubis standing against the voiceless voice field, and yet it is that Neptubis that's now resolving, that's now making things happen for Snipe Hunters.
Not so quick though. When we know what is the last card in hand? Is it the ritual monster which we could possibly ritual summon out on the opponent's turn due to blessings? Or it's not a ritual monster.
We've banished the Soravis from hand.
That's great. Okay, so we should be somewhat safe. We cannot target the Skull Guardian right now, but now that we give back the continuous spell there to the hand, it is much easier because now targeting is again allowed.
Yes, you can get rid of the prayers of the voiceless voice, and eventually also the Skull Guardian will follow. Skull Guardian used the negation for the turn, so significantly less useful, but also once you deal with that, you can then swing for game and just continue to explode this in your favor. Quantal clutching it out for Snipe Hunters here, continuing with the combos. Atlantean Mermail wasn't good so far today, but now is the time to shine.
Shadow Squad going up to level 7. We're setting up big Exceeds plays here with Poseidra or the big Neptubis. Discarding Dragoons for it is per cost, so you're going to add another Sea Serpent. We have had one Prince, we've had two Prince. Why?
Yeah.
Had two Prince, might as well that one out. Are we a Basir? Basir?
Of course, we're going to go for Poseidra.
Joshua went to road just to sit.
There we have it. Poseidra Abyss, the Atlantean Dragon Lord, is of course the extra deck variant of Poseidra. We saw the main deck one coming with a special summon from the hand, but now we upgrade our Exceed monster into this Poseidra.
Solid win ratio when it's been seen, of course, does suggest that this is one of the finishing pieces of the deck, and as long as the deck is allowed to get to this stage of the combo, it's basically accomplished its job. Doing fantastically well to keep Quantal in this duel, doing fantastically well to keep Snipe Hunters in this tournament. Bounces back 2 cards to the hand, clears the field, and gets ready to unleash this Atlantean Mermail.
Yep, and now a Meowth is being dropped after the entire field is gone there. That was the last card in hand, Mulchami Meowth, that you can, of course, leave there. That is absolutely massive information here. We have the Soravis now from the deck, but the Maxi that was activated earlier in the turn, chained to the own called by to a Maxi, draws another card now. So Quantal can continue to play. We're going to link those two monsters off. The Soravis is, of course, an interruption itself. By bouncing itself back to the hand, you can get rid of a special summoned monster, as far as I'm aware.
The Marincess Coral Anemone now just going to extend further for Quantal. It's still looking pretty good for him here on that Mermail Atlantean deck.
You could negate the summon, though, because that is what Soravis does. You can negate the summon of a monster, and that is what we're going to do. And I gotta agree, that Coral Anemone would have led to quite a bit. Still, though, the effect of Poseidra in the graveyard, as it was linked off, can be activated, and surely we do. And we may not have the Coral Anemone anymore, but guess what? The water is still flowing, Mermails are still going strong, and we're not only going to summon back 1, but 2. And not only 2, I think we're going to summon back a full total of 3 monsters here.
Gonna give over a few cards to the Meows, but that is okay. There we go. Deep Sea Minstrel going to resolve as well. It just continues to go, go, go. The Atlantean Mermail deck does not stop here. Quantal does not stop here. Snipe Hunters tournament does not stop here as long as he can close this one out.
He is definitely trying, and also still on Duel C. Emerald also very much trying, showing his Ryziel deck, Malice deck of Kinokoko, but Kinokoko still, of course, a very accomplished Malice duelist. He may have lost on the first set there against Quantal, but we see again he has a massive field brewing there on Duel Table C.
Yep, Malice is such a dominant strategy here in this tournament, in this meta game. If not every deck can play Artifact Lancia, Malice just becomes such a powerhouse. Now the D-Safe Worm is going to negate the plugin. Emmer has already committed to the Ice Riser, but what else is he going to do? There are so many cards on the side of his opponent. Passes the turn, and I think we should go back to Duel A. We're so close to seeing.
Riding on Quantal here. Needs to win this to even keep Snipe Hunters in it. It looks good. There is the Synchro Summon. Looking into the extra deck for an option here. It's a 4 and a 3. It's a 7, and it is the DC Prima Donna.
And that will be answered with Artifact Lancia. We said that this Voices Voice deck is an anti-Malice strategy, so it only makes sense that there is a Lancia, which we now drew into with the Mulchami Meowths. And that is actually not too bad against the Prima Donna. Actually, it works pretty well. Prima Donna. Actually, it works pretty well against it even.
They're not fixing the name tag.
That is 8100.
Oh, they fixed it.
8100. Okay,
they were not fixing
so
it.
So maybe we're heading into the battle phase. Is that what we're looking at?
That might be 7100 actually.
Yeah.
Oh,
that is not
8100. Ay, back to school for you, Ibris. Doing math classes again, but I'm sure Quantal is good on his own math.
White Aura Monoceros now coming out here. 2500 attack points on that. 52 plus 16 is 68.
Still not just enough, but we can, of course, continue to bring back more monsters from the graveyard, but that will also be leading to more cards being drawn off of that. Mulchami Meowths. Okay, we're getting really close.
What are you realistically drawing into here? If this is your anti-Malice deck, I don't think you have Nibiru the Primal Being in your hand. Maximum a Chaos Hunter can be summoned here, I think. I don't think there are any other really impactful hand traps that you're running here.
To be fair, though, the Chaos Hunter could at least buy
One
more
summon, one more Synchro Summon here. Level 6 this time. It's going to be the Coral Dragon making an appearance.
That is still not 8,000 damage. Oh, that is 8,000 damage.
It is, with the boost that is applying there. It actually is, and we see Quantal not only in the first set, but also here in the second set, keeping the hopes alive for Team Sniper Hunters and all the fans of Team Snipe Hunters, as well as he at least got that win in there, bringing us to a 2-4 score overall.
Alignment's doing phenomenally well to push Snipe Hunters to the limit there, but it is their team captain that keeps them in this one. Need 3 victories.
Be like, no
のコストか？あ、違う、デュガですか、さすがに。
はい。
さあ、ソード。
そうですね、エクシスモンスターを、送りまして、
ソードライゼオル。
ソードライゼオル。
召喚時になんかありそうな感じなんかな、ここは。なんかチェーンが、
今、はい、移りましたね、G 熱選手に。
ここで考えてますね。
はい。そうですね、マリスで0607だとしたら、まあ、確かにこれ G 熱選手も相当切り方考えないと。
考えない、そうですね。
あ、でもそもそも除去効果使うのもっていう話になってるし。
みたいなので、また麦さんに戻りましたね。
渡しました。はい。さあ次のセットにつなげられれば希望はつながるが、さあ3体だ。
3体でエクシズ。ライゼオルデトネーター。
やってきたライゼオルデトネータ
ー。さ
あ、はい、そしてアグリゲーターも
ロジックアグリゲーターを、そうですね、素材にしましたね。
はい、なんと4素材。
ターン終了。はい、
はい、
エンドフェーズに何もないと。
はい。さあ何を引いてくる G 熱選手。
ここのドローでだいぶ変わるような気もしますけども。
ですね、変わってくる。もう喉から手が出るほど欲しいワンドロー。
そうですね。
これに対して何を出すか。
自分の墓地除外状態のマリスモンスターいった特殊召喚。
はい。
さあ4素材のデトネーターをどう超えるか。
さあまずは、蘇生から入りまして、さあまさかこれで引いてきたのはマリスのいずれかだった。
そうですね。
ということですかね。
そういうことですね。
そうなりますよね。
マリスネームのカードを引いたってことになりますよね。
はい、で確かにデッドネーダーがいる状態でしたら、
あれホワイトラビット引いてないこれ待って
ホワイトラビット
ホワイトラビット引いてない
ホワイトラビットですね。
ホワイトラビット引いてる。これはなかなかホワイトラビット引いたのすごくないですかこれ。
これそうなるとはいこれ今までこう我慢していた不正の全てがちょっと爆発し始める可能性があるのであるし、あともう本当にデッドネーダーは今日一番仕事しないといけない。今日何枚疲れたかわからないデッドネーダーが
きたー。 MVP
さあ07も発動。
07
さあ、マリスモンスターをデッキから手札に。
いやーホワイトラビットすごいな。やっぱ世界に羽ばたける選手はやっぱりドロー力もとんでもないんですかね。
あるんですね。
多分僕ならあそこで増殖する G とか引いて机叩き割ってましたねあれ。
裏守備とかにして
裏守備とかにして無理だよっつって言ってたかもしれないですね。はい、さっきしっかり持ってきた。
これが世界ですね。さあデッドネーダーが再び猛威を振るう。
You have to if you choose correct.
さあまだ2素材ありますからね。
Is it 200 or something?
デューバース破壊されてしまうが、
ただ効果は使えます。
そうですね、使えますね。
はい。いやこれデッドネーダー貫通も少しずつ見えてきたような。
あでもまあ
and that is basically a throwback because Josh played Labyrinth at the World Championship 1 year ago and also used that Heavy Storm Duster, and now Kinokako is the one reminding him of that by using it here against the two sad cards.
And now you can set the big welcome and force for the next turn. But there is Droplet.
Hold on, okay.
Sending the Mementotlin Fusion. This is a card that you might want to have in your graveyard right there. I assume the other card is also... No, this shouldn't be a Droplet. Which other card? I think he drew Droplet for turn, so there might not be another play. Unless you have another Mulchami that you can normal summon and then activate the Fusion. But how does that help you?
It was a grand breakout that was destroyed there, but maybe we just drew one of our powerful starters. Maybe a Dark Blade, maybe an Angwitch.
But would we not set the Droplet if we had it in hand already? I think the Forbidden Droplet might have been the top deck there.
You're right, I do agree on that. It is now Josh thinking what to do with that one card in hand, and he has to use it defensively, but okay, hold on, true, it's not even necessarily defensively, as the Fusion enables us plays here, it was a backseat.
This is absolutely crazy. What are we even searching a Bone Party for next turn? You just need to find something to play with. Josh is setting up the next turn. The lady is again at 3,000 attack points. You just almost basically need anything on the other side there. This is crazy. We're going into the battle phase. 3,000 damage again. Josh is going to get another top deck here.
But is he going to get Solemn Judgmented again is the question. Is there
very
any...
high chance.
Yeah, true.
We will find out. I mean, the Bone Party on its own doesn't even do anything. We will need a Memento monster next to it, and that is required as a draw for turn. Josh, is there a play? Can you keep it competitive? We go into the battle phase. Hold on. Is this maybe an evenly matched
But how does this help in this situation? Because his opponent knows exactly every single card there. If this isn't evenly matched, you just say okay. Oh, Josh is smiling, setting a monster there, possibly trying to force out some interaction with a bluffed, evenly matched there. Sets the monster. No Bone Party. This is another Ash Blossom, or is it a Fuwalos? It is something for sure, but it's not helping at this point. Josh is just patiently waiting, and I think in the end phase we're still considering to do something. How's it looking on the other tables?
It looks like the Max C there from Emre was just mad with Ash Blossom, but the field from Emre on Duel A is already pretty decent.
Quite good in A
so
and C,
it is
to be
alright.
honest.
I think we are okay with that Maxi not resolving. It's always a good feeling to resolve Maxi on top of a combo, but it's not necessarily required to win the game.
I mean, also you have Ryzeal Cross, right? If your Maxi gets Ash Blossom, I think you use the Cross, no?
I agree, yeah. Should be. And let me tell you something, while Snipe Hunters are really fighting to stay in this, between Dreams Future and Shiba Corp on one of the upper matches in Group A, it comes down to the very last match.
He
they
should
are
have
on a
brought
4-4
Runic,
even score at the moment there. There it is.
And
absolute madness.
I think that is the correct way to end this game, possibly. Activating the Daruma Karma Cannon. Only having one monster yourself, knowing your opponent cannot chain anything to it, setting up the big Welcome Labyrinth. You only need to deal 2,000 damage. Just flip up that Lady Labyrinth, go into the battle phase, and if this is not something completely out of pocket, like a Penguin Soldier, then you should have the game here.
Penguin Soldier would be iconic. I'm sort of doubting it though. We do go for the big Welcome Labyrinth, and we are basically going into the final motions here. Kinokoko knows he got this. He made a good call here with bringing the Labyrinth deck for the very last game as well. And that could be their way of closing it all out here in this one. And we just talked a little bit about the match between Dreams Future and also, of course, Shiba Corp. Looking at it, it seems like Enso is right now in the process of closing it out for Shiba Corp. So we actually may not only lose Team 7, and we're in the process of losing Team Snipe Hunters here as well, but we could also just be losing Dreams Future on top of that.
An all-new top 4 potentially here this year at the Master Duel World Championship 2025, the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship rather. A whole weekend of Yu-Gi-Oh! Action. This is the Master Duel group stage, the final round of it, deciding who will advance.
It does look like that. Okay, we have the final blow, and therefore that is the end of Team Snipe Hunters tournament run. They are on a 2-3 record, respectable, but not good enough to qualify to the second day, to the final day.
And before we go into the post-analysis of this match, I want to say that if Shiba Corp wins 5-4, and my math is not completely incorrect, we're going to the next tiebreaker between the Noble Gabigol versus Shiba Corp, because they have the exact same tie when it comes to wins. Let me count. 8 plus 4 are 12, 17, 18, 23. Okay, and now for Shiba Corp, saying this might be 5 in this win.
It is. They just won. Let me tell you, they just won.
13, 17, 22, 23.
I thought we established to not give me math questions.
Yeah. I was done
that's why,
after you started.
I did it.
Yeah,
that's why I did it. So this is going to the next tiebreaker there. That's crazy.
It actually is complete intensity, and you might be right, Leo. I think Shiba Corp might, in the end, be able to clinch this one out. And after just not starting so well, they could be pulling through here for the North American region.
I mean, we have it in the client right
really
now.
cool
Noble Gabigol is not making it into day 2 after this dream start. This crushing loss against Ragnarok kicked them out of the tournament. The Infernoble Knight heroes have not made it in Shiba Corp. We've only seen them on stream once in the first round, basically. Might have been the second round.
It was the second round where they impressively enough won 8-1 against Team Snipe Hunters, yeah.
Yeah, that was... Oh, did they not lose against Snipe Hunters?
No, absolutely
okay,
not.
Well, then, good for them. Great stuff. But they are definitely now the second team in Group A. So we have Ragnarok and Shiba Corp. Crazy. Wow.
In the meanwhile, Group B still very much anyone's game. We haven't decided who will advance quite yet.
But Fala Galera is making a good point for themselves, as they're currently in that match between them and Team Yugati in a 4-1 lead. And they're already in first place in the group, meaning it looks really likely that they're about to be entering top 4. So we said it's an all-new top 4. But Judeo, who was in top 4 2 years ago, might be returning to that very glorious second day of the World Championship.
Yeah, and despite losing that opening round, they were able to bounce back again. Every round is a new set of games. You cannot tilt. They did not tilt.
Oh, no.
And instead, they've let the momentum of their victory carry them through. Now, actually, we do have Fala Galera just closing that one out against Mugatu.
It is confirmed, therefore, Fala Galera joins the teams in top 4. And, I mean, they are in first place, meaning they will be facing Chiba Corp in the top 4 match tomorrow in the semifinals.
And random fun fact, both of those teams have lost the first round of the tournament. So you don't actually get an indication who is going to make it to Day 2 if you're just looking at the first round saying, okay, you know, Chiba Corp went 1-8 in the first round. Surely they won't recover from this.
They will. Soul versus Brockdoser may very well have implications.
True, hold on. They can also still make it to a 3-2 record. I mean, the first place for Fala Galera is sure because there is no other team that is going to finish.
So dominant. 8-1, 8-1, 8-1. Really well played by Judeu, Gnet, and Paolo PRRJ. But Soul Form versus Brockdoser could still very well affect whether Mugati or Brockdoser are the ones to advance alongside them.
And after the second set between those two teams, I can tell you Brockdoser currently doing their very best to make sure to be the team in top 4 as they're up 4-2 and they only need one more game to be taken to their side to possibly go into that desired top 4. But of course, we just had a very entertaining match to watch between Team Snipe Hunters and Team Alignments. And as Team Alignments was the team that came out on top, why don't we hear it in the analysis corner from the team captain of Team Alignments?
没出现，没有出现。 Okay, so here's the bracket.
All right, we're here right after that heartbreaking last round there for Team Snipe Hunters. It was close there. They needed to not only just win, they really needed to dominate that round, and it was brutal from the beginning there.
Definitely. That was, I guess, not the fairy tale ending we were after. Like, what we heard was, like, first Team 7 fell, and then Snipe Hunters needed, like, a lot of stars to align. They needed.
the AI
is ironic word.
Yeah, from my understanding of the map, they needed to clean sweep that, and they had a bit of a rough start. But Quantul was fighting like the whole time, keeping the dream alive. But as you could see, the hands just weren't working for Josh in any of the 3 games he played.
Right. Speaking of that, let's go ahead and bring up our first clip, where it's just going to be, how Josh's first game started. Like, really, all 3 games, the hands weren't great. You can see here he went first and passed, and just really wasn't able to get anything going. But playing against an unexpected deck in Tier Elements.
I think he one of his points of interaction was also stopped by an Ash Blossom. I think one of the, I wasn't sure if this game was the second game, but it was also a bit of a frustrating experience.
Yeah, and how this one ends is like he's a little bit short on the damage, but has that Fiendsmith's Lacrima to clean up there at the end. It was a brutal start from the beginning for Josh and all of Team Snipe Hunters. But, you know, there was one, saving grace for that first set, and that was Quantul. And if we go ahead and move to our second clip that we have, it's going to be Quantul, trying to survive for his team. And he went second in the Malice Mirror match, which is pretty usually favored for the player who goes first, right?
He definitely capitalized on that life point differential with his opponent only having 3,500 at the start of the turn. So his game plan wasn't necessarily to fight back and create his own body. He was just like, I'm just going to close this game out cleanly as much as I can. 3,500 is very achievable.
And they really needed this win to be like in contention because, going down 0-3 from the first set, really tough to come back from. And Quantul, held it down, trying to get that Cinderella story, keeping that opportunity alive to make the top 2. And then if we move on to our third clip, it's actually just the same kind of story. The 2 quick losses for Emery and Josh, because Josh once again went first, had to pass. Emery lost the die roll, and then Quantul had the Neptibus, which his first Neptibus gets stopped, but then he has a second Neptibus. We're about to see the first one going to the graveyard, and then the second Neptibus. This was an epic moment.
Definitely. Quantul just like navigating the deck so well. It was the deck that he qualified for Worlds with, so he definitely showed us like why he deserved the spot here. And he played through this Voiceless Voice, a deck that I think wasn't one that was on people's radars mostly.
Yeah, definitely.
And like the targeting protection stuff, not like the worst matchup against Mermail as well. And usually you don't have multiple ways to access Neptibus as a Mermail player, but Quantul did what he did, had the team on his back trying, because if he lost that game, it was over. 5-0 or 5 wins for the other team would have ended up making them advance right there. So pushing things to a set 3 and giving them that opportunity to maybe hope on tiebreakers. But let's go ahead and go to the clip number 4. And once again, it's going to be Josh with not a good hand, having to normal summon the Fualos, send it for the breakout. And if this resolves, you know, he's not in bad shape, but unfortunately he's playing against the Labyrinth deck, and you know what happens next.
Yes, Labyrinth deck is a really...
Team 7 and Snipers are out of this, which means this year's world champion for 3v3
which is
will be
fantastic
brand
going
new
first.
this year,
Not
which
so
is
great
huge.
going second, but you might see later in this, there
Still
was a Heavy Storm monster as well, which is also a card which is like terrific going first, and like if you see it going second, especially against a lot of decks which don't play a lot of like spells or traps, it's like a bit rough to have. And it looks like for alignment, the stars were just aligned for them in this match. Unfortunately, they don't have enough points themselves to make it into the next round of the tournament.
But you got to respect the integrity. You're at the World Championship. You got to give it your all, even if you've not.
Oh no, absolutely.
Any
Well, from this
will have implications as to who will advance, though.
True, hold on. They can also still make it to a 3-2 record. I mean, the first place for Fala Galera is sure, because there is no other team that is going to finish.
That's so dominant. 8-1, 8-1, 8-1. Really well played by Judeu.
Oh wait, this is not updated.
And Paolo PRRJ, but Soulform versus Brotdosa could still very well affect whether Mugiti or Brot.
这个不是最后的。
on the line and do the best that you possibly can. And then we do have one more clip of how Team Alliance was able to finish things up here. Josh is setting max C every turn, not having anything going. Labyrinth not the fastest at putting damage on the field, but you know, if Lady stays on the field long enough, you're going to be able to set those trap cards. The big welcome Labyrinth is going to clean things up, getting lovely from the deck and being able to destroy the max C. Josh with only the 2,000 life points remaining is going to be able to finish up the duel, and Alignments is going to take down Team Snipe Hunters.
Yeah, and you can see the writings on the walls on their faces. They're
so sad.
Yeah,
I feel it's okay. You're still amazing. I promise.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that the drive for them to redeem themselves to show that they are capable of making it back to the single elimination rounds is going to be there. I'm more than certain they're going to try harder than ever next year to find their way back.
Yeah, there's always another tournament, more duels to be played. Never get too discouraged. Losses, they sting when they happen, but time heals all wounds. There's going to be another World Championship next year, but you know what's exciting about this match of the World Championship is we're going to have the two teams that we've been seeing in the past two finals. They're not going to be there.
Any of the other team
and look, we got pretty impressive Team Ragnarok, who even though they lost round 1, they were able to.
I did have a feeling we'll get a dark horse contender this year instead of Josh or Dusty teams. I still cheer for Josh, but I didn't feel like a year for them.
Throughout the tournament,
Jeez, they're not even pretending to be not
wow, so this is final. These are the final thing. The top two teams are going to be Ragnarok and Chiba Corp coming out of Group 1. And then over here in Group 2, Fala Galera made it in first place after we saw them lose round number 1. They locked in and said, we're not going to lose again.
Konami USA,
yep, so that's decisively look at the three sweeps they had. And then we've got Mugity. Do you want to speak more about them?
Mugity, yeah. So the last matchup in this round was Fala Galera against Mugity.
Had a better chance by playing in
the winner of this was going to lock in and guarantee their spot, but Fala Galera took it down. But looks like their tiebreakers just weren't quite good enough, and the Brotdos team was able to actually sneak in here at second place. So it's going to be Fala Galera, Brotdos up against Ragnarok and Chiba Corp. It's looking like.
Yeah, and like we said, it's a clean top 4. I mean, people love a story where that they see the third installment of the Snipe Hunters versus Team 7, but I think it's an equally compelling story to see four fresh teams up there.
This could be the beginning of a new rivalry. Exactly. Maybe these teams are going to be back next year to compete and have a new best of 3 to find out who's going to be the world champion. But we're going to find out tomorrow who's going to be the Master Duel World Champion, and also TCG World Championship starts tomorrow as well, along with the conclusion of Speed Duel and Rush Duel for Duel Links. This is just the beginning of the 2025 World Championship. It's been an amazing day, a heartbreaking day, an emotional day for all these players, but we're going to find out who all the world champions are going to be this weekend.
Definitely, that's just the prologue. The story's only starting now.
Can't wait for
can't wait to see how it's going to conclude. So I'll go ahead and send it back to our casters.
He didn't even do
Billy and Yahweh. Very, very grateful to hear from you there. Really good insight and great recap of the results of the day. But
well, I mean, to be honest,
he
doesn't play.
Here because, as you mentioned, we had 4 teams advance to the semi-finals. Of course, coming out of Group A, we did have Ragnarok in first, Chiba Corp in second, And then in Group B, we had Fala Galera in first and Brotdos in second, which goes to tell me that perhaps we may very well see a Ragnarok versus Brotdos semi-final, and therefore guarantee a European team in the final.
That is true, and also additionally to that, we have a North American team and a Latin American team joining, so that is going to be our top 4, which then will fully be displayed, of course, tomorrow in our live stream, where we are playing out those finals, or first semi-finals and then the finals on the big stage. And that is going to be absolutely entertaining and something you all, and I am very much also looking forward to, because that is where champions are crowned. And yes, we are crowning new champions. Both of the teams
there's more
that have
TCG
been world
teams than
champions
OCG,
so far.
right? There's only like,
world
what,
champion
3
from 2
OCG
years ago,
teams?
Snipe Hunters, and
It's
the
two
reigning
Japan
world
winning
champions with Team 7 have been eliminated. Time for new names. Time to make some new history here in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and that is going to be one of those 4 teams.
You don't have to talk Duelist Cup.
90% of people
need to get
cheer for your
invited.
champion
You don't need
campaign.
to grind Duelist Cup.
Predictions have been annihilated between Dreams Future, Snipe Hunters, and Team 7 losing here.
I will only tell you after the finals what my
records.
Here in Paris for you at home.
Very much so. Very emotional for us, but can't be compared to the emotion being felt by the players, of course. So many emotions just going around right now, of course. Heartbreak for some, celebrations for others, surprise probably for quite a few of them as well. But in the end, these are the best Master Duel players in the world. They played their best, they did their best, but the tournament has only just begun for 4 of these teams. They will aim for that first place here in Paris. They will aim to make it.
Yep, definitely. And there are still so many big names in there. Cyber Corp, Ragnarok, Fala Galera, and Brotdose are still in the running.
His pronunciation is on point compared to ours, just gonna say.
Of course, he's a true Brazilian, didn't you know?
I thought you meant Brotdose, but yeah. Fala Galera means what up in Portuguese, I think. So
what's up?
Very, very cool. What's up? All right, okay.
What's
so
up, guys? I think
absolute vibes here. We've been saying they're here for the vibes, but they are here for absolute destruction with the 4-1 sweep through the group almost. Such a dominant display of skills.
So we have semi-finals awaiting all 4 of these teams, but we have something else for you at home. We have a code that you can redeem within the Master Duel client. Why don't we bring that up now? So, by going to the home sub-menu, then to the code entry page, then to this campaign, you can enter that code to redeem a legacy pack with a Royal Finish SR+. I tried to do it for Leo on the tablet, but his menu was in German. Either way, it's going to be great for you.
But you typed in the wrong code, I saw it.
Okay.
That was the mistake.
I was going by memory, to be fair. In any case, hopefully you get something good. I'd hope for an Immortal Phoenix Gearfried. I'm sure Gianfranco H would too.
For sure. I mean, I hope Gianfranco recovers. And also, in total, the team of Noble Gabigol, they were cruising with that Frio start. Still, absolutely amazing performance for them with their first World Championship appearance. But in the end, they just fell a little bit short, and they had to give up that second place to Team Cyber.
But they are the winners of our hearts now, right? I want to give them a big hug after this, because this was so close. What a strong start in this supposed super group full of powerhouses of Yu-Gi-Oh! And then they just went through it 3-0, and then in the end came Ragnarok. And if they just went 2-7, they would have been fine, right?
As it turns out, 2 super groups. We had 2 really stacked lineups of teams. And just to go through all of the teams that were competing here today, we had Team 7, we had Dreams Future, Noble Gabigol, Ragnarok, Brotdose, Snipe Hunters, Cyber Corp, Fala Galera, Alignments, FCG, Soulform, and Mugity.
Yeah, and out of 12, we only make 4 tomorrow when we come back. First starting with the first semifinals, followed by the other one, and obviously only being left after these two with two remaining teams who are going to be playing in that big final. So that is what you should be prepared for tomorrow at home, because you need to tune in to catch who is going to become the new and first time Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel World Champion.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025 in Paris. I'm Ibriz, joined by Sebastian, joined by Leonard.
Yes,
it was a great day of games.
Absolutely, those were phenomenal. We started off strong and we ended super strong as well. It was an absolute pleasure for me, for you, for us. It was an amazing day of dueling. Make sure you're not going to miss any of the action. Go into the client, check out the duels that have been played already. Go learn something from the best players on the planet. And more importantly, watch them tomorrow on the big stage. Thank you so much, and we're going to see you tomorrow.
Okay, show me ads. Match 2 in 2 minutes. I think the Duel Links has like one last round, no? So I'm looking at the JP one and it says like 2 minutes match 2.
Duel category. I mean, we have witnessed 3 incredible semifinals, and I mean, here we are for the last ones for an incredible day of action. I mean, I think we could have not asked for more. It was an unbelievable day of actions, incredible decks, an incredible final that is already waiting for us tomorrow for the Spiel Duel category. But now, talking about Rush Duel, we have 2 incredible players sitting at the table. One is going to be Paco, which we have already witnessed, and the other one is going to be Yume. And I'm really curious to see the approach that our players will be playing through this match. What do you guys think?
Oh yeah, look, they have the brackets
I've
out.
been impressed by Paco a lot.
Semi-final and final
the fact
now.
that he was able during his
they already know one of the
to
final
just come back from 100 life points, get the victory after 15 minutes game, and then after that a convincing 2-0 after that. So 3-0 in just the blink of an eye, and it was very, very impressive to see, to be honest. And I'm eager to see what is gonna be, how his semi-final gonna be, to be honest.
I mean, I really want to see how both players will have approached already the meta, and as we have talked so much, but I cannot get bored by talking about this. Sunny Sadie, one of the cards that really changed the format, really changed the game. I want to see how those players have adjusted to it. As we have seen before, we saw that Redwood, for example, or Dark Galaxy have come back to the meta. But for now, we're going to experience the first game of the second semi-final. So, Paco against Yume, Yume against Paco.
Who will get the win? Who will get the spot to the final tomorrow here in Paris? That is the question, and we will have the answer shortly. But for now, we are seeing heroes going into the game, and we know that heroes, they want to control the game. They want to just establish their game plan, and all of a sudden activate the Miracle Fusion, as we saw.
This is what I mean. They
only
like the Chinese people only know about fucking Joshua because that's or
go
Jesse
slowly,
because they only
we
like
already see a draft card in
they
the
like
graveyard,
they upload their
famous
YouTube
one.
video.
We are
that's
going
why.
to search the fusion and activate the fusion to go into our fusion plays.
I didn't get 200 gun. I got some random shit.
This is going
Wait, let
to
me
be
check. I could check.
the elemental hero Voltic Wingman, which will allow then Paco to just fusion summon right after. So he's going to fuse Burstinatrix.
Okay,
and
I think they're
Avian
gonna do
and
semi-final
go into
2 and then
elemental
just
hero
finals,
Flame
right?
Wingman.
Wait, are they gonna
So
just
as we
finish final
mentioned
today?
before, I really want to see how Dark Galaxy is adapting to this meta. We can see that it is in the
bracket says that they
and
already have the
a lot
first
of players
final
were,
person. So whoever
when
wins here goes
they
to
are thinking
final.
about Dark Galaxy, they thought that yes, it might not be the best option for the World Championship.
I don't
yes,
know.
it has come out of the meta, but yet we see
So
it
what, tomorrow
in the
there's only
first
one duel?
game of our semi-final, and you have to admit that it is one of those decks that you have to respect. You have to take consideration.
They have it on the
and
schedule,
in
but
any
I
time it
don't
can
understand.
break through and caught people off guard and take a win.
I mean, we also witnessed Kairari in our last Rush Duel match, taking over Jorfio with the Dark Galaxy deck. I mean, we mentioned it a lot throughout the day, how powerful the deck is, how it can cut off guard a lot of our duelists, and I really feel like here Paco really started things off with quite of an aggressive approach, I would say, in terms of he went for Fusion Summon right away, 2 monsters onto the field, and
yeah, I got a King
this is
Dragon
a strategy that we haven't really seen from
You
heroes
remember? Yeah,
so
I got
far.
a King Dragon.
I really like, and as we also mentioned,
yeah, I did
our
say that, I
players
just don't
are
remember.
adapting their strategies
The levels of
depending
fusion?
which decks they're facing, and also depending which
Lord
opponent they're
of
facing.
Deep
So,
plus Divine Dragon.
everything that has been
Garen
played
Rock.
today, it's of course like Paco, I think it's
That's the card.
he's dancing, and yeah, I mean this is the semi-final. You need to be happy, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and he's very happy. He's almost dancing on stage, and that is really cool to see. But for now, he's going to be able to just resist to the Dark
Is
Galaxy
KVJ out?
deck. And yeah, as you mentioned earlier, we saw the Dark Galaxy deck going onto the Light Galaxy deck, and it was a very intense battle. We saw that the Shiny Shadies were very, very good into those games, and once again we see the Shiny Shady being activated. And yeah, I think that it is a very, very good contender, to be honest, and especially against the Light Galaxy.
However, Hammershot has been activated,
destroying
one attack position monster with the highest attack on the field, and now the game has been reset. Paco is only to 1 motion set on the field, while Yume has 2 set motions and 2 cards in hand. However, this is Rush Duel. Paco will draw 5 cards in his next turn. However, we see Yume passing only to 1 spell trap with 1 card in hand, and this could mean only one thing. If it's not a bluff, it's probably another Shiny Shady, and we said how important it is to have for a player to have as response to a Shiny Shady his own Shiny Shady. So we see Volley Wing Gun getting back to attack position and ready to activate its effect and attacking any monster, it being in his own way.
And this is very interesting because we saw that the legend card which was chosen was the Hammershot, and not something like, for example, the Pot of Greed that we often see for players. And I think that this is a very interesting choice. We talked about the fact that you have to adjust to the strategies of your opponents. You have to just be 1 step ahead, and this kind of decisions is crucial for me to try to win the whole thing.
And here also we see the amazing dealer, which is something that we haven't seen, I think, throughout the whole day. But I mean, we also mentioned how our players have basically adapted the deck, and you can tell Paco is smiling. I think he's really enjoying his time here.
So tomorrow for Russia and Speedo, it's the final.
Absolutely, absolutely. This is, of course, a
Master,
very,
like
very
semifinal, and then
important
Master
moment
was
for
semifinal,
those players, and you have to enjoy those
then
moments.
paper.
Of course, there is, the pressure of the tournament, because you want to win it all.
Paper,
you want
Switz,
to just have a good tournament and to try to bring the title
One match,
at home.
2,
But
like the 2 win.
need to think
the 2
also
duel
of how cool it is.
Yeah,
to
and
be
then
there.
last
You
day
know,
is
you
only
have to enjoy
paper.
the moments.
Top 8.
There is only gonna be one person. Who's
So I'm
gonna win the
assuming this
entire
is
thing.
the
it
song
might not be
after
you.
this is
Yeah,
the last
but as
one
long as
for today.
you had fun,
Semi-final 2.
that is the most important thing, in my opinion, at least.
And I mean, Amazing Dealer is one very interesting choice to have into Elemental Hero deck, since it's, yes, it requires you to activate it by sending 3 cards to the graveyard in order to draw an equal amount. However, this is exactly what you want to do with the Elemental Hero, because you can draw into
the TCG
Miracle Fusion
is the
and activate it in order to
the 7-round
return
Switz,
to the bottom of the deck the materials required
well, I mean, they're gonna have it.
for
Every
the fusion summon
department is
of your
like a
Elemental
different string,
Hero
like right
monsters.
Now. But
I mean, I really feel
I'm
like
assuming
that, also in
for
the previous
round
turn,
7 Switz,
Yuma
they're not
Harrison
gonna
said
have
was,
presentation in between, no?
really not happy with the Miracle Fusion being activated from Paco.
You're gonna do the YCS feature match
we
with the
mentioned that
TBT?
once Miracle Fusion hits the field, things are very complicated. But here, once again, Shiny Shady.
I mean, do we have to count that?
No, I lost counts. I mean, I think we said this endless of times, and here though,
Okay, so really like today
like
the speed duel in Russia is Swiss 3 battle.
I mean, I really like this.
3 duel.
It's
like it's 5 games.
Both of the players,
if whoever wins
3 fresh cards,
first wins.
And of course, one of your opponents.
I'm reading the
monsters
page right now
gets,
in Japanese.
Face up
is there an English one?
Case.
There's not an English one.
One thing about Miracle Fusion is that, of course, this is a very good card, but this is a card that you usually want to activate to just end the game. You don't want to activate it too early because this is a crucial card in your strategy. So
I don't know if there's
yes,
English
of course,
one,
it has been activated, but
like
it's the
schedule. The schedule.
Didn't do that much because it didn't end the game on the spot, and that is something that we have to think about.
明天
OCG we only play one copy of Miracle Fusion,
加上 RD 和
do not want to lizard
RD 和 Speed Duel 的
on the other hand, yeah, Paco
MD 的话是准决赛和决赛
anymore, and that might
加上瑞士加上 OCG 7轮瑞士人，然后最后一天就是前8的 OCG。
Setting a spell as a bait for Shiny Sadie, keeping a card in his hand despite not being Shiny in order for his opponent to think that
that's not Japanese.
Yes, you may have
fucking blind.
Yes, I have to play around it, and as we saw, it was actually a very powerful spell, Voidwilk terrifying.
You hate this rush just so much. What do you mean?
That provides the monster with 400 attack and also with effect to inflict piercing damage. So right now Yume is in a very weird spot, to be honest, because yes, you attacked, yes, you were able to take away one of the threats of Paco. However, Paco has his turn, he has 3 hands in hand, and his fusion summoning one to the best elemental hero fusion monster, Volting Wingman, again in the field. So now he's facing 2 Volting Wingman and 1 elemental hero Avian, which will
well, you TCG people don't have rush, dude. So,
and now,
well, I mean, no, you guys have it in dueling.
It's time for another fusion, I believe.
Absolutely, yeah. You have the ability to just fusion summon using the effect of Volting Wingman, and you also have the fusion back in hand. So you
I think one of the
contestants
is
fusions
Japanese
on the field, and you know that you have no threats on the opponent's field because there is no set card.
I know last year it was
OCG worried about, and I think this is just gonna be it. He is going to attack for this game, and it's gonna be 1-0 for Paco in this semi-final.
Oh, you can't vote anymore. I think you have to vote before it starts.
And
right?
he's just now in the driver's seat against Yume Hara.
Unfortunately,
I mean, this is explain all the happy dancing.
It's in duelings, right? yeah.
The moment that she drew to Miracle Fusion by setting fusion material from his hand
that
to
was
the graveyard,
first game.
He knew that he's way ahead, meaning that he had Miracle Fusion in order to combo off, getting to the spot that he wants, and in order to have the advantage in the first game of the second semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, especially I really feel like that we kind of knew that he was happy about the hand he's playing because like he was dancing, he was smiling, and I mean, we could really tell he was really into it. And I mean, if we're talking about tension here, I don't think there's any tension from Paco, honestly. I mean, what if he has any? I mean, or maybe
我记得去年的地游冠军是 OCG 的人吧？还是不是国人吗？我记得是国人嘛。
very swiftly, and against an opponent which hasn't dropped a single match during the Swiss rounds, because Yumi is sitting on a 3-0 record, and impressively, Paco takes home the first game, and now really wants to find out the strategy for Game 2. I mean, we have talked about this multiple times, how our duelists are approaching the format, and how basically they're shaping their decks depending not only against the player they're facing, but also the deck choices that they could bring into the match. And yeah, very solid choice from first game, game 1. Shiny Shady once again. I think it's the card of the tournament, for sure.
Yeah, it is, of course. I mean, Mike told us that, and I mean, he was absolutely right. That's not a surprise, of course, because this card was told to be that was designed to be the card of the tournament. The fact that you just gain an extra turn, and the fact that on top of that you are able to just gain some life points is
the caster looks like they're enjoying their job a lot. They look chill.
Life points are a resource, but also very important in Rush Duel. But we are going to jump into the second game right now.
The OCG streamers went for Judeo after Toxical lost.
What do you mean? Away from a final here in Paris. He is going to set 2 cards and a monster, so 2 cards in hand. It might be Shiny Shady set, so that he only has 1 card left in hand at the end of the beginning.
Judeo said job is not done.
But yeah, we are going to go into Yumehara Sensei's turn, and we are playing the dragons.
And I mean, another classic masa is Red Bull against Baseball. Those decks that, yes, they have been a little off the meta due to White Galaxy, of course, being introduced. However, both decks are very, very strong right now. They are the 4th option,
now
5th
seeing
option
all the
for
fucking,
the players to bring into the tournament. And
format
obviously, as Alberto has mentioned so many times, it is the baseball deck that he's believing in.
Oh yeah,
he's very biased about it.
Yeah,
and
you already
to be
know
honest,
who I'm talking
I can
about.
see why.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the deck is very consistent. We also
need a
witnessed
fucking
in the
Avengers
previous
and
match
right
how
now.
powerful the deck is, and it's one of those
This
decks
game
that
is a
can
fucking
really
joke.
put you far ahead into the game.
Wake me up when they
of
fucking
course
don't
it
complain.
Depends a lot of the kind of matchup. Of course,
when I
the
made
deck
that tweet,
can be having
so I was like,
upside
gonna
downs.
be in a coffin.
But I really feel like that it plays very well around Shiny Shady most of the times, especially because some of the monsters he has
Wait, what did you post?
just normal monsters without effects, which may save you in that case. But here, as mentioned, if there's something that
they have
the
the
dragons
image
can do very well, is just fusion summoning monsters and put a lot of pressure to your opponent in the forms
Like
of Red
them
Bull
all
Enhanced Boost
together?
Dragon. We've witnessed it before. Once he gets onto the field, it usually means that we really want to seal this one out very quickly. Is there a Shiny Shady?
I mean,
that is
if there is, it's the time to be activated. And to be fair, this is the exact moment you have to do it, since Red Bull have a very big problem, as we have seen before, as we have discussed with the players, and as we have witnessed ourselves, to be fair, against spell and trap cards, and especially Shiny Shady. But as we can see, Red Bull Dragon goes off, and it goes straight for the damage and the game.
To be game, no Shiny Shady, nothing in the set card. So it was probably a bait, some spell cards that were set to just make the opponent think that he had something in hand, and to just get rid of some cards in your hand, because you want to draw those cards during the next turn if you survive. But as we have said before, the Red Bull Dragon is a very good deck going into those games, because it can just literally apply so much pressure and end the game very, very fast. This fusion monster is very strong. It can allow you to just burn the opponent, remove his life points, and then remove the remaining life points by his attack points, which are absolutely amazing. And I would like also to put an emphasis on another card, the Flap Dragon, because the Flip and the Flap Dragons are really some very, very good cards in those situations. Being able to just put the opponent monsters in the position that you want, and being able to special summon some more monsters that you can use to either put some more damages or then go into some more plays later on. So yeah, the fact that this Flap Dragon was able to
Why are they
flip,
yapping like
to flip again
20
the
minutes in
monster
between
on the opponent side was
Game 1
very,
and Game
very
2?
important, and was really crucial, because it gave literally lethal on this game.
And I mean, however,
They
right
need
now
to
we're
what?
going to experience
They need to charge the
Game
phone?
3, while Paco is 2-0.
What do they need to do? What they need to charge the
maybe it's time
phone?
for our first White Galaxy mirror match, because Game 3 right now, it will be
It's not even a
one
team,
of
it's
the
just
best
two
choices
people.
to bring a White Galaxy deck, right? It will be an amazing mirror, and if I was Paco,
They're
I would
picking a
choose
deck?
White
They're
Galaxy
side
to
decking? They're
establish
side
my
decking which
power.
deck to use?
And you must also, and I will also want my last key, my last hope, a White Galaxy deck, which will be providing me a potential win and potential turnover.
Yeah, I mean, totally. I really feel like also, as we mentioned, sometimes it's the small details that make the difference. As soon as Yume understood that he may have sealed the game with one card, he did. And that's what happened because it was 6,000 life points.
Wait, what?
And that was about it. Game number 3.
Wasn't it game 2?
And what can we say? Once again, here we see baseball from Yume. And on the other side, Mike, you called it, I think we have the Light Galaxy.
Bruh, didn't
and
say.
I mean, it was very obvious
one draw.
when you are Paco,
1-1,
you're
1-1.
losing
Okay.
the second game, as we said, and you are going to need to establish your power again, you establish your dominance. You want one of the best deck currently in the format, in the game right now, and you want to bring your best option, which obviously is White Galaxy. Yes, there are many very good decks, and we have a very strong variety of decks and a plethora of decks, but White Galaxy is the deck of the tournament, in my opinion. It has proven that it is one of the strongest decks, despite having some opponents like Dark Galaxy even, that we experienced a very, very nice match in our Swiss rounds.
Absolutely, and we are going to go into the first fusion monsters, Diffuse Eve. I mean, that is something that is pretty classical in this deck. We are going to be able to special summon back the Galactica Oblivion, a very beautiful card, and then we are going to keep going with the Transam Leica, which will be able to
为什么要催我下班？我不能理解，就是很明显我在这边看，不就是代表我想看吗？
I mean, I really like this opening, to be fair, especially because you start things off with the fusion, and then you also have immediate access to Galactic Oblivion. You shuffle back the fusion, you take it back, and here you go. And
Broby and Stream, I'm already committed to watching
really
this match here, so
time,
clearly I don't want to fucking end
especially
stream.
Because, as you're saying, Paco is playing very fast because he really wants to know where he wants to go next, and Yume, as you can see, is not happy about this at all.
Of course, because he is seeing the Space Fusion Extra Plasma coming on the field, and everything is going right for Paco at this moment. He has every single piece that he needs.
You want more
just,
Royal SR code?
Right
they need to have
game.
the bug again.
And now he's going to enter battle phase. He's going to inflict some piercing damages and to do a direct
Royal
attack.
SR
So only 1,400 life points for Yumehara. Is he going to be able to just turn the tables and to get back the control onto the game? That is the question, but he has 5 more cards to be able to do so.
And I mean, can I say how much I love Secret Order? It is one of the best spells for me right now. I really love how much impact it gives to White Galaxy, and of course, right now, sitting on this field, he has so much pressure on. He's having so many monsters. And I believe that
you guys fucking act like really I didn't climb 12 hours before.
With 6 cards in hand, he's in a pretty good position. Dragonic Pressure has been activated, destroying all motion on the field. Speaking of good spells, I mean, Dragonic Pressure is one of them, absolutely.
I mean, this is good. I mean, don't get me wrong, because you're getting rid of your opponent's side of the field. But you can tell if you're Yume, you're in trouble, because you have 2 cards in hand, and with 1,400 life points remaining, it's not looking great. Of course, this is one of those cards you really want to see maybe mid-game, when you're like controlling or like stalling, but in this specific situation, it may not be a deal. Although I have to say, wow, Mike, I think you called it with the secret, or I think the Secret Order was the only card
you got a Royal
that
Bird.
really
Which one
needed in this specific situation to extend his place, because otherwise
if you could generate any Royal
SR
with the code.
I mean, I told you, it was one of my favorite cards.
Dro was an SR, no? What's some SR that we use?
That's literally game.
It is game.
And it's incredible. I'm speechless, because Secret Order was literally the card that
Nash vs Pack
we
final?
didn't see this coming at all.
What do you, aren't they on the same team?
I mean, looking at Yume's reaction, we were like,
oh, they're not on the
same
team.
Of course, this is not enough, because he was left with 2 cards in hand. One of which was the Secret Order to overextend his place. And out of the blue, it's the one.
Yeah, he was just doing some quick math for real. Like, all of a sudden, those 2 monsters on the field, and I mean, the 1 card to just get rid of all the monsters, and then the Secret Order that you just mentioned earlier, which comes onto the field, and what a game! I mean, once again, every single time we get surprised. We have this key card that comes at the right moment, at the right time. And yeah, I mean, I'm still surprised. And
I feel like I know what that is.
You have to respect the heart of the cards. It is one of the main reasons we love this game. And it is the exact moment to have the secret order, the card that we were thrilled to see. Obviously one of the cards that we are looking forward for this day and for this event, because it truly has
it's the bicycle archetype.
It is one of the best spell of
what
the
archetype
deck.
is this?
And it was actually the key, as you said, Albi. It was the only card
it's just a random card
at that moment in order to bring more monsters and go for game and gaining this win, because at the next turn
it's just a generic card.
Will draw another 5 cards with an established graveyard, and White Galaxy is not a deck to do so. However, it is our 4th game for the second final.
I'm assuming if blue wins here,
once again what I love to see, a mirror match.
I don't think anything can use it,
Mike.
so it's just a random card.
And we're going to get to see a Spellcaster's mirror match. And just to quickly mention, baseball bit White Galaxy.
But is it related to archetype? No.
Right.
No.
Yeah.
You had called it.
So it's just a random thing.
It's baseball. I mean,
it's a random thing by itself.
It's really paying it off.
The Sora was valid. Right zone FTK.
Here, Spellcaster's mirror match. Very quite similar start more of. We said it.
Seen the baseball deck,
more of a control deck. Sometimes you really want to push whenever you feel like it. Thanks to one of the best cards in the deck, the Seven Swords Charming Witch, which essentially allows you to flip summon one of your opponent monsters and then basically swing over it. And I think also the deck has this very easy access to fusions monsters, thanks to the skill as well.
For Rush?
I mean, I really like it. It's one of the must decks of the tournament. And here, let's see what we hit. The Shiny Shady.
Wow, I mean, both players really hit the right card in the spell and trap zone of the opponent, because we saw earlier that a trap card
they're ending the JP duel links,
by the way, which lets you survive, which
for
is
some reason
all about what it is for the spell and trap cards. And yeah, I mean, this is a control matchup, and both players try to establish, you know,
final
their control on the game. And here
what the fuck is the JP faster?
Just trying to get back.
The JP is faster.
You know, everything is very slow. There is
because
no
they say that
big
bye-bye, see you tomorrow.
Just end the game on the second turn that we saw on
so
the
blue wins
previous
then.
games.
So blue wins here.
It's very interesting, to be honest, and I do agree.
Yeah, I mean, there's only one
Mike.
match,
This
so
is
they're
very
not like
to see some mirror matches, especially here
like,
at the World Championship with the best players of the world, so that we can.
Or no? Oh no, it's another. What the fuck?
The best one.
It's not the same duel.
Interactions.
I mean, when you have a
why they're ending
decks, it's very cool to see some.
Okay, I guess they're ending.
Because yes, sometimes you don't want to see all the time the same deck again and again competing with each other.
No, this one's Rush.
However, sometimes when there are so many decks in the current format, we have 5, 6.
This is Rush still.
Different decks consistently in our feature match.
No,
however,
it says speed
now
slash
we
rush
can experience Spellcaster, Mirror,
and
Missile Alchemy in attack position, activating his effect. And I'm pretty sure that we are going for
there's Shadow and Duel Links?
As you said, Alberto, for our biggest fusion and our most important one, the
Duel Links is very modern now.
Yeah, this is one of the best fusions because it allows you to just go through all your combos. This is one of the most important ones, and
there's a baseball archetype in Rush. It's boss monsters, a baseball player version of Utopia.
Just inflict piercing damage, change the battle position.
Yeah, I'm googling now.
Monsters, and,
Rush to baseball archetype.
That's all about controlling the game and just little by little getting to the victory conditions.
And also we witnessed that the Ghost Cyclone previously hit the pot of ours being set.
Rush to parodies a monster used by Yuma and Astro. What the fuck is this shit?
If there's one card you really want to win with the card is the
Who the fuck
Shady,
asked for this?
So there may be a reason why he's really thinking carefully about his next move, because you don't really want to make a mistake in this position. And if that's the case, of course you're going to be losing one of your monsters.
Branded, Sky Striker,
but it doesn't seem like
Twin,
Paco at the moment is just concerned about this. It's as we mentioned, sometimes it's more of what is my gonna move be, especially because you don't really want to give away a lot of information to your opponent. And with
they have live thing out there.
I mean, I think it's
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Quite good.
Duel Links.
But it's it really needs to put in some effort, and we are really telling it's taking some time to understand what the next move can be. Indeed, he gets rid of one of Shiny Shady.
I see, 1 year ago. Duel Links getting the Evil Twin obby for TCG.
It's a difficult decision every time to get rid
of
Reddit.
It.
Yes. And
is ludicrous TCG be losing?
Most of the time when you send one card from your deck, you hope to eat a monster.
We still don't have the fucking
the amount of monsters you play. Sometimes it's just Shiny Shady.
Right, we still don't have it.
Magician, when he hit
no, I'm just saying, are they just not going to release that?
Only one thing, that you want to go to a fusion summon. You want to access your fusions. However, we can see that
I'm just saying, like,
trap has been
isn't it supposed to be? Wasn't it supposed to be out by timeline-wise?
To go into the battle phase, since his
right
has been.
They just skipped. They skipped that entire whatever selection, no?
He is gaining attack equal to the number.
It was selection 5, right? I mean, in OCG, I think it was selection 5.
3
or something.
And I'm pretty sure that right now.
We at least got Chibi art. Yeah, the callback. Yeah, they fucking had callback the grave. Before the fucking actual
are
Evil Twin art.
Very well against spell and traps, with, for example, cards like Ghost Cyclone.
Because it's the 25th quarter snappy shit. Or I don't know, it's the 25th product, so they're gonna print it.
One spell or trap on their
Selection 5, they don't care.
If obviously they don't not control any monster. So I'm guessing that we'll probably enter battle phase in order to clear the field in Paco turn. And maybe, yes, this is what I was going to think of. Maybe we can let one monster.
Well, I mean,
I
think from all the art, the all arts from that pack,
that was a very smart move.
Like
honestly.
most of them
like it,
had nothing to do with
the
original.
You just set a monster, tribute it summon, and then set another monster, and he really thought about this very deeply. Just not getting
like a lot of them
the,
were like, if you don't tell me, I wouldn't be able to know.
Prevent
it's like
the Ghost Cyclone being activated. If
it's just like
case.
fun.
But
yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, it just looks cool, but there's no like reference whatsoever.
Another one, and you can see Mihara is smiling because he thought about that and he wanted to avoid that at all costs. But all of a sudden, Paco manages to use those Ghost Cyclones, and now he's in driver's seat because he is able to summon the Strange Witch, which is a very, very good card and which allows you to get all the pieces that you need to get into the good position.
I swear the monster visual on the field is one of the best things about Duel Links, and I don't know why they won't add that to Masterfield to make the aesthetic look better and far more enjoyable.
And I'm actually
we don't have we need like 1,000
he had 2 Ghost Cyclones to deal with the 3 spell traps of Yumehara. Now he's going to special summon the Charming Witch, which is of course one of the most important cards of the deck.
We're just watching the last bit of
the fusion spell to be able to special summon the 7th Paladin. So we are going to accelerate things a little bit and be able to activate the Charmy effect so that we put back
200 people watching the Duel Links right now.
And we're going to enter battle phase. Now we are going to attack, and it is going to be game. So Paco is taking it, and he's equalizing 2-2. So they are now toe-to-toe, and there's going to be a last game to decide
they're going to go
to the head in the final tomorrow.
What the fuck? He was the color was blue though.
From a semi-final,
the one that was attacking, that was blue.
You want all the tension, you want to feel the heat, you want to feel when the players are competing with each other, and you want to feel the 5th
tomorrow
game
is
every round. I wait for the 5th game because I want to see every deck strategy that every player has brought to the tournament, and what the best match for us from the semi-final in order for us to experience it. And now, going to the 5th game, no more the last game for the semi-final to see who is going to the final.
Absolutely, and it's going to be really interesting to see how they are going to approach that. So first turn for Paco, he's going to set 3 cards, so this is very, very scary, and he's going to be able to set another monster, and all of a sudden,
aren't you
flip
watching
that monster thanks to the spell card. I mean, this is one of the best spell cards, to be honest, in this. And yeah, we are going to summon the Extraplorer, which is a very good card, and which will be able to send the top 2 cards of the deck to the graveyard. And on summon, we are going to see a card, a legend card, which is very good in my opinion, the compulsory evacuation device, which will just bounce back the card and send it back from where it comes. And that's a very, very good way to deal with some threats from your opponent, in my opinion, yeah.
And I think here Yume drew into the Secret Order. We mentioned it. I mean, the card is incredible, and by itself, yeah, it just revives the Galactic Oblivion here. And there's another one. Wow.
That is a very, very strong opening right there for Yumehara. 2 Secret Orders and the Meteor Charge, which will be able to give some piercing damages.
No, what?
So this is a very good situation. We are going to set 1 card, and we are. I think this is gonna be it. This is gonna be it. I mean, Paco is not activating anything, and we have our second finalist. Yumehara is very happy. We could see him show that on his face, and of course, because he is going to be there tomorrow for the final, we can see him. Oh, Yumehara, you did such a great game. Congratulations, because he was paired against a really strong opponent, Paco, who showed us that he had what it takes to go into the final. But all of a sudden, we saw that Yumehara had the right cards, had the right mindset to get into the final, and yeah, I mean, I was really impressed, you know, at that move when he decided to, on purpose, let the monster on the field so that there is no spell trap removal, but I mean,
yeah, because it was game 5.
This guy looked amazing during the series.
I'm incredibly well played, especially because he's currently undefeated.
That's fine.
He hasn't dropped a single match,
won.
and he's going tomorrow into the final, and it's going to be a very
I think they're going to maybe show the brackets again.
I mean,
they're going to just show the final bracket.
Both of our duelists really fought hard to get their spot
今天
into
没
the
有
final,
戏剧，
especially because
现
we
在
get to see
是
in both
DO 的
semifinals
RD
，5 games, and I
结束了已
mean,
经，明天是决
congratulations
赛，
for
已
advancing
经
into the
出了
final,
明
and
天
still,
决
I
赛
mean,
2个人。
congratulations as well for Paco for such a commitment to
MD
go
今天已
into
经
the
结束了。
semifinal.
Yeah,
And
right here.
here it is tomorrow for the Rush Duel final.
I'm pretty
we will
sure
be having
Kyu
Kairayo
and
against
Yuma
Yumehara
are
Sensei,
Japanese.
and it's gonna be a battle.
And I really love the fact that
who's winning? We'll see the final tomorrow for dueling. Or dueling, rush duel and dueling.
Which has an incredible effect. However,
rush duel and dueling slash speed duel. That's the category.
Exactly how
I guess it's the same category now.
You knew exactly what to do going second, and I mean, summoning 2 Galactica Oblivion with piercing damage when your opponent has just played 1 turn. It was just one very fast game that we have not get used to it, to be honest, because all the games from the morning are very, very grindy. Every game takes a lot of turns, and this is, I believe, one of the good things of Shiny Shady providing to the game, that they have become very back and forth.
Oh wait, there's way 2 more. Oh wait, oh this is different.
We can also see.
Why is there 2 finals? Oh, it's a speed duel and a rush duel one, no?
For the speed duels that we will face.
I think this is a speed duel. Okay, so it's different.
Philip against Gamma 3. So we discussed
yeah. So
it's
Alexis, the speed duel and the rush duel is different.
This
is the speed duel one.
How do
the
you
one
feel
we
about
saw
this,
with rush duel.
I mean, honestly, we could have not asked for more. I mean, for
no, they're doing the
for the history
tomorrow.
And for what we also witnessed between these 2 players. We remember Kama 3 being 2-0 up, and then the score was tied by Philip, and it all went down to the final game. Tomorrow is going to be absolutely incredible. I can't wait to have both of our duelists on stage for the finals. But today, guys, thanks so much for being with us, especially because we have had quite a day I mean, ahead of us, because we saw a lot of different decks, a lot of different players, a lot of action, and
we did?
I mean, we see a variety of decks. I mean, we could have not asked for more, to be fair. A lot of sought after matches, and I mean, we've mentioned this before.
Yeah,
this is the World Championship.
It's almost over.
The tension is palpable,
We
and
just
our
see the
players
final
have been
tomorrow.
competing throughout the whole year to come here to this stage. And I
or
mean,
like today.
16 players for the speed duel category. And
They're starting like 45 minutes later than today.
4 Swiss rounds, 3 Swiss rounds
for
plus
day
the
2?
top 4. I mean, they really fought hard, and tomorrow we will be.
Well, I mean, they started 30
two
minutes
new
late today,
champions,
anyways.
One for
But
speed duel and one for rush duel. I mean, thanks so much, Mike and Jalexis, for being with us. It's been a great pleasure. Thanks so much for you watching the live stream. But remember, tomorrow we will be back for the finals to crown the new champions of speed duel and
AI
rush
be
duel.
like,
don't go anywhere, and see you tomorrow.
Okay. This is the Jane ad. Okay. There was only like 20 or 30 people watching this stream anyways. Okay. Yeah, I'll pause on like, you know, it's fine. I'll pause on this. Well, I guess we'll be back later when it's live again. I think so. I'm not entirely sure. How does that work? Oh, okay, okay. Hmm. Okay, all right. Okay. Let's do that now. I'm already in. Yeah.下班了，溜了。等一下再上，第二天再上 ，Day 2再上。Sounds good. Sounds good. All good. All good. 啊，没有问题，没有问题的，没有问题的。因为我睡醒了才上的，所以问题不大，好吧？OK，拜拜。